The deep green meaty or plummeted, sinking into Thebe solution, while it has celestial oft has starry expanses upon the earth. Ashamana ty relinquished its dominion over the night, the blood moonung ominous lion theski. Are you certain the Sismro Yagami? Watruths lie concealed beneath the surface. The 6 law enforcement factions each uphold their duties, while foreign force seslum with predatory intent. Amidst internal strife and external threats, how will the narrative unfold? Why do I possess the sacred body? Why has Vatekism? Behold, a figure clad in their resplendent trobio fast collar, adorned with the chaotic bracelet upon his wrist, vigilantly was over the night, defending the dawn, and, in the face off the bloodman, resolutely on his word. Suckalak hofdecency, how could Simeone careless lie, discard Trishandavin throw objects from above? Linu stood at the center of the small squarest race, tightly clutching a bucket while a shielding ished. Before long, a bump emerged on his forehead, causing him to sharply inhale in pain. The force of the object thad nearly rendered him unconscious, leaving him momentarily dazed. Head down, searching for the object that thad struck him, yet it eluded his grasp, as if it had vanished in thin air. How bizarre. These ways an open air white square, Gracide on Libya pristine backdrop inscribed with words. Where married, and a pair of newlyweds dressed in traditional Chinese so dingatirio vibrant crimson, surrounded by an immaculate vermit. Linu furrowed his brow, shaking his light lit as he had, as if he had forgotten something. On the stage, the bride, Su Hongwei, garbed in traditional attire, cast a cold glance at the groom, Linu, how scanning the surroundings says if performing gyna play. Thuting Vingvenu, which should have been filled with joyous laughter, ways instead marked by the somber expressions of friends and family. Horguarded Linu with peculiarities, a cipher gesture. Die Dane yon ze wherewith the object thathet muent? Linu inquired. Noon responded. Su Hongwei, you are closest to me, you must have seen it, right? Linu turned to the bride. Enough with Thecarade, Linu. Don't think that playing the full obsolveu. Fromsoning the agreement. I fio cannot produce 2 million marriage fido day, then thighs, wedding will not proceed. Su Hongwei scoffed, interrupting Linu's words, sasa tossed the divorce cigarette at his feet. Theodi and Sabella were up Teden derisive laughter. In the front row, Jibudwan, dressed in an elegant, tailored suit, lounged with his legs crossed, gazing at Thestige with a look of famousment that belied a strong desire. In the center of the audience, Amananda woman wore a expression soft disbelief. G. Boduin caught sight of them, turned his head arrogantly, and exchanged if words. Causing the pair to slump into their seats, onlato bedraged a whale dead dogs by Savannah Reed, Minkladine Security uniforms. Linu looked down at the divorce cigarette beneath his feet, a star contrast to the celebratory atmosphere. Just as he pondered this, everything around him froze, as if time had been halted. On stage, Su Hongwei, the audience, Jibajuan with his tongue half out, the birds in flight, and the passers-by at Giof to square were real motionless. Then, Theski darkened, the earth trembled, and a beam of white light descended, enveloping Linu. Ouch! My head hurts. What is happening, Tome? Linu Grogilly awakened to find himself lying in a small grass hut. The hut contained only a spring mattress, Astrobera plush bear, eatable, and several chairs, atop which rested a few bottles soft mineral water. He was clad on lion dress pants and a white shirt, while a luxurious crimson scholar's robe hung quietly on the bamboo, its stacks latched. Through the window beside the bamboobed, Heglum set a bambarist, with his small streamjet life flowing nearby. Surrounded by mountains, this scene resembled a picturesque painting. Linu felt rather bewildered. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Or have I traversed dimensions? Thesis earth, but not Thurthio were familiar with, Camille feeble voice. Have you ever pondered that beyond the cosmos exists another earth, where another version of Fio engages in different endeavors? Here, you may understand a Tazarium beyond or so-called 93 billion light years of a universe, a counterpart in the parallel universe. Startled, Linu yaped from Thebedand scanned the surroundings who? Isanionether? Suddenly, a beam of white light surged from within him, piercing his mind. Heffel tacit in clarity, as if entering a comfortable space. A themomenthalended, Anarando or merged, its interior obscured. Asher reached out to touch the door. It swung open automatically, revealing a courtyard equipped with a fitness equipment, a small park, and a scenic lake. Further ahead stood a pristine 12-story white building. Linya wa keto the sinterof t courtyard, surveying the amenities, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, Hess lapidus 48 in realization, exclaiming, T sis. A retirement thome. Ha glance dupat thescian spotted a floating bray slet like he object adorned with 13 orbs. Only one e orb emitted a faint glow, while it he a 12 remained demand gray. The glowing gorbs sudden lie pierced forth with golden light, revealing a golden ethereal figure clad in bronzy and gold armor, a golden helmet obscuring face. Wielding a dark golden blade, radiating faint glow capable of shattering stars. I am Jinshio, a Nancient golden warrior. The bracelet is a Skaleth chaos bracelet, an artifact born off my divine power. However, if they encountered some misfortunes, and among these 13 deities, e alone ave succumb to slumber. Wow, solely in Streliaxist, Linyu exclaimed in astonishment. Jean's eye ud livered a light smacktohisht, causing Linudo grimacine pain. Blinking, Heswallowed hard, his lips trembling geshestamired, Jean great didamasquiohave summonmindum? Jean ziopazed momentarily, cleared his throat, and said, There is no need for formality, simplicum be my name. Topied it differently, e havi accidentalica sanayo while a traversing themeless river soft timey and space. From no one, we shall exist in a symbiotic relationship. You shall assist me and theather 12 aditis this finger current predicament, and in return, we shall lied when reaching the pinnacle your potential. How does that sound? Are you excited? Has it stirred the dream soft martial prowess within you? Linyusha kissed throbbing hebbing, contemplating firmament, then suddenly froze, pointing at himself. Wait, me? A mere mortal assisting 13 deities? Jean Zaya scratched his shed I am current lie trapped within these, chaos bracelet, but my power can be transmit dutward. You can transform into me and gain divine power be clenching Joe right fist and Angie in your left shoulder and shouting ancient golden warrior. Bestow. Of course, you may all so directly wield me upon the dark golden blade that can cut through anything. Tentatively, Linya shouted, Dark golden blade? Instantly, a golden light appeared in his right hand, manifesting a dark golden blade. Wow, what a magnificent dragon-slaying blade. He gazed forward at the bamboo forest, swung the blade, and golden energy surged forth, severing Gelthi bamboo with an Aradaya soft mirth centimeters. Ecstatic, Linyu gasped, What a treasure! With this artifact, is shall be invincible. Jean Zayashukish disdainfully tsk, with your current strength, ya wouldn't have enviable townly shown a tin house anthofma power. You'd Becca led before you could have been leaveth the novice village. Dazed, Linulo kejapat Jean Chioso hatmastito? Jean Zaya placed a shan sun his ships, pointing skyward to absorb the spiritual energy of this world danced pinta threshold off cultivation, first stage e thewan spiritrium. The Zist 9 classic chi drawing technique, Wiquilinabai out a draw the spiritual nergai from the Aaron Toyer body. Returning to Thegrashut, Linu's a cross-legged on Themetris, leaning against the strawberry bear. Hezelant Lyris a tetine cantation off 9 classic chi drawing technique a thafloat denise of spiritual energy, feeling the spiritual energy gradual entering body. Suddenly, Hef found himself in our freshing retreat, invigorated from head to. After a while, Linyu Open Desire San murmured, Is this the first stage off the Yuan spirit realm? It feels rather ruthless aside from the refreshing sensation. The Yuan spirit realm Canaan Libby considered a threshold. Tatra Lib Edemata super martial artist, one amos transcend Thewan spirit realm and enter Thesican stage if they want truer realm, Jinzaya said. Forming seals with both hands in his mind, moving so swift light hot he peered as an illusion, unleashing a beam of white light. Linyu observed the information displayed within white light. Host Linyu. Realm first stage off Yuan spirit realm 020 spiritual energy, acquired to enter the second stage. Items an indelible crimson dragon robe shalers robe stained with Thereoft chaos bracelet. Weapon ancient dark golden blade. Skills capable of utilizing the skill soft tessorcidity. Cultivation technique 9 classic chi drawing technique. Jeans marked, e have crafted dammon or rock salary technology for you from a world of fadvin said technology. You mainamite. Linya whip it away the drool trickling down. Hiskin letskalith source deity system. Jeans you continued to speak in a leisure liminar. In the great Xia, a transcendent warrior awakens Thirgurdi and spiritu upon reaching, Thesicon larof tion lingrium. Once manifested, the spiritin ancestor combat prowess. Thaguardian spirits can verisomir ethical creatures, other ser beasts. ranging from the majestic azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, toth chielin, phoenix, kuinpung, and golden eagle, down to themere commonplace chickens, ducks, dogs, cattle, and snakes. The strength of Tegwardian spirit determinus the host power, classified from first oing rank, why each rank for their divide intoning tiers. Each rank corresponds to a respective realm of humanity. Guardian spirits possess each skill slots, aligning with the trium. However, their area stands says where a guardian spirit may possess an exceptionally high initial rank or bearer, special, divine beast, in which case sight may also come with an test skills, Thuff no Marethan 3. Linyuga sped in astonishment, a guardian spirit? Wow, will a Havian too? Jinshio, playfully toying with his dark golden blade, chuckled self-assuredly, oh, do I think you need done? Linyus Ratched the bacco fished, no, it's just had a preferable file. You didn't understand, Ivy always been a modest person. Jeans I you almost spat out this golden blood, what do you mean be winting to keep a low profile? Ahem. Docio please. Linya prompt Lysa down and begin to practice F9 classics chi drawing technique, gradually drawing mental energy into his body. Jin Zayu also seated himself, absorbing the mental energy entering his mind. Although his minuscule amount of mental energy weighs a canto drops into the vast universe, I to ascertain libiter than having known. The numbers gradually increased 120, 220, 1720, 1820. Half an hour later. Ding, mental energy absorption has reached 20, breaking through to ease con layer of tuan lingrium. In that instant, Linyu felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. Revel engine his newfound power. Jin Zayu kud hard liber tau h. Linyu, the yuan ling real merely enhanced own self andra finis the body what's three to boast about? Linyu grinned, aha I go tabit carried away. After all, I am the fierce transcendent warrior from the earth. Suddenly, Linunitas a projection resembling a screen appearing in his mind, radiating a brilliant golden light. He approached it, reading the multitude of words inscribed upon it. Host Linyu. Realm Yuan Lingrium, first layer. Continuous absorption of mental energy required to enter Thesican layer 020. Itemered silk dragon robiof to top scholar. Rendered indelible be theory of chaos. Weapon enhancient dark holden blade. Skills capable of utilizing the skill soft source spirit. Technique 9 classics chi drawing technique. Jean Ziermarked, have craft head freewamina rock salurita acknowledge from all world of Fadvin said sign eminamite. Linyu whipped away the drilled hatted trickled down. Let's go with source spirit system. Jean Zier Simedison hurried discourse. In the Gratia, transcendent warai or awakened Thirgardian spirits upon reaching Thesicon layer of Tuan Lingrium, enhancing Thir combat prowess. The guardian spirits, upon awakening, can be their mythical or beastly, ranging from the grand azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, toth chielin, phoenix, kuinpung, and golden eagle, down to the humble chickens, ducks, dogs, cattle, and snake is the strength of Tegwardian spirit determinus the host's prowess. Thesis spirit Sara categorized from first oing rank, each rank subdivided into tiers, corresponding to the respective realms of humanity. For instance, a first rank, first Erguardian spirit talents with the fierce layer of tu lingrium. Guardian spirits possess each skill slots, also corresponding to atrium. However, there are cases where a guardian spirit may boast an exceptionally high initial rank Corbiofer, special, or divine beast level. In which case they may also come with an test skills, but no Marethan 3. Linyu exclaimed, a guardian spirit? Wow, will I really Havion? Jinshio, continuing to twirl his dark golden blade, chuckled, oh? Do I outralible any done? Linya scratched his shiadagan. No, it's just had to prefer not to stand out. You didn't understand Divi always been a blind individual. Jinzai Yuner Lilas this composure, what do you mean by not wanting to stand out? Ahem does you wish. Linyuk ecclesiate himself again, practicing 9 classics chi drawing technique, slowly channeling mental energy his body. Jinzai also sat down, absorbing the mental energy flowing into his mind. Although his minuscule amount of energy weighs a canto drops in the vast universe, I to ascertain libiter thinity. The numbers is lowly increased. 120, 220, 1720, 1820. Half an hour later. Ding, mental energy absorption has reached 20, breaking through to ease con layer of tuan lingrium. In that moment, Lin Yu felt an unfathomable well of strength within him, exulting in his triumph. Jin Xiao, unable to contain himself, remarked, Lin Yu, the Yuanling real merely enhanced own self what is the Rito flaunt? Lin Yu chuckled, aha I got a bit excited. After all, I am the fierce transcendent warrior from the earth. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a luminous projection appearing in his mind, radiating gay fierce golden light. Has stepped closer, reading the numerous inscriptions. Host Lin Yu. Qualification for Guardian Spirit contract achieved. Guardian Spirit Holy Light Qilin. Onoft Heaton Ancient Divine Beasts, now bound be a Guardian contract with Lin Yu. This contract is unbreakable. Agreeing be blood will zeal the contract. Lin Yu read the text repeated li he recognized the edge character, yet the meaning collectively zima dutter lie unbelievable. Ha? Qilin? Chapter 2. The ancient divine beast Wang Kai, the golden repairman, found the situation somewhat unbelievable as he sat on a park bench in the courtyard. Oh? The holy light Qilin, are you perhaps a child of fortune? Quickly, let a drop of blood fall. Lin Yu bit his tongue and let a drop of blood fall onto the surface. Immediately, words appeared beneath the spot where the blood had landed. Contract established. As one of the 10 ancient divine beasts, the holy light Qilin refuses to form a contract. Thus, the holy light Qilin cub shall serve as Lin Yu's guardian spirit. A golden light burst forth from the projection, forming a whirlpool, from which sprang a half-meter tall Qilin with golden fur and a red body. Lin Yu gazed at the little Qilin, pouting, is the father unwilling to be a guardian spirit? Casting his own offspring aside? Furthermore, this is clearly a dog. The Qilin cub spoke, expressing indignation. How dare you? Have you ever seen a dog as noble as I? I am of divine lineage, an innate, godly being. Far beyond the comparison of mere dogs. Lin Yu chuckled. Oh really? You dare call yourself this king? I shall name you Wang Kai. The little Qilin stomped its front hoof on its chest, exclaiming, Pft! What a terrible name. I am an ancient divine beast. With a guardian spirit like me, you must treat me well, or else the consequences will be dire. Seated beside them, Jin Xiao interjected, Oh, and what might those dire consequences entail? The little Qilin leisurely turned, biting its back teeth, and sweetly replied, Would you care to find out? However, upon seeing Jin Xiao, it suddenly froze, especially when it locked eyes with Jin Xiao's deep golden gaze, which emanated an aura of ancient wisdom. The little Qilin thought to itself, What is happening? Why does this little golden figure feel so unfathomable? In that moment, I find myself unable to control my body. Jin Xiao spoke again, conjuring a sharpening stone out of thin air, methodically sharpening a mysterious golden blade. Since you have become a guardian spirit, you must understand that resisting your host comes with serious repercussions. With that, he frightened Wang Kai. The little Qilin quickly scurried behind Lin Yu, clutching his right leg with its front hooves down. Master, what is this monster? Lin Yu affectionately ruffled Wang Kai's fluffy head, enjoying the sensation. Well, it's a twist of fate. We are now symbiotic, Jin Xiao scoffed, shedding his earlier playful demeanor. Fear not, little one. I have no intention of consuming you. Meanwhile, in another realm, a magnificent holy light Qilin stood. Towering tens of thousands of meters high, its golden mane and crimson body adorned with impenetrable scales, a ring of golden armor encircled its neck, and a single golden eye shone from its forehead. Its forelegs resembled colossal pillars, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodline suppression. It knelt on its right foreleg towards the direction of a golden sky, addressing Jin Xiao. Lord Jin Xiao, the holy light, in its ignorance, did not recognize your presence. The holy light offers its sincerest apologies, but since the contract is established, I must trouble you to take care of this canine. The voice echoed directly into Lin Yu's mind. The little Qilin looked around, puzzled. Is that my father's voice? But why is he saying such things? Pet. Why does my father sound like a machine? Jin Xiao laughed heartily. Hiya. I thought you had grown some wings, but it seems you still possess a semblance of conscience. Worry not, old friend. The little Qilin, clinging to Lin Yu's leg, secretly glanced at Jin Xiao, muttering to itself, What a terrifying existence this golden figure is. Lin Yu lifted Wang Kai by the scruff of its neck, exclaiming, Oh, how adorable! Let's shake hands, stick out your tongue. Oh, truly delightful. The little Qilin flailed its 4 hooves in midair but could not escape. As if destiny had grasped its neck, once more, I am a divine beast, a Qilin, not a mere dog. Lin Yu grinned and opened the status panel. Source God System version 1.0. Host, Lin Yu, Realm. Second layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm. To step into the third layer. Continuous absorption of spiritual power 030. Guardian Spirit. Divine level Holy Light Qilin Cub. Upon reaching the 5th layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm, it will mature and awaken its innate skill. Innate skill. Holy Light Illumination Effect. Unknown. Lin Yu's face flushed with excitement, reveling in his triumph, when suddenly, Jin Xiu's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Lin Yu, someone is approaching. Lin Yu blinked, returning to reality, and spotted 4 individuals approaching from a distance. Their powers ranged from the 4th to 5th layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm, each riding their own guardian spirits. Yet, their ranks were rather pedestrian. One was a crimson wild bull, another a double-bladed mantis, a third a gale leopard, and the last a purple-lipped tiger. They were all of the 1st tier. With one being at the 4th tier, the purple-lipped tiger. They approached Lin Yu, the host of the purple-lipped tiger, a youth clad in a green jacket and sunglasses, with robust arms and a scar on his left cheek. Spoke in a grating voice. Waste Lin Yu, hand it over. How does he know my name? This was Lin Yu's first thought, since he was not a sole transmigrant and was still dressed in his wedding attire, a white shirt, suit pants, and leather shoes, with a handsome face rivaling that of a domineering CEO. He had seemingly been transported here. Logically, no one should recognize him unless he had replaced the original owner of this bamboo house, who looked remarkably like him and also bore the name Lin Yu. But could it really be mere coincidence? Sensing the hostility from the newcomers, Lin Yu, unable to comprehend their intentions, replied, I do not understand what you are saying. The short red-haired man beside the youth scoffed, Stop pretending to be foolish. Let me teach him a lesson. Brother Wu Tao. Wu Tao, the brawny youth, casually waved his hand. Nyoba, don't kill him. Nyoba sneered. Rest assured, brother. I know my limits. Crimson Wild Bull, manifest. A 2-meter-tall red-furred bull materialized behind him, glowing red as it enveloped Nyoba. In an instant, the red light dissipated, revealing Nyoba clad in a crimson armor. With 2 sharp, backward-swept horns on his chest, a fiery mane covered his helmet, and a dark red mask concealed his deep red eyes, with bullhorn-like weapons adorning the backs of his fists. This was the manifestation of a guardian spirit. Nyoba bellowed, Waste. Now I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to flee, and, spurred on by Jin Xiu's whispers in his mind, shook his hands and assumed a Wing Chun stance. What do you intend to do? You better clarify your intentions. Wu Tao sneered. Oh, still pretending. Don't think I don't know that before your parents passed away. They gave you a bottle of true essence pills. You, a mere 1st layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm waste, hoarding such treasures is a waste. You might as well give them to us, the talented ones. Jin Xiu chuckled coldly in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at him, his gaze sweeping over the group. You consider yourselves talented? No one shall take what belongs to me. Nyoba spat, Imu, waste, prepare to face my wrath. Lin Yu summoned the mysterious golden blade, swiftly turning to sweep it across. Simultaneously, a flash of red light erupted from within the bamboo house, as a blood-red scholar's robe adhered to Lin Yu's form. Calling me waste, do you truly think yourselves formidable? With a clash, Lin Yu's blade met Nyoba's horned weapon, releasing a burst of golden light that sent Nyoba staggering back several steps. The flowing sleeves of the grand red robe waved in the wind, contrasting sharply with Lin Yu, who wielded the golden blade, radiating murderous intent. Chapter 3. The ancient golden warrior Nyoba and the other 3 gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Wu Tao snorted, Where did that red robe come from? I thought nothing of it, but you've broken through to the 2nd layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm. So what? Nyoba, I now permit you to finish him off. Be careful not to damage that red robe. My father will surely appreciate it. Nyoba, infuriated by the sight of the red robe, turned his neck in anger. Damn. A waste is still a waste. Crimson Wild Bull, Great Horn Drill. The horn on the back of his right hand began to spin rapidly, transforming into a massive drill aimed straight for Lin Yu's chest. Jin Xiu ascended to a high perch in the nursing home, seated before a golden throne conjured from the sea of consciousness, exuding an imperial aura as he concealed half his face with his right hand. Lin Yu, utilize my skill, in an instant. A light screen materialized in Lin Yu's mind. Skill, Diamond Sky-Splitting Fist Golden Ray Golden Triple, / Ultimate. Golden Phantom / a glimmer of golden light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Golden Triple / The mysterious golden blade emitted a radiant glow as it unleashed 3 golden slashes, severing Niu Ba's right-hand weapon with a single strike. The second slash cleaved through Niu Ba's armor, and the third removed his left arm entirely, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, unconscious and separated from his guardian spirit. The right horn atop the crimson wild bull's head lay shattered, and Niu Ba's left front hoof was nowhere to be seen. Blood gushed from the gaping wound on his chest and his left arm. At this point, his guardian spirit was rendered useless, and naturally he was too. The 3 onlookers were left in shock. Wu Tao shouted, "Niu Ba, Lin Yu, you shall meet your demise. Spirit of the purple-lipped tiger, manifest. Spirit of the gale leopard, manifest. Spirit of the double-edged mantis, manifest." The 3 of them merged with their guardian spirits. Wu Tao brandished 2 sharp tiger claws, purple flame claw. The other 2 also swung their weapons, and the trio lunged towards Lin Yu. With a frown, Lin Yu felt a jolt of fear, and as he turned to flee, a sudden realization struck him. He executed a sliding stop and pondered. Ancient golden warrior, manifest. In an instant, a ferocious golden light erupted from his body, and his crimson robe billowed like seaweed in the depths of the ocean. This golden radiance sent the 3 assailants reeling. As the golden light gradually faded, bronze golden armor adorned Lin Yu, while a golden helmet exuded an innate aura of dominance, reminiscent of a general who once conquered the world. Grasping a dark golden dagger, he emanated a faint golden light, as if capable of shattering the very stars. Wu Tao struggled to rise from the ground. This time it was he who felt a jolt of fear. Could it be a second-tier guardian spirit? Subsequently, both sides fell into an awkward stalemate. Lin Yu gazed at his armor and the seemingly boundless strength coursing through him, his heart racing at a staggering 140 beats per minute. Adrenaline surging, Jin Xiu. "So, what do you think? Am I not quite handsome?" Wu Tao broke the tension, seizing the initiative. "Let us strike together. I refuse to believe he can fend off all of us at once." Purple-lipped tiger annihilation / Gale divine claw, double-edged destruction / At this moment, Lin Yu's aura shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as if under the influence of an unseen force, skillfully raising the dark golden dagger. He murmured, "Golden ray." A golden beam erupted from the tip of the dagger, piercing through the 3 attackers, causing their guardian spirits to dissipate. Wu Tao spat blood and collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling in disbelief. "How could this be? No, please don't kill me. My Wu family will not let you off." Jin Xiu guided Lin Yu step by step towards Wu Tao, his voice emanating from Lin Yu like a demonic whisper from the depths of hell. "There are paths to heaven that you refuse to tread. Yet you insist on barging into hell. The Wu family shall be extinguished." Wu Tao's face turned ashen, frantically gesturing. No, please don't. My Wu family has second-tier Yuanzhan realm experts. If you kill me, they will surely avenge my death. They. How tiresome." With a sweeping motion, Lin Yu dispatched all present, and then the power dissipated, leaving him stunned in place. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, retching uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. "I have killed someone. I have killed someone. It was me." Indeed, it was only now that Lin Yu truly believed. This was neither a dream nor an illusion. Everything was real. He had undeniably traversed into another realm. In a rather peculiar manner. Observing Lin Yu, who was weeping and clutching his head, Jin Xiu sighed. This was not the earth he once knew, but a world of cultivation, such as the way of martial arts, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The law of survival dictates that if they are not dealt with, future troubles are inevitable. Half an hour later, under Jin Xiu's guidance, Lin Yu gradually stabilized his emotions, gasping for breath as he disposed of all the bodies. The process went rather smoothly, as his initial strike had created a pitiful scene in the bamboo grove. Furthermore, Wu Tao and his companions were scattered, making the task less burdensome. From Wu Tao's body, he retrieved a sky-blue storage necklace and a map, seemingly new, though he wondered why one would carry a world map while venturing out. However, it revealed that this land was also called Disya, divided into 8 major regions, labeled as Ancient Dragon Continent, Ice Valley, Crumbling Valley Plains, Northern Undersea Domain, Shinshin Marsh, Lingbei Island, Demon God Abyss, and Evil Valley. The most expansive was the Crumbling Valley Plains, occupying one-third of the continent. The Demon God Abyss and Evil Valley were overrun by mysterious, forbidden creatures, marked on the map with two ominous red characters. Ming Beast. The place he found himself in was a rather remote area of the ancient Dragon Continent. A mountain gorge near a human settlement called Gu Feng Town, not far from the Wu family. A small building nestled in the mountains, claiming dominion over the land, could easily be deemed a bandit's lair. Lin Yu stowed the map and returned to the grass hut, rummaging beneath the bed to discover a hidden compartment. Inside, he found a box containing a small white vial, its surface adorned with a red paper. Written in bold black characters were the words True Essence. The vial was sealed with a red wooden cork, precisely the True Essence pill Wu Tao had mentioned. Upon uncorking it, an alluring fragrance wafted forth, filling the room with an intoxicating aroma. Unable to resist temptation, Lin Yu swallowed the entire contents in one go, only to lose consciousness shortly thereafter. His body became flushed and heated, tendrils of warmth rising from him. Jian Xiu hurriedly guided the surging spiritual energy filling Lin Yu's body. You reckless brat, do you wish to court death? Your current strength cannot possibly withstand such a tremendous influx of spiritual energy. The little Qilin beside him opened its mouth wide, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy. Before long, the overwhelming energy was absorbed, leaving only what Lin Yu could endure. This allowed him to break through 2 levels. Reaching the 4th tier of Yuanling realm, Lin Yu, in a daze, dreamt of entering a dark, desolate city. This place was peculiar. It seemed that only the sky here was shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, everything here lacked color, appearing gray and muted, as if a veil of mist obscured his vision. Towering black buildings loomed in the distance, creating an eerie atmosphere. The crimson robe he wore stood in stark contrast to the surroundings, shining brightly like a beacon in the night. In another direction, a radiant golden light emanated, creating an unsettling dissonance. Before him lay a dark blood-colored altar, with 4 figures clad in black seated at the cardinal points, muttering incantations. Each bore a blood-red character on their back. Source: a massive, enigmatic cloud of gray mist drifted from behind, its form indistinct, save for 2 blood-red eyes resembling lanterns. It floated to the altar, from which an object emerged, and Lin Yu discerned it to be the chaotic bracelet containing 13 source gods that resided in his mind. At that moment, each bead exuded a power capable of annihilating the heavens, rendering Lin Yu nearly incapable of even gazing directly at the bracelet. The formless black mist spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Once you are refined, my lord shall break through to that realm, and at that time, all shall prostrate before the great primordial chaos lord. A powerful dark red beam shot forth from the mist, striking the chaotic bracelet, causing it to tremble violently and unleash a torrent of 13-colored source energy. Suddenly, the chaotic bracelet soared into the air, erupting with an indomitable source god power, breaking free from the binding of the altar, launching towards an unknown destination at an unfathomable speed. In that instant, the 2 blood-red eyes within the mist turned sharply towards Lin Yu's direction. His eyes instantly filled with blood, as though his very soul were being scorched. He could scarcely bear the weight of that gaze, an absolute display of power. Awoken abruptly from the nightmare, Lin Yu found himself drenched in sweat. Primordial chaos. What kind of nonsense is this? Jian Xiu, too, was taken aback, bewildered as he questioned. How do you know of primordial chaos? Lin Yu recounted the events of the nightmare to Jian Xiu, who pondered deeply for a long while before exhaling a heavy sigh. His gaze turned somewhat vacant as he spoke. What he referred to as primordial chaos is the source of all evil in the world, the epitome of malevolence. The gray mist you encountered possesses immense strength and the ability to sense our source god powers, which is quite repulsive, though the likelihood of being detected is currently minuscule. As your strength increases, so too will the chances of him sensing you. He likely took note of you during your dream and the days to come. Tranquility may be a rare luxury. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, his eyes widening involuntarily. He possesses the ability to perceive the past and traverse time. A monster, at that moment, in a realm unattainable by countless beings, deep within a silent, desolate city, a blood-red, murderous eye flickered to life. its raspy voice uttering, "You are ultimately mine." Chapter 4. The source evil scripture. Under Jin Xiu's guidance, Lin Yu detached the thumb-sized sky blue storage chip embedded in the necklace. Using the source god system, he unbound Wu Tao's personal information from the chip and linked it to his own. Inside, he found some currency akin to that of Earth and various trinkets, along with a meticulously crafted book adorned with gemstones on its cover. Upon inspection, he noted several bold black characters. Source evil scripture, though the book appeared to have been torn in half. Ding! Fragmented divine script technique discovered. Source evil scripture, divided into 9 layers, though the fragment allows cultivation only up to the 3rd layer. Enabling accelerated absorption of spiritual power. Jin Xiu was equally astonished. Scripture? How could this be? You, my boy, must be the child of destiny. This scripture grants the practitioner a 10-fold speed in cultivation, but its difficulty is exceedingly high, making successful cultivation quite challenging. Lin Yu leapt from the ground, cradling a book and perusing the text within that resembled a cryptic celestial manuscript. Where on earth did this book come from? How could it possibly be in his possession? Jin Xiu gazed at the 4 characters spelling Holy Bible inside. To be precise, this Bible is not from Earth. It is a treasured artifact from the Tiantai Buddhist realm. Coveted by countless unparalleled powerhouses, the stronger the realm, the greater the enhancement it brings, enough to incite madness across the continents. As for how it ended up here, that remains a mystery. It is possible that an incident occurred in the Buddhist realm, causing it to transcend immeasurable distances and fall into this place, fortuitously picked up by this lad. Yet he cannot comprehend it, thus unable to activate the Bible. Lin Yu furrowed his brow in astonishment. Beyond Earth? The universe? Is it extraterrestrial? Jin Xiu replied. You will understand once you grow stronger. The little Qilin, sitting on the ground with its head tilted, pawed at its nose with its right claw. Master, I heard my father mention that this Earth is heading towards its origin, but hesitated to continue, for Jin Xiu was smilingly staring at the little Qilin. Lin Yu shrugged and raised his hands. Never mind. If you choose not to tell me, I shall uncover it myself in due time. By the way, I have a question. Lin Yu looked down at the crimson satin scholar's robe adorning his form. Perplexed, what is the meaning of this scholar's attire I am wearing? Originally, just yesterday was supposed to be Lin Yu's wedding day. However, rather than a wedding, it was more akin to a thoroughly orchestrated deception. His acquaintance with Su Hongwei began when she approached him and requested his contact information. Merely 2 months later, they obtained a marriage certificate. During these 2 months, Su Hongwei deliberately teased Lin Yu, employing a strategy of feigned indifference, and had lavishly spent on various gifts for him. This led Lin Yu to believe he was genuinely favored by the heavens, having fortuitously encountered true love, thus becoming utterly enthralled. With a heart full of sincerity, he indulged Su Hongwei's every desire, purchasing whatever she wished, even extravagant items. On the day of their wedding, the pair of expensive crimson satin scholar's robes and the phoenix crown could have been rented. Yet Su Hongwei insisted on purchasing them, claiming they were festive and beautiful. Lin Yu, a 20-year-old youth who had recently entered society, had spent nearly all of his combined savings of 50,000 yuan from working and familial support during these 2 months. He had drained his funds and maxed out several credit cards, when suddenly, Su Hongwei declared her intention to marry him, without even mentioning a bride price, directly proposing marriage. Furthermore, she strategically arranged for Lin Yu's parents to occupy the most prominent seats in the audience, causing them much joy, believing that heaven had smiled upon their family. They were not affluent, merely a modest family in G City, yet they scraped together 288,000 yuan for Su Hongwei, hoping only for her and Lin Yu's happiness. Yet, on the day of the wedding, at that moment on stage, before a multitude of friends and family, Su Hongwei revealed her true intentions, a sky-high bride price of 2 million. Their family was hardly wealthy, and the 288,000 yuan had already drained their resources, leaving Lin Yu feeling as if he were being driven to despair. Only upon witnessing the smirking young scion of a wealthy family below, observing the silent exchange between him and Su Hongwei, did Lin Yu realize that this entire affair was merely a game for the wealthy to pass the time. Lin Yu was but a chosen jester, selected to play the role for the affluent. He could not fathom why he was the one chosen. Why did this disheartening predicament befall him? Why in the world would there exist such devils who toyed with emotions as if they were mere games? He would never forget the actions of the young master of the Liangxin Research Group, the Vice President Jibuan, and how he treated his parents and him. I thought it looked quite nice. So I figured I'd let you wear it, but due to the overwhelming aura of the Chaos Bracelet, a portion of its essence inadvertently fused with it, thus creating an indelible scholar's robe. Jin Xiu, seated upon the golden throne atop the Source God nursing home, remarked with keen interest. Now it is akin to a part of you. Whenever your emotions fluctuate greatly, it will attach itself to you like armor. Lin Yu gently waved the crimson sleeves, raised his head to the sky, and slowly clasped his fists in a formal gesture of respect, as if paying homage. This bow was to the heavens. A greeting for the new life. Open the attribute panel. Source God System version 2.0. Host. Lin Yu. Realm. 4th layer of Yuan Spirit Realm. To break through to the 5th layer. Absorb mental energy 1250. Source Gods. 1. Awakened. 12. Unawakened. Weapon. Skills. Cultivation Method. 9 Classics Qi Drawing Method. Foundation of the Super Warrior. A step into the Yuan Spirit Realm, drawing mental energy from the air into the body. Items. 13,000 Great Xia Currency. A map of Great Xia, a fragmentary source evil Holy Bible, can only cultivate to the 3rd level. Tasks. Find the remaining 2 fragments of the Holy Bible. Progress. 1-3. Guardian Spirit. Infant stage of the Divine Ancient Beast. Holy Light Qilan. Grows to a juvenile at the 5th layer of Yuan Spirit Realm. Grows to a spirit pet at the 1st layer of Yuan True Realm, possessing the ability to attach. Talent Skill 1. Lin Yu exhaled. Quite intelligent. It can even upgrade itself automatically. The changes are substantial. Let us try the Bible. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he followed the incantations within and Jin Xiu's guidance, as the mental energy within him spun rapidly. However, the Bible was too obscure and challenging, and after half an hour, he merely brushed against the threshold, with the 1st level still seeming a distant goal. Jin Xiu nodded, expressing approval. The talent is commendable. It's impressive to grasp several divine scripts in just half an hour. After a while, Lin Yu opened his eyes, somewhat fatigued. To contemplate further may affect my mental energy. It's exhausting. Jin Xiu nodded. To comprehend divine scripts at the 4th layer of Yuan's Spirit Realm, be content. Lord Jin Xiu, when will the other 12 gods awaken? Lin Yu rubbed his nose, filled with anticipation. Since they are source gods. Is there a grass god too? Jin Xiu shot him a disdainful glance. Moreover, with your Yuan Spirit Realm mental energy, do you expect them to awaken? Are you dreaming? Seek an opportunity, and when the time is right, they will undoubtedly awaken. Lin Yu, you speak so mysteriously. Does that mean I'm too weak? The little Qilan stuck out its tongue. At least you have some self-awareness. Lin Yu shot an eye and flung a large slap in response. Chapter 5. Recognizing the Master. A 2nd layer Yuan True Realm Cultivator, 3 1st layer Yuan True Realm Cultivators, and several high-tier super warriors from the Yuan Spirit Realm were rapidly approaching. Jin Xiu furrowed his brow sharply. Lin Yu. It is the Wu family's people. We must flee. Lin Yu, sensing the urgency, sprinted away. The head of the Wu family, Wu Sanshun, a 2nd layer Yuan True Realm Cultivator, donned an ill-fitting black suit, broad-shouldered and round-waisted. Riding atop a 2nd layer, double-headed, purple lightning black demon tiger, bellowed. You little brat, you killed my son. How could you dare to escape? Even if the enforcers are here today, I will still kill you. As Lin Yu ran, he shouted. You still have the audacity to speak. Your son started it first. Immediately regretting his words, he wondered why he was reasoning with a bandit. The elder of the Wu family, Wu Chaojin, a 1st layer Yuan True Realm Cultivator, rode a 4-armed ape of the 1st layer and shouted, Insolence, a worthless life. Just like your deceased parents, I will crush you as I did them. 4-armed ape. Attach, the towering 3-meter-tall white-haired ape, muscular and endowed with 4 powerful arms, radiated a fierce white light that enveloped Wu Chaojin. Wu Caojin's form expanded to 3 or 4 meters, clad in snow-white armor. Boasting bronze-colored 8-pack abs and 4 robust white arms, with a savage white-haired mask. You won't escape. Caojin's earth-shattering fist. Wu Chaojin swung his 4 arms, quickly forming seals and clenching his fists, as the surrounding mental energy rapidly gathered and compressed, causing the earth beneath to tremble slightly as it charged toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu. What the hell? Diamond cracking fist? Lin Yu hurriedly unleashed Jin Xiu's skill, his mental energy radiating golden light as it converged into his fists, triggering a wave of mental energy in the air. Wu Chaojin coldly declared, "Just a mere fourth layer of you on spirit realm? Humph. You are just a little brat, daring to match my strength. Die." All four fists slammed into Lin Yu's, generating a powerful shockwave that sent Wu Chaojin flying, while Lin Yu felt his arms grow sore, his fists numb. After all, the disparity in realms was too great, and Lin Yu's strength could hardly unleash even a fraction of Jin Xiu's source god skills. Ding, warning, host's sternum fractured. Ding, warning, host's fist shattered. Wu Sanshun sneered, "Humph. Torture him to death." Forearm slash. After Wu Chaojin picked himself up, he leapt from a distance, crossing his forearms to unleash a beam of icy white light. Lin Yu could no longer evade. The beam directly blasted through his abdomen, causing blood and flesh to splatter. The pain turned Lin Yu's face crimson, veins bulging, as he experienced the most severe injury of his life. Ding, warning, warning, severe injury to the abdomen. Host, please escape quickly. At this moment, Jin Xiu was also feeling anxious, faintly contemplating a forceful intervention. Lin Yu, hold on. Use my strength. Lin Yu trembled as he raised his right arm, yet his voice gradually grew weaker. Ancient golden warrior, bear. In an instant, a fierce golden light erupted from Lin Yu's exterior, while Wu Chaojin unleashed a cold beam, only to be repelled by the surrounding golden radiance. During the fusion with the guardian spirit, any external force proved ineffective. Wu Sanshun leapt down from the black magic tiger. Guardian spirit? Let us see what tricks you can pull. Lin Yu donned ancient bronze golden armor, with a golden helmet visor, wielding a dark golden blade, radiating a subtle golden light capable of shattering stars. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he dispersed all the golden light. Wu Chaojin laughed maniacally, pounding his chest with his forearms. How interesting! Four-armed shockwave. He soared over 10 meters into the air, bringing his forearms crashing down violently onto the ground, causing the earth to crack and surge towards Lin Yu. Despite enduring excruciating pain in his abdomen, Lin Yu braced himself with his blade. Goldened, triple slash, however, the disparity in power was insurmountable, compounded by his severe injuries. Lin Yu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against a nearby cliff, instantly disintegrating upon impact. Blood mingled with the vibrant red cloak, the system chiming incessantly, yet Lin Yu could no longer hear it. As his surroundings grew increasingly blurry, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he caught sight of the Wu family members advancing with murderous intent. Jin Xiu, too, began to panic slightly. Lin Yu? Hold on, little Qilin urged. Master, wake up, please. The Wu family approached step by step, gradually closing in on Lin Yu. Jin Xiu clenched his fists and stood up from his seat. Suddenly, as Wu Sanshun was about to drag Lin Yu away, a beam of golden light shot forth from Lin Yu's body, emanating an overwhelming and indomitable power. A brilliant golden radiance erupted from Lin Yu, enveloping all the members of the Wu family. Wu Chaojin twisted his wrist coldly and declared, "Stop with the theatrics." Chaojin's shockwave. The forearm struck against the golden light, only for the golden light to sweep across and erode all four of his arms, leaving him collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Chaojin, black magic tiger, possess. Wu Sanshun donned bright purple armor, adorned with lightning-like patterns, noble dark lines tracing his form. Wielding a gleaming black-purple demon blade, he leaped several meters into the air, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Die, black-purple lightning strike. The black-purple lightning coiled around his blade, aimed directly at the golden light. Yet, in a mere instant, the golden light flickered like a camera shutter, causing the Wu family members to be sent tumbling backward, scrambling to drag the unconscious Wu Chaojin away, as if they had encountered something terrifying. A green beam shot forth from the golden light, visibly healing Lin Yu's wounds. Throughout history, the source evil scriptures had been notoriously difficult to comprehend. Only the old monk from the Buddhist realm had managed to understand them. Moreover, to have it recognize a master was akin to rewriting the source evil scriptures anew. And yet now it had recognized a master? Jin Xiu's golden eyes shimmered with strange incantations as he observed Lin Yu for a long moment, gradually breaking into a smile, murmuring to himself, "Eternal holy body." Recognition of a master meant that the scriptures and Lin Yu had merged into one. automatically stepping into the first level of the Source Evil Scriptures, granting him tenfold cultivation speed. As Lin Yu lay unconscious, a significant influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, elevating him to the fifth layer of the Yuan spirit realm in mere moments. Little Qilin also grew from half a meter to 1 meter, its appearance transformed. Golden scales sprouted from its back, its Qilin horn thickened considerably, adorned with azure golden chest armor, while its hooves and tail ignited with golden flames. Its voice took on a magnetic quality. Suddenly, Jin Xiu's expression became serious as he gazed into the distance. This is the Emperor's watch. In the far-off sky, dark thunderclouds rolled like ink, forming the outline of an eye. Black-purple lightning flashing. Simultaneously, an imperial might surged forth, winds howling, causing the entire valley to tremble. The center of that eye's formation spun, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, the space opposing that eye tore apart, and a humanoid shadow appeared. Exuding the same imperial might as the eye, the shadow raised a hand and struck directly at the eye. The imperial eye trembled, breaking the ethereal blow. Seemingly wary of the shadow, two gestures coalesced at the sides of the eye. Pointing at the shadow before vanishing from sight, that shadow paused for a moment, flicked its sleeve, and also disappeared, a bizarre and somewhat inexplicable farce, concluded in a most peculiar manner. Chapter 6. Lin Yu. The most handsome. At this moment, Lin Yu's body had healed under the restoration of the Source Evil Light. He sat up heavily, finding himself lying by a small lake at a retirement home. Although his injuries had healed, the pain lingered. Ouch, he hurt so much. Where are the Wu family members? Didn't I faint? Jin Xiu recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Yu, who was nearly moved to dance in joy. He then asked, "What was that Emperor's gaze?" "It is merely a shadow cast from a super martial artist at the Yuan Emperor level, one of the mightiest beings standing atop the earth. From a distance of millions of kilometers, it likely sensed the aura of the scriptures, which drew it here. Millions of kilometers. What immense power that must be! And what about that humanoid shadow?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jin Xiu glanced at Lin Yu with disdain. "That is the protector of the Great Xia, the captain of the Divine Shadow Enforcement Team. Never mind, there's no point in explaining it all to you now. You'll understand in due time. Enforcement Team. And what about that big eye? Is it a villain?" Little Qilin scampered over, nonchalantly saying, "Not necessarily, maybe not at all. It could be a projection from another realm, perhaps not even belonging to this continent. Or perhaps," as Little Qilin spoke, his tone gradually diminished, for Jin Xiu was already staring at him with an expressionless face. Lin Yu turned to see Little Qilin and exclaimed, "Ah, Wang Kai, you've grown up. So it took me this long to wake up to see you, huh? Is my Little Qilin really that inconsequential?" Jin Xiu, hands behind his back, looked at Lin Yu with a fatherly expression of pride. "With tenfold cultivation efficiency, it seems your life is destined to be extraordinary." No sooner had he spoken, Jin Xiu's body trembled, dropping to one knee and clutching his chest, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. Lin Yu hurried over to support Jin Xiu and helped him onto a bench. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you so badly injured?" Little Qilin stood by, using its innate skill, Holy Light Radiance, to heal Jin Xiu, but the effect was minimal. Jin Xiu examined his own body internally, letting out a sigh. "It's nothing. My source power was already dwindling. I was meant to fall into slumber like the other 12 source gods to preserve my power and slowly recover. However, since I have latched onto you, I must guide you on the path of cultivation. Each time my power is imparted to you, it exacerbates my injuries." Lin Yu's expression turned somber. "I see. Then how can you heal?" Jin Xiu forced a smile, channeling his energy as golden light coursed through him. "Well, once you grow stronger, you could try to find something called the unyielding golden source fruit that could restore my injuries, or you might absorb immense energy, which could also heal me, and perhaps even awaken the second source god." Lin Yu silently repeated to himself, "Unyielding golden source fruit, unyielding golden source fruit." Jin Xiu continued, "As for the number of times we fused, at most, there are 15 times left. That is my limit. So, in the future, try to fuse with your pet, Little Qilin, or utilize its abilities. Once you grow stronger, my injuries may also heal, Little Qilin." Lin Yu stood up, then first, "I must reach the Yuan True Realm. The Yuan True Realm, the true entry into the martial path." Lin Yu checked his attribute panel, noting that he needed to absorb 60 points of spiritual energy to reach the 6th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. Typically, this would take several hours or even days, but with the tenfold cultivation efficiency, it could be accomplished in an instant. Thus, after 3 full days, his cultivation rose to the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation was rare, even non-existent, throughout the entire ancient Longzhou of the Great Xia. Lin Yu rose from the soft bed, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs, without eating or sleeping. He had spent 3 days in meditation and cultivation, truly experiencing what it meant to be a cultivator as depicted in novels. Aside from feeling a bit mentally fatigued, he was free from hunger or sleepiness. The process of cultivation simply proved somewhat monotonous. Leaving the valley, he followed the map to arrive at the ancient Feng town, a mere several kilometers away. Sprinting at full speed, he soon arrived, though he was thoroughly exhausted. Before him lay a world starkly different from the valley, a bustling little town filled with people coming and going. Wow! The plot of the novel has become reality. Lin Yu stepped onto the road and entered the town, gazing around at everything that felt both familiar and alien amidst the dazzling lights. Vendors lined the streets, selling spiritual swords, while 2 speakers incessantly blared the catchy music of the shrimp-catching game. One vendor, cigarette dangling from his mouth, skillfully manipulated a flying sword with both hands, extravagantly promoting his wares to 2 unsuspecting customers. Nearby, another seller had laid out a cloth on the ground, hawking various martial arts manuals, such as the Unseen Divine Palm, Withering Yang, and Carefree Deception. What on earth? Is that Withering Yang serious? Lin Yu, transformed into a curious child, was dazzled by the array of elixirs, techniques, and weapons, reveling in the lively atmosphere. However, Jin Xiu wore a contemptuous expression. What's so fascinating about this low-tier stuff? Lin Yu, momentarily forgetting he was at a street stall, pouted and retorted. If you think it's beneath you, then don't look. Didn't you come from this realm? In your realm, things like this would make you weep with joy. Oh, actually I'm not. But just then, a young man in white who had been browsing these low-quality treasures happened to be standing right next to Lin Yu. Even more coincidentally, this white-clad youth had just disdainfully remarked to a stall owner, "How dare you display this trash?" Lin Yu then uttered the words that would follow. The young man in white paused for a moment, then scrutinized Lin Yu, clad in red robes, his words dripping with disdain. "It's true that impoverished mountains breed cunning folk. Why don't you stay in your dilapidated hut or crumbling cave instead of coming here to disturb the town's decorum with your 78 nonsense?" Lin Yu was taken aback momentarily, then responded, "Are you suffering from underdevelopment of the brain? You look like a person, so why are you barking like a dog here?" The young man in white flicked his sleeve, turned his back, and cast a cold glance at Lin Yu before striding over to a luxury car parked by the street and driving away. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, couldn't get enough. Several pulled out their phones to record, while many hoped for a confrontation. Meanwhile, from a very distant alley, a mysterious figure, clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat, fixed his gaze ahead, seemingly observing someone. Who is this lad in red? Daring to provoke even the Jiang family? Who knows, probably just a lunatic. It's well known that Jiang's blade is infamous for his ruthlessness. Having reached the 9th layer of the Yuanling realm, this lad is in for it. Hurry up and fight. I want to see how this kid meets his end. Count me in, I've brought my seat. Lin Yu paid no mind to their barking, muttering to himself, "Jiang family, Jiang blade." Then, dismissing the matter entirely, he continued on his waypoint. One cannot help but marvel at the vastness of ancient Wind Town. Even after walking for an hour down this bustling street, he had yet to reach its end, still surrounded by unparalleled splendor. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly magnificent. There are treasures everywhere. Any one of them would be a super gem back on my Earth." Janshio calculated with a pinch of his fingers. Your Earth is currently in an era of dwindling spiritual energy, and it's nearing its end. Within a few years, spiritual energy will awaken anew. Lin Yu was initially startled, then smiled slightly. Then I must hurry to cultivate, striving to become the supreme being of this age. And then return to my Earth, back home. Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Lin Yu had only purchased a summer smartphone, and feeling his stomach grumble, he sought out a nearby restaurant. While waiting for his meal, he examined the phone, checking the App Store, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from his original Earth. Excuse me, do you have Wi-Fi? Name, Woozy Restaurant, password, juwuzuashui.at. The cash register, a young man in his 20s, dressed in a black and white tank top, casually played with his phone, lazily tapping the counter. TSK, this guy is so self-absorbed, Lin Yu muttered to himself before connecting to the internet, downloading a free novel app, and registering under the PIN name. Lin Yu is the handsomest. Well, it would be a shame not to document my journey through time. I shall surely attain greatness, Jin Xiu. Chapter 7. The Assassin. After a hearty meal, which was surprisingly delicious, Lin Yu rented a small apartment, intending to establish a temporary base. The courtyard was modest, about 10 square meters, but impeccably clean, furnished with all the necessary items, and boasted a tall tree in the northwest corner. As the night deepened, 2 blue moons hung in the sky. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, entered the room, and leaned back on the bed to begin his cultivation. As he progressed, the absorption of mental energy increased, while breakthroughs became more arduous. Upon reaching the 9th layer of the Yuanling realm, absorbing mental energy became particularly challenging, as it marked the peak of this stage and a pivotal turning point. Mastering this turning point would elevate one's strength. After reaching the 9th layer, not only was it necessary to absorb sufficient mental energy, but one also had to guide it slowly through the narrow blood vessels to the limbs and bones. This would signify the true beginning of the martial path, Yuanzhan. At the pinnacle of the Yuanling realm, the blood vessels are fragile. The process of directing mental energy from the vessels to the limbs and bones is exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to the vessels bursting, resulting in a demonic deviation, halting any further growth in realm, and gradually depleting mental energy until one becomes an ordinary person. Thus, without ample confidence, one would not dare to attempt recklessly. Yet upon success, one would be hailed as a genius in a small locality, potentially reaching higher realms in the future. Currently, Lin Yu hesitated to recklessly guide his mental energy into his blood vessels. On one hand, the vessels were delicate, and on the other, mental energy entering the limbs would face rejection, risking fundamental harm. Therefore, without sufficient preparation, Lin Yu dared not forcibly break through to the Yuanzhan realm. He could only guide his mental energy into his body, letting it meander chaotically in his mind like a lost child. Suddenly, while Lin Yu continued to ponder how to rapidly advance in strength, several shadows fell into the courtyard. These shadows moved swiftly, shattering all surveillance cameras in the vicinity. One shadow struck out with both hands, unleashing dozens of sword lights, heading straight for Lin Yu, who was cultivating inside. The dozens of sword lights hurtled toward Lin Yu. Boom! In an instant, the entire building collapsed, turning into a heap of ruins. The shadow sneered, saying, "So weak, merely an ordinary person, yet you dare to provoke our young master Jiang." Another shadow beside him added, "Brother, don't let your guard down. We must confirm, the living must be seen, and the dead must be identified." The shadow called Brother 2 replied, "We must not linger here. It is unwise to attract the attention of the night enforcement team." The 4 black-clad figures searched through the ruins for Lin Yu's corpse. However, after several rounds of searching, they failed to find any trace of him. A taller figure among them, who had remained silent, spoke. "Big brother, I saw Brother 2's sword light strike inside. Unless he is a Yuanjin realm expert, there is no way he could have evaded it in such a short time. Did we overpower him and reduce him to mist?" The older brother furrowed his brow, scratching his head. "Hiss, that is impossible. Our intel stated that our young master estimated his strength to be at most the 5th layer of the Yuanling realm. Could it be that our young master miscalculated? Let us search more thoroughly. As for Lin Yu, he had long been aware of the presence of these 4 black-clad figures. What a joke! With a source god-level powerhouse within him and the advanced technology of the source god system given by Jin Xiu, a mere few Yuanling realm 8th layer assassins were easily discernible. Thus, at the moment of the assassin's attack, Lin Yu had already shifted to a safe zone. At this moment, a splash of crimson. Lin Yu was lounging on a nearby rooftop, his right hand resting on a mysterious golden blade, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, coldly observing. He then spat out the grass, leapt forward, the wind catching his red sleeves, creating a whistling sound as he charged toward the black-clad figures. Golden triple slash. 3 streaks of golden blade light shone brilliantly in the night, striking 3 of the black-clad figures in an instant. Poochie. The 3 were obliterated, scattering like a jigsaw puzzle. They were merely lowly minions of the 8th layer of the Yuanling realm, far from being Lin Yu's match at this moment. After all, with the divine inheritance of the scripture, how could they be compared to others of the same realm? The remaining black-clad figure suddenly regained his senses. Screaming in anguish, "Big brother, brother two, fourth brother, you brute, I will make you pay. Shadow Wolf, manifest." His body radiated an eerie dark blue light, filled with an uncanny aura. Instantly, he donned black armor, with a purple crystal affixed to the center. A black-purple helmet covering his face, and deadly purple claws adorning his hands. The black-clad figure lunged at Lin Yu, but Lin Yu was no ordinary foe. He bent low, his golden blade slicing forward in an instant. The black-clad figure, consumed by rage and despair, was too close for any chance to evade, and received a solid blow to the chest. The black-clad figure was sent flying, torn apart in an instant. A long gash marred his chest, while a massive black wolf, over 2 meters tall, remained alive but barely breathing, blood seeping from its chest. Lin Yu's expression was impassive, yet he was struggling to suppress his nausea. After all, he was merely a 20-year-old wage slave from the former Earth, Xia. Having just graduated from high school and stepped into society, he lacked the experience to undertake anything beyond simple menial jobs. He had worked as a substitute driver for Didi, delivered food for ELE.me, served as a tricycle driver for a ride-hailing service, and even operated a sesame paste shop adjacent to a crematorium, where he first met Su Hongwei while enjoying sesame paste together. After a series of events, he found himself crushed by the chaotic bracelet that had brought him to this place. Suppressing his revulsion, Lin Yu approached the man in black and crouched down. "Who are you, and why do you want to kill me?" The black-clad figure's mask had fallen away, revealing his reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You vile brute, you have slain my kin. I will not let you go unpunished." Lin Yu took a deep breath and placed his sword against the man's neck. "Repeat that. Who are you, and why do you wish to take my life?" The man in black, suddenly cowed, hastily replied, "Please spare me. I will tell you everything. Just don't kill me." Lin Yu delivered a fierce slap, knocking several teeth from the man's mouth. "Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point." Cradling his swollen face, the man stammered, I am Kuei Jin, from the Jiang family in Goofing Town. This afternoon, young Master Jiang Dao sent us a message stating that a reckless individual had spoken arrogantly to him. Greatly incensing him, he assessed that this individual's cultivation was at most at the 5th level of the Yuanling realm. "We were ordered to take your life. If we succeed, young master will reward each of us 10,000 yuan. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Return to Jiang Dao and tell him that if he dares to provoke me again, I will personally pay him a visit and turn him into Jiang Giao." A glint of understanding flashed in Kuei Jin's eyes as he hastily scrambled away. Wang Kai, lounging on a swing chair at the nursing home, remarked, "Master, isn't this akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Leaving future troubles?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Isn't it better to have Jiang Dao send me some resources?" Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached, accompanied by voices. "Captain Qin, the fight earlier collapsed my apartment. How audacious. To wreak havoc in Goofing Town. Follow me quickly." Chapter 8. Substitute driving. I will substitute for myself. It was evident that the apartment owner had brought the Goofing Town guard, rushing to the scene. Just as Lin Yu prepared to leave, a sharp shout rang out, "You scoundrel, halt! Golden bullet!" Captain Qin Juechen aimed a golden handgun from a distance, firing a bullet that glimmered with golden light directly at Lin Yu. As Lin Yu leapt from the tree, the bullet struck the very spot he had just vacated. "Damn it! You ambushed me!" Qin Juechen leaped into the air, declaring, "Golden Eagle, manifest." His body radiated a dazzling golden light, especially brilliant against the night sky. Adorned in golden feathered armor and wearing an eagle helmet, he wielded a golden pistol. Jin Shou, while amusing Wang Kai with a cat toy, said, "Lin Yu, the golden eagle is formidable in both speed and agility, ranking high among guardian spirits. He is quite the troublesome foe." Lin Yu shrugged off the concern. "And no matter how formidable he is, can he surpass me? Xin Jin Dao." Qin Juechen dove toward Lin Yu, shouting, "Scoundrel, to dare cause trouble in Goofing Town is to court death. Golden Eagle, fire." 3 bullets, even more powerful than before, hurtled toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu rubbed his nose and retaliated with a slashing strike. Golden triple slash. The golden triple slash unleashed his maximum power, marking it as his strongest attack under normal circumstances. 3 dazzling golden rays sliced toward Qin Juechen. Qin Juechen had only recently attained the first level of the second tier of Yuanjin realm, making him ill-equipped to withstand an attack of divine origin. In an instant, he shattered the bullets and was sent crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he spun through the air before landing on his back. The arriving guards, witnessing their captain injured and defeated, were filled with arrogance and bravado as they fled the scene at top speed. Qin Juechen? Lin Yu. Is this it? Lin Yu approached Qin Juechen, crouching down to inspect him. Qin Juechen coughed up another mouthful of blood, growling, "You scoundrel! To dare cause chaos in Goofing Town. You must know this is the territory of the Qin and Jiang families." "You are finished," Lin Yu chuckled mockingly, clearly aware that Qin Juechen had yet to grasp his predicament. What a bizarre individual! He then found a suitable stone nearby and struck Qin Juechen on the head. Substitute driving activated. "I will substitute for myself." Instantly, Qin Juechen's head split open, and he howled in pain, threatening, "You will pay for this. My men will soon arrive with all the Qin family guards." Bam. Lin Yu delivered a punch to his face, instantly silencing him. Qin Juechen, one hand clutching his head and the other pressing against his bleeding nose, pitifully protested, "The Qin family is powerful. This ist right." Lin Yu disregarded his words, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of punches. Ouch, ouch, uppercut, elbow strike. This thoroughly subdued him, leaving him sobbing as he clutched his face. What a lunatic. He was truly a madman draped in red robes. Lin Yu sat beside him, casually reaching into his pocket to retrieve a box of cigarettes he had brought with him during the crossing. Lighting one, he exhaled a plume of smoke. "Stop your crying and tell me everything about the Qin and Jiang families." Qin Juechen trembled as he lifted his swollen head, resembling a Buddha at first glance. "Should I begin with the Qin family or the Jiang family?" Lin Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke like an immortal. "You may choose as you wish." Qin Juechen composed himself and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Lin Yu swiftly slapped him again. "Speak quickly." Qin Juechen covered his face, saying, "My ancestor, Qin Jianlei, encountered the beautiful Jiang family matriarch when he was 20. Thus, they fell in love, and then—" Lin Yu remained calm, flicking the cigarette away and delivering a massage to Qin Juechen. "Who asked you to recount your family's romantic history?" Qin Juechen yelled. "You're the one who wanted all the information." Lin Yu paused, sitting back down. "I want the current information on the strong cultivators of the Qin and Jiang families." Qin Juechen rubbed his face. "You should have said so earlier. My father, Qin Jinrong, is at the 5th level of Yuanzhen realm, and the Jiang family head, Jiang Wan, is also at the 5th level." After finishing, Qin Juechen began to inch away, but Lin Yu paid him no mind. Instead, contemplating what he had just heard, he gathered that the Qin family possessed 10 super martial artists of Yuanzhen realm, with Qin Jinrong having 2 sons and 1 daughter. Qin Juechen was the second son, the eldest daughter at the 2nd level of Yuanjin realm, while the remaining sibling had mediocre talent. The Jiang family had 9 super martial artists of Yuanjin realm, with Jiang Dao at the 9th level of Yuanling realm, and he even had an elder brother at the 2nd level of Yuanjin realm. Moreover, Jin Xiu was severely injured, unable to exert his full strength. The potential for his spirit's manifestation was limited to no more than 15 times. And there was a chance of being detected by the humanoid mist that sought the chaotic bracelet. If a direct confrontation ensued, he might have no chance of victory. However, if he obtained the ability to manifest the little Qilin without limitation, the situation could drastically change. It was time to push toward Yuanzhan. Lin Yu retrieved the storage necklace he had taken from Kuei Jin's neck. Jianxiu explained that this was merely a basic and commonly found storage necklace, with weak firewalls and easily modifiable bindings. Following Jin Xiu's instructions, he forcefully rebound the necklace to himself and infused it with mental energy. In his mind's eye, he beheld the interior of the necklace. It resembled a storeroom, or perhaps a general goods store, filled with firearms, kitchenware, artistic supplies, and all manner of condiments. In a corner, there was a small box containing a pile of money. If this were on Earth, it would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. How could it be so commonplace here? My knowledge of storage treasures suggests they are not so worthless. In novels, such items are said to be incredibly precious. Lin Yu inquired as he observed. Jianxiu promptly replied, "These things are hardly remarkable. They are merely crafted from ethereal chips, akin to the gold you have back on Earth. worth about 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. And stop thinking of it as a novel. It's not like you know everything. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, finally grasping the situation. Quickly, you lot, scout ahead. Those in the back, follow me. In the distance, a light appeared, signaling the arrival of the Qin and Jiang family guards. Lin Yu hurried forward but, unfamiliar with the area, almost attracted the attention of patrolling guards, prompting him to dart into a nearby alley. Lin Yu concealed himself behind a large basket next to a garbage bin in a narrow alley, peering through the gaps in the basket at a procession of guards wielding flashlights. The Qin and Jiang families certainly make a grand show, as if they are scouring the streets for the murderer of their ancestor. All I did was give that Qin fellow a beating. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Jin Xiu leisurely transformed the spiritual energy absorbed by Lin Yu into a cup of tea, sitting there with a sense of ease. You really know how to speak with a sharp tongue. Lin Yu chuckled, fearing discovery by the guards outside, and contemplated squeezing into the basket, for there happened to be a large hole on the side against the wall. Moreover, the alley was devoid of streetlights. Enveloped in darkness, making it unlikely for the guards to notice him as he spoke, one hand gripped the edge of the basket while the other reached inside, only to discover that it was not empty. It was warm and somewhat soft. What on earth? Are there radishes inside? And what else is next to them? Why is it so soft and warm? No, this texture. Suddenly, the object Lin Yu held moved. Goodness, the radish has come to life. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his hand, but suddenly a hand emerged from within, yanking Lin Yu inside. He instinctively tried to scream, but a warm little hand covered his mouth. Chapter 9. The True Cultivation Method of Na Zhen, YYDS. A gentle, sweet voice whispered into Lin Yu's ear. He jolted, instinctively trembling, causing the basket to make a noise. This tranquil night was notably quiet except for the clamor outside, making the sudden sound of the bamboo basket scraping against the wall rather conspicuous. The girl embraced Lin Yu tightly, almost using all her strength to envelop him. Lin Yu felt two soft objects covering his head, emanating a fragrant scent, nearly suffocating him. Perhaps this was the legendary facial cleanser. Outside, two guards happened to be on patrol, and they heard the noise. Hey, there's a sound inside. Let's check it out. The two men cautiously entered the alley, their flashlights scanning the darkness, now only 4 or 5 meters away from the basket. Meow! A cat's cry echoed as a black cat leaped from the rooftop, landing on top of the basket, arching its back, its eyes glowing eerily as it stared at the guards. Oh, it's just a cat, playing tricks. Here go. Let's go. The young lady isn't here. The guards, startled at first, quickly realized it was merely a cat and hurriedly exited the alley. Continuing their search with the others, the outside gradually fell silent. Lin Yu patted the hand covering his head, and the girl quickly released her grip. He gasped for breath, nearly suffocating. Lin Yu took out his phone and turned on the flashlight, only to discover a girl hiding inside. She appeared to be a young lady. She seemed to be around 19 or 20, dressed in a light cyan yellow long dress, with bright eyes and skin like cream. Her lips so red they could bleed. Her beauty was truly extraordinary. Just as Lin Yu was examining her closely, the girl gently spoke. Hey, have you finished looking? Hurry and get out, if I'm discovered. It's all over. Lin Yu grinned foolishly. No way, there are guards outside. If I go out, they'll spot me. The girl pinched Lin Yu's ear and whispered. Listen closely, you must not tell anyone you've seen me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Lin Yu smirked, shrugging his shoulders. I don't even know you, and besides, this is your family's basket, so I'm not leaving. Who are you calling big sister? Shameless. I'm in my prime. And look at you. How could you not understand the order of things? Lin Yu inquired. Could it be that the guards outside are looking for you? The girl tilted her head and pouted. What else could it be? Do you think I'm here for fun? Lin Yu leaned in a bit closer. By the way, my name is Lin Yu. Since we met, let us add each other on WeChat and get to know each other. Jin Xiu. My family upbringing forbids me from adding strangers. The girl rolled her eyes at him but continued. My name is Qin Warner, and I am merely a maid of the Qin family. Yes, a maid. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu softly remarked, Qin Warner, such an elegant name with an ancient charm. Qin Warner sighed, turning her gaze away and hugging her knees. What good is a pretty name? I am just a pawn of the Qin family, a bargaining chip in their dealings with the Jiang family. Forget it. I won't say more. You wouldn't understand. Just pretend you never saw me and leave. Lin Yu, so, you're saying you snuck out? It seems the Qin family doesn't treat you well. Suddenly, Qin Wanner's gaze became vacant, and she fainted, collapsing into Lin Yu's arms. Huh? Happiness has suddenly descended upon me? Am I really so fortunate? Wait, are you trying to pull a fast one on me in broad daylight? Hey, Jin Xiao, what happened to this girl? Jin Xiao, casually performing pull-ups, glanced over lightly. She's just hungry. Lin Yu, this won't do. I can't go out now, and I can't let her starve to death. Is that cat still outside? Jin Xiao cleared his throat. Lin Yu, actually there is a method. But it comes with a slight after effect. After saying that, he made a small gesture. What does that mean? A super warrior can survive without food by relying on absorbed spiritual energy to maintain bodily functions. This is called the true cultivation method of Najan. The idea is to guide the spiritual energy from the air into the body, which is absorbed through the heart and transformed into kinetic energy to sustain bodily functions. However, since Qin Wanner has been hiding here for so long without daring to move, she has fainted from hunger and cannot independently absorb spiritual energy. So, we need a conduit to channel the energy into her. Lin Yu listened in bewilderment. So, what does that mean? It means, quite simply, that you need to transfer it to her using your mouth. Lin Yu's face instantly turned crimson. This doesn't seem appropriate. We just met. Isn't that a bit too fast? Jin Xiao shrugged. Well, there's no other way. Given her state, it's evident she has been hiding for a long time. Should we just watch her starve? Lin Yu, feeling helpless, could only cradle Qin Wanner's head, gazing at her stunning beauty. He licked his lips, took a deep breath, and aimed for her mouth. The next day, Qin Wanner slowly opened her eyes, rubbed them, and felt a heavy weight on her chest. She looked down. What the? Lin Yu was sleeping soundly with his head tilted against her chest, drooling at the corner of his mouth. It was about to drip down. Slap! A resounding slap sent Lin Yu sprawling out of the basket. Lin Yu. What the heck? Qin Wanner shouted. Perverted scoundrel. What did you do to me? Lin Yu scrambled to his feet, rubbing his bleary eyes and his swollen face. Huh? You're finally awake. He recalled how he had held his head all night, eventually fainting from lack of oxygen, while Qin Wanner, in her imaginative mind, felt that this beast before her had taken liberties, unfastening her clothes and nibbling on her, which enraged her greatly. Emerging from the basket, she retrieved a knife from her storage necklace. Beast, you look like a good person, but you're just a lecherous scoundrel. Watch me kill you, Lin Yu. Please listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I saved your life. You fainted from hunger, and I merely used the true cultivation method of Najan to transfer some spiritual energy to you. That's all. Qin Wanner gazed into Lin Yu's earnest eyes, hesitatingly lowering the knife. Lin Yu climbed up, fetched 2 sets of old clothes from his storage chip, donned one, and handed the other to Qin Wanner, who was still wearing a striking red robe, making her look conspicuous. With a face full of disdain, Qin Wanner asked, What's this for? If you get caught again, you, a runaway young lady, maid, will probably face severe consequences. Wearing something so eye-catching, are you trying to stand out even more? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wanner slowly accepted the clothes and then retreated into the basket. Turn around. You aren't allowed to look until I say so, or else I'll kill you. Lin Yu complied, and shortly after, she whispered, I'm done changing. Lin Yu turned around, scrutinizing her with a hand on his chin, rubbing some dirt from the ground onto his hands. Before Qin Wanner could react, he smeared it across her face. Pervert, what are you doing? Lin Yu gestured for silence and said, If we're going to pretend, you need to look the part. Your face is too clean, and the guards outside will see right through it. Your hair should be messy too. Better yet, aim for a wild hairstyle like that of the Black Magic Fairy. Although Qin Wanner was reluctant, she had no choice. Hiding alone would eventually lead to her discovery. It was better to stick with this seemingly unreliable yet somewhat dependable rogue. Who knows, perhaps they could escape together. And if worst comes to worst, she could kill him afterward. Ahem. Where are you taking me? We have only just met. This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Lin Yu picked up a stick beside the trash bin to support himself, followed closely by the disheveled Qin Wanner. Let us hide in the town for a bit. My place is at least safer than this. Qin Wanner. What? The progress is moving too quickly. Are we really going to his home now? Chapter 10. Qin Wanner. The two of them limped along the main road, with passers-by wrinkling their noses and avoiding them. Qin Wanner felt utterly humiliated, her head bowed low. She had never felt this embarrassed in her life. Ahead on the sidewalk, a group of people approached, all clad in black security uniforms, each wielding a long baton. Clearly, they were from the Qin family. Oh no, it's Qin Juechen's subordinates. They must be looking for me. What should I do? Will they recognize me? Qin Wanner tugged at Lin Yu's clothing. Lin Yu yanked away. If you keep tugging, we'll surely be discovered. He then pulled Qin Wanner down to sit on the ground. Lowering his head, good sir, spare us a little. We just arrived in town. My phone was stolen, and my wallet too. It's been nearly 10 days since we last ate. Please, have pity on us, good sir. Oh no, you stepped on my hand. Qin Wanner paused, observing Lin Yu's skilled performance, lost in thought. Fortunately, Lin Yu pulled her along, prompting her to lower her head and begin to mumble her own pleas. Make way, make way! The Qin family's guard patrol is passing. All bystanders, step aside. Two beggars are tarnishing the image of Goofing Town. Get them out of here immediately. One of the men in black frowned and waved his hand. Lin Yu quickly hunched over, dragging Qin Wanner along toward the town's exit. The security booth by the road at the edge of town. A guard stood lazily. Upon seeing the two beggars approaching, he impatiently said, "Hurry up and get out. What audacity to beg in Goofing Town, good sir. We're leaving now, we're leaving." After hastily exiting the town, Lin Yu and Qin Wanner hurriedly ran towards the small thatched cottage. Despite their exhaustion from traversing mountains and rivers, they dared not pause, each harboring secret thoughts, fearful that lingering too long would lead to discovery and capture by the Qin Jiang family guards. After a while, they finally returned to their familiar little cottage. Qin Wanner rushed to the stream to wash her face and comb her hair, while Lin Yu collapsed onto a lounge chair outside to rest. After a moment, Qin Wanner stood up and turned to look at Lin Yu. That moment, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although Qin Wanner was dressed in patched plain clothing, it could not disguise her otherworldly beauty. Her figure perfectly sculpted. This was merely her natural appearance. Fresh from washing her face, she exuded an aura of purity, as if emerging untainted from the mud. Such beauty would undoubtedly make her the most stunning model on his earth. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile broadly. Oh my, Qin Wanner's expression gradually darkened, and in her hand appeared a purple sword, the aura of a second-tier Yuan true realm warrior emanating powerfully, sending Lin Yu sprawling from his chair. Winky face, oh dear. Qin Juechen, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? You spoke so much last night without mentioning that the Qin family had such a formidable cleaner. This is clearly your elder sister. As Lin Yu got back up from the ground, he cursed under his breath, a flash of crimson emerging from his storage chip, the vibrant red robe enveloping him. Humph, Lecher, although you brought me out of town, I can tell you are no good person. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Wanner assumed a combat stance, a second-tier threefold realm golden sparrow guardian spirit appearing behind her. Lin Yu quickly raised both hands. You've got it wrong, elder sister. How could a villain as handsome as me exist? Furthermore, if I were a bad person, why would I go to such lengths to bring you out of town? Men are full of schemes. Who knows what your true intentions are? Moreover, your gaze is suspect. Humph, Lecher. Take this with that. Qin Wanner commanded the golden sparrow to unfurl its wings, unleashing dozens of purple feathers, purple gold wing rain. Qin Wanner directed the feathers like swords, launching them towards Lin Yu. Realizing she was serious, Lin Yu swore and summoned his Xianjin blade, cleaving through the dozens of feathers. Qin Wanner, I saved you with good intentions and brought you out of town. Yet you repay kindness with malice. Since that is the case, I shall entertain you. Golden Sparrow, merge with me. Qin Wanner erupted in purple light, her hair transforming to a deep violet, and she donned magnificent purple gold feathered armor. At the center of her forehead, a flame symbol glowed, as she wielded the golden sparrow sword and charged at Lin Yu. Lin Yu dared not engage lightly in combat with the guardian spirit and instead readied himself with the Xianjin blade. Golden triple slash, 3 golden blade lights forced Qin Wanner back, leaving her slightly astonished. Such a powerful attack. This fellow. First form of the Tianke 4 styles, purple gold sword rain. From the air behind Qin Wanner, dozens of purple sword silhouettes emerged and swiftly shot towards Lin Yu. This attack's power far surpassed that of the previous feathers. Lin Yu, use my ultimate technique, Jin Xiu said. Golden illusory slash, Lin Yu nodded. The Shinjin blade erupted with fierce golden light as he spun and swung the blade, sending a 3-meter-long golden crescent slash towards the sword rain. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion that sent both combatants staggering back a few steps. Lin Yu found himself slightly breathless. That last strike had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy. Engaging in battle without merging with the guardian spirit meant all attacks relied solely on his own spiritual energy, rather than being shared with the guardian spirit, effectively having the duration of combat and severely diminishing his stamina. This fellow. Qin Wanner was evidently taken aback by Lin Yu's strength. A 9th-tier Yuan Spirit Realm warrior could actually force her, a 2nd-tier Yuan True Realm warrior, to retreat. Hey, why don't you summon your guardian spirit? Lin Yu coldly replied, because I don't want to fight. So naive. If this were a battlefield, you would already be dead. Qin Wanner's body radiated a purple light as she and her guardian spirit separated. Ah, right? I was naive, naively saving an ungrateful wretch. Qin Wanner huffed and turned to leave, casually tossing back a storage necklace, stammering, Thank you. Lin Yu, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Qin Wanner glanced back with a look of resentment. Love it or leave it. What difference is there between you and a beggar? With that, she summoned her guardian spirit and flew away. Lin Yu glared at the storage necklace, then glanced back at the small thatched cottage. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, due to the shockwave from their earlier battle. At that very moment, the thatched cottage collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ah, that was the only cottage I had after crossing over. Damn woman, this is all your fault. How dare you call me a beggar? Just wait. Jin Xiao cleared his throat, attempting to ease the awkward tension. Ahem, has anyone ever seen a beggar with 13 guardian spirits? Lin Yu suddenly froze. Right. Indeed. The little Qilin bounced around, waving its front hooves like a lively little pony. Hey, wait, one's missing. Am I not counted as a guardian spirit? Has anyone ever seen a beggar with 14 guardian spirits? Lin Yu, you're not my pet dog. Huh? I'll bite you. Chapter 11 Forbidden Spell. Lin Yu chuckled and hurriedly ran over to pick up the storage necklace, immediately inspecting its contents. Wow, what a treasure trove. Inside, there was a briefcase filled with cash, likely several tens of thousands. There were also 8 small glass vials. 6 bore a blood character label while the other 2 had a true character label, containing healing pills and true essence pills. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual artifacts, most of which were 1st-tier Yuan spirit-level weapons, with only a few 2nd-tier Yuan true-level purple swords lying on the ground. Beside them, Lin Yu discovered a small wooden box, which he examined closely. It was an utterly ordinary wooden box. Oh, a forbidden spell. Quite rare in this barren place. Jin Xiao glanced over, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes, then cheerfully urged Lin Yu to open it. Lin Yu sensed something was amiss, as if a frog were incessantly poking his belly. Upon opening it, a loud bang erupted, and a wave of spiritual energy burst forth, knocking Lin Yu to the ground. What the heck? Jin Xiao, you tricked me. Jin Xiao stifled a laugh. Oh dear. I forgot to tell you that forbidden spells possess their own passive defensive abilities. Huh? Lin Yu got up. Despite being knocked down, he only suffered the shockwave from the explosion, which was akin to a balloon bursting, leaving him unharmed. Essentially, Jin Xiao had merely been bored. Lin Yu resentfully picked up the wooden box that had fallen to the ground. Inside, he found a turquoise jade pendant and a black ghost stone, both inscribed with intricate designs. The turquoise jade pendant is a forbidden spell called Zong Shan, capable of teleporting a distance of 10,000 meters twice, a perfect escape tool. The black ghost stone is called Yu Dun, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a Yuan Zong realm warrior. Originally mere ordinary objects, they have come to be known as forbidden spells due to the potent incantations inscribed upon them. They belong to the spell source system. Just as he was about to conclude, Jin Xiao fixed his gaze upon a dim orb within the chaotic bracelet and slowly uttered his final words. Lin Yu retrieved the 2 forbidden spells for a meticulous examination. Powerful? Is it merely because of the added incantation? But what exactly is an incantation? Is it akin to the symbols drawn by Ing Shu while slaying zombies? Ah, urgent as a decree. Gina him. You may understand incantations as the language that communicates with the fundamental essence of the universe. When Iroh fabricated the singularity explosion, alongside the primordial dust that birthed the cosmos, Certain innate primordial energies emerged beyond the 6 fundamental forces. These energies represent the initial state of incantations. Subsequently, the creator god, primordial dust, and the god of miracles, Kamiya, refined these innate primordial energies into the spell source. Each combination of incantations encapsulates the power of the universe's essence, and when appropriately paired, the benefits are immense. Hence, primordial dust bequeathed a fragment of the spell source system, which gradually evolved into the present-day forbidden spells. Linyu. Master Jean, do you truly believe I can comprehend this? Indeed. Why am I even explaining this to you? In due time, you shall understand. Jin Xiu coughed a few times and said, By the way, is that Qin Wanner mentally unstable to bestow such a precious forbidden spell upon me? Jin Xiu sipped his tea, gazing into the distance where a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanated from the great mountain, and spoke with a faint smile. Generally speaking, when families at the Yuanjin realm acquire forbidden spells of the Yuan Zone realm caliber, they often leave behind certain traces, for instance, a locator. As soon as the words left his lips, Jin Xiu snapped his fingers, and the system chimed. Ding! 2 individuals at the 2nd level of Yuan Jian and 23 super warriors below the 9th level of Yuan Ling are rapidly approaching. Oh no! Winky face. Master Jean, you are setting me up again. Lin Yu muttered as he ran. Master Jean, you feel uncomfortable if you don't trick me even for a day. You are fully aware that I have limited chances to possess you now. And I cannot merge with Wang Kai, little Qilin. Damn. No, it's merely to give you some exercise. A bit of pressure can indeed serve as motivation. Potential is often unearthed this way. Jin Xiu smiled kindly. Thief, do not flee. Jing Guang. Qin Juechen, faster than the others, soared out from the bamboo forest, aiming a shot at Lin Yu, who had sprinted over 100 meters away. Whoosh! Lin Yu swiftly sidestepped, the bullet barely grazing his hair, creating a small crater in the ground. Lin Yu executed a sliding turn, summoning the Xinjin dagger in his right hand as he glanced back. Qin Juechen, his head wrapped in layers of bandages, revealed only one eye, resembling a mummy rising from the dead. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, he was startled, especially by the vibrant red robe he wore. Both exclaimed in unison, It's you? Subsequently, several individuals emerged behind Qin Juechen, their attire reminiscent of the Qin family's guard team encountered earlier in Gufeng Town, all mounted on their guardian spirits. Among them, a man riding a flamboyant purple kilmat elephant, dressed in a white long coat adorned with red speckles resembling splattered blood, stepped forward. This man, sporting a connected headset, appeared haggard, with severe dark circles under his eyes, as if he were a middle-aged man exhausted from indulgence. He was Zhang's eldest son, Jiang Daogu, Jiang Dong. He glanced down at Qin Juechen. Do you know him? Qin Juechen first cast a look at Jiang Dong, then glanced back, exhaling deeply. With a resentful gaze, he fixed on Lin Yu and muttered, That guy from last night. He was the one who attacked me. He even caused destruction, smashing houses. Cough. Brother Qin, let's set your matters aside for now. The primary issue at hand is that the 2 forbidden spell boxes your father entrusted to Wanner have been opened, and the location indicated by the box is right here. Perhaps that lad has snatched them. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he bit his lip, desperately stifling laughter. However, the ridiculousness of the purple kilmat elephant, coupled with the antics of those 2, caused him to inadvertently burst into laughter. Qin Juechen, what are you laughing at? Can we focus on the situation? We have the numbers. Lin Yu, my apologies. I was born with a smile. Jiang Dong coldly interjected, seemingly lacking confidence. There's no need to waste words with him. Apprehend him swiftly, and do not attract the attention of the Knight's people. Engage. Qi Huang Lang, merge. No Shadow Donkey, merge. Lockhead Hippo, merge. Medusa, merge. Jiang Dong cast a forlorn glance at his non-mainstream purple kilmat elephant, sighed, and stood up from its back, raising both arms aloft. Purple Thunder Elephant, merge. Chapter 12. The Double Standards of the Film Emperor Lin Yu. A flash of purple light enveloped the kilmat elephant and Jiang Dong. Moments later, a colossal creature with a long purple trunk materialized in their stead, standing an impressive 17 to 18 meters tall. Adorned with a helmet styled like a purple kilmat hairstyle and clad in armor several centimeters thick, wielding a gigantic wolf-tooth club taller than itself, it resembled a human-sized elephant, a colossal, advancing giant. Lin Yu gazed at the imposing figure before him, a wave of trepidation washing over him. It was his first encounter with such a behemoth, and alive at that, its appearance utterly bizarre. Moreover, not long ago, he had engaged in combat with Qin Wanner, and his spiritual energy was far from abundant. Thus, without a shred of hesitation, he executed a golden triple slash and promptly turned to flee. The 3 slashes struck the ground before the crowd, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Dong trembled several times and took a step forward, causing the earth to quake. "Chase! Jin Shi, assist me." The others rushed in the direction of Lin Yu, while a figure slowly approached from behind Jiang Dong, clad in black donkey leather armor and wearing a dark donkey head helmet. This individual took a deep breath. "Inno Shadow Donkey." A shadow shot forth from Jin Shi's hand, enveloping Jiang Dong's feet in a cart-like shape, then promptly pulling him forward. Jin Shi's face contorted with rage, resembling a stubborn donkey, yet his speed was impressive, even surpassing those chasing Lin Yu ahead. As he ran, Lin Yu murmured, "Master Jin, what should I do? What a panic in such circumstances. One must remain calm. It's not truly life-threatening. If you rely entirely on me, you shall find yourself in peril." Jian Xiu's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu turned to glance back, realizing they were closing in fast, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. He then recalled a direction and charged forth. Surrounding the straw hut was a grove of bamboo, and a bit further away were a few modest dirt hills. The place he aimed for was approximately 2 kilometers from here, where he could barely discern the faint outlines of some houses atop the distant hill. However, with a pack of rabid beasts hot on his heels, even with his mortal legs running at full speed, evading them would be a daunting task. "Wang Kai, can you come out and let me ride you?" "Huh? I'm still small, UH.AS for riding. That's not possible. Only when you break through to the Yuanjin realm can I come out." Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, retrieved 2 small vials from his storage chip, and began consuming them like candy. "I'm going for it. It's not like I can't reach the Yuanjin realm. I'm going for it now." Jin Xiu silently gave a thumbs up as he watched the spiritual energy in Lin Yu's mind rapidly swell. A talent? Though even with enhanced strength, you shouldn't gulp down 2 true yuan pills at once. The dosage is a bit excessive for you. However, you won't faint. There might be a slight side effect. Lin Yu was beyond listening to such details. Side effects were side effects. He endured the pain of his body being overwhelmed by spiritual energy as it surged rapidly. With several slashes behind him, he managed to eliminate a few fortunate foes, buying himself a bit more time. His heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from Lin Yu, and he began to emit white mist, feeling as though he were on fire, especially his forehead. At that moment, Lin Yu resembled a bomb on the verge of explosion. He was merely holding on through sheer willpower. This time, he would gamble everything. He could not fall here. Jian Xiu also refrained from intervening. He had his own gamble to make. "Hurry up, don't let that little baldy escape." Jiang Dong, looking haggard, was being pulled by Jin Shi, resembling a stubborn donkey. A gust of wind swept past as Lin Yu continued running. He felt a chill on his scalp. A casual touch revealed a slick surface. Where is my hair? Am I really this bald?" Jin Xiu little chillin. Finally, he had arrived ahead. A cluster of self-built villas was perched on the hillside. With a black gate tightly shut in front of the security booth, 2 guards were facing each other, smoking and boasting. "Hey, why is there a person down the mountain? Is he an actor or a monk? Or has a monk become an actor? He is a bald man, seemingly quite formidable. You should report to Lord Wu while I keep watch here." After saying this, one person went to inform the Wu family, while the other leaped down, revealing a first-tier, 7th-level earth armor turtle behind him. Just as the man was about to speak, Lin Yu struck with his blade, cleaving him in 2, without a moment's pause. He kicked the door open and rushed inside, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Inside, the commotion drew out 30 to 40 individuals, many of whom were still bandaged, alongside a haggard middle-aged man missing an arm. One of them immediately spoke up. "You foul bald man, who are you to dare to cause a ruckus in the Wu family's territory?" Lin Yu, panting heavily, glared at the speaker through gritted teeth. The head of the Wu family truly has a short memory. "Have you already forgotten what transpired just moments ago?" "No matter, I shall remember it well. I have always been one to repay grievances with vengeance. You struck me with a blade, so I shall sever your arm. Today, I lead the security team of Goofing Town. Tio, annihilate your Wu family." As soon as his words fell, the crumbling door along with the entire wall was shattered into ruins, as Jiang Dong and his group pursued closely behind. It was all about making a statement. Lin Yu was the first to speak again, turning to point at Jiang Dong and shouting, "You little brats, do you not know that you are trespassing on Wu family territory? Who gave you the audacity to enter here? Are you tired of living? What are the Qin and Jiang families? Do they truly believe the Wu family is a soft persimmon?" Watching Lin use blatant double standards, Wu Sanshun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Dong interrupted him. "The Wu family? A den of bandits dares to challenge us." Jiang Dong glared down at the Wu family group. "Juechen, go capture that lad. The rest of you, deal with this band of brigands." Wu Sanshun waved his hands desperately, trying to explain, but his words fell on deaf ears, especially that gigantic, heavily armored figure, which was simply beyond the capabilities of their tier to contend with. With its tough hide and resilience, a single strike from its spiked club obliterated half of the Wu family. Fortunately, the heavy armor of the guardian spirit made Jiang Dong sluggish, leaving him exhausted. "Ah, black-purple thunder / brother, hear me out. Who the hell is your brother? I am like Mount Tai bearing down upon you." Jiang Dong, resembling a mountain, advanced menacingly towards Wu Sanshun, whose blade was now smoking from futile attempts to inflict damage. Boom! The earth trembled as the sound echoed, shaking nearby buildings and walls to the ground. The once proud head of the family, Wu Sanshun, was crushed into oblivion, unable to survive the onslaught. "You thieves, do you think you can hide behind the Wu family and be carefree? What a joke! Your family head is dead. Let us see where you can run, Golden Eagle, possess." Qin Juechen charged towards Lin Yu, who leaped aside to evade the bullet, retaliating with a swift slash. He then ran desperately down the mountain, heedless of anything else, and took refuge behind a boulder. He could not hold on any longer. The rampant mental energy within him had pushed him to the brink. He began to forcefully break through to the Yuanjin realm. Knowing that failure would lead to his demise, he had anticipated that the Wu family could hold out a bit longer, but to his dismay, their head was killed almost immediately, a truly humiliating end. Under Lin Yu's guidance, the chaotic mental energy within him began to stabilize, gradually circulating through his blood vessels into his limbs. But it was far from easy. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. Lin Yu was almost bleeding from all 7 orifices as the backlash from his failures intensified. On the 4th attempt, he bit his tongue and summoned his spirit. Just then, the massive stone behind him was cleaved into fragments. Lin Yu opened his crimson eyes, stiffly turning to see that Jiang Dong and his group had already caught up, clearly indicating that the entire Wu family had been unable to withstand their assault. "How dare you betray me? Kill that boy!" Jiang Dong barked menacingly. A 9th-tier super warrior of the Yuanling realm, clad in the spirit of a green hippo, slowly approached Lin Yu wielding a large chainsaw. He raised his weapon, ready to strike. Chapter 13. Stepping into Yuanzhan, the Qilin's power emerges. Ding. The host has entered the first layer of Yuanzhan. Ding. The divine-level Holy Light Qilin has evolved into a spirit pet, gaining the ability to possess. Lin Yu's crimson eyes suddenly shone with golden light. A shockwave blasted the hippo spirit away, causing it to crash heavily into Jiang Dong. Before Jiang Dong and his companions could react, a golden red light enveloped Lin Yu Dai in the next moment. Lin Yu emerged clad in golden red holy light armor, wearing a Qilin helmet, his body ablaze with golden flames, and wielding a flaming holy sword of gold and red. As he appeared, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing all guardian spirits within 1,000 meters to tremble in submission. The guardian spirit armors worn by Jiang Dong and the others began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse and prostrate themselves. This was the suppression from the divine-level Holy Light Qilin, a primal bloodline. On a nearby treetop, a mysterious figure in a black robe with a conical hat sensed the fear emanating from his own guardian spirit and was slightly taken aback. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he looked up at the sky. Nodding slightly, Lin Yu gazed at the retreating Jiang Dong and the others, taking a slow step forward while softly chanting, "Qilin step." Boom! A ripple of golden light surged from beneath Lin Yu's feet, causing the ground to collapse, sending Jiang Dong and the others flying. Jiang Dong's massive form crashed to the ground, causing a landslide on the low mountain, forcing it to disintegrate under the impact. That monster, everyone attack him. Dozens of attacks surged toward Lin Yu, but he remained unfazed, sweeping his sword forward with great force. Slash! A wave of sword energy rushed through the air, preventing the attacks from getting close, sending them tumbling down the mountain in utter disarray. Watching them flee, Lin Yu sighed in relief, his body unsteady as he leaned on his sword and knelt on one knee. Phew! I won the gamble. I have indeed ascended to the Yuan Zhen realm. The guardian spirit then disintegrated, revealing a 2-meter-tall holy light Qilin, its body covered in hard, golden-red scales, adorned with twin azure and golden holy light armor at its neck. Its hooves and tail ignited with golden flames, while its 2 horns glimmered with a glassy golden light, and its wise golden eyes surveyed everything around it. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained bloodied, his breath weak and utterly exhausted. Slumped on the ground as the little Qilin used its innate skill, holy light radiance, to heal him at this moment, the golden-robed figure slowly glanced toward a certain direction, a smile forming on his lips. The little Qilin seemed to sense something as well. It paused its healing and assumed an aggressive stance, ready to attack a particular spot. Ding! Lin Yu's weary gaze followed that direction, and the Xianjin blade appeared in his hand. When he looked up at the sky in that direction, he was taken aback. In the air, there was a person. If it were merely a guardian spirit flying, Lin Yu would not have been so surprised. As there were indeed numerous flying guardian spirits, for instance, Qin Juechen's golden eagle and Qin Wanner's purple gold sparrow both possessed flight capabilities, but neither could sustain it for long. Firstly, due to their own realm limitations, their internal mental energy was insufficient to support prolonged flight. At best, it could be described as gliding. Secondly, flying would emit waves of mental energy, akin to ripples on water. To achieve stable, prolonged flight, one must reach a realm where they can alter the mental energy fluctuations within themselves. However, the figure in the black robe with the conical hat neither possessed a guardian spirit nor emitted any mental energy waves, simply walking through the air as if treading solid ground. Though he seemed to take a single step, he traversed an extraordinary distance, as if he could compress space. Hey, Lord Jin Xiu, what is going on here? Jin Xiu remained silent. In mere moments, the figure in the air stepped closer to Lin Yu, hovering just a few meters above him. Then, extending his right arm, before they could react, a massive red claw emerged from the void, grasping Lin Yu and the little Qilin. After a brief tremor, the claw vanished. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, the surroundings had completely transformed. He had just been at the low mountain of the Wu family, yet now found himself in an impeccably clean and tidy courtyard. The ground was paved with neatly arranged green stone bricks, and beside the walls stood a willow tree older than Lin Yu's father, towering and thick. Beneath the willow, a stone table held a half-finished game of Go. The mysterious figure in the black robe was seated at the table, intently examining the board. The little Qilin, feisty and fierce, shouted, "Hey, who are you? What is wrong with you? Why did you capture my master?" The black-robed figure paused, hand poised over a black stone, before slowly placing it down in a specific spot, muttering to himself, "What a brilliant move! Life is like a game of Go. Each of us is but a piece on the board. Born in chaotic times, one must play the game to save the world. Born in darkness, there must be someone to guard the night." Lin Yu staggered to his feet and performed the highest gesture of respect in the martial world. Clasping his hands, "I am Lin Yu, a junior who does not know where I have offended you, senior. Why have you brought me here? Is it merely to listen to your boastful tales?" The figure in the black robe paused momentarily, his expression darkening. Think that despite my clear insinuations, he comprehended not a word. "Well, let me lay it bare. I have been observing you for quite some time now. Lin Yu, the master of the source calamity scriptures, the lord of the holy light Qilin, a rare, timeless holy body in the annals of history." Lin Yu and the little Qilin echoed in unison. "How do you know? How did you come to know? How is it that you are aware of our name, the holy light Qilin? It is quite normal for one of my age and standing to be knowledgeable about the 10 ancient divine beasts." The figure in the black robe slowly rose, removing his conical hat to reveal a middle-aged man with a mane of white hair, his deep, terrifying gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. "I am called Jia Su. Hailing from the Divine Envoy, Law Enforcement Squad, Jia Su." The notorious villain from the Three Kingdoms? Does your father have a penchant for the Three Kingdoms? Lin Yu blurted out. Jiasu responded with a perplexed expression. Jin Xiu. Little Qilin. Feeling a tad awkward, Lin Yu hastily cleared his throat. So, what is this, divine envoy? Law enforcement squad? Jiasu shot Lin Yu a sidelong glance, snapping his fingers. Enveloping the two in a cocoon of white light as he spoke, the white space transformed into gilded text, ensuring Lin Yu comprehended. Our Great Xia spans a total area of 46 million square kilometers. Divided into 8 major regions. To facilitate governance, the Domain Lord established 6 specialized law enforcement squads: Divine Shadow, Divine Envoy, Mortal Realm, Breaking Darkness, Dragon Abyss, and Dark Knight. Each specialized squad has its distinct functions. For instance, the Divine Shadow Squad, which includes the Domain Lord, is tasked with safeguarding the national fortune of Great Xia, confronting external emperors, and maintaining the balance of the continent. The squad I belong to, the Divine Envoy, is stationed at various points throughout Great Xia to respond to any high-risk incidents that local specialized squads cannot manage, as well as to unearth potential super warriors within the continent. Lin Yu, I have brought you here today because your talent is remarkably exceptional, and thus I sincerely invite you to join the Dark Knight Law Enforcement Squad, which would also serve as a form of protection for you. How modest, Senior Jia, you are far too gracious. Protection? What sort of protection? As the white light dissipated, Jiasu turned his attention to the little Qilin, who was playfully digging in the dirt at Lin Yu's feet, and remarked, Firstly, your guardian spirit, the Holy Light Qilin, possesses a rank far too elevated, and is bound to attract envy. Secondly, the source calamity scriptures within you are equally formidable. I trust you are aware of the imperial gaze upon you from the heavens a few days prior. Should they seize the scriptures, the entire Great Xia would be in peril. Lin Yu, is the consequence that severe? What is the responsibility of the Dark Knight Squad, and how can I join? The Dark Knight enforcers exist to safeguard the flickering lights of countless households, fighting for the multitude. You may liken them to a local militia. Upon joining the Dark Knight, your safety will be assured, and with your talent, you will undoubtedly stand out even among the ranks of the Dark Knight. However, this is not merely a matter of words or jest. Joining the Dark Knight entails shouldering responsibility. Have you truly made up your mind? Chapter 14. Dark Knight. Have you truly made up your mind? As night descended, Lin Yu lay upon the bed of the apartment beside the grand courtyard, Jiasu's words echoing in his mind. After delivering his final remark in the afternoon, Jiasu had patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, advising him to rest for the night and contemplate before returning the following day. His injuries, treated by healing elixirs and the radiance of prosperity, had largely healed. Even his hair had regrown, yet he found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed before finally rising to step outside. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, along with a vast cluster radiating a faint dark red glow, and 2 moons, each exuding an eerie blue light, hung high above. Lin Yu had been here for 3 nights now, and during the first 2, he had scarcely paid attention to the celestial display. Upon seeing the 2 blue moons now, he was taken aback, quickly climbing onto the roof to lie upon the glazed tiles. Here that there are moons too, 2 of them, no less, it is entirely normal. Your Earth is not the sole realm to boast moons. One of these blue moons is larger than your Earth. The other super blue moon is artificial. Jin Xiu, who had been sitting silently in the golden chair, spoke for the first time. This artificial moon was painstakingly created by the Divine Shadow Law Enforcement Squad over decades and placed in the heavens. Part of its function is to serve as a surveillance tool, monitoring the disturbances of the nether beasts and external invasions. Upon detection, disasters are classified into 6 levels: Spirit, Ghost, King, Utter Evil, Heavenly Collapse, Emperor, which dictates which squad must be mobilized. Lord Jin Xiu, you finally spoke. I thought you had fallen into despair. You must learn to grow independently. Relying on external forces will not yield true growth. Unless faced with genuine crises, I shall refrain from intervening. Cultivate a rapport with Wang Kai. As Jin Xiu spoke, he gently ruffled the little Qilin's forehead, causing sparks to fly. One must not forcefully ruffle a Qilin. One might dislodge its crown, by the way. Do all regions have specialized law enforcement squads? Why then did they never appear during the 3 skirmishes at the Thatched Cottage, Ancient Wind Town, and the Wu family? Lin Yu gazed at the two moons. Lost in thought, Jin Xiao then elucidated. Do you not perceive why the esteemed divine envoy scours for super warriors with exceptional talents? Great Xia is vast beyond measure, and there are simply not enough personnel to manage it all. Thus, minor skirmishes that do not cause significant impact typically do not warrant intervention. However, if a specialized law enforcement squad happens to be stationed nearby, that might change. By the way, what realm does Jiasu belong to? What is his guardian spirit? Quite formidable. He is at a level beneath the Emperor. As for his guardian spirit, it possesses a high rank, but I could not discern its true nature, for I lack the ability to see through. Under the Emperor, how splendid! I wonder when I might reach such a level of strength. Subsequently, Lin Yu summoned the system data. Source God System version 3.0, host, Lin Yu, realm, first layer of Yuan True Realm, 66-200 spirit power needed to advance to the second layer. Source God, 1, awakened, 12, unawakened, weapon. Skills, cultivation method, 9 classics chi, guiding method, items. Great Xia currency 1,620,000 yuan. A map of Great Xia. A fragment of the source calamity scriptures. 5 healing elixirs, forbidden spell, sect, flash shield, quest. Locate the remaining 2 fragments of the scriptures. Progress. 1-3, guardian spirit. Divine grade ancient divine beast. Holy light Qilin talent skill. Holy light radiance, healing, creating a 2-meter square healing field, with a chance to instantly restore all injuries for super warriors below 1S realm. While those above may also receive significant healing effects. Talent skill, bloodline suppression, utilizing the aura of the divine grade ancient divine beast to intimidate all guardian spirits below the divine grade, with a chance to compel them to prostrate in worship, utterly defenseless. Talent skill, Qilin step, an exclusive divine technique of the holy light Qilin. Step into the void, condensing it into a cage to suppress the surroundings. Capable of stepping up to 9 times at the cost of substantial spirit power. Guardian spirit skill slots, skill slot. None skill slot. None. The skill slots are empty. How does one acquire skills? Jin Xiao patted the little Qilin's head, which reacted as though struck by a pile driver. To hunt demon beasts. Within them lies a spirit core that, when absorbed by the guardian spirit, grants it a random ability. Once a skill is determined, it cannot be changed, so one must seek high-ranking demon beasts whose spirit cores are suited to oneself. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, gazing at the 2 moons radiating an uncanny blue light. Extending his hand as if to touch them, he remained suspended in thought, lost in contemplation. The following day, Lin Yu groggily opened his eyes, rubbing his sore back and yawning widely. He had fallen asleep on the roof while gazing at the moon last night. Stretching lazily, he peered down to see Jiasu standing by a willow tree, staring at him with an oddly intense gaze. What a peculiar fellow, choosing to sleep on the roof instead of in the house. Jiasu mumbled to himself before addressing Lin Yu, who was approaching. Have you made your decision? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Not joining would leave him without a place to go. So he might as well join this military-like official organization. He then solemnly declared, I shall join. Jiasu nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further, but instead turned to face the rear. With his right hand shaped like a claw, he reached forward, and for a brief moment, a shimmering phantom of a reddish-brown giant claw flickered before him, accompanied by a resounding explosion in the AI-in the next instant. A figure in the distance darted through the sky with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, arriving before Jiasu in the blink of an eye. The figure, a man in his 40s with a rugged crew cut, donned a black gold mask and wore a black robe adorned with a golden character for night emblazoned across his chest. At that moment, the man appeared to be in a state of momentary confusion. Jiasu smiled gently and greeted, General Han. It has been quite some time, he continued. This is the eternal holy body. Lin Yu, the master of the holy light Qilin and the Source Sha Sutra, whom I mentioned to you last night. General Han stared at Jiasu in silence, leaning in to whisper, Jia Shenshi. I can fly out if you need something, just give me a call. My Lightning Falcon is quite fast. Please don't just grab me whenever there's an issue. What if I'm in the bathroom? I have my dignity to uphold. You know my divine envoy team is constantly traversing the vast expanse of the Great Xia, busy with missions, and no matter how swift you are, you can't match my claw's speed. All right, you two can chat, I have matters to attend to. After exchanging a few pleasantries with General Han, Jiasu took a step forward and vanished from sight. Subsequently, General Han's sharp gaze fell upon the crimson-robed Lin Yu. A flicker of electricity coursed through his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment before patting him on the shoulder. Indeed, Jia Shanshi, with the mind of a strategist, has unearthed numerous prodigious talents. This lad here is quite likable, with a face that is both striking and assured. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Yunfei, the commander of the Dark Knight. Special Enforcement Team. I will also be your superior upon your induction into the Dark Knight. Here, we do not adhere to excessive formalities. Just fulfill your responsibilities. Saying this, he waved his hand dismissively, removing his mask. A scar marred the right side of his face, extending from the corner of his right eye down to his neck, which was quite unsettling. Do not mind it. I received this injury during a mission in my youth. It adds to my rugged charm, does it not? A badge of honor for a man. Noticing Lin Yu's thoughts, Han Yunfei continued speaking while retrieving a brown hand-rolled cigarette from within his black robe. He took a few puffs, occasionally coughing, and without the black robe, he could easily be mistaken for a genial elder brother. Who would suspect him to be the leader of the Dark Knight? Lin Yu quickly fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, peering inside to find a decent amount remaining, and handed one to Han Yunfei. General Han. Would you care to try this? Han Yunfei glanced at it, inhaling while listening to Lin Yu's introduction. What is this? Not be it so you're trying to bribe your superior right as you join the Dark Knight? Are you? No, not at all. All right, enough of this. Follow me. We are not far from our temporary new recruits base in ancient Dragon Island. Let us chat on the way. Han Yunfei donned the hood of his black robe, raised his right arm, and snapped his fingers. A few strands of white lightning flickered around him, and a white bird materialized behind him. This was the 5th-tier, triple-level guardian spirit, the Lightning Falcon. The two mounted the bird's back, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they soared through the air, propelled by arcs of electricity. Amid Lin Yu's astonished exclamations, they shot skyward. Chapter 15. The new recruits' base beneath a blood-red sky. Ominous dark clouds churned wildly, black lightning flickered, resembling a thunder dragon dancing upon the crimson heavens. Below, an immensely grand dark red cathedral loomed, standing no less than 500 meters tall. Within the cathedral's grand hall floated an equally enormous obsidian round table. Encircled by 6 black stone seats, 5 colossal shadows occupied the seats, one of which, perched slightly higher upon a throne adorned with a crown, spoke first. In this recent observation, I have discovered that the Great Xia has produced another batch of extraordinarily gifted super warriors, all unearthed by those divine envoys. Even the Source Sha Sutra, which fell from the heavens, has acknowledged its master. This time, things are getting interesting. Another shadow, crowned with a swirling mass of blood, added, Lord Demon Emperor. I have transmitted the list to the Demon Hidden Organization. We must eliminate these prodigies at all costs, especially the inheritor of the sutra. They must either serve us or perish. Are you so certain that the Star Palace and those old geezers from Judgment will not intervene? The shadow upon the crowned throne snorted dismissively. The 3 from the Great Yin Star Palace thrive on chaos. They have long harbored discontent towards the divine shadow. As for the one true justice, Judgment, should he make a move, it would mean a complete rupture of relations, leading us to conflict. As the words fell, a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the pitch-black cathedral. Eye in the sky, the lightning falcon raced through the clouds. The 2 figures seated upon its back remained steady, unaffected by the turbulence below. The currents generated by their flight were shielded by a surrounding electromagnetic barrier. Lin Yu, wide-eyed with excitement, was exhilarated by this experience, far more thrilling than a mere airplane ride. How old are you, and where are you from? Han Yunfei inquired while puffing on his cigarette. If I were on Earth, I would say I lived at No. 1602, Unit 6, Building 8, Haichen Shangping Community, Shijiqing, Great Xia. However, that was when he realized he had traversed to another world. All he had was a thatched cottage, and he didn't know the specific location, just a general area, a remote valley. How could he voice this? Did you grow up in a valley? Han Yunfei, noticing Lin Yu's furrowed brow and dazed expression, suddenly interjected, You have no home. I suppose I do. A thatched cottage in a secluded valley about 10 miles outside of ancient Dragon Island. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Han Yunfei nodded, then fixed Lin Yu with a piercing gaze, quite remote indeed. Jia Shanshi actually brought you from the far west of ancient Dragon Island to the southeast corner. So, where exactly are we? This is the outskirts of the city of Falling Void in ancient Dragon Island. We are headed towards the city itself. City of Falling Void. What is that? Han Yunfei shot Lin Yu a glance. You right, this is your first time traveling far from home, so it's normal for you not to know. Our Great Xia is divided into 8 major regions, each housing a principal city. Besides the 2 regions occupied by the underworld beasts, there are only 6 cities. The rest are merely small towns and villages, not worthy of being called cities. The city of Falling Void is further divided into the 4 provinces of Qian, Wu, Sun, and Ji, and our Dark Knight's new recruits base is located in the outskirts of Qian province. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu bore an expression of understanding but then furrowed his brow, as if recalling something, and hurriedly asked, General Han, what is the eternal holy body? Why am I associated with it? Han Yunfei took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating for a moment before slowly shaking his head. I am not entirely sure either that I stumbled upon it in ancient historical texts. It is recorded that the eternal holy body can bear powers that exceed limits, possessing the potential to overturn the heavens, and that it appears only once in a century. The last occurrence of an eternal holy body was over 300 years ago. It is exceedingly rare. The time is too distant, and perhaps only the emperors of divine shadow know what truly transpired back then, as well as the fate of that eternal holy body. Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions, having gained a basic understanding of the eternal holy body, yet his own questions remained unanswered. He nodded thoughtfully, gazing downward in the distance. He could see a hazy silhouette rapidly approaching, which was the city of Falling Void that Han Yunfei had mentioned. The lightning falcon, true to its name, soared swiftly, and soon they arrived at the expansive, towering city that unfolded before Lin Yu's eyes. Han Yunfei stood up, donned his black mask once more, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The lightning falcon vanished in an instant, replaced by a small wooden token in Han Yunfei's hand. No larger than a modern-day mobile phone, it was dark brown, with the words Dark Knight embossed in gold, and blood-red crescent patterns etched along the edges. The back bore a shield shape, depicting a figure in a black robe, arms outstretched, standing vigil to protect all as the shield. It also served as the guardian. The 2 plummeted freely for less than a tenth of a second before the guardian shield behind the wooden token emitted a faint glow, and they both vanished from their location. Lin Yu barely had time to react before they were teleported from a height of 1,000 meters to a steel base. Upon the obsidian steel lay a large, complex rune circle, glowing softly, with 4 blue energy pillars standing at the cardinal points. Jin Xiu chuckled. This is a sensing transmission type forbidden spell. It appears that the lineage of spell engravers has not faded. Han Yunfei pulled the still-dazed Lin Yu closer and, regarding the looming white walls and gate ahead, stated with gravity, we have arrived. Ahead is the Dark Knight new recruits base. The personnel should not have all arrived yet. Take some time to familiarize yourself with BY tonight. Most should be gathered. As they approached the entrance, a dozen individuals clad in similar black robes, their faces obscured by silver masks resembling Han Yunfei's, lined the sides. The masks bore intricate patterns without the golden trim, yet exuded an extraordinary air of mystery. The masked figures parted to stand at attention, collectively exclaiming, General Han. Han Yunfei nodded slightly and spoke a number to a person. 17. The eternal sacred body Lin Yu. The individual flinched for a moment before tapping on the wristband, causing a luminous screen to illuminate, recording the information. Subsequently, Han Yunfei and Lin Yu entered one after the other. The interior was remarkably spacious, with a vast playground at the entrance. Directly ahead was a large warehouse, while to the right stood a row of 3-story buildings. To the far left of the playground, various training equipment was scattered about. Surrounding the entire new recruit base was a thick white wall rising nearly 10 meters high, an absurd height. Inside, pairs of night enforcers patrolled, and there were at least a dozen visible to the naked eye. Upon entering, Lin Yu felt a brief pressure in his forehead, akin to the sensation one experiences during a flight. However, it subsided almost instantly, so Lin Yu paid it no mind. As they walked, Han Yunfei introduced Lin Yu to the surroundings, explaining that the large warehouse would serve as the recruits' dormitory. The 3-story buildings on the right were designated for the night enforcers and officers stationed there, with a stern warning against entering. He emphasized the importance of not summoning guardian spirits indiscriminately, as any violation would result in punishment. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse entrance, where the door opened to reveal 2 passages. The right led to the male dormitory and the left to the female dormitory, with strict rules against mingling. Rest here for the night. If you need anything, seek out the patrolling enforcers outside. With that, he turned and strode away. Lin Yu glanced at Han Yunfei before entering the new recruit dormitory. Pushing open the steel door, the bulb overhead illuminated the spacious room, which was furnished with bunk beds. Numerous recruits, like Lin Yu, were present, some huddled together boasting and playing cards, others meditating on their beds, while a few leaned against the walls, exuding an air of aloofness. Counting, there were 15 in total, and upon noticing Lin Yu's arrival, the lively chatter ceased as they turned to look at him. A short-haired, slightly plump young man in a light red robe approached, wearing headphones and munching on a large chicken leg. New recruit, introduce yourself. I'm Guan Hongjia, 19 years old, at the second level of the Yuan True Realm. And you? Lin Yu, 20 years old, at the first level of the Yuan True Realm. Guan Hongjia swallowed his mouthful of chicken leg and threw an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders as they walked further in. I was the first to arrive, so I know most of them already. The one squashing ants on the floor is Kong Chongsong, the youngest among us. The one meditating on the bed is Ji Shandy. And the aloof one against the wall is Luo Xin, also known as the King of Pretenders. Don't provoke him. He's a lunatic. Guan Hongjia suddenly leaned in and whispered to Lin Yu. Hey, chubby one, mind your words. Luo Xin, leaning against the wall in a black satin robe, opened his eyes. His disheveled long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and a sheathed black sword rested beside him. His expression was cold and devoid of emotion. His gray eyes fixated on Guan Hongjia as he spoke. See? I told you he is a pretender, and he still won't admit it. As Lin Yu listened to Guan Hongjia introduce everyone, occasionally chiming in, he eventually found an unoccupied bunk to sit down. Just as he settled in, a sudden commotion erupted from the neighboring dormitory, escalating into a fierce argument, accompanied by the sound of objects being thrown. Chapter 16. Fated rivals. A sensation of intrigue swept through the entire male dormitory as the recruits instinctively paused their activities, their ears attuned to the unfolding drama. Even Luo Xin, leaning against the wall, tilted his head toward the source of the noise. Among the voices, one female voice rang out. Su, are you not satisfied? Let us settle this outside. Why would I be scared? Do you think I was raised to be intimidated? Then came the sound of a door slamming. Lin Yu, along with everyone else, rushed out, peering from the entrance of the warehouse, revealing only their heads. Luo Xin casually stepped outside, leaning against the warehouse wall. Arms crossed, observing indifferently. Two figures stood in opposition, positioned near the left side of the playground in front of the new recruit warehouse. One appeared to be a noble lady, with cascading waves of hair transitioning from white to golden, adorned with 2 floral hairpins and a lavish necklace. She wore a long gown that transitioned from white to purple, embellished with sparkling jewels. Her bright, deep-set eyes and luscious lips exuded confidence as she stood with one hand on her hip. The other, with long, snow-white hair framing her icy blue eyes and a porcelain complexion, donned a pure white trench coat, emanating an air of aloofness. The two glared at each other, the surrounding area steeped in an eerie silence. On the rooftop of the 3-story building across the playground, 2 figures clad in black robes observed the scene below. Behind them, a diamond-shaped crystal, inscribed with intricate runes and glowing a soft blue, hovered in the air. Zimming, one of them remarked, "What do you think their expressions will be once they realize their connection to their guardian spirits has been severed?" The other, engrossed in his phone, scoffed, shaking his head. Ultimately, it's not their own power. If they become too reliant on their guardian spirits, they will never achieve true growth. Liu Mingwei, holding a gray orb, smiled slightly. I hope that after tonight, they will gain some insight. Xu Shasha, don't let your father's power make you arrogant. At most, you are just riding on his coattails. I, Murong Qianxue, am not easily intimidated. Murong Qianxue, clad in a white trench coat, spoke coldly. Xu Shasha scoffed disdainfully. What is wrong with relying on my father? Sometimes having a formidable father allows one to act freely. If you dare to lay a hand on me today, then prepare to be imprisoned in the spirit-sealing abyss. With her delicate fist clenched, Murong Qianxue summoned a snow-white sword into her hand and charged forward, expecting to intimidate her opponent in front of so many witnesses. She was taken aback when Xu Shasha showed no signs of fear and promptly drew her sword in defense. The clash of their blades resonated with a sharp sound. These two ladies are not to be trifled with. We should intervene before things escalate. On the rooftop, Ran Zimming shook his head, donning a pure black mask. He leaped down from the roof with determination, swiftly separating the two combatants as they attempted to retaliate. A crimson sword descended from above, embedding itself in the ground of the playground with a resounding force. The resulting shockwave sent nearly everyone, except Ran Zimming, staggering in an instant. Another figure appeared before the sword, directing it back into Lu Mingwei's grasp with a mere flick of his finger. The tempestuous wind subsided, and the surrounding night enforcers promptly took their positions, fists placed on their left shoulders, and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Deputy Commander Lu, Deputy Commander Ran." Ran Zimming nodded, signaling for them to resume their patrol. Lu Mingwei turned to the group of onlookers and addressed the two combatants. "Do you understand what it means to be here?" "Of course, it's just," Xu Shasha began, her usual haughty demeanor faltering, but Lu Mingwei cut her off. "Being here signifies that you have completely bid farewell to your former lives. This is not a place where you can act arrogantly as if in a mansion. I do not care about your previous identities or statuses. Once you join the Night Enforcers, you will be soldiers under my command." Lu Mingwei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing each new recruit. "Do you think you still have an escape route? For anyone who enters the Night Enforcer base, wishing to withdraw is not so simple. If you fail the assessment, the consequences will be severe, sufficient to make you regret it for a lifetime. Thus, from the moment you accepted the Divine Envoy's offer, this path has become your only option. Novices, savor this fleeting moment of tranquility." After Lu Mingwei's proclamation, the figures of the two deputy commanders swiftly vanished. Xu Shasha shot a defiant glare at Murong Qianxue before casting her eyes toward the three-story building, stomping her foot in frustration as she retreated to the female dormitory. The male recruits trickled back to their dormitory, a few lingering outside. Luo Xin, with a blade of grass in his mouth, cast a glance at the building, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his lips before he too returned inside. "They're just trying to intimidate us. I've seen this before. Come on, old Ji, let us get some sleep," Guan Hongjie said, munching on his chicken leg as he walked alongside Ji Shandy. Ji Shandy merely nodded. Murong Qianxue sheathed her sword, her expression clouded as she aimlessly wandered across the playground. Lin Yu approached her with a gentlemanly smile. "Are you all right, Sister Qianxue?" Murong Qianxue turned her head to regard Lin Yu's handsome face, her expression betraying no emotion. "I'm fine." "Who are you calling sister?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. No, don't misunderstand. It's merely a term of respect. There's something you need." "Who are you?" Murong Qianxue asked, brushing her white hair back from her face. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, he caught sight of a new recruit entering the base through the entrance. A night enforcer led the newcomer, who was dressed in a purple dress. Lin Yu recognized her instantly. It was Qin Wanner, the very person who had previously deceived him with a forbidden spell. Murong Qianxue followed Lin Yu's gaze towards the doorway, speaking softly. "Do you know her?" "A frenemy, though if she hadn't put me in a bind, I might not be here at all." "Oh? Do tell," Murong Qianxue remarked with a hint of curiosity. "It seems you're a man with a story." Lin Yu briefly recounted the tale, to which Murong Qianxue responded with a smile. "I thought it was a stroke of good fortune, only to find it was a rotten peach blossom tea that moment." Qin Wanner, having just finished listening to the brief introduction of the Dark Knight Enforcer, was surveying her surroundings when she locked eyes with Lin Yu. Why does that person seem so familiar? That crimson robe looks like I've seen it somewhere before. I can't believe it. Why is he here too?" She quickly turned her head, somewhat dazed, and asked the enforcer, Could you tell me why that man is here as well?" The enforcer glanced at Lin Yu and replied, "Like you, he has joined the Dark Knight. I'm just escorting you here. The girls' dormitory is on the left, and the boys on the right." Mingling aloud. With that, he turned and walked away. Qin Wanner caught a glimpse of Lin Yu still watching her and hurriedly entered the girls' dormitory. Lin Yu, arms crossed in frustration, watched as Murong Qianxue raised her left hand and gestured. 3, 2, 1. "I couldn't care less about sharing a room with you." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Qin Wanner emerged from the girls' dormitory, hesitating to look up for fear of making eye contact with Lin Yu, and sprinted to the side of the new recruit's warehouse. "Who is that arrogant young lady?" Lin Yu silently gave a thumbs up before asking, "I'm from Luokong City in Sun Province, just like that Xu Shasha. She's the daughter of the Xu family, and her father has a rather mysterious identity, though I know he is quite formidable." "Then why aren't you returning to your dormitory? How will you rest tonight?" Oh, it's no big deal. I can just meditate and cultivate outside. It's only for one night anyway. After tomorrow's assessment, I'll head to the official stronghold of the Dark Knight Enforcement Team. Murong Chinchua offered a wry smile. Lin Yu, how about I join you? It's quite dangerous for a girl to be outside alone at night. That's hilarious. Who would dare cause trouble in the Dark Knight's territory? Besides, this place is so secluded that only the official enforcers can find it. And your pickup lines are utterly pathetic. You might as well go accompany your frenemy since you'll both be part of the Dark Knight from now on. Murong Chinchua smirked, casting a glance at Lin Yu before turning away to practice her swordplay on the field. Lin Yu stared at her graceful figure, momentarily entranced, but then discreetly walked away. How could a distinguished gentleman like me be ridiculed? What a waste of this handsome face. Upon reaching the left side of the warehouse, he spotted Qin Wanner squatting by the wall, nervously picking at her fingers. Lin Yu stepped forward, fixing a direct gaze on her with a grin. Qin Wanner, what a coincidence. It seems we meet again. Chapter 17. The nightmare begins. Qin Wanner jumped in fright, exclaiming as she stood up, feigning ignorance. Who are you? Are you certain you've forgotten who I am? Would you like me to help jog your memory? Lin Yu playfully pinched his chin before continuing. You attempted to use forbidden spells to lure enemies into putting me in peril. If the Dark Knight Enforcement Team learns about this, what do you think will happen to you? I was wrong, Lin Go. Please don't tell them. Qin Wanner rushed over, grasping one of Lin Yu's arms, her earnest and wide-eyed expression pleading with him. Lin Yu freed his arm, turning his back as he walked away, leaving behind a parting remark, almost putting me to death. Something that can be resolved with a mere apology. If I could, I would want you to experience that near-death feeling as well. Qin Wanner remained rooted in place, disoriented by the wind, lost in her thoughts. Returning to the boys' dormitory, most of the recruits were already asleep, while others were in the midst of cultivating. Guan Hongjie was fast asleep with a chicken leg in hand, and Rosen was leaning against the wall, sword in his embrace, eyes closed in meditation. Ji Shandi, clad in grayish-blue armor, emanated a powerful aura of spiritual energy, indicating he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Yu returned to his bed, shedding his crimson robe and lying down. After several nights of poor sleep, having collapsed on the rooftop the previous evening, he yearned for a good night's rest without the need for meditation. As time passed, dusk fell, and the blue moon hung high in the sky. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The Dark Knight enforcers who had been patrolling the field now completely vanished. The new recruit base was shrouded in a profound silence, devoid of any sounds or light. The enforcers, who should have been on patrol, had seemingly disappeared without a trace. A strange wind began to blow downwards. A thick, gray mist began to descend from above, gradually obscuring the two blue moons overhead. It was as if a barrier enveloped the new recruit base, preventing any trace of the gray mist from entering. The mist circled the base like a dense wall, reflecting the peculiar blue light of the moon, creating an eerie atmosphere. Hiss, hiss. If one listened closely, it seemed as though there were sounds within the eerie mist, almost like deep breathing. Gradually, several massive shadows began to materialize within. Each of these shadows towered over 20 meters tall, all bearing a similar form. Yet one shadow stood apart. It was the silhouette of a giant. Meanwhile, Murong Chinchua, who had been meditating on the field, and Qin Wanner, who was dozing against the wall of the warehouse, suddenly collapsed to the ground, appearing to fall into a deep slumber. Above them, the misty sky was pierced by flashes of lightning. In the next instant, the colossal shadows surged forth from the mist. The giant wall crumbled like paper as it was violently struck, and in an instant, they rushed toward the new recruits' warehouse. With their massive forms, iron-gray exteriors, and backs covered in barbs, their arms were thicker than their legs, and their crimson eyes glimmered with drool and sharp fangs. These were the 9-headed beasts. One of the behemoths raised its claw, covered in tough scales, its 4 sharp claws glinting menacingly in the gray-blue light. With a mere flick, the roof of the warehouse shattered like chips of potato. All the new recruits were jolted awake, but the first sight that greeted their eyes was the 9 pairs of crimson eyes and the monstrous, gaping mouths emitting deep growls. Rosen was the first to react, sensing the abnormality even before the roof was torn away. He drew his sword, alert, and shouted, "Damn it! Everyone wake up!" But the next moment, the monster clawed open the roof. Many recruits remained in a daze, some thinking they were dreaming, wanting to lie back down for more sleep. Enemy attack! Jishandi leaped from his bed, shouting as a long spear appeared in his hand. What is happening? This is the Dark Knight's territory. How could monsters attack? Where are the enforcers? Guan Hengjier exclaimed, his face pale and filled with shock. Lin Yu was so frightened he dared not leave his bed. Instinctively reaching for his phone to dial 110, he had never witnessed such a scene. The monster's gaze felt as if it could swallow him whole. Compared to this, his previous encounters seemed like childish play. In such a dire situation, few could maintain their composure. Most, like Lin Yu, were paralyzed with fear. Guan Hengjier and Kong Chongsong soon turned pale and fainted. Lord Jin. Jin Shou, help, help, Lin Yu trembled. Little Qilin, why can't I reach you? The armored Jishandi attempted to summon his guardian spirit. Yet, like the others, it seemed something was blocking their connection, and he soon recalled something. The assessment, this is the Dark Knight's trial for us new recruits. Everyone, stay calm. After joining the Dark Knight, we will inevitably face these creatures. They must be here to intimidate us. Yet no one listened. Chaos erupted, cries and shouts filled the air, resembling a flock of ants on a hot pan. Strangely, the giant beasts merely stood there, glaring ominously but refraining from attacking the recruits. As for the assessment, in the adjacent dormitory, Su Shasha remained remarkably calm. Though frightened, her long-standing arrogance endowed her with an unusual ability to maintain composure in such situations. Meanwhile, outside on the field, Murong Qinxue and Qin Wan'er were also awakened by the commotion. Qin Wan'er trembled as she crawled forward, sneaking out from between the giant's legs. In a hurry, she reached Murong Qinxue, her voice quivering as she looked at the ominous gray-blue mist outside. Sister, what is happening? Stay calm. The more chaotic it gets, the more we must remain composed. This should be the Dark Knight's trial. There shouldn't be any casualties. Right? Murong Qinxue gazed at the bizarre mist, uncertain if it truly was a trial. Oh no, that fiend is still inside. This is dreadful. I can't sense my guardian spirit. Qin Wan'er gazed at the circle of colossal beasts encircling the warehouse, and then the purple-gold sword materialized in her hand. Since this is an assessment, the realm of these beasts cannot be exceedingly high. However, they have trapped all the new recruits, and it seems chaos reigns within. We must create a breach and divert one of the beasts. Let us not delay any further. The guardian spirit must have been hindered by some forbidden spell. But fortunately, I can still employ the skills I have cultivated. Murong Qinxue raised her long sword and declared, "Cold snow, pink memories." As the words fell, a pink magic array manifested behind her. A beam of pink light surged forth and entered her body, causing her to tremble slightly. Instantly, hundreds upon thousands of pink snowflakes coalesced around her. With a swift motion, those snowflakes shot forth like meteors crashing to earth, targeting their prey with precision. Yet, the razor-sharp pink snowflakes merely ricocheted off the beast's hide, sparking only a few embers. Not only were they ineffective, but they seemed to provoke the previously stationary beasts. One of the colossal creatures slowly turned its ghastly crimson head and charged towards them. Curse it! That beast is at the second-tier high level. I have only mastered this single skill book, and without a defensive skill, I cannot unleash my full power. Its realm far surpasses mine. Murong Qinxue gritted her teeth and promptly retrieved a brush inscribed with forbidden spells from her storage necklace. Wan'er, assist me in buying a minute. Activating this, Liangjin, requires some time. I shall do my utmost, sister. Qin Wan'er gripped her sword anxiously. She had only acquired skills for the guardian spirit, relying solely on the guardian skill slots. She had not practiced any skill books herself, thus could only unleash some rudimentary sword light. The sword light, upon striking the beast, produced mere sparks, failing to repel it and instead inciting its wrath as its massive claw lunged towards Qin Wan'er. Chapter 18. The Might of Forbidden Spells. Moments earlier. One beast had been lured away. There are people outside. Everyone, take this chance to rush out. Rosen, lend me your strength. Jishandi thrust his spear, its tip glowing with white light, leaping forth to stab down at a beast. 10,000 suspended clouds, falling from the ninth heaven. Here it comes. Mark of the underworld. Slaughter seal slash. A complex turquoise pattern materialized behind Rosen, then shrank and fused into Jishandi's sword as they charged forth together. Meanwhile, the remaining beasts began to stir, their claws slashing downward, creating chaos as many new recruits were flung aside by the massive paws. Lin Yu attempted to summon the Holy Light Sword, but was thwarted by a powerful force. Unable to manifest it, he instinctively shouted Xianjin Blade, and, with a flash of golden light, the Xianjin Blade appeared in his grasp. Instantly emboldened, he thought, what is there to fear now? With a resounding crash, the walls separating the male and female dormitories collapsed, sending Su Shasha from the adjacent dormitory crashing into the boys' quarters. Covering her arm, Su Shasha darted to Lin Yu's side, exclaiming, "Buy me some time. I need a few minutes to cast a high-risk forbidden spell, or I cannot break this deadlock. Awaken, rise, and assist me." Lin Yu nodded, kicking awake Guan Hengjie, who lay nearby. Then, his scholar's robes transformed into a streak of bloodlight enveloping his form, the Xianjin Blade crossing his chest. His gaze fierce, golden Xian fantasy slash. The Xianjin Blade erupted with golden light. This was his first time using the ultimate technique of gold cultivation since entering the Yuanjin realm, and he was uncertain of its power. With a swing of his arm, the Xianjin Blade cleaved a 5-meter-long golden strike, accompanied by a thunderous sound, directly slicing into a beast's claw. Blood gushed forth as the beast's claw was severed and fell to the ground. Roaring in pain, the beast collided with another, causing both to tumble to the earth. Guan Hengjie, desperately hurling fireballs to draw the beast's attention, watched in astonishment. Guan Hengjie. What the hell, this young man? Just as Ji Shandi's dragon spear pierced the crimson eye of a beast. He witnessed this spectacle. Well done, Brother Lin. Stop dawdling and hurry out. Do not squander this golden opportunity. Of course, the prideful Rosen observed as well, his sword striking sparks but failing to breach the beast's armor, causing him to question his own existence as he looked at Lin Yu with newfound respect. The new recruits scrambled chaotically to escape, some using fellow recruits as shields against the onslaught. Outside, Qin Wanner was paralyzed with fear as she beheld the beast charging towards her, her mind blank as she stood frozen. Just as the beast's claw loomed perilously close, a golden strike flew in from the rear. Cleaving into the spiked back of the beast, with blood spraying forth, the beast roared and collapsed to the ground. Though it struggled to rise, it staggered towards Qin Wanner, bellowing in rage, its roar echoing through the heavens. In the next moment, Murong Qianshua's eyes glimmered with white light as her forbidden spell brush, Liangzhen, unleashed her mental energy. Essence as ink, the brush as the inkstone, space as the paper, with a stroke in the air. I determine the life and death of all beings, with a swift motion of her arm. A dark ink-like essence emerged from the brush tip. The injured beast in front of her appeared to be dismembered by an unseen force. With a few strokes, Murong Qianshue shattered it into pieces. As this beast perished, her face turned as pale as death. Fixing her gaze upon the other beasts in the warehouse, she gritted her teeth and swept her brush forward once more. The brush shattered, and Murong Qianshue spat out blood, collapsing backward. Qin Wanner, disregarding her fear, hurriedly caught Murong Qianshue, who was extremely weak, her head drooping as she fainted. The final stroke that Murong Qianshue executed cleaved through 3 colossal beasts, severing them in 2, their heads soaring high as blood splattered across the air. The remaining beasts, seemingly enraged, clenched their claws into fists and slammed down onto the ground. The earth shook violently, cracking beneath them. A shockwave radiating outward, creating a massive pit into which numerous new recruits tumbled. "Elder Brother Jia," shouted a short-statured recruit as he gazed at the pit. "You bastards! Orange flame blade chi, unending strike." A blazing orange sword appeared in his right hand, and he leaped onto the head of a beast, cleaving its skull asunder. Yet he was swiftly flung away, akin to a shuttlecock, by another beast's claw, crashing heavily to the ground. Had it not been for Guan Hengjie, who seemed to be playing in the snow as he unleashed a barrage of fireballs to divert the beasts, that lad would have been crushed. Mark of the underworld, sure as rage. Rosen spat blood, breaking free from the grasp of a claw. Sacrificing all his mental energy, he gripped his sword, flames erupting from its tip, and plunged it into the beast's arm. Instantly, the beast ignited, transforming into a flaming creature, collapsing to the ground while howling in agony. Ji Shandi bore a long scratch on his armor, blood seeping from the wound, yet he tightened his grip on the spear. Spinning around to unleash it, dragon's impact. Roar that shatters the heavens. The spear, accompanied by a sonic boom, became a streak of light, piercing through the beast before him, causing it to fall with a roar. Behind Linyu, Su Shasha's small knife vibrated with sword energy, pulling Linyu behind her. The knife then levitated, quivering gently before transforming into thousands of blades. Each blade spun rapidly, emitting a whistling sound. The multitude of knives, though seemingly chaotic, danced in synchrony, as if performing a macabre ballet, causing the beasts present to appear as if they were being flayed, with pieces falling from them intermittently. Su Shasha snorted coldly. "It is not over, continue." As her words faded, all the flying blades ignited in blue flames, their power intensifying. This blue flame, dubbed life-devouring inferno, would cause any beast that came into contact with it to burn eternally. Consuming their life essence, this effectively restrained all the beasts present. Although the power of this forbidden spell was formidable, it also demanded great skill from the caster, requiring the assurance that each blade would not collide and that allies would remain unharmed. Yet, Su Shasha exhibited exceptional talent. Despite a few blades inadvertently nicking some recruits, the rest struck true against the beasts, causing minimal issues. Eventually, the storm of flying blades dissipated, and the forbidden spell knife fell back into Su Shasha's hand. Her breath ragged and her complexion pale. She and Murong Qianxue had collectively slain 7 colossal beasts without the aid of their guardian spirits. Rosen had also taken down one, leaving only the final beast without a skull remaining. Truly impressive for a wealthy young lady to unleash such a powerful forbidden spell with such ease, Guan Hengjie remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. The remaining beast roared in agony, radiating a red glow from within. As its mental energy rapidly compressed inward, Ji Shandy shouted, "It's going to self-destruct, run. It's too late. You all get out. I'll hold it off." Kong Chongsong forcefully pushed away Guan Hengjie, stepping boldly before the beast. "You little brat, come back. Don't be reckless," Ji Shandy cried out, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late. There was no time left. The red light, mingled with intense heat, emanated forth. Boom. Chapter 19. My Father. Su Honggang. A conflagration erupted from within the colossal beast, the explosive force obliterating everything within a radius of several meters into mere dust. Just as the ferocity of the explosion threatened to engulf the new recruits who had not managed to escape, an unseen force, akin to a pair of enormous hands, seized control of the detonation, preventing its expansion. It was as if some entity enveloped the explosive energy, gradually compressing it into a fiery orb. As the smoke dissipated, Kong Chongsong, disheveled and weary, leaned against the edge of the crater, the pendant around his neck shimmering with a cerulean light, his hands manipulating the fireball, which ultimately merged into the pendant. With a sigh of exhaustion, Kong Chongsong released a breath, having contained the tremendous explosive energy, nearly exhausting all of his mental strength, and now lay sprawled on the ground. Guan Hengjie, propped against the ruins beside him, gave a thumbs up to Kong Chongsong. "You little rascal, you've concealed quite a bit. Even the self-detonation of my Flame Lord wouldn't dare take that head-on. It was mere luck. Had it been even slightly stronger, it would have surpassed my limits," Kong Chongsong replied with a pale, weak smile on his youthful face. Zairuan, stumbling about in search of his comrades, finally retrieved the unconscious younger brother who had been knocked into the ground. He, too, collapsed alongside the others, reveling in the fortunate escape from death. Lin Yu approached Qin Wanner, gazing at the unconscious Murong Qianxue, and inquired, "How is she?" "No harm. Her mental energy has been severely depleted. I have imparted some of my mental strength to her, and she should awaken shortly," Qin Wanner replied weakly. As the crowd looked on, puzzled by the thick fog enveloping them, flashes of lightning flickered within it once more. The silhouette of a giant emerged, momentarily illuminated by the lightning. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura swept through like a flood, sending several recruits flying. Thud, thud, thud. The giant emerged from the mist, towering over the previously encountered beast. It was immensely robust, possessing 4 arms. Its black exterior was adorned with glowing lightning patterns, and its eyes shone like 2 brilliant light bulbs, exuding an incredible sense of pressure. "Third tier?" Ji Shandy gasped, his complexion pale, surveying the mostly unconscious recruits. Rosen, sword planted in the ground, furrowed his brows yet mustered the strength to rise. Zairuan steadied himself, sword crossed over his chest to protect the younger ones behind him. With a grim expression, Lin Yu stepped forward, his red sleeves billowing in the wind, yet the gust could not deter his advance. The Xinjiang blade radiated golden light as it moved before Ji Shandy and Rosen, announcing, "Block with the blade. Forward, forward, push the tower." "What are you doing attacking your own crystal?" In the depths of the fog, atop a mountain peak, a bonfire crackled, with delicious roasted meat sizzling above it. A number of night enforcers sat around, feasting and laughing joyously as if on a vacation in another spot. Overlooking the entire recruit base, enforcement officers Ran Ziming and Lu Mingwei sat on the ground, a small wine jar and skewers of roasted meat beside them. They clinked their cups, with Ran Ziming stating, "These new recruits have some potential. Those 2 forbidden spells are quite valuable, and they used them without hesitation. I had 9 second-tier bloodthirsty beasts wear them down, but they've nearly exhausted all their trump cards. What awaits them now is the ancient underworld giant, which is no ordinary beast." Lu Mingwei downed a gulp of liquor, waving his hand dismissively. "Come on. Had it not been for your puppet technique controlling those beasts, we wouldn't even need to summon the ancient underworld giant. Those bloodthirsty beasts could have easily wiped them out. Right now, we should focus on that eternal holy body, especially considering how it has suppressed its guardian spirit. SOFART seems to be growing quite rapidly." Ran Ziming chuckled as he surveyed the thick fog before him. Then, with his left hand, he conjured 5 floating transparent threads, bringing them to his lips, murmuring something under his breath, followed by a few eerie chuckles. The giant seized a remnant limb of the colossal beast, biting into it viciously and swallowing it whole. Suddenly, it spoke in a gravelly voice, reminiscent of a rusty bicycle chain creaking under pressure. "New fresh humans to consume. Hee. What in the world is this creature? It can talk?" Ji Shandy spat blood in disbelief. In the next moment, the giant stomped its foot, producing a resounding boom. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the group, sweeping its leg and sending the unprepared Rosen and Ji Shandy flying. Lin Yu, having just turned around, collided with the giant's incoming fist. Though the punch struck the Xinjiang blade, the rebound force still sent Lin Yu tumbling back several dozen meters. Su Shasha immediately drew her forbidden spell dagger once more. Preparing to unleash another attack, however, the giant seemed to sense her intent, gathering a dark orb in its palm and slamming it into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that engulfed the entire recruit base. The recruits were like being scattered on a drum. As the drum resonated, they found themselves unable to maintain their footing, with the rebound force shaking the ground beneath them. Almost all the recruits were knocked unconscious, bloodied and bruised, while the ancient underworld giant remained unfazed, moving as if on solid ground. Lin Yu rose, unleashing 3 beams of penetrating energy from the Xinjiang blade, striking the giant's back with a sizzling sound. The kill mark on Rosen's back infused into his sword, and both he and Ji Shandy charged at the ancient underworld giant from either side. Yet, this was a 3rd-tier entity, a formidable opponent among super warriors. Far swifter and more perceptive than they die in a mere flicker, it was already behind the advancing Rosen and Ji Shandy. The 2 felt a sudden constriction, an excruciating pain coursing through them, rendering them numb as they succumbed to unconsciousness. "You like shaking, do you? Here, take this." Kong Chong Song, weakly rising, cursed, launching the crystal formed from the earlier explosion at the ancient underworld giant. Yet, it simply lunged forward, opening its cavernous maw to swallow the explosive crystal whole. A muffled thud reverberated from within, and wisps of smoke emerged from the giant's mouth. The ancient underworld giant cackled with glee, releasing a pale blue beam that struck Kong Changsong's chest, piercing through him and evaporating his blood with intense heat, sending him crashing to the ground, his life uncertain. It then advanced toward the nearest Qin Wanner, its jagged teeth seemingly intent on devouring her. "You big fool, come at me if you dare." Lin Yu glared at the 2 unconscious Rosen and Ji Shandy, and the critically injured Kong Changsong. He could hardly believe that the assessment had turned so brutal, immediately expending all his mental strength to unleash 2 strikes of golden ethereal slash. The ancient underworld giant halted, turning to regard the 2 golden slashes, seemingly bewildered, and swung its 4 arms to counter. Thud. The explosion of mental energy forced the giant back, severing its 2 arms. Roared, "Why arms?" Yet, after a brief pause, it propelled itself forward. delivering a kick that sent Lin Yu flying. Lin Yu felt as though his insides were being crushed, clutching his abdomen and kneeling in agony, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. At this moment, the only ones still conscious were Qin Wanner. Trembling as she guarded Morong Qianxue and Su Shasha, her eyes sharp, wielding the forbidden spell dagger, devouring flame kill. The ancient underworld giant turned its gaze toward Su Shasha, a sinister grin spreading across its face as it approached her. Its claws poised to strike. "Dare you touch me? My father is Su Honggang." The descending claws halted midair, retracting as the giant turned to leave, muttering, "Tch." Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, the ancient underworld giant unleashed a shockwave into the ground, sending them both into oblivion before nonchalantly retrieving its severed arms and striding back into the fog. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to dissipate at a visible pace, as if a hole had formed at the bottom of a bucket, causing the water to drain rapidly. The source of the fog's absorption was a gray orb held in the hands of the Night Enforcer deputy. Lu Mingwei, Ran Ziming rose, surveying the wreckage of the recruit base, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The assessment has concluded. It's time to clean up the battlefield. The Night Enforcers behind him rushed down the mountainside at incredible speed. Chapter 20. Get lost. In a certain remote forest deep within the great Xiad, the innermost part of an inconspicuous cave, a blue spatial rift was etched into the rock wall, the area around the rift rippling as if it were water. Entering this rift revealed a wondrous realm. The first sight that greeted the eye was a magma abyss, with a starship machine suspended above the molten rock. In the center stood a mountain, horizontally cleaved and flattened. The magma bubbled vigorously, and two crescent-shaped, spire-like stone columns rose from within, adorned with flaming patterns. Suddenly, peculiar waves emanated from within, causing the spires to tremble. On this flat expanse, a cluster of structures was situated, the centerpiece being a dark tower-like edifice. Inside, an elder clad in a black and purple robe, with hair streaked with white, possessed a deep, terrifying gaze and exuded an overwhelming aura of dark energy. With a bushy beard and a black iron staff forged from divine metal in hand, the elder sat upon a high stone seat. The dim, shadowy eyes gradually opened, revealing a multitude of projection screens before them, showcasing various locations across the Great Xia. With a murmured declaration, the show begins. The night gradually faded, yielding to the ascent of the crimson sun. On the rooftop of a 3-story building, Ranzi Ming rested his right hand upon a diamond-shaped crystal, its size akin to a human head, inscribed with an intricate array of arcane symbols. With a resounding thud, the faint blue light emanating from the crystal slowly dissipated, until the entire gem became utterly dull and lifeless. He then placed the crystal within the storage chip hidden beneath his black cloak and walked to the opposite end of the rooftop. Lu Mingwei stood there, gazing towards the distant horizon, remarking, "They are coming soon. It is time to awaken them." Ranzi Ming nodded in agreement and whistled towards the ground below, where the Night Enforcers understood the cue and formed a neat line. From their vantage point, it became evident that the once desolate and ravaged new recruits base had now been entirely restored to its former glory, except for the still pockmarked and dilapidated new recruits warehouse. A testament to the blood-soaked battle of the previous night. The new recruits lay sprawled within like discarded objects, while a stone platform, measuring several meters in length, stood at the forefront of the warehouse. The enforcers positioned themselves on either side of the platform, facing the warehouse point one by one. The slumbering new recruits gradually opened their eyes, some bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. The events of the previous night felt dreamlike, yet the pain coursing through their bodies and the remnants of the ruins confirmed that it had indeed been real. Even Kong Chongsong, who had been shot through the chest, found his wound healed, leaving only the sensation of pain. "It hurts like hell. My head is throbbing," Guan Hengjie exclaimed as he propped himself up from the ground. Ji Shandi brandished a long spear, weak yet vigilant, scanning the vicinity, while Rosen leaned against Ji Shandi, his gray eyes sweeping the area. "Are you all right?" Morong Qianxue asked as she helped Qin Wanner to her feet. The latter nodded, and Su Shasha furrowed her brow. Observing her surroundings, Lin Yu remained with his eyes closed, yet he too had awakened, presently residing in the ethereal realm of a mental sanctuary. Master the little Qilin scampered over, excitedly bouncing around Lin Yu. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled the Qilin's head before approaching the silent figure seated upon a golden chair, surrounded by a swirling mass of spiritual energy, resembling a figure in meditation. Jin Xiu. Lord Jin Xiu? A pair of golden eyes flickered to life as Jin Xiu slowly opened his gaze. I know what you wish to inquire. Why you can wield the Xianjin blade and its powers, yet cannot merge with me, correct? Let me clarify. The spell that severed the connection with your guardian spirit is of a notably high level. The Qilin indeed possesses great potential, but summoning a guardian spirit primarily hinges on the host realm. Your realm is insufficient to break the binding curse that obscures your ability to communicate with the cosmic forces of creation. Let me ask you, do you recall the unique trait of the Xianjin blade that I previously mentioned? It cleaves through all. In that case, Lin Yu exclaimed suddenly. Jin Xiu chuckled softly. Since it is said to cleave through all, then naturally, it can shatter spells of the highest order, allowing you to disregard such barriers and wield the Xianjin blade and its abilities. As for the other matter, it is governed by the same principle I just mentioned. I am gravely injured, and your realm is inadequate. I cannot forcibly detach myself from your body, nor can you ignore the power of the spell to merge with me. Now, you must exit, Jin Xiu concluded, closing his golden eyes, and an overwhelming force expelled Lin Yu from the realm. Returning to reality, at this moment, all the new recruits had awakened. With a sudden noise from outside, they collectively turned their gazes towards the stone platform. The Night Enforcers stood in disciplined formation, solemn and grave, as if awaiting them. Thus, Ji Shandy, leading the charge, stepped forward, followed closely by Rosen. The other new recruits, witnessing this, hastily followed suit until they approached the platform. One new recruit shouted, "Is this amusing? Are our lives merely a source of entertainment for you? Are you even a legitimate night enforcement team? Indeed, you must provide us with an explanation. I am beginning to doubt your professionalism." Another echoed, with a third adding, "What do you take us for? Is there no law to uphold?" Gazing at the disgruntled new recruits, the night enforcers on either side of the platform remained silent, their silver masks conveying their disdain. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds resonated through the air, followed by a tempestuous gale, akin to a dragon soaring through the sky. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures ascended to the peak of the platform, their formidable auras sweeping over the gathered crowd like a torrent of steel. The leading figure, clad in black, was none other than Han Yunfei, easily recognized as the only one in the night clad in a black and gold mask, accompanied by 4 others wearing pure black masks, reminiscent of the 2 vice commanders from the previous afternoon. Han Yunfei surveyed the assembly of new recruits, a mix of the disorganized and the discontent. He remained silent, yet the mere weight of his gaze rendered the crowd utterly mute. "Old Yang," he muttered. Turning slightly to his left, Yang Shuangguang, a vice commander, stepped forward, his tone devoid of any emotion as he addressed the recruits. Ji Shandy, Rosen, Lin Yu, Qin Wanner, Morong Qinshue Dadasu Shasha, Guan Hangjia, Kong Chongsong, Zai Run, Fang He, you shall step forward and stand aside. As the 10 stepped forth to the right side of the platform, the commanding voice continued, "As for the rest, you may leave. Old Bai." Vice Commander Bai Outyin understood the command, stepping forward with his sword poised for action, ready to raise his hand. "What do you mean? Are you dismissing us? On what grounds?" protested a recruit. "You brought us into the night, and now you seek to expel us. Is there no accountability? What gives you the right to toy with us?" The first vice commander, Yang Shuangguang, smirked slightly before adopting a gravely serious tone. "You misunderstand. I am not seeking your consent. What I mean to say is leave." In the next moment, Bai Outyin swept his sword, cleaving a rift in space, akin to shattered glass, beside the group of unqualified recruits. A powerful suction emanated from the rift, pulling them in before they could react. The rift closed, restoring normalcy, leaving no trace of their presence. Chapter 21. The Leash of the Dog. Subsequently, Han Yunfei, now maskless, surveyed the remaining new recruits with his eyes shimmering with white electricity. "How was your experience last night? I wish to hear your thoughts." "It was my first time. I felt helpless, fearful, devoid of team spirit." Ji Shandy was the first to raise his hand and speak. "I was terrified." Others chimed in, expressing their sentiments. "I felt all too real. I could hardly tell if it was an assessment." Han Yunfei nodded, smiling at Ji Shandy. "I remember you. You are Ji Changshan's son. Quite the stubbornness you share with your father." He then adopted a serious tone, his demeanor shifting to one of cold indifference. First, welcome to the night, but do not celebrate prematurely. This is merely a preliminary assessment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the commander of the night enforcement team. Officer Han Yunfei, your superior following your induction into the night. The night enforcement team is primarily responsible for addressing various crises facing the Great Xia, serving as the shield and protector for countless lives. However, the mortality rate within the night is also the highest among the 6 enforcement teams. What you experienced last night is our daily routine. Gazing into the abyss, fraught with peril, we stand as the first line of defense against the dark. Han Yunfei articulated each word with gravity and solemnity. Even so, entry into the enforcement team is not granted to just anyone. Despite the scarcity of talent, we will not compromise quality. Those deemed unqualified must be eliminated. Your performances during last night's preliminary team assessment have been duly noted. I now extend to you one final opportunity, the chance to exit the night and return to a normal life. Except for Lin Yu. Upon finishing, Han Yunfei's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, who was caught off guard by the abrupt addition. Ji Shandi, gripping his spear, momentarily lost his focus, then sighed with a bitter smile. Withdraw? I have yet to avenge my father. What right do I have to leave? My parents, my kin, my guardian spirit, all perished at the hands of the demon clan. Others regard me as a mere pawn. My enemies see me as nothing more than a blade of grass. Without joining the night, I am a worthless being. How can I face my ancestors? How can I confront the souls of my parents? Rosen clenched his sword tightly, his eyes reddening as he spoke, his voice rising in intensity, echoing the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. This was the first time the others gained insight into Rosen's burdens. It was no wonder he had appeared so aloof. Feng He, standing beside Zai paused before sharing. Since childhood, my parents abandoned me. I was taken in by Master Guanghai from an old temple on Yuan Shui Mountain, where I awakened a formidable guardian spirit. My master told me that my fate should not be confined here. The following day, an old man wearing a hat led me away, and thus I arrived here. I came with Zai. We seemed to hit it off instantly, and I recognized him as my elder brother, He. The muscular man, Zai chuckled heartily, patting Feng He on the shoulder as he remarked, I was raised by my grandfather, who told me that my parents ventured to an island to defend our homeland. From a young age, my grandfather taught me the art of cultivation, claiming I possessed a rare talent for martial arts, urging me to follow in my parents' footsteps. Soon after, a divine messenger arrived, and before I knew it, I found myself here. Qin Wanner playfully tossed her hair and simply stated, your guardian spirit's rank is high. One must not defy their father's orders. Cultivate your mindset, asserted Su Shasha with an air of authority, hands firmly planted on her hips. As the others exchanged brief introductions, Lin Yu stifled a yawn. He was curious about Qin Wanner's guardian spirit, which he had seen, a resplendent and exquisite purple-gold sparrow. However, he pondered what she meant by rank. Did such entities possess a hierarchy? Most astonishing to Lin Yu was Morong Qianxue, whose guardian spirit was a 9-tailed fox. What an incredible manifestation that must be! Nevertheless, it must be said that most of these recruits were pitiable souls, either orphans or unfortunate individuals toyed with by fate. Yet, this motley group had come together, finding solace in each other, forming the great collective known as the Night. After hearing everyone's expressions of intent, Han Yunfei's demeanor remained unchanged. He swiftly formed a hand seal. In an instant, the ground of the new recruit's base illuminated with a radiant white light, revealing a vast array inscribed with intricate incantations. With a snap of his fingers, everyone at the new recruit's base vanished from sight. They felt a momentary disorientation before being transported to a grand hall, the ground etched with the same runes as the teleportation spell from their initial base. Within the hall, several enforcers stood vigil, and the decor truly redefined their expectations, exuding an overwhelming sense of advanced technology. Suddenly, one of the vice commanders trembled slightly, flicking his finger, sending streams of white light into the minds of Han Yunfei and the others. Brother Han, Qingye wants me and Lao Bai to go. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yunfei nodded, relaying a few instructions to the 4 vice commanders before vanishing alongside 3 of them, leaving only one behind. This was the first teleportation hall of the night base. The previous new recruits base had merely served as a transit point, accessible only to those who had passed the assessments, For the next month, you will train here, acquiring various knowledge, and all your questions shall be answered in due time. However, you are prohibited from leaving during this month, as the evaluations shall continue. When the moment is ripe, you will naturally ascend to become formal enforcers of the night. A question piqued my curiosity. Guan Hongjie raised his hand and inquired, what was the deal with that monster and the giant from last night? Can we really raise monsters in the night? The enforcer who removed his mask was Ranziming, the same individual from the new recruits base, now holding a floating, transparent thread. It is under my control, much like a marionette. I am the puppeteer behind the scenes. I wonder if you can comprehend this. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Oh, I get it. It's essentially a dog leash, Jin Xiu. Jin. The other recruits. Ranziming paused, taken aback. Huh? Dog leash? With such a powerful puppetry technique, you dare liken it to a dog leash? Damn. Were it not for your status as the ancient sacred body specially mentioned by General Han, I would have sent you soaring into the heavens. Lin Yu quickly covered his mouth, hastily amending, Vice Commander Ranziming's puppetry technique is truly magnificent. His mastery over monster control has reached an extraordinary level, a pinnacle of excellence. I, as a junior, hold immense admiration for Vice Commander Ranziming. Everyone, can you change your expression any faster? Chapter 22. Battling the Fifth Order Nether Beast Emperor. Cough. Vice Commander Ranziming. Where have General Han and the others gone? Qin Wanner cleared her throat, breaking the awkwardness while inquiring. They are busy attending to numerous affairs. Normally, General Han does not participate at the new recruits base, but he made time to meet with everyone this time around. In total, our knight has 7 enforcers, but 2 were unable to attend. Ranziming gazed upward at the hall, speaking slowly. In a certain valley of the Great Xia, despite the clear blue sky, a dense fog enveloped the area. Several kilometers behind, a town lay hidden. Scattered on the uneven ground were the bodies of over a dozen dark knight enforcers. Within the thick fog, blood-red eyes surged like lanterns, occasionally trampling the corpses of enforcers into the mire. Above the fog, the space rippled. A dark-robed enforcer, masked in black, emerged from the radiance, a burst of white light erupting behind him. In the next moment, a striking young man with flowing white hair, clad in silver armor and a glowing pentagram on his chest, donned a white cloak. Damn it, he exclaimed, surveying the field of corpses with a fierce gaze. Crossing his arms, 2 silver star blades manifested from the void, with a cross slash directed at the fog below. The gusts of wind churned through the mist, sending numerous blood-eyed beasts flying. He dove down, crushing a beast beneath his feet. With each strike, a monstrous foe met its end. Just as he severed the head of one beast, a blood-red tentacle shot forth from the depths of the fog, akin to a whip brimming with force. It struck the enforcer's back, instantly lacerating flesh and sending him hurtling away. Qingya! The air rippled once more as another enforcer materialized, stomping the ground to summon a massive Bagua diagram that enveloped the entire foggy area. Kuan. Earth River Vehicle. Li. Fire Tremor Palace. From beneath the earth, stone pillars erupted, writhing like serpents, encircling the injured Tao Qingya. The Bagua formation began to spin, and as 2 of its orientations aligned with the direction of the blood-red tentacle, raging flames ignited. Yet, instead of radiating warmth, the air around grew icy, a fusion of ice and fire spiraling like a tornado. Within the mist, all the beasts stood as shields, bracing against the icy flames to mitigate their impact. One beast after another was obliterated. The tornado's might indeed diminished. A low growl emanated from the depths of the fog, a force erupting from its center, scattering the mist and the whirlwind alike. In its place emerged a humanoid serpent, radiating a faint gray aura, measuring several meters in length, its body blood-red. The serpent's tail was slender yet razor-sharp, while its head bore the visage of both human and serpent, with piercing green vertical pupils fixed intently on the enforcer above. 5th Order 4th Stage, Nether Beast Emperor, Qi Lu. Broken Nether. How did this creature slip in? We are in deep trouble. The enforcer Qingyan trembled slightly. This was no mere royal disaster. It was an extreme calamity. The fog had obscured Ingyue's judgment, leading to the needless loss of so many brothers. Tao Qingya, using his sword as a crutch, approached Qingyan. How are you holding up? Can you still fight? Tao Qingya gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, positioning his sword across his chest. Just a minor injury. I won't perish. The nether beast emperor, Qi Lu, flicked its crimson tongue, propelling itself off the ground with unparalleled speed, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. Poised to strike the toot, Qingyan remained vigilant, tracking Qi Lu's movements. The Bagua diagram beneath him primed for action. The moment Qi Lu moved, the positions of the Bagua diagram aligned like crosshairs. 8 Gates Duanjia. Opening the shock gate. Zhen, domain of thunder. Qingyan's body trembled slightly, his momentum surging as the Bagua diagram's area of influence expanded, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of thunder. As Qi Lu landed within the thunder domain, it felt a jolt of numbness, its speed decreasing slightly. Precisely what Tao Qingya had been waiting for. Starry, dazzling sword shadow. Behind him, twinkling starlight coalesced into thousands of pale blue sword shadows, which, with a cross slash from Tao Qingya, shot forth like arrows. The sword light collided with Qi Lu, erupting in a shower of sparks. Qi Lu clenched its fist and slammed it downward, displacing massive boulders as shields. Qingyan's pupils revealed 2 small Bagua spinning within. As long as anything remained within the Bagua's reach, he understood it as if it were a radar, rendering the boulders ineffective as barriers. Dodge, Qingyan shouted, the Bagua diagram rotating counterclockwise, illuminating with a faint glow. The ground beneath their feet morphed into writhing earthen serpents, swiftly carrying them sideways. With a resounding explosion, the boulders shattered, and a massive, spiraling black-red shockwave surged toward them, carving deep trenches into the earth. Aimed straight for the nearby town. Just over 1,000 meters from the town, the shockwave collided with a transparent barrier. Inscribed with intricate runes, the barrier rippled with waves, flickering ominously. The shockwave, originating from a 5th-order Emperor-level force, failed to breach this protective barrier. On the other side of the barrier, not far from a town, 3 children, around 16 or 17 years of age, emerged from their school and walked together. As they strolled, a chubby child pointed towards a distant direction. Hey, did I just see something flicker over there? Where? You must be mistaken. Does your valley glow and flicker? Someone teased, glancing over. Really? Am I seeing things? No. I must eat a couple more drumsticks when I get home. The chubby one rubbed his eyes. Only one person remained rooted to the spot, his gray-blue eyes fixated on the direction the chubby boy had indicated. Lost in thought, standing still and motionless. Jiu Yan. Are you coming? What are you staring at? Ah? Oh, it's nothing. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly, Gu Yin hurriedly replied, glancing back one more time. Qingyan sighed as he looked at the flickering barrier, relieved that it had held. Otherwise, the entire town would have faced utter catastrophe. Hey, you think you're the only one who can unleash a shockwave? Suddenly, with a swift motion, a shadow emerged from the hexagram behind him. Morphing like a blob of clay, in just a few moments, it transformed into 2 massive, pitch-black cannon barrels connected to Qing Yan's back. Formidable, fearless annihilation cannon. Prepare to face my judgment, Qi Lu roared as he charged towards Qing Yan. But a sword shadow struck him directly. Immediately, the pentagram on Tao Qing Ye's chest turned a blood-red hue. Star Awakening Symphony of Stars. Where do you think you're going, you little brat? Do you think you can ignore me? Chapter 23. The Death Door. Tao Qing Ye's eyes turned crimson, deep within them a pentagram rune spun, and starlight continuously emanated from behind him, merging into his body. With each starlight that vanished, his momentum surged, indicating that this skill grew stronger with each battle. With a powerful push against the ground, the power of the stars surged forth, enveloping Qi Lu like a fierce gale. Then, with swords in hand, he leapt into the air, executing a colossal cross slash. The starlight transformed into a cage, briefly restraining Qi Lu, but before he could escape, the slash struck home. Qi Lu was knocked back several paces. And in that instant, Tao Qing Ye's figure abruptly teleported behind him, thrusting 2 silver-white star swords forward in a piercing motion. Both swords plunged into Qi Lu's body, green blood splattering forth in pain. Qi Lu's previously faint gray aura intensified 100-fold, burning like a dark flame, rising and dissipating into the air. Human, you force my hand. In speed you are unworthy. Qi Lu's hoarse voice emerged from his gnarled maw, stuttering as if he had just learned to speak. The intense gray aura seemed to amplify his power, and with its enhancement, Qi Lu's speed escalated to an unimaginable pace. With a tremor, he expelled the two swords embedded in his back and, with a single kick, sent Tao Qingyi soaring into the air, raining down a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, and no matter how Tao Qingyi dodged or defended, to the now empowered Qi Lu. He moved in slow motion. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, yet he was powerless, helplessly feeling his bones shatter inch by inch. The blood-red pentagram on his chest began to flicker erratically. Seemingly reaching its limit, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides was coughed up as he struggled to gaze at Qing Yin. The two cannons continued to charge, the spiraling mental energy being drawn into their barrels. The aura growing increasingly terrifying. So close, just a little more. Qi Lu delivered a devastating punch to Tao Qingye's chest, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding Boeing airplane. Star Awakening Guiding Star. Tao Qingyi gritted his teeth, weakly uttering the incantation as a faint white light enveloped him. Instantly, it transformed into a gravitational star, binding Qi Lu tightly to Tao Qingyi, preventing him from advancing towards Qing Yin. Frustrated, Qi Lu plunged a claw into Tao Qingye's abdomen, piercing through his back, the claw tips stained with internal remnants. Tao Qingyi felt numb from the pain. The agonizing sensations coursing through him nearly rendered him unconscious. Qi Lu withdrew his claw and delivered another powerful blow to Tao Qingye's head, sending him spiraling through the air, a mist of blood trailing behind. Tao Qingyi, damn it, beast, pay attention to me. Fearless fire control lock on. Qing Yan's brows furrowed as he shouted fiercely. Qi Lu leapt towards him from the devastated ground, the two cannons glowing with radiant energy within. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and instinctively he attempted to evade. Yet no matter how he moved, he could not escape the targeting lock. The firing speed of those cannons was as swift as his own. Two beams of colossal, 2-meter-wide annihilation rays surged toward Qi Lu like serpents. The immense recoil drove Qing Yan's legs deep into the ground, the hexagram beneath him spinning as countless stones enveloped his legs. Qi Lu barely had time to slam a fist into the ground, sending a multitude of boulders flying, only to be enveloped by the two beams of annihilation moments later. Roar. Qi Lu's anguished roar echoed as the power of the annihilation rays rendered him immobile. The gray aura that had enveloped him was incinerated, his crimson skin gradually turning black and peeling away inch by inch. A thunderous explosion erupted, a vast mushroom cloud rising into the sky, halting at 1,000 meters above, gradually flattening at the top, revealing a barrier beneath the cloud. The shockwave radiated outward, sending the severely injured Tao Qingyi careening into the distance, where he collided with the barrier, crashing down and forcibly severing his connection with his guardian spirit. It became evident that a cubic barrier spanning 1,000 meters in length, width, and height had been established to prevent chaos and panic. Qing Yin was also swept away by the shockwave, his legs yanked from the ground as if they were numb and broken. As the explosive flames dissipated, Qi Lu lay charred on the ground. Qing Yin struggled to rise, aided by the hexagram, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, his mental energy nearly depleted, sighing as he gazed at the motionless Qi Lu. However, he had ultimately underestimated the resilience of the underworld beast, especially one of such a high tier. In a short span, it was impossible to eliminate the opponent, as the disparity in realms remained evident. To inflict such damage while being nearly a full tier below was no small feat. The charred eyeballs of Qi Lu swiftly began to regenerate, a chilling light flickering. Crack, crack, crack. The burnt skin gradually began to shed, soon resembling a second skin left behind, revealing a complete shedding of Qi Lu's form. This was Qi Lu's passive skill, Crimson Serpent Shedding. In the direst of circumstances, it shed its skin at the cost of lowering its own realm, healing frantically to restore combat capability. But the reduction in realm was irreversible. Unlike the golden cicada shedding its shell, which transforms from a larva to a flying insect and gains the ability to soar, in a sense, emerging stronger. Whereas Crimson Serpent Shedding only made one weaker with each shedding, the decrease in realm was contingent upon the injuries sustained. Upon completing the shedding, Qi Lu's form appeared slightly diminished, yet his appearance remained unchanged. At this moment, he seemed exceedingly enraged, rising ominously, flicking his tongue, the chilling light of his serpent eyes enveloping the entire area. Qing Yin clenched his fists against the earth, his bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, this creature has such tenacity. Am I really to fall to such a being today? It hardly seems worth it. The hexagram's coverage had dwindled significantly, flickering erratically, yet he utilized the Kuan character's Earth Dragon to support his legs and forced himself to stand. Qi Lu opened his jaws, revealing sharp fangs, his tongue shooting forth like a tentacle aimed at Qing Yin. Qing Yin narrowed his eyes, biting down on his tongue. I would rather die gloriously in battle than be slain by you. Beast? 8 gates Duanjia Death Gate, 8 gates Madness. Open. A hum resonated as the hexagram beneath him turned gray, an aura enveloping the entire area like a bubble, everything within becoming a dull gray. And time itself slowed to a crawl. Qi Lu's body also decelerated, the tongue lunging through the air, freezing in place. Qing Yan's body slowly levitated, his black robe and mask shedding away. His eyes ignited with a blood-red glow, his short hair visibly lengthening, swaying upward like seaweed in a tempest, as if possessed. 7 illusory gates appeared before him. A low, haunting sound emanated from within the gates, as if 1,000 mourners were weeping in sorrow. Chapter 24. 8 gates Madness. 7 towering gates loomed in the air, each closed gate inscribed with a large gray character. Open, rest, life, halt, view, shock, wound. The gates, marked with these 7 words, began to rotate, merging into one. Then, they transformed into a beam that shot into the sky, expanding into a colossal gray spiral cloud. Descending from it was a dilapidated giant door, 100 meters high, ablaze with blue, white, and green flames. Marked with a blood-red character for death, standing before Qing Yin. Qing Yin floated to the door, slowly raising his hand to rest upon the weathered surface, preparing to push it open. Suddenly, at the moment the door was about to be opened, the entire barrier area was frozen in time. Everything stilled. A spatial rift appeared beside Qing Yin and the unconscious Tao Qingyi, and the erupting force sucked them both inside. In a subsequent moment, within a flat expanse, a spatial rift opened, and 2 figures emerged from within. The one at the center bore a gilded staff upon his shoulder, clad in golden chainmail, with a scarlet cloak billowing behind him. To his left and right stood Tao Qingye and Qing Yin, who remained ensnared in a state of madness, their bodies bound by ethereal blue ropes. The other figure, Lu Mingwei, soared through the air on a red longsword, his face unmasked. Casting a glance at Tao Qingye and Qing Yin amidst the chaos surrounding them, Lu Mingwei clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This scoundrel! To have driven Qing Yin to such a state, I shall not let it go unpunished." As he prepared to advance, the figure beside him intercepted his path with the gilded staff, uttering 4 words. "Leave it to me." Those words resonated like a voice from the deepest abyss of hell, infused with a fury that seemed boundless. Merely by uttering those 4 words, the enemy's resolve faltered. Lu Mingwei understood that this formidable figure, the vice commander Bai Outyin, had become genuinely enraged, prompting him to turn and assess the condition of Qing Yin and Tao Qingye. With a single step, Bai Outyin vanished from sight, the space around him freezing in place as the arrow of Qi Lu, released midway, fell aimlessly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Before he could regain his composure, a colossal staff descended from above, crashing Qi Lu into the ground. With a thundering impact, the earth beneath Qi Lu erupted in a torrent of blood-red gales, creating a massive crater and repelling the descending staff. Subsequently, he raised his right hand above his head and plunged it into the nape of his neck, extracting a black bone sword that resembled a vertebra. Was he preparing for a desperate struggle? How laughable, Bai Outyin remarked coldly, his form instantly vanishing from sight as he flickered through the surrounding space, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. Regardless of how fiercely Qi Lu swung his weapon or how rapidly he moved, he could not lay a finger upon Bai Outyin, for Bai Outyin was not merely swift. He traversed short distances within the fabric of space with remarkable agility. By the time Qi Lu detected an image and swung his sword, it was already too late. He was merely striking at an ephemeral shadow left by Bai Outyin's movement through the spatial realm. To land a blow upon Bai Outyin, one would have to predict his next appearance and counter accordingly. Otherwise, relying solely on speed would yield nothing but futility. Although shedding his skin had not caused him to regress to the 5th tier, Qi Lu's current state was far from optimal. The shedding had merely ensured the healing of his wounds and the restoration of his vitality, with his mental acuity only partially recovered. With a flourish of rapid movement, Bai Outyan's figure darted through space with even greater speed, creating the illusion of countless versions of himself, both large and small. Emerging from the void, these myriad Baiaotians raised their gilded staffs in unison, striking down like an army of thousands, each one unleashing a barrage of power. In a frenzy, Qi Lu wildly swung the black-boned sword, resembling a whirling top, yet he could only carve through phantoms, as the unanticipated strikes rained down upon him. The force reverberated throughout Qi Lu's entire being, sending shockwaves through his limbs and organs. With each impact, he was forced to endure the torment that accompanied it. This relentless assault soon left Qi Lu dazed, his breath unstable, as his body swelled to twice its size. Bai Outyan's form re-emerged from the air. Surveying Qi Lu from above, with a swift motion of his sword, he summoned a bolt of lightning, a 5 or 6 meter wide strike that cleaved through the space, electrifying Qi Lu on the spot. An incessant barrage that showed no signs of abating. You can shed your skin and be reborn. Then I shall continue striking until I eradicate the very essence of your transformation. With a series of thunderous booms emanating from behind Bai Outyan, Lu Mingwei turned to investigate, discovering that Qing Yin, still bound, was thrashing about like a lunatic, screaming wildly. Lu Mingwei was inscribing a forbidden spell. As the only senior rune master among the Night faction, his speed in crafting spells was remarkable. His fingers dancing through the air, illuminating the space with vibrant light. One by one, forbidden spells struck Qing Yin, yet all that could be heard were explosive sounds, with no other effects. His state of madness appeared to inherently counteract the spells. Is it ineffective? Bai Outyan inquired, having materialized beside Lu Mingwei. Sighing, Lu Mingwei slowly shook his head. Qing Yin's madness is a fatal technique that trades his life for another's. Though you interrupted him before he could cross the threshold of death. Once this madness is unleashed, all rationality is lost. I cannot suppress him, but I can assure you, his life is not in immediate danger. Yet, Tao Qingye's predicament was markedly different. Not only was his body severely fractured, but his meridians were severed, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, and his internal organs lay in ruins, his skull shattered beyond recognition. Fortunately, his guardian spirit had shielded his cerebral tissues. Otherwise, even a divine intervention would be futile. However, my power to cast spells cannot sustain him for much longer. He is on the brink of death. Bai Outyan tightened his grip upon the gilded staff, his heart heavy with the weight of madness and impending death. Compounded by the loss of so many comrades, the calamity that had befallen the Night faction was indeed grave. The only lingering mystery was the thick mist released by the Beast Monarch, which had managed to obstruct the blue luminescence of complex forbidden spells swirling above the skies of the Great Xia. After all, a mighty emperor was watching from above. This marked the first bizarre oversight since the Shadow Clan had elevated the Shadow Moon to the heavens. Under the relentless onslaught of lightning, Qi Lu, who had shed his skin countless times, finally reached his limit, reduced to a charred corpse emanating a foul stench. Lu Mingwei conjured a crystal orb, reminiscent of the gray sphere used for testing the new recruits the previous night. With a swift toss, the orb soared high, absorbing the remnants of the Night faction's fallen, Qing Yin, Tao Qingye, and the charred remains of Qi Lu, before being stowed within his storage ring. Sealing domain, activate, Lu Mingwei commanded, rapidly forming seals with his hands before dramatically extending his arms, unleashing a wave of mental energy that rippled outward. The area enveloped by the barrier trembled momentarily before transforming into a soft luminescence that coalesced before Lu Mingwei. Gradually, it materialized into a finger-length iron shard inscribed with runes, though marred by several minute cracks. After securing the shard, Bai Outyan stepped through a newly formed spatial rift, the two of them striding into its depths. Before entering, Lu Mingwei flicked his fingers backward, sending a streak of light soaring from his fingertips, and then the space sealed shut, the two vanishing from sight. Chapter 25. The Dawn Gate of the Night Base. As the two emerged from the first teleportation hall, they beheld a vast expanse that dwarfed the new recruit's base, both in terms of architecture and land area. Just by estimation, it spanned the equivalent of hundreds of football fields. With a towering black iron city wall visible in the distance, high in the skies above, massive silver-black mecha aircraft hovered, their deep blue and red radar lights blinking like something out of a science fiction film. Occasionally, sleek black aircraft zipped by, completely silent and astonishingly fast. The ground was crafted from white-yellow smooth steel, with structures more resilient than diamonds rising and falling across the landscape. At the center stood a 100-meter-tall crimson mecha palace, resembling a volcano, continuously spewing a golden beam towards the heavens. Suspended above the palace were two overlapping red circular structures, adorned with glowing golden flowing lights, through which the beam pierced, ascending to the sky. Flanking the palace were two prominent buildings, each 4 stories high, shaped like the open eye of a dragon, the silver mecha dragon head remaining silent, with a glowing red crystal embedded in its forehead. Every 100 meters, dark colossal pillars soared into the air, each crowned with a rotating hexagonal prism. Atop the prism rested a crystalline orb, white electricity coursing within, resembling a fusion of a light prism tower and a magnetic storm coil. In the distance, 2 black-purple spiral towers loomed over the city gate, surpassing the height of the Eiffel Tower, their summits radiating gentle blue starlight. Orderly patrols of the night army moved in formation, while aerial units glided past on black and white mechanical flying boards, seemingly engaged in missions. The visual spectacle before them was overwhelmingly breathtaking, a transformative experience that could scarcely be comprehended without witnessing it firsthand. Oh, wow! So cool! Oh, wow, whoa! The new recruits were visibly astounded, their wide-eyed expressions betraying their inexperience. After all, they had never encountered such grandeur, transforming into curious little beings, marveling at every detail. What is that? Is that a planetary engine? The red core fortress? The energy source sustaining the night base? Our night base is not a place accessible to just anyone. The presence of these elements could incite considerable commotion in the outside world, which is why they have been concealed. The energy column serves as a means of maintaining this secrecy. As Rand Zimming gazed at the surging, magnificent energy column, he spoke slowly. All right, I shall take you to the Dawn Gate. You are to study diligently within for the next month. The group followed Rand Zimming for a short distance, arriving beside the red core fortress, adjacent to one of the towering silver mecha dragonhead structures. Before them stood a golden rectangular portal, connecting 2 sides. It was not particularly large, merely a meter or 2 taller than an ordinary door, and it hardly drew attention when compared to the colossal dragonhead building beside it. Flanking the portal were 2 guards of the Night Army. As Rand Zimming approached, he raised his arm, and a black hand scroll appeared in his grasp. He flicked it towards the portal, and it soared through the air. Landing in the center of the gateway in an instant, the scroll unfurled, emitting a myriad of black threads that connected to every corner of the portal like veins. The threads vibrated, causing the golden portal to emanate a soft glow, transforming into a spiraling vortex that unveiled a shimmering gateway at its center. Rand Zimming turned to the recruits and said, "Step inside. Those responsible for your instruction await you. I shall return to open the Dawn Gate in a month. Until then, my friends." G. Shandy was the first to stride forward, followed closely by Rosen, with the others entering one after another. Just as Lin Yu was about to cross the threshold, he was abruptly halted by Rand Zimming. "Rand, Deputy Commander, why are you stopping me? You aren't still holding a grudge, are you?" With a stern expression, Rand Zimming handed Lin Yu a black hand scroll and a transparent thread. "Saint Body, take these. They may prove useful should I be unable to return in time to open the portal for you after a month." Lin Yu accepted the items and stored them in his chip, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he looked up at Rand Zimming. "What about this thread? Do not inquire. Simply know that Hanggu instructed me to give it to you. It contains the fundamental information on my puppet manipulation technique. Hanggu has high hopes for you. Do not let his efforts go to waste." Rand Zimming sighed with a hint of bitterness. Gesturing towards the Dawn Gate, Lin Yu took a step and leapt through the portal, experiencing a momentary haze as his mind spun. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the center of a small plaza. Before him stood 4 white jade pillars at each corner, the ground adorned with intricate patterns, and at the heart of it all was the Dawn Gate. Looking ahead, he saw a set of golden steps leading up to an archway, while the remaining 9 were climbing the stairs, glancing around in wonder. Lin Yu followed suit, and upon reaching the top, he discovered another small plaza, slightly larger than the first. Venturing further, he entered a grand palace, its plaque inscribed with the words "Ancient Hall of Dawn" in bold calligraphy. At the entrance lounged an elderly man draped in a light golden robe, surrounded by floating, pale blue specks of starlight. His hair a snowy white, his beard rivaled that of Santa Claus, and he lay there quietly, devoid of any discernible psychic energy, a teapot levitating beside him, as the group passed through the archway and reached the center of the plaza. Everything around them transformed in an instant, the palace, the archway, the sky, all vanished, replaced by a multitude of colossal planets. The starlight surrounding the elderly man scattered into countless celestial bodies, creating a breathtaking canopy of stars. The plaza beneath their feet seemed to have been uprooted, carrying them into this vast expanse, where the depths of the starry abyss surrounded them. The predominant hues of black and deep blue replaced the sky. The old man, who had been reclining in the chair, suddenly floated into the air, standing with his back turned, a vast star cluster forming a backdrop. He appeared godlike, towering above them, his eyes shimmering with the movement of stars. Slowly extending his arms, his deep, resonant voice, tinged with a gravelly quality, resonated clearly in the ears of the teen. Welcome. Tio Hell. Chapter 26. The Burning Demon Volcano. Ran Zimming raised his hand, causing the dawn gate to cease its rotation. The black patterns retracting back into the form of a black hand scroll, which then flew back into his hand. Just as he placed the dawn scroll back into his storage chip, a muffled sound erupted from a distant hall. Approximately 1,000 meters away, followed by a surge of psychic energy. The night ring on his right wrist emitted several beeps, and the screen flickered, revealing a white light. A transmission from Lu Mingwei. Ran Zimming murmured, "The Beast Emperor." And in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the second transmission hall in a mere breath. Upon entering, he observed Bai Outyin, clad in a black robe, having shed his guardian spirit. Alongside Lu Mingwei and other members of the Night Army with healing abilities, suppressing the frenzied Qingyin in a transparent glass chamber. The lights within the second transmission hall flickered ominously. Suddenly, a beam similar to the energy column emitted from the Red Core Fortress descended from the ceiling, striking both Qingyin and Tao Qingya. The severely injured Tao Qingya began to heal at a visible pace, yet complete recovery would require some time. In contrast, Qingyin writhed in agony on the ground, emitting dark mist from his body, as the purifying energy from the Red Core Fortress clashed with his 8 gates of madness. He was forced to unleash the Death Gate. This damned beast. Does General Han know about this? Ran Zimming inquired, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene. Lu Mingwei nodded. The general and Deputy Yang cannot make it from the burning demon volcano. There have been reports of disturbances there as well. However, we have already notified the Divine Envoy to come and provide treatment. Qingyin's ability. Even the energy from the Red Core Fortress can only suppress it but cannot force it back. Thankfully, he is not in mortal danger. Ran Zimming finally exhaled in relief, narrowing his eyes at the rolling and howling Qingyin on the ground. Tio encounter such difficulties even before opening the door. What might occur if we do so? Boom! A gargantuan crimson-black volcano erupted, spewing forth magma, with ash clouds billowing upwards like a mushroom. Upon reaching a certain height, it was halted by a barrier, the crimson cloud dispersing at a designated altitude. Reminiscent of the ominous clouds preceding a cataclysmic storm in the air above the volcano, 2 figures hovered atop a white lightning falcon, Han Yunfei channeling white currents through his right hand. A white pentagram array encircled his wrist, with a white line connecting to the massive volcano's mouth, where an even larger pentagram array seemed to suppress the erupting volcano. Hangu, this burning demon volcano has erupted today without warning and has become unusually active. I suspect something is amiss within, Yang Xingang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he gazed at the towering volcano that seemed as massive as Mount Tai, spewing magma. Han Yunfei stood with his left hand behind him, his eyes flickering with white electric light. Not only here, the towering Qi Han Mountain in the Ice Valley has experienced seismic activity and avalanches of significant intensity, coinciding with the disturbances at the volcano in Qingyan. Old Yang, the Divine Envoy Hui should arrive at Qi Han Mountain by tomorrow morning at the latest. I will venture into the volcano. You must head to the night base at the foot of Qi Han Mountain to await the Divine Envoy. Han Go, are you going in? The magma within that volcano could incinerate even a 5th-tier elemental emperor-level demon. I believe it would be wiser to wait for the Divine Envoy to handle it. It's too dangerous, Yang Xingang said anxiously. Han Yunfei shook his head, his expression grave. If we allow the volcano to continue erupting unchecked, the entire Qingou Plain could suffer a catastrophic blow. We cannot let the disaster of 12 years ago repeat itself. Boom! The earth trembled once more, and the volcano's mouth erupted like a mortar, violently spewing magma skyward. The volcano had erupted yet again. The magma splattered against the barrier ceiling, cascading down like a torrential rain, sizzling as it struck the ravaged ground. The temperature within this forbidden zone soared to a terrifying 700 degrees, rapidly climbing higher. Yang Xingang found it increasingly difficult to breathe amidst the searing heat, his lips cracking from the intensity. Had it not been for the protective magnetic shield formed by the lightning falcon beneath Han Yunfei's feet, the external temperature would have claimed his life in an instant. There was no time left. The eruptive force was intensifying with each instance. Even my Wuyang star array could not withstand it. Fear not. I'm not as easy to kill. Flash escape. Han Yunfei retrieved a black-golden mask, gently affixing it to his face. With a light press on the lightning falcon beneath him, a surge of white electricity enveloped Yang Xingang, propelling him outward. In an instant, they exited the forbidden zone, revealing the lifeless volcano before Yang Xingang. The high temperatures, the magma, the raging volcano, everything within this forbidden zone was erased from existence. Who could have imagined that not far ahead, someone was engaged in a significant endeavor? Yang Xingang hovered in midair, donning a silver mask, gazing ahead, his right fist resting against his left shoulder, seemingly murmuring something. Night descends, all evils retreat. Watching over the blue moon, guarding before dawn, I salute General Han. He understood that his presence at this moment would only complicate matters and divert Han Ji's attention. The only task he could undertake now was to fulfill the mission assigned by Han Yunfei. As he landed on the ground, a flash of azure light flickered beneath his feet. Yang Xingang spread his arms wide, and a 2-meter-tall azure magical array materialized behind him. Out of it leaped a muscular, 2-meter-tall yellow kangaroo, its gaze fierce and menacing. Senior, it's time for a change. Yang Xingang sent a message towards the artificial mechanical blue moon hidden within the azure sky. Then bowed slightly, he then leaped onto the neck of the diamond mouse, patting it affectionately. In the next moment, the diamond mouse bent its legs and sprang upwards with tremendous force, cracking the earth beneath it and accompanied by a sonic boom. It soared towards the eastern ice valley. That young man. Observing Yang Xingang through the barrier, Han Yunfei nodded slightly with a faint smile before turning his gaze back to the burning demon volcano. His eyes radiating unwavering determination, he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. A wave of white electrical currents surged forth from the thunderhawk beneath his feet, enveloping Han Yunfei like silken threads. In the next instant, the currents burst outward. His eyes glimmered with golden light, adorned with a crown of white lightning, his silver hair dancing in the wind. Clad in a black and white armor, with a diamond-shaped blue gem embedded in his chest, Han Yunfei emerged from the white light, and no matter how the lava and volcanic ash raged around him, they could not taint even a fraction of his presence. Like a pure white lotus emerging untainted from the mud, Han Yunfei took a gentle step forward in midair. With each step upon the fabric of space, a fierce gust of wind erupted from beneath his feet. Today, I shall see just how active this volcano can become. Upon reaching the rim of the erupting lava, his golden eyes calmly gazed downwards. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he propelled himself downward like a cannonball, trailing a lightning tail as he plunged into the magma. Chapter 27. Underlying currents. Hell? Gazing at the rapid visual transformations around him, Lin Yu found himself bewildered, as if he had truly entered the cosmos. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, Infinite Star River, the elderly figure suspended high above clenched his fist, pointing down towards the group below, and suddenly opened his hand. 10 beams of pale blue starlight penetrated the minds of 10 individuals. They then felt an immense force propelling them in different directions. The 10 figures, trailing streaks of light, vanished like meteors into the vast, starry expanse. The scenery around them shifted rapidly, as if they were traversing through time and space. Lin Yu experienced a moment of disorientation, and before he could fully process his feelings, he descended, protected by the pale blue starlight, onto a planet shimmering with blue light. Loading blue. Loading the miracle god elephant star. A peculiar line of blue-gold text materialized before Lin Yu's eyes, and as he traversed through the atmospheric layers akin to clouds, he beheld a world indistinguishable from Earth's ecological environment. Majestic mountains and flowing waters, deserts and oases, canyons and oceans. However, the moment the starlight set Lin Yu down, A burst of white light radiated from beneath him, sending dust swirling upward, and dark clouds loomed ominously above. Everything around him instantly turned to scorched earth, a nauseating stench of blood and decay pervading the air, assaulting Lin Yu's senses. From the perspective of the starry domain, one would find one side resembling charred earth under a canopy of dark clouds, and the other a sacred land, radiant with golden light. The boundary was impeccably defined, as if two disparate planets had been cleaved in twain by a colossal axe, then forcibly fused together, evoking a sense of the duality of divine and demonic. Ugh! Lin Yu's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, retching. This sensation was far more exhilarating than any amusement park ride. Coupled with the noxious air, it was overwhelming. This scene unfolded similarly for the other 9 individuals. Murong Chinchue sneezed and shivered, tightly wrapping her coat around herself. She found herself on a planet entirely encased in ice, towering icebergs rising from the ground, with ice shards littering the landscape like barbed spikes. The biting wind swirling snowflakes as sharp as blades on a dimly lit planet. Ji Shandy stood atop the highest point of an island, wielding a long spear, surveying the terrain strewn with desiccated corpses. Gazing further afield, the blood-red ocean beyond the island crashed against the shore, waves frothing as if something lurked within the sanguine depths. Meanwhile, Rosen found himself on a planet forged of steel. Damn, that hurts. What is this nonsense? What is that old man playing at? Rosen, covered in grime, leaned against a half-broken iron mountain, the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingering in the air. Recalling the recent events left him shaken. As the starlight had delivered him to the skies of this steel planet, he was met with a barrage of anti-aircraft artillery. Upon landing on this iron mountain, he hadn't even steadied himself before another shell came crashing down, obliterating a significant portion of the mountain. Just then, a voice rang out from below. Twist your neck to the right. In contrast, Guan Hongjie fared much better. The planet he found himself on was a blazing red, resembling the sun, engulfed in roaring flames. The scorching heat rising in waves could melt steel, yet Guan Hongjie stood there smiling. Behind him, an entity resembling a flaming head with arms of blazing fire loomed. Its body tapering into a triangular shape, legs replaced by a mass of blue and white flames, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. Just a glance at the Flame Lord standing there felt as if one's very soul was being scorched. However, its arms were bound by pitch-black chains, and 7 dark soul-piercing blades were embedded in its back, glowing ominously under the infusion of fiery energy. Remaining motionless with closed eyes, Han Yunfei stepped into the burning demon volcano. He sensed an aura distinctly different from the searing magma, a palpable chill. Yet, where could such coldness originate in the midst of magma exceeding 1,000 degrees? Boom! The depths of the magma trembled once more, the volcano swaying violently. The source of the tremor lay deep within. Han Yunfei, glowing faintly, descended steadily. As he plunged downwards, a layer of sinister shadows began to envelop the volcano's mouth, like a gossamer veil cloaking the entire opening. Upon contact with the magma, it seemed as though the molten rock had encountered a barrier. From outside the volcano, it appeared to have returned to tranquility, save for the occasional distant rumble emanating from within, with no traces of magma or ash spilling forth, as if it were being contained inside. Rumbling. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, thick and ominous, swirling in the sky like a tempest. Winds howled, thunder roared, and lightning streaked across the heavens, as if the very heavens were in fury. Outside, ordinary super warriors scrambled for shelter from the downpour. Those who dared venture out in such weather were either law enforcers or quite mad. Rain poured down in torrents, and under the influence of the wind, visibility plummeted to near zero. As one moved eastward, the temperature dropped precipitously, and even before reaching the ice valley, a palpable chill permeated the air. Yang Xiangang perched upon the shoulder of the Diamond Mouse, advancing towards the nearest Eastern 009 Dark Knight Stronghold's teleportation array. Without the aid of the teleportation array, it would have taken him at least 10 days to leap across on the Diamond Mouse. However, utilizing the array, he would arrive in just half an hour. The Diamond Mouse leapt from one mountain to the foot of another. Amidst the continuous mountain range, 2 figures stood atop a peak, allowing the torrential rain to drench them. Gazing at Yang Xiangang shrouded in mist ahead. One figure, bare-chested and muscular, wore a small white jade pendant around his neck and brown iron pants. He bit down on a large cigar, soaked yet still puffing, and held a phone displaying Yang Xuangong's likeness. The other figure, much younger, bore a face reminiscent of a pale scholar, adorned with a bushy beard, water cascading down like a tap. He wore a white plate at his waist, which bore a shallow crack, with purple eyeliner accentuating his eyes. He appeared emaciated, his arms as thin as bamboo, lacking the weight one would expect of his age, as if he might crumble with a mere step. Old too, make it quick. The muscular man cracked his neck, a cloud of black mist enveloping them both as they vanished from sight. Another powerful leap brought Yang Xingang to the ground, only for a figure to come hurtling out from the thicket. However, it was a violent ejection. The individual flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. None other than the frail scholar, now bloodied and drenched, the rain washing away the crimson stain beneath him. Little brat, did you think you could escape? Today, if I don't beat you to death, I swear I'll share your surname. The muscular man emerged from the foliage, striding menacingly towards the fallen figure, brandishing an iron rod with a fierce glare directed at the prostrate old two. Yang Xingang had no desire to waste time here, but as he glanced down at the trembling figure, whose hollow eyes were bloodshot and half open, he sighed heavily. With a resigned breath, he rose, standing atop the neck of the diamond mouse, and pointed downwards. A beam of white light shot forth like a bullet, striking the ground beneath the muscular man, creating a small crater that splattered mud all over the two men. Lightning crackled, elongating Yang Xuangong's shadow on the ground, resembling a demon. In the dark night, the enforcer is here. Who dares to act recklessly? Chapter 28. The Oddity. Thunder rumbled once more, echoing across the sky. The muscular man halted his actions, glancing at Yang Xingang before discarding the tree branch he held and kneeling on the ground. It turned out it was the esteemed enforcer. Please, you must help me, Yang Xingang. What is this nonsense? Where is your earlier bravado? Ahem. State your name, age, address, and the reason for your violent actions. Yang Xingang gently adjusted his mask and, clearing his throat, inquired. The muscular man crawled forward on his knees, saying, Esteemed enforcer, my name is Luo Zhan. I am 39 years old, and my family resides in the southeastern town of Luofen. That villain, upon seeing my wife's beauty, harbored ill intentions and, taking advantage of my absence, abducted her, brutally killing my rebellious parents. I beseech you, enforcer, do not be lenient. Please seek justice for me. Yang Xingang cast a cursory glance at the frail child lying on the ground, convulsing like a motor, blood streaming from his nose. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, and then, with a flick of his wrist, a white halo materialized in his palm, which he swiftly hurled towards Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan felt his legs stiffen, becoming as rigid as a sun-dried salted fish, with faint white threads entwining around his body. Yang Xingang clapped his hands, crossed his left arm over his chest, and tapped a few times on the dark night chip bracelet on his wrist, causing a transparent light screen to extend from it. Text began to appear. Beep, 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 connecting. Connection to the spirit sealing prison successful. The screen displayed a rotating emblem of the Dark Knight Ledger. Coordinates, East 10019, South 22989. Suspected assailants of intentional harm. Bring 2 individuals for capture, and additionally, a healer, as civilians are injured. Whoosh, received and processing. Yang Xingang leaped off the golden rat and approached the rigid Luo Zhan, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him aside under a tree. Esteemed enforcer, I assure you every word I speak is true. That man, he is truly insane. Silence, your words are mere fabrications. Wait until you arrive at the spirit-sealing prison to explain. Yang Xingang had no desire to engage in further conversation with him. He turned to the frail man on the ground, who was coughing up blood, and lifted him to seek shelter for him from the rain. The frail man, with his arm across his chest, coughed several times, expelling clots of blood. Esteemed enforcer, cough, cough. Am I cough, 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 going to die? No, in a few minutes, a healer and enforcers will arrive. Answer their questions honestly. Do not conceal anything, for they will naturally resolve your issues. Otherwise, once you enter the spirit-sealing prison, escape will not be so simple. After speaking, Yang Xingang turned to leave. However, just as he did, a frail figure behind him raised its right arm, brandishing a plate hanging from its waist, poised to strike Yang Xingang on the head. Yang Xiangang swiftly sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent the figure crashing into the ground. Bang! The golden rat hopped to Yang Xuanggong's side, who glared coldly at the figure now buried in the dirt, shaking his wrist before forming a fist, speaking in a low, menacing tone. Did I not declare that the enforcer is here? Who dares to act recklessly? Are you challenging me? The frail man in the pit climbed up, seemingly unbothered, hunching over, head bowed, and arms dangling, cackling madly. Truly, the esteemed enforcer is remarkable. Even in this state, you remain vigilant. Who you are is no longer relevant. For assaulting an enforcer, by law, you shall be executed on the spot. Yang Xiangang leaped high, arms raised, as a beam of white light extended from his palms. A black iron war spear materialized in his grasp, its tip gleaming with blood as it descended. The frail man did not flinch or evade. Instead, bowing towards Yang Xiangang, he was then cleaved into fragments by the spear, blood and rainwater mingling until only scattered remains remained, washed away by the rain. Only half a head remained, with a crimson eye staring at Yang Xiangang from the shattered socket. Yang Xuanggong's gaze tightened as he quickly jumped over to Luo Zhan, who lay motionless on the ground, restrained by the spirit-sealing threads, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Esteemed enforcer, I told you he was insane. You did not believe me then, but do you now? Who is he? Luo Zhan was taken aback, then grinned wildly, saying, He is my brother. Lin Yu stood up, an azure light screen projecting above his head. The Divine Elephant Star of Miracles is divided into 3 trials. Rewards for passing the trials include a 6th-tier Void Dragon Core. Failure results in eternal imprisonment within the Divine Elephant Star. First trial. Overthrow the entire star. A wind laced with blood stirred the hem of his scholar's robe as Lin Yu fixated on the text of the first trial. After a long moment, a faint smile crept onto his lips, a hint of madness. How delightful! Bang! The little Qilin emerged from the sea of spirits, curiously surveying its surroundings, before its hooves even touched the ground. A wave of transparent, pure energy swept over it, sending the little Qilin back into the sea of spirits. What was that? Did I just get slapped by the wind? Lin Yu murmured. This dia suppression. It seems something does not wish for you to emerge. Jin Xiu glanced at the outside world, grinning slightly, then turned his gaze to a particular spot, speaking in a voice only he could hear. So early. You set this trap. Lin Yu stepped forward, finding himself in a forest on a flat area within a mountain, shrouded in darkness, utterly dim. Twisted black trees surrounded him, and he needed to reach an open area to survey his surroundings. Fortunately, the mountain was not vast. After a few minutes of walking, he pushed through a thicket of darkness and was greeted by a plain. However, something felt amiss, causing Lin Yu to pause. Despite the ominous clouds above and the scorched earth beneath, the plain ahead appeared as if it had been meticulously divided by some force. The ground was pristine white, the golden clouds above exuded holiness, creating an unsettling contrast. In the distance, 3 massive golden-blue diamond-shaped crystals, comparable in size to aircraft, floated in a triangular formation. Below them hung an inverted golden pyramid, under which a gigantic golden ring rested, supported by a tree-like golden structure. Golden branches, resembling veins, connected to the base of the ring, with the central space occupied by the suspended inverted pyramid. On either side of the ground beneath the tree-like structure, towering golden walls stretched outward, separating the entire illuminated area. Lin Yu advanced, reaching the boundary line approximately 100 meters away, quickly arriving at its edge point one step further, and he would enter the other half of this sacred realm, where the golden walls that severed the boundary loomed just ahead. Yes, he prepared to step forward. The enormous inverted pyramid of the peculiar structure suddenly began to rotate. With each rotation, the pyramid's tip lit up, as if drawing in energy. As the pyramid spun, the 3 hovering diamond crystals above began to glow brighter. The 2 lower crystals emitted faint blue beams that converged, forming a triangle that connected to the upper crystal. The moment of connection, the triangular interior rapidly blurred and melted away, giving rise to a spiral vortex space. Lin Yu, intrigued, retracted his leg from midair, watching the extraordinary structure with great interest, and armed, slowly emerged from the spiral vortex portal. Clad in shimmering platinum armor, the arm radiated a soft white aura, even the palm adorned with black golden patterned armor. It pointed toward Lin Yu below, sending a stream of milky white energy directly into his mind. Lin Yu felt a brief lapse in consciousness, and upon reopening his eyes, a golden hexagram pattern flickered in his gaze. Almost simultaneously, in the dark, twisted forest behind him, a multitude of blood-red eyes without pupils opened, densely packed and stretching into the distance. Only the eyes were visible, their bodies unseen, casting an ominous watch over Lin Yu. Or perhaps the arm. The arm withdrew, revealing a futuristic, dark chamber within. A figure clad in platinum armor, draped in a pale white cloak, stood before a blue screen, observing Lin Yu on the screen, along with the myriad blood-red eyes behind him. Chapter 29. Madman. Imitator. Yang Xinggang suddenly sensed something amiss and swept his war spear backward. It collided forcefully with the plate in Luo Ming's hand, failing to push him back even a fraction. Luo Ming tilted his head, grinning at Yang Xinggang in a bizarre manner, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Yang Xinggang glanced at the scattered remnants on the ground, only to find a collection of bloodied wooden fragments. Those who dare to assault the enforcer of the Dark Night shall ultimately regret their actions. Yang Xinggang spun the war spear, forcing Luo Ming back several steps, and prepared to merge with the golden rat. The diamond mouse leapt from a distance, its form gradually illuminated by a faint yellow glow, about to merge with Yang Xinggang. Suddenly, a muscular man jumped up from below, delivering an uppercut to the diamond mouse, abruptly interrupting the incantation. The massive form of the diamond mouse was sent spiraling away by Luo Zhan's punch. In the blink of an eye, it flickered and appeared behind Yang Xinggang, with a soft thud. A hand strike pierced through Yang Xuanggong's chest. 2/5 tier. Yuan Huang realm? Yang Xinggang trembled momentarily, his battle spear falling to the ground, as torrents of blood gushed forth from beneath his mask. The blood mingled with the rain, soaking his black robe. With a soft sound, Luo Zhan withdrew his hand, removing the Dark Night chip bracelet from Yang Xuanggong's wrist, licking the blood from his palm. Yang Xinggang immediately half-kneeled on the ground, his arm trembling as he propped himself up, the wound in his chest bleeding profusely like a faucet under the relentless rain. Luo Ming leapt in front of Luo Zhan, forcefully pressing Yang Xuanggong's head into the ground. Mashing his face into the mud, then, with a half-smile, he slapped the back of Yang Xuanggong's head, while Luo Zhan wiped his blood-stained palm clean on Yang Xuanggong's body, a dazzling black light flashing, making the mud vanish without a trace. "Huffed at you, madman! Who on earth are you?" Yang Xinggang turned his head to gaze at the two strange figures, his voice hoarse and weak. The two peculiar figures momentarily halted, grinning widely, and simultaneously made a gesture. They raised their arms above their heads, then crossed them over their chests, bowing slightly, speaking in a voice that was both devout and genderless. "Praise the magic, long live the demon god." Yang Xuanggong's blood-stained eyes suddenly tightened. "You are Mo-in, correct? Unfortunately, there is no reward." Luo Ming grinned at him, taking a plate from his waist and smashing it against Yang Xuanggong's forehead. A crisp sound resonated as the porcelain plate emitted a brilliant white light, enveloping Yang Xinggang. He was then drawn into the light emanating from the plate, which developed another crack. Luo Zhan gazed at the plate with a smile, watching as its shape began to transform. In an instant, his appearance became indistinguishable from Yang Xuanggong's, even his black robe perfectly replicated. Satisfied, Luo Zhan turned to a spot in the misty rain where a psychic energy wave was drawing near. The two madmen exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Boom! Another thunderclap reverberated as two corpses of enforcers clad in black robes and wearing silver masks appeared beneath their feet. Luo Ming was gripping the neck of the last enforcer, pulling hard until it was torn apart, then crushing the remains beneath his foot. A radiant black light emerged in Luo Zhan's hand, crashing down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and surge like an ocean. Blood and corpses sank into the earth, which soon returned to calm. The two continued to walk side by side through the rain. As they progressed, Luo Ming merged into Luo Zhan's body, and behind him, a robust diamond mouse appeared. Luo Zhan leaped onto the diamond mouse's neck, and together they leapt toward the distance, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Within the burning demon volcano, Han Yunfei descended rapidly, his guardian spirit, the lightning falcon, significantly enhancing his senses. He could feel something alive moving at the bottom. Hissing, a surge of electricity sparked in his hand as a white long spear manifested, followed by a sonic boom erupting from behind him. propelling him to incredible speeds. Suddenly, everything around him froze, including the flowing magma and the rapidly descending Han Yunfei. It was as if time had been suspended. Before him, amidst the crimson magma, a swirling black-purple cloud emerged. It opened into a portal, revealing an elder exuding overwhelming demonic energy, clad in a long black-purple robe, with white hair, deep and terrifying eyes, a beard cascading to his neck, and a pitch-black staff forged from divine iron. The moment Han Yunfei laid eyes upon him, his heart tightened. Though his body was immobilized, his thoughts raced. The elder's gaze locked onto Han Yunfei, and he stepped forward. Thud, a dull thump echoed as a gust of wind expanded from beneath him. Freezing in place, the gale nearly causing Han Yunfei to vomit blood. The elder stepped forward again, leaving behind black footprints that the relentless magma could not erase, exuding a pitch-black demonic aura. At last, I have found you, the supreme enforcer of the night, General Han Yunfei. The deep, raspy voice of immense demonic power reverberated throughout the volcano, as though two top-tier subwoofers had been installed in Han Yunfei's ears, causing cracks to appear in his guardian spirit armor. How do you know me? Who are you? The elder stroked his beard, shaking his staff, instantly alleviating the pressure weighing down on Han Yunfei, allowing him to regain his freedom. Of course I know you. After all, your father was the mastermind behind the Imperial Calamity Plan that thwarted me 12 years ago, single-handedly killing my two sons. I must admit I have some admiration for Han Qingzhao. How I wish he hadn't died. That way, I could ensure he suffers endlessly. Now, can you guess who I am? Just as Han Yunfei intended to secretly activate the Dark Knight chip on his wrist, the chip was inexplicably incinerated in the magma. Upon hearing the elder's words, he gasped in shock, his heart skipping a beat. Mo-een, the demon lord, Merlin? All this just to kill me, and you had a great emperor come here. It seems my standing is quite significant. You are perceptive, but I have no intention of killing you. On the contrary, I want you to witness how fragile the peace and prosperity you have built over these 12 years truly is. How utterly vulnerable. With a gentle tap of Merlin's staff against the magma, Han Yunfei's body transformed into a shooting star, plummeting rapidly to the very bottom of the burning demon volcano. A pair of glowing red-black eyes flickered to life. Han Yunfei fell directly into their gaze, facing the colossal crimson eye, as if it were a small mountain. Chapter 30. The person has disappeared. It is him. He has chosen. He has returned. Kill him. Kill him. The myriad blood eyes behind Lin Yu trembled in the black forest. Wailing in the next moment, they all surged into the sky, the black gale rippling like a rain-soaked surface. What on earth is that? Lin Yu turned around, and above the dark forest, swirling black energy with crimson blood eyes danced chaotically. Howling. The sheer number was enough to blot out the sky. Gradually, a massive upper half of a six-clawed giant began to take shape in the air, its 6 pairs of enormous blood eyes gazing down at Lin Yu. While the swirling black mist around its head resembled seething flames, Lin Yu, since this place has suppressed the little Qilin, then, Jane Xiu's voice abruptly halted, coinciding with Lin Yu's thoughts, his eyes flashing with a faint bloodlight. A smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as I intended, this assessment is quite interesting. With a step forward, the black gale burst forth, stirring the bright red robes of his scholarly attire, yet failing to extinguish the boy's indomitable will, which remained resolute. He slowly raised his right fist. Ancient golden warrior, bear witness. Golden light ignited from his eyes, a faint glow enveloping his form. Behind him, a complex golden sigil array unfurled, its inner workings rotating like gears. It then descended, enveloping Lin Yu, as a surge of golden light erupted, rendering the inky black gale impotent against its brilliance. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Lin Yu donned an armor of bronze and gold, his golden helmet's visor concealing eyes that radiated an innate majesty. Yet, upon this armor, a faint white aura still lingered. It has returned. He has returned. The wailing of the myriad demonic souls resonated throughout the abyss, frantically pouring into the 6-clawed giant, which grew larger and larger, resembling a mountain, its upper body rapidly completing. Behind Lin Yu, within the suspended pyramid's apex, the mysterious figure trembled slightly, its form becoming increasingly translucent. Once all the demonic souls from the Black Forest had entered the six-clawed giant, it had only partially completed, its lower half remaining ethereal, like a phantom, despite its massive size, with fists resembling small mountains. Lin Yu appeared as a mere green bean in comparison. The six-clawed giant extended all six arms, swatting down at the diminutive Lin Yu, the howling palms accompanied by sonic booms descending upon him. Obscuring the sky above, it took a slow step forward, gradually rising into the air, its right fist clenched, golden energy spiraling around it, its might becoming increasingly terrifying. Diamond-shattering fist. The fist transformed into a golden meteor, soaring upward as it crashed into the giant's hand, not diminishing its momentum in the slightest. The punch pierced through, surging toward the six-clawed giant's head. Blood dizziness. 12 blood-red eyes on the giant's face fixated on Lin Yu. From Lin Yu's perspective, these 12 eyes made it impossible to focus, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing the eyes to twist and rotate in his vision. It was in this moment of disorientation that the giant tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the impending attack, while the remaining 5 colossal hands swatted at Lin Yu like one would swat away a fly. A flash of golden light emanated from Lin Yu's right hand as the Shinjin knife materialized in his grip. He pivoted and swept the blade horizontally, unleashing 3 golden slashes that fanned out before him. The strikes met the 2 giant hands advancing from the front, causing them to explode upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu propelled himself out of the reach of the other 3 descending hands, aiming for the giant's head. Miraculously, the prison dragon. Suddenly, from the shoulders of the giant, 2 shadowy dragon heads emerged from its back, moving with remarkable speed. Before Lin Yu could react, one of the dragon heads lunged forward, swallowing him whole, and then rapidly constricted, transforming into a black obsidian dragon head statue. The giant's massive hand grasped the dragon head statue, opening its gaping maw lined with dark, jagged teeth, and swallowed it whole. What a brazen ambush, Lin Yu thought incredulously. Inside the dragon's maw, he struck at the closing teeth with his blade, but only produced a series of sharp, ringing sounds. The dragon's teeth remained unscathed. Although the giant exhibited no fluctuations in realm, its capabilities and physical strength suggested a realm significantly higher than Lin Yu's own, likely around the 5th or 6th layer of the Yuanzong realm. Yet, this was merely a matter of realm, and no one could ascertain the true extent of Lin Yu's strength. His reliance on external aids rendered conventional assessments inadequate. The giant's 12 blood-red eyes gazed intently at the distant teleportation portal atop the pyramid structure, letting out a thunderous roar before turning and soaring deeper into the abyss of dark magic land. It's the entrance of the Dawn Ancient Hall. An elderly man donned in a light golden robe, radiating faint starlight, reclined in a swaying rocking chair. To his left, a platinum teapot and a teacup floated in midair, releasing a fragrant steam that wafted upward. Suspended before the old man was a massive light screen of pale blue hue, segmented into squares, each displaying various scenes akin to surveillance footage, viewed from a divine perspective. Each scene bore a label in the upper left corner: Hanxiang Star, Status, Normal, Evaluator. Murong Qianxue, Dian Star, Status, Normal, Evaluator. Guanhangjia, Taijing Star. Rosen, Hunyue Starred. Jishandi, Luzhou Star, Zairuan. Observing the new recruits showcasing their strengths and abilities on the screen, the old man leisurely lifted the nearby platinum teapot and blew gently, creating a small whirlwind. Teacup. So? Teapot. Burp. The old man let out a hearty belch, ejecting 2 tea leaves that pierced the columns of the small square below, shattering them. He then slowly shifted his gaze toward the lower right corner of the light screen, where the final scene displayed a frozen aerial view of majestic mountains, flowing rivers, desert oases, and vast seas. The old man's eyes narrowed. Upon reading the text in the upper left corner, he suddenly crushed the teapot in his grip, its shards instantaneously vanishing amidst the surrounding starlight. Leaning forward as if resembling a shrimp, he subtly moved his fingers, magnifying the small image in the lower right corner to fill the entire light screen. The old man scrutinized it once more, the starlight behind him quivering increasingly and multiplying. Boom. The rocking chair beneath him disintegrated, and the old man hovered before the light screen, manipulating the starlight with both hands, connecting the points of light as if calculating something. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to be immersed within a celestial map. Impossible. Where is the person? Where are they? The old man repeated his calculations. His breathing quickening, his eyes reddening, and his brow furrowing into a frown. I in my domain. The person has vanished? Glancing at the upper left corner of the light screen, several bold black characters stood out. Lanxiang star. Status, anomalous, evaluator. None. Chapter 31. Change of sky. Sky changes, in the outside world. The torrential rain continued unabated, showing no signs of letting up. Above the clouds, at an extreme altitude, a moon reflecting a blue light drifted slowly. Beneath the surface of this moon, a multitude of intricate incantations covered its entirety. Penetrating through the moon's thousands of meters thick surface, the interior revealed a hollow space where precisely calibrated gears rotated. At the very center was a rapidly spinning object resembling a top, connected to a brown rhomboid pillar that anchored it to the inner wall of the moon, with a dazzling white neutron star hovering above it. In the middle of this pillar, a white jade platform encircled it, vast enough to rival dozens of football fields, with starlight flowing across its surface. Above it stood a hall that closely resembled the one within the Dawn Gate. Albeit larger, with a rocking chair positioned in the center, an elderly man with a bushy beard reclined in it, dozing off behind him. Starlight shimmered, albeit in a more substantial and purer form, in the hall's vastness. A gigantic map screen, resembling a scroll, encircled much of the room's expanse, with spherical bodies resembling planets, roughly the size of footballs. Floating above the map, a vibrant red mark adorned the lower left corner, accompanied by a dark crimson character emblazoned upon it. The remaining areas bore sparse red markers, diminishing in number the further they extended from that marked region. Beep, 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 beep. The old man opened his eyes in the rocking chair, his pale blue pupils fixated upon the map above, as if a river of stars flowed within them. Then, with a gentle tap of his finger, a small red circle appeared in an unmarked area in the lower left corner. A streak of starlight shot forth from the map, swirling around the old man's fingertip. He grasped the starlight, and a small light screen, the size of a computer monitor, opened before him, with starlight being drawn into it. Coordinates: Evil Valley East 009436, North 007781, King Level, Character, Boundary Incursion. After completing these actions, the old man rose from the rocking chair, a teapot materializing in his hand as he sipped while approaching a large table resembling an ecological box. Atop it rested a pale blue cube, displaying a scene of a plain, with dark clouds gathering above it, labeled with the words, Dark Night, Yangxiangang. It's been 2 hours since the sky began to change, and that brat has yet to finish his task? Piske. He then proceeded directly to the front of the celestial machine platform, settling onto a U-shaped sofa, facing a large table cluttered with sheepskin scrolls and books. Gradually, he picked up a scroll, unfurling it gently, and upon reading the script, he couldn't help but rub his temples. It seems the sky is about to change. At that moment, a cluster of starlight drifted before him, forming two ethereal silhouettes on either side of the large table, resembling projections of virtual beings. Point one was a muscular man with a buzz cut, leaning against a rock with a blood-stained blade of grass clenched between his teeth, his bare torso adorned with a flame-like tattoo that appeared striking under the starlight. Before him stood a youth cloaked in a long black coat with a half-face mask adorned in golden patterns, his crimson eyes visible, left hand resting behind him, while his right hand wielded a dark red long sword, the hilt engraved with a blood-red character signifying death. The aura he emanated was thick with a palpable killing intent. Hey, sword guy, long time no see, the buzzcut man remarked, turning to face the youth. Shut up, the youth retorted. You old thief, don't call me sword guy. I go by Blood Sword Emperor. Are you even human? Wang Kuang chuckled. Yes, why? The Blood Sword Emperor replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. So you claim to be invincible in the sword path? Isn't that self-evident? What are you getting at? Well, combined, it just makes you sword guy, doesn't it? No disagreement there. Wang Kuang shrugged, feigning innocence. The Blood Sword Emperor glared. Just wait until I finish my task. If you try to run, I'll have you. As the two exchanged banter, the old man remained unfazed. Suddenly, the space directly opposite him rippled, starlight converging to form a portal-like apparition, which then spiraled open. The old man quickly rose, and the other two ceased their playful argument. Turning their attention toward the portal, a leg stepped through, revealing an elderly man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of authority with his white hair and solemn demeanor. Although he emitted no discernible aura, the chill radiating from his piercing gaze enveloped the trio, instilling a sense of dread born from the authority of an upper-tier being. This was Yun Guangfan, the domain lord of the Great Xia, one of the 6 grand commanders of the law enforcement. These 4 were the leaders of the 6 law enforcement teams of the Great Xia, the 4 emperors of the Divine Shadow enforcement squad. The 3 men slightly bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. "We pay our respects to the domain lord." Yun Guangfan approached the large table, and as the starlight swirled and clashed behind him, an exquisitely white and luxurious sofa materialized. After sitting down, he gestured to the 3 men before him, who were still bowing in respect. "Please, take your seats." 3 individuals took their seats, with Yun Guangfan casually crossing his legs, his arms resting on the armrests of the sofa as he narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the elder across from him. "Zhao Huaqin, what is the situation?" Zhao Huaqin gently lifted the scroll of parchment from the table, slowly unfurling it as it drifted towards Yun Guangfan, letting out a sigh. "To answer the domain master, the eternal sacred body Linyu has vanished from my domain. I personally transported 10 of them to the designated assessment planet using starlight, and the other 9 are in normal condition. Only Linyu is missing. There wasn't even the slightest sign of disturbance. Not even my domain detected anything unusual." "What? He has disappeared. Is there anyone in this world who can elude your detection? The sacred body is one thing, but he is not at the 7th tier imperial realm. How could he just vanish?" Wan Kuang suddenly perked up, his eyes widening. "Could it be that he ran off to another planet? Which is why you didn't detect it? You old fool, you truly are all brawn and no brains, aren't you? The Boundless Star River is a realm created by Chenggu himself. As long as one is within this domain, not a single action escapes his scrutiny, much like prey ensnared in a spider's web. How could it possibly evade the spider's hunt?" The Blood Sword Emperor subtly shook his head at Wan Kuang. That makes sense. I can't believe I didn't think of that." "Wait, you're insulting me. Just speaking the truth." The Blood Sword Emperor adopted a demeanor that suggested it was merely a matter of course, returning the insult in kind. "Damn it." Thud. Yun Guangfan's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, several bursts of energy erupting from his fingers, almost knocking Wan Kuang off balance. The 2 immediately straightened up, resembling children caught in wrongdoing. After scanning them with his gaze, Yun Guangfan turned his attention back to the parchment, which swiftly disintegrated into ashes in midair. Wan Kuang had not been mistaken. Indeed, Zhao Huaqin's domain possessed a flaw. After all, the stability of the Boundless Star River relied on a fragment of his star soul, hence it was not entirely flawless. But could it be that Lin Yu fortuitously encountered that singular flaw? One could not tell whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate. After Yun Guangfan spoke, Zhao Huaqin nodded, placing his hands against his forehead, lowering his head to say, "Brother Fan, being within the Gate of Dawn, that flaw is essential for the stability of the Boundless Star River. Otherwise, the domain would collapse. I understand. I don't blame you. After all, even I cannot predict the fate of the eternal sacred body. Perhaps this is simply his destiny. No, let me see where he is gone." Upon finishing, Yun Guangfan gradually closed his eyes in the white chair, as the surging deep blue spatial energy behind him transformed into slender threads, intertwining and gradually forming a humanoid silhouette. This figure boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, its face indistinct, with only an outline visible, and at that moment, the 6 hands formed sword fingers, sketching a Bagua diagram in the air before him. Spatial Envoy, great transformation of celestial mechanisms. Buzzed, an ancient aura emanated from the Bagua diagram, which then began to rotate slowly. As the speed increased, Yun Guangfan's forehead gradually furrowed. Supreme Spatial, twin pursuit of the fruit of remonstrance. With the brilliance of the spatial deity's light, it shone forth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of blue light bursting forth from his profound gaze. His hands formed a seal, transforming into a rope that connected to the Bagua diagram, causing it to spin even faster. Abruptly, it shattered into fragments, and with a swift motion, Yun Guangfan released a seal that firmly grasped the disintegrating Bagua shards. It was the spatial envoy's silhouette behind him that had first relaxed its grip, leading to the Bagua's destruction. Yun Guangfan floated up from the chair, as if his anger had ignited a fire within him, his hair and sleeves billowing from the surrounding spatial energy, his eyes turning into blue flames. He glared fiercely at the spatial envoy silhouette behind him and slapped outwards. Smack! The middle head was immediately struck to oblivion, while the remaining two heads stared at Yun Guangfan, quivering, due to the simplistic outline of their faces. It was impossible to discern whether the spatial envoy was angry or fearful. Looking down from his elevated position, Yun Guangfan pressed down with his right hand. A surge of spatial power transformed into an energy field, pinning the silhouette firmly in place. Damn it, did I give you face? Now, I command you to search. If you find him, he lives. If not, he dies. Chapter 32. The great celestial palace. Yun Guangfan and the spatial envoy exchanged glances for a moment. And ultimately, the latter relented. Reluctantly, it rotated its 6 arms, and as it turned, a kaleidoscopic scene formed before its chest, from which a deep blue energy pillar surged forth, spiraling into the Bagua diagram fragments held by Yun Guangfan. Following this, the Bagua diagram erupted with blue light, reassembling itself. Not only that, but its surface was also adorned with numerous golden runes, radiating a golden brilliance. Upon witnessing this, Yun Guangfan retracted the suppressive energy field holding the spatial envoy, and the turbulent spatial power surrounding him subsided. He turned once more to the Bagua diagram, extending his finger to lightly beckon, causing the Bagua to soar above his head. It rapidly shrank until it became a palm-sized, deep blue entity. Finally coming to rest, Yun Guangfan's expression softened somewhat as the spatial envoy's silhouette gradually faded. Yet a voice that sounded as if it were caught in a throat still emanated from within the silhouette. Yun Di, let this matter go for now. Should there be a next time summoning my celestial palace's faith incarnation, do not genuinely believe that my great celestial palace has no one. My celestial palace is not something just anyone dares to provoke. And the faith incarnation of the spatial deity is not something just anyone can touch. Yun Guangfan turned around, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the dissipating silhouette with narrowed eyes. Siadi? What? Does your great celestial palace not wish to exist lawfully and reasonably within the great Xia? Humph. Our actions are solely for our own benefit. What concerns me about the affairs of the great Xia? Do you truly think that with just the 4 of you, you can penetrate my great celestial palace? What a colossal joke. Yun Guangfan fixed his gaze on the silhouette that had faded halfway. Slightly tilting his head, at that moment, the blood sword emperor, who could no longer bear it, flickered and vanished from his spot. The next instant, 2 voices erupted from within the silhouette, as if 2 individuals were engaged in combat. Siadi, I'll cut you down. Blood Emperor? You dare to lay a hand on me? Yun Di, I have already said to let this matter rest. What do you mean by this? You think saying to let it rest is enough? Old coot, I've tolerated you for long enough. Watch my sword. The voice abruptly ceased, as the silhouette completely dissipated. Yun Guangfan turned once more, taking a seat on the sofa, resting his forehead against his hand, his eyes reflecting fatigue. Zhao Huachin, whose fists were already cracking from clenching, slammed his fist upon the table. Brother Fan, the celestial palace is becoming increasingly audacious. Even now, that Xian dares to speak insolently to you. Should we? Zhao Huachin made a gesture across his throat, narrowing his eyes. Yun Guangfan shook his head. No matter what, they have 3 Imperial Realm experts stationed. A slight suppression is sufficient to remind them that our great Xia is not their sole domain. Causing a rift could lead to mutual destruction, which benefits no one. But that bunch of lunatics completely disregards the fate of our great Xia. 12 years ago, during the Imperial Calamity War instigated by the heavenly demon Abyss, countless lives were lost, and they merely stood by. Yet they consider themselves righteous. Bah! Wan Kuang slammed the table, his muscles trembling, seemingly furious to the extreme. Let us not forget, those external forces are eyeing us. Our great Xia is not solely comprised of us, Shen Ying, but also includes the Celestial Palace and other factions. All right, let this matter be put to rest, little blood. Buzzed, a blue light flickered in the position opposite Wan Kuang, and the silhouette of the Blood Sword Emperor reappeared, though it was now stained with blood, the blade dripping red. Swordman, how did that old fellow fare? The Blood Sword Emperor shot him a glance, a murderous aura emanating from him as he wiped away the bloodstains and replied coolly. I managed to sever one of his arms, but that old rascal resorted to underhanded tactics. Summoning Gao Yi to ambush me, I took a hit from him, but I managed to sever his arm before retreating. Truly deserving of the title of the undefeated Blood Emperor of the Great Xia. To hold your own against two foes, it seems your strength has indeed advanced. Zhao Huachin stroked his beard in the depths of the extreme northern mountains of the Great Xia. A man-made plain lay pristine. As white as jade, a massive black lotus platform rested upon the ground, above which was a building resembling Saturn, encircled by a gigantic blue mechanical star ring that sparkled like stars. Such beauty. Suspended in midair above the Saturn-like structure was a small island glowing with white light, measuring only a few dozen square meters, with a blue diamond-shaped light screen on it, upon which tiny lines flowed. Surrounding this structure were 12 golden towers, resembling the Eiffel Tower at their bases, with transparent crystal suns shimmering at the tops. Inside the Saturn Lotus platform structure, the entrance was a corridor extending several meters, leading to a grand hall, where the ceiling gradually illuminated with a gradient of light, creating an exquisite ambience. The originally pristine Saturn-colored walls were marred by sharp sword marks, which covered the entire hall. And within, tables, cabinets, and all manner of items lay in disarray. Shattered beyond recognition. Two old men clad in pure white wizard robes were seated on the ground, one missing his left arm, the other his right. Their faces ashen, as if they had swallowed a weight in a fleeting moment. The arms of the two men regrew a new point. One of the elderly gentlemen twisted his newly formed wrist and snarled. Bagu, Shen Ying is intent on irreparably severing ties with my Xinggong. How glorious my Diyin Xinggong has been. When have we ever suffered such humiliation as today? Given our relationship, let us dispense with such formalities. No need to call me brother, just Ba will suffice. The other elder, Gaoi Ba, slightly taller than Xian and somewhat stooped, shook his head and replied earnestly, the Star Master has yet to return. We shall await his arrival before making any decisions. Indeed, you were somewhat reckless today, provoking the irate Yunguang fan. Therefore, the contract does not stipulate any violations from the 7th-tier Emperor-level powerhouses, and this loss we must simply endure for now. However, that does not imply that my Xinggong is so easily bullied. Since the contract states that as long as we do not cross boundaries, they shall refrain from overstepping theirs, I shall bestow upon them an eternal gift. Let Shen Ying understand that my Xinggong is not without its temper. Heh, what you imply is not. Xia An's eyes gleamed as he subtly pointed toward the depths beneath the lotus platform of Xinggong. And Gao Yiba narrowed his eyes, giving a slight nod. There is no time to waste. We must act now. Before Xialan could finish his sentence, a sword silently pressed against his neck, the sharp blade instantly slicing through skin, causing blood to spurt forth. Gao Yiba suddenly became alert, preparing to rise, but was forcefully held down by a pressure emanating from an entity whose aura matched theirs yet felt far more profound. It was an emperor, behind Xialan. A blood-red halo expanded like a bubble, coalescing into two flowing blood characters. Truth. Subsequently, it morphed into a shadowy figure clothed in golden armor, wielding the very sword poised to pierce Xian's throat. Oh, what do you intend to do? A deep, resonant voice emanated from the figure's mouth as it leaned closer to Xian's ear, whispering. Xian's breath quickened. Yin Wushuang. What business do you have here? Our feud with Shen Ying is a private matter. I advise you not to meddle. I, judgment, represent the singular truth, embodying absolute justice. Your personal vendettas are of no concern to me. However, should your Xinggong endeavor to commit any transgressions against the entirety of Xia, then I shall indeed intervene. In essence, if you aspire to inflict harm upon Xia, do not hold me, judgment, responsible for bringing your entire Diyin Xinggong to trial. By the way, do not expect your Star Master to rescue you. He is currently enjoying tea at my place. As these words were uttered, the blade's slight friction dug deeper into Xialan's neck, blood gushing forth. The shadowy figure then sheathed its sword and vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Clutching his neck, Xialan cast a dark look at Gao Yiba. Ba, what now? The Star Master has been thoroughly humiliated. We shall discuss this matter later. Gao Yiba, who had remained silent throughout, wore a similarly grim expression. Damn it, we are both 7th tier, both emperors. Why the hell does it feel like we are being toyed with like chicks? How frustrating. Chapter 33. Miracle within the Shadow Moon. Yun Guang Fan delicately levitated the bagua plate to the center of the table. With a gentle tap, an unseen energy enveloped Yun Guang Fan. The bagua plate disintegrated into ash, replaced by an inscription etched into the void. The origin of miracles. The dawn of radiance. This phrase rendered the four emperors of Shin speechless, none comprehending its meaning. Miracle? Origin? After a prolonged silence, Yun Guang Fan let out a bitter laugh, speaking to himself, indeed, we cannot interfere with his path of growth. The eternal saint body has its own journey. Huang Gu, I can only assume you were the same in the past. Inside the black dragon's head, Lin Yu had no idea how many strikes he had unleashed. Yet the dragon's teeth remained seemingly indestructible, impervious to his Xianjin blade's relentless assaults. This defied logic, for this was a blade renowned for its ability to cut through anything. Was there truly something it could not sever? The moment the blade was thrust into the ground, it would plunge straight to the Earth's core, much like Thor's mighty hammer, encountering no obstacles along its path. Given this anomaly, Lin Yu ceased his attempts and sat down to ponder. Recalling every event since arriving here from the Dawn Ancient Palace, the god of miracles suppressing the aura of the holy light Qilin, the peculiar golden architecture, the mysterious arm, the myriad of magic souls, colossal giants adorned with eyes, the imprisoned dragon of miracles, the illogical dragon head. As Lin Yu meticulously reflected upon these occurrences, he inadvertently noticed the slow-moving pale white aura enveloping him, suddenly struck by inspiration. Perhaps the answer had always resided within the name of this planet, the god of miracles, Xiangxing miracle. Yes, only a miracle could elucidate this phenomenon. Only a miracle could explain why the Xianjin blade could not cleave through this black dragon's head. Having realized this, Lin Yu rose, gazing at the pale white aura coursing through him, concluding that this must indeed be the power of miracles. If the dragon's head could wield miracles, then perhaps I could as well. He pressed his hand against the pale white aura flowing from his golden armor, uncertain of how to harness this power. He opted for a rudimentary approach. Yet, to his dismay, the aura seemed to permeate through his fingers. Continuing its languid flow, with a gentle shift of his gaze, a bold idea ignited within him. Lin Yu assumed a stance akin to drawing a sword, believing that if he could not accomplish this task, he would entrust it to miracles. Upon this realization, the pale white aura altered its course, converging towards the Xianjin blade, shimmering with resplendent golden light as it encircled the blade's edge. Within the confines of the spiritual sanctuary, Jin Xiao sat upon a golden chair, one hand cradling his chin while the other rested upon the trembling little Qilin's head beside him, letting out a soft chuckle. Have you discovered it? Lin Yu, too, witnessed the miracle upon the blade's edge, a smirk gracing his lips as he struck down, miracle. Xian Fantasy Slash. The blade's radiance, infused with resplendent golden light through the miracle's enhancement, transformed into an unstoppable beast. One strike shattered all the dragon's teeth before the entire dragon's head erupted into fragments. The 12-eyed magic soul giant, traversing the sealed demon ground, suddenly lurched forward. The slash pierced through its belly, propelling into the endless darkness ahead, momentarily illuminating the eternal void. Numerous red-eyed magic souls were torn apart by the strike, with nothing capable of obstructing its advance. Lin Yu emerged from the giant's belly, suspended in midair, surrounded by the pale white aura. Given Lin Yu's current realm, levitating was impossible, yet the more impossible the task, the more it was destined for miracles. The three colossal hands of the magic soul giant melded into its body, healing the gaping wound in its abdomen. The giant's form began to shrink, diminishing to a fraction of its former size, transforming from a towering behemoth into a diminutive magic soul giant, Sai Luo. As its stature reduced, its soul form became more corporeal. Its lower half no longer retained an ethereal state but manifested into legs, resembling a small, sleek, black creature. The 12 blood-red eyes merged into 2 solid crimson orbs, subsequently shrouded by a dark mask. The jet-black skin sprouted black bone armor, and 2 large black horns emerged from its head, reminiscent of a formidable bull. 2 short, blood-red demon horns protruded from its forehead. Adorned with dark patterns, a blood-red crystal pulsated at its chest, radiating with a bright glow, resembling a black Zoda, a massive battle blade, half his height, materialized, gently embedding itself into the ground, releasing a gust of black wind that swept across the surroundings. causing numerous small magic souls to tremble and bow as if paying homage to their king, Linyu. Observing the small black creature that the magic souls were prostrating before, felt perplexed. This former magic soul giant had merely been a fusion of countless souls. And now it had simply transformed in shape. How had it become their king? He connects the two realms, go for it. Janshio chuckled. Ku, my old friend, is that you returned? The magic soul Zoda spoke. Its voice akin to that of a middle-aged man whose throat had been ground by a wheel 1,000 times, laden with feathers. Its sound reverberated like surround sound, grating and piercing. Linyu was taken aback. Quickly glancing behind him, confirming it was directed at him, tilting his head slightly, who are you? Zoda. So Ultraman truly is a documentary. Not Ku, Zoda muttered, slowly drawing the massive battle blade from the ground. Yet you exude an aura that is as detestable to demons as Ku's. What do you suppose will happen if I inadvertently slay you? Cackling, as the words fell, Zoda charged forward with the blade raised. Lin Yu's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his own blade to defend. Zoda's massive battle blade unleashed a torrent of black wind, their weapons clashing violently. Lin Yu barely managed to parry the strike before being sent crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Before Lin Yu could regain his footing, Zoda's blade came crashing down from above, its speed rendering Lin Yu incapable of reaction. Should this hit land, it would be fatal. Boom. The blade cleaved downward, creating a chasm extending 100 meters ahead. Zoda's sword clattered to the ground as he cast a fleeting glance at the chasm below, then turned his head to shake it in disdain towards the distant inverted pyramid structure on the horizon. Mockingly giving a thumbs down. Ku, is this your successor? How utterly weak. Who are you calling weak? From the darkness behind Zoda, Lin Yu's speed reached its zenith. The blade shimmered with golden light and, in an instant, struck Zoda at his lower back. The latter flew through the air like a bent shrimp, crashing heavily into the demon mountain. Boom. The entire mountain shattered into fragments, and Zoda emerged from the wreckage. Suspended in midair. With each step he took, dark winds rippled beneath his feet. You are merely a trivial second-tier Yuan Zhen. How could you evade my attack? Lin Yu held his sword in a defensive stance. Laughing maniacally, guess. Chapter 34. Puppet control. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left palm, a pale blue jade pendant glimmered softly, marked with 2 fissures. Zhongshan. It was this pendant that had enabled him to evade Zoda's previous strike, allowing him to counterattack and send Zoda flying. However, now he could only use it one last time. Damn it. Zoda rubbed his shoulder, speaking nonchalantly. Then, a ripple of light emanated from his feet, and a faint black barrier rose, enveloping a radius of 500 meters around him, resembling a colossal octagonal cage. Go ahead. Hide. Let us see how you escape. Zoda grasped his massive war knife, flames igniting along its blade, and slowly advanced towards Lin Yu. Damn! This big-horned black bull is formidable. Lin Yu glanced around, realizing he was surrounded. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. He quietly grasped the transparent thread that Ranzi Ming had given him, a surge of information flooding into his mind. Damn it! Puppet control? He was uncertain if it would work, but could only pray for a miracle. Wait. Can you first tell me where this place is, who you are, and why you are intent on killing me? At least let me die with some understanding. Lin Yu rushed to speak as Zoda continued his relentless approach. Zoda's steps did not falter. He merely laughed coldly 3 times, taunting, stalling for time. There's no one here to save you. I'll tell you anyway, demon sealing ground. My name is Kai. Because I find you displeasing with that. His form transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging straight at Lin Yu with a deadly strike. Lin Yu's pupils dilated, and he quickly braced himself. The speed of the attack was astonishing, and the sheer force sent pain radiating through Lin Yu's hands. Conventional golden techniques were proving ineffective. Although powerful, they were no match for Kai. Using them excessively would only waste the already limited mental energy within him. The faint white aura coursing over his body had diminished compared to before, indicating that miracles were not immutable and would deplete with use. As for puppet control, Lin Yu had yet to fully grasp its method of mastery. Nearly every path was blocked, leaving only a dead end. Enough. I'll take a gamble. If miracles do not occur, then I shall attempt to create one. In Lin Yu's right eye, a small hexagram flickered faintly. Reflecting on the golden techniques at his disposal, he realized he had a mere four: the unarmed skill, diamond cracking fist; the invincible golden ray; the strongest basic attack, golden triple slash; and a self-proclaimed ultimate technique that fused the power of the three skills into golden illusory slash, for a being of supreme strength. Having only these few means was undoubtedly insufficient. Was this not a call for him to dig deeper? If so, there remained a glimmer of hope. If not, with only these four skills, he would surely perish today. But how to excavate became the pressing question. Should he follow the desires of his heart? Let us gamble. If I am to perish, then let it be so. Kai's colossal sword descended upon Lin Yu, who then thrust his blade into the ground, channeling the energy of the golden illusory slash. The dark earth erupted outward, creating a massive pit, and the shockwaves sent Lin Yu soaring. Kai's strike missed. Landing in the swirling black dust of the crater, as Lin Yu plummeted downwards, he immediately unleashed a golden ray. The golden energy beam impacted Kai's back, causing his armor to crack and hiss. But Kai stumbled only slightly. With a swift motion, Kai swung his obsidian war knife, and where the blade met, mountains and rivers were obliterated. Yet, Lin Yu had vanished from sight. Boom! A sudden pressure bore down upon Kai, forcing him to sink into the ground, his back arching under the weight. Defiantly, he raised his head to see Lin Yu clad in radiant golden and crimson battle armor, crowned with a Qilin helmet. Engulfed in golden flames, emerging from the brilliance, in his right hand, he wielded a pale golden sword, while his left held a flaming holy sword, surrounded by a faint white aura. At that moment, he stepped forward. Treading upon the void, rippling waves of energy exploding beneath him. One of the three great talents of the holy light Qilin step. This unique technique allowed him to traverse the void, condensing it into a cage that suppressed a designated area. He could take up to 9 steps at the cost of substantial mental energy, and at its peak, could tread upon the stars and shatter the heavens. Indeed, Lin Yu smiled, for nothing could impede the emergence of miracles. Even if this world rejected him, it could not withstand the force of miracles. Just moments ago, as Kai's blade descended, Lin Yu had gambled his life, harnessing the miraculous aura from his body. He broke free from the world's rejection of the holy light Qilin and merged with it. In the instant he summoned the small Qilin, an aura surged towards it. Had it not been for the miraculous energy enveloping the Qilin, it too would have been cast aside. Yet the cost was a significant depletion of that miraculous energy flowing through him. Kai was pinned to the ground, unable to believe that Lin Yu, a mere first-tier Yuanzhan, could so easily subdue the master of the demon sealing ground, who possessed third-tier strength. Despite his lack of power, Lin Yu exuded an aura that Kai found utterly repulsive. The golden and crimson holy armor instilled a sense of dread in Kai's bloodline. It was a force of bloodline suppression. This was something Lin Yu had not anticipated, yet he would not squander this opportunity. With his weapons crossed in a decisive stance, he aimed them at Kai below. Holy light illusory slash. A fiery cross-shaped slash erupted towards Kai, the space around it collapsing into nothingness. The first step of Qilin step automatically established a 10-meter cubic space for suppression. The only advantage was that he could reshape this space into various forms, such as a rectangle or cylinder, as long as it did not exceed the dimensional limits. Kai, at that moment, was confined within a cylindrical cage, resembling a massive pillar. The pressure within the cage was fixed. As the area of force diminished, the pressure would multiply, altering the shape of the cage to a cylinder with a smaller diameter than the cubic space yet a greater height. The force of suppression amplified exponentially. Moreover, the serendipitous bloodline suppression from the holy light Qilin allowed him to pin Kai effectively. The cross slash, accompanied by a sonic boom, raced toward Kai, accelerating dramatically as it entered the cage's range, striking Kai's back with devastating force. The sound of cracking echoed from his back as the dark bone armor splintered, magical energy seeping from the fractures, only to be evaporated by the holy light. No matter how frantically Kai attempted to generate more bone armor for defense, it proved futile. This strike, he could not withstand. In the end, he held on for less than 2 breaths. The cross slash pierced through Kai's back, erupting from his chest and detonating against the ground, even shattering his visor. Then, Lin Yu's right hand, wielding the golden sword, transformed into specks of light, leaving behind a transparent thread suspended in his palm. Aimed at the grievously injured Kai, the thread floated directly above the cross-shaped wound on Kai's back. All living beings, move with me. Bind the heart and soul. Control the body like a puppet. Puppet control. Activate. As the final word fell, the thread plunged into the wound. Kai's body stiffened suddenly, his head shaking uncontrollably, his blood-red eyes flickering. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Yu hastily ceased, Qilin's step, plummeting to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Lin Yu staggered to his feet. The energy expended in performing the cross-slash had drained his mental energy entirely. Throughout the ordeal, he had relied on the power of miracles to endure. Otherwise, he would never have been able to subdue Kai. Lin Yu advanced, finding Kai lying quietly in the pit below, his eyes still glowing with bloodlight yet immobile. Raising his right hand, a segment of the thread emerged. With a thought, Kai stood upright, then knelt on one knee before Lin Yu, uttering, "Master." Chapter 35. Yang Xian just, demon sealing ground. Kai stepped forward, landing in a slightly stable area, as Lin Yu, draped in a flowing crimson robe, leapt down from Kai's shoulder, leaning against the black stone to sit cross-legged upon the ground for a brief respite. After a night had passed, Lin Yu felt invigorated and rose once more. A dazzling blaze of golden-red flames flickered, and the golden-red holy light battle armor enveloped his form. His mental energy had seized the opportunity to break through the bottleneck, advancing into the second tier of the Yuanjin realm. The skeletal figure served as a bodyguard, ensuring Lin Yu's safety. Due to its identity as the lord of this so-called demon-sealing ground, the surrounding lesser demon souls dared not approach. It must be said that Ran Ziming's puppet-controlling technique was quite extraordinary. As the skeletal figure was firmly under its control, even its consciousness being confined, rendering it a mere puppet for Lin Yu to manipulate. With a great leap, Lin Yu landed upon the shoulder of the skeletal figure. His right hand gathering flames as the holy light sword materialized, he addressed the puppet, "Let us overturn this place." Deep within the burning demon volcano, Han Yunfei found himself before a pair of enormous eyes. Those eyes were strikingly crimson, searing, and colossal. As the eyes scanned Han Yunfei, one pupil transformed into a swirling vortex, engulfing him with torrents of molten lava. Soon after, the pupil returned to its original state, now marked by a small black dot at its center. Upon closer inspection, one could see Han Yunfei, trapped in the shape of a large character within the pupil, unable to break free despite the surging white currents that coursed through him. Mei Lin's figure descended slowly from above, gazing down with a smile at the imprisoned Han Yunfei, who was forced to look outward. "I told you to watch with your own eyes, and indeed, you shall witness. I, Mei Lin, am not the type of demon emperor who merely talks without action." Han Yunfei's mouth was sealed, leaving him to emit muffled sounds of despair, as white currents surged frantically around him, resembling electric snakes. "There's no use in exerting yourself. The power of this giant flame demon far surpasses yours, and you cannot escape." Mei Lin discerned Han Yunfei's unspoken thoughts, stroking his beard with amusement. He then vanished, appearing atop the giant flame demon's head. The head was adorned with fiery horns resembling those of a deer, radiating an astonishing temperature. At the center, between the two enormous horns, a crimson bone throne was embedded, upon which Mei Lin sat, closing his eyes and occasionally tapping his right index finger against the armrest, as if he were waiting. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating across the sky as the rainfall intensified. Being situated in the eastern region of the crumbling ditch plain, not far from the ice valley, the weather remained frigid, with raindrops striking the leaves exhibiting signs of freezing. As dusk approached, coupled with the overcast sky, everything around became ominously dark, save for the raging winds and torrential rain. On a mountainside, there existed a large courtyard, sparsely populated with 7 or 8 makeshift cabins constructed by hunters pursuing demonic beasts. The center of a spacious cabin, a fire blazed, and 4 hunters clad in tiger-skin skirts sat around it. Each held a wooden stick skewering a sizable chunk of unknown animal meat, sizzling and oozing oil over the flames. "Old Ma, pass me that bag of spicy banana salt next to you," called out a man with a small round net cap, whose elongated face resembled a peculiar egg, directing his gaze at a hunter across from him, who was eyeing the roasted meat with great envy. adorned in leopard print. Old Ma remained silent, his calloused left hand reaching out to toss the plastic bag over. Thanks, Old Ma. This secret seasoning is something else, truly aromatic. The peculiar egg swiftly opened the bag, grabbing a generous handful of the yellow spicy banana salt and evenly sprinkling it over the roasted meat, all while eagerly exclaiming, "Ah, with Old Ma's spicy banana salt, it's the embodiment of soul. A true indulgence." Next to the peculiar egg, a slightly darker hunter with disheveled hair, having had his fill, rose to his feet, his gaze somewhat glazed as he stepped outside. "I'm going to take a leak. Anyone coming? What's the matter? Had too much to drink, and now you need someone to hold your hand," came a teasing remark from another hunter, eliciting laughter from the others. "Shut it, Yin Shi. Just wait for me to come back." The inebriated hunter half opened his eyes, waving dismissively at the teasing hunter with a sly grin before he exited through the door. Ugh, this dreadful weather changes on a whim. The forecast clearly stated it would be sunny. Yet here we are, drenched. Old Ma sighed, sprinkling banana salt as he spoke. Indeed, we've already been delayed here for several days. Why don't we just make a move tonight, taking advantage of the rain to ambush the shattered ice ape? Yin Shi suggested earnestly after taking a swig of his drink. Old Ma, Old Shun, the shattered ice ape is holed up in its cave due to the downpour. If we're going to strike, tonight is the prime opportunity. Are we going? If so, let us get ready. The peculiar egg, Old Shin, nodded in agreement. Let us go. It's freezing here. The sooner we hunt the shattered ice ape, the sooner we can return to town. I've been longing for the company of the lovely Miss Number 39 at the Red Romance spot. I'm all in. Old Ma replied, gnawing on the meat. Great. We'll wait for Wong Kong to return. Then we'll set off. Clang, clang, clanged, and knocking echoed from outside the door. Old Wong, have you drunk too much to even open the door? Yin Shi joked. Clang, clang, clanged. No one responded. Only the persistent knocking. Stop knocking, I'm coming. Yin Shi stood, grumbling as he approached the door. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, his expression suddenly shifted, sensing something amiss, and he coughed sharply. The two behind him exchanged knowing glances, rising cautiously as a wave of mental energy began to surge within them. Old Wong, is that you outside? Yin Shi slowly withdrew his hand from the door, his right hand coalescing mental energy into a glimmering, cold dagger, and he inquired once more. Suddenly, a shadowy claw burst through the wooden door, seizing Yin Shi's head and crushing it instantly. The speed was so rapid that there was no time to react. Blood sprayed high into the air, and Yin Shi's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. As hunters accustomed to the bloody scenes of hunting demonic beasts, they were not rendered speechless by shock. Instead, they immediately turned their wary gazes toward the doorway. The two erupted with mental energy, summoning their protective spiritual formations. Although they shared a similar realm with Linyu, their essence was far denser, indicating a higher tier of cultivation. Having spent years battling and hunting demonic beasts, their foundational skills were solid. Behind Malu, a second-tier, six-fold green-hued antelope emerged from the formation, while Shun Zhao's behind him was a second-tier, seven-fold lion-tiger howling spirit dog. Its appearance was that of a yellowish-brown dog, prancing with its legs on either side, adorned with a mane resembling that of a lion and sporting a peculiar kingly mark on its forehead. Break armor antelope, manifest. Lion-tiger howling spirit dog, manifest. Both of them glowed brilliantly, as Malu donned green armor that bore golden patterns around his neck, arms, and wrists. His helmet, resembling the face of an antelope, featured two sharp wooden horns that shimmered ominously, and in his hands, a hunting rifle materialized. Shan Zhao's armor resembled a complete beast form, cloaked in a unique, dull golden armor, with the head resembling that of a lion-dog. At first glance, it appeared to be a dog-headed humanoid clad in armor, a rare sight among all protective spirits. Shan Zhao bared his sharp canine teeth, and from the backs of his hands, 5 peculiar golden claws sprouted, reminiscent of Wolverine. Who is at the door? State your name. Boom. The wooden door, along with its frame, shattered under a tremendous force, sending splinters flying throughout the room. Outside, shrouded in darkness, a towering figure cloaked in black stood silently, its right hand still dripping with blood. Who are you? Do you dare to kill without restraint, showing such disregard for the laws of the Great Xia? Malu gripped his rifle tightly, aiming it at the figure in black, speaking with vigilance. "Laws? Ha!" The figure in black grinned menacingly, his voice deep and foreboding. Crack! A lightning bolt illuminated the sky, casting a white glow upon the land. The figure in black continued, "I, Yang Xiangang, am the law." Chapter 36, Enforcement Bureau, Yang Xiangang. "Apologies, but we do not know you at all. Perhaps you have mistaken us for someone else?" Ma Lu furrowed his brow. Continuing, "We bear no grudge against you, and we are unaware of having offended your esteemed self. If we have indeed transgressed, I apologize on behalf of my friends. We are merely hunters of demonic beasts. And if we have truly violated the laws of the Great Xia, we are willing to accept punishment, but that there is no need for bloodshed. Howl indeed, my lord, if there truly is no offense, I simply don't feel like killing." Shan Shao attempted to interject but was abruptly cut off by Yang Xiangang. In an instant, Yang Xuanggang's figure transformed into a streak of black light, rushing into the cabin. The glow of the campfire cast the silhouettes of the two hunters against the wall. As a shadow flashed by, their figures were severed at the neck, blood splattering high against the wall. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, having not even a moment to react. They could never have imagined that the last sight they would behold in their lives would be their own bodies. Still standing, Yang Xiangang brought his still-bloodied right hand to his mouth, extending a tongue reminiscent of a lizard to lick it, before vanishing into a cloud of black light, disappearing without a trace. The cabin fell silent once more, with only the howling rain outside and the crackling of the campfire within. Just outside the cabin, at a diagonal position, a few dilapidated wooden crates and stacks of straw were piled together. Atop which lay a thick wooden plank that in such a rudimentary restroom, a figure crouched, peering through the crevice of a wooden box. The individual had long since frozen in place, their face a blend of cold sweat and the rain that had splattered upon it. From the moment the door was knocked upon, they had witnessed the entire ordeal, and by now, the effects of intoxication had faded. Perched upon the person's shoulder was a small lion cub, its golden mane reminiscent of sunflower petals. Its size was modest, yet its eyes shimmered with a golden glint, fixated intently on the direction of the house across from them. This position was slightly askew, yet it still offered a clear view of the two figures cast as shadows upon the wall. Their bodies severed and sprawled on the ground. "Did you record it?" Wang Kong turned to the lion cub on his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. The cub's golden gaze dimmed as it tilted its head towards Wang Kong and nodded. He sighed deeply and stealthily exited the small restroom, sprinting towards the door. Once outside, he began a frantic dash, indifferent to the downpour or the state of the path, rolling and crawling towards the town. Just as Wang Kong emerged from the pitch-black restroom, a bolt of lightning illuminated the ground momentarily. The silhouette of a figure in a black robe loomed behind where Wang Kong had just stood. Time and again, Wang Kong stumbled into puddles, rising repeatedly, never having experienced such disarray in his life. After tumbling down the muddy slope, he finally glimpsed the faint glimmers of light through the rain and mist that marked Yanhan town. He raced into the town, heading directly for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs feeling as if they were being squeezed by a vice. The rainwater drenching him had already begun to freeze, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. An agent immediately rushed over to assist him, but Wang Kong could hardly stand, so he was helped into a chair. In truth, as soon as Wang Kong dashed into the Law Enforcement Bureau, the agents inside had sensed something was amiss. Thus, the moment he collapsed within, there were already no fewer than 20 agents present. Clad uniformly in light brown trench coats, these agents were part of the civilian organization directly under the command of the Dark Knight Enforcement Team. If Dark Knight represented the military, then the Law Enforcement Bureau was akin to local organizations, comprising precinct officers and subdivided into 3 ranks: agent, officer, and first-class agent. A slightly older, scruffy-bearded man emerged from the crowd. On his shoulders, he bore 2 insignias, each depicting a shield adorned with 3 golden stars. He poured a cup of hot tea from a kettle and handed it to Wang Kong. "Greetings, I am first-class agent Mo Kongyang. Warm yourself up and speak slowly. There is no rush." Wang Kong cradled the cup of hot water, trembling so much he could hardly articulate his words, the plethora of thoughts swirling in his mind transforming into a stutter. Fortunately, he swiftly turned, and the little lion cub leapt onto his shoulder, its eyes glowing with intensity, projecting an image onto the wall opposite them. The scene depicted the entire sequence of Yang Shuangguang committing murder. The room fell silent as all the agents fixated on the projected image on the wall. Do Kongyang's brow furrowed involuntarily. He recognized Yang Shuangguang, one of the 6 deputy commanders of the Dark Knight. The law enforcer Yang Shuangguang. Impossible. This was the very first thought that arose in his mind. He was well aware of Yang's character and could not believe that the selfless deputy commander would commit such a heinous act, especially one so detrimental in nature. The image concluded, lingering at the moment the shadow vanished. "Where is the location?" Mo Kongyang inquired immediately. "It's 0.5 miles south of the town, at the foot of Bafing Mountain." "Old Ho, Old Ji, report this to the Dark Knight. The remaining agents, secure your homes. First-class enforcement team, follow me." With a commanding voice, Mo Kongyang dispatched 2 individuals to delve deeper into the Law Enforcement Bureau. The situation was dire, especially with the framing of a Dark Knight law enforcer in a murder case. The projection had revealed the adversary's considerable strength, and with his own agents being only of 2nd and 3rd rank, it was uncertain whether they could cope, making it imperative to report the matter. Mo Kongyang led the charge, followed closely by 7 agents, heading straight for the scene of the incident. The Law Enforcement Bureau comprised 3 floors. The first housed the lobby and several storage rooms, where Wang Kong had just been. The second contained offices and agent dormitories. The third held a conference room and a restricted dark chamber, which could only be accessed with orders. Old Ho and Old Ji ascended to the 3rd floor, bypassing the conference room until they halted at a decorative vase. They gently twisted the vase, and a series of soft clicks echoed as a section of the wall began to rise. Upon entering, they were met with a dark downward passageway. Instead of descending, they began to tread rhythmically on the stone steps, Old Ji closely following Old Ho. Halfway down, the surface of the steps illuminated with peculiar patterns, causing a slight tremor in the passageway. Suddenly, the interior began to rotate like a Rubik's Cube, and they felt as though the world had flipped upside down. The next moment, their surroundings brightened as they were transported into a chamber. It was a square stone room, approximately 30 square meters in size, devoid of windows, with a staff embedded in the center of the floor. Atop the staff glowed a crystal radiating a soft blue light, and the staff was etched with intricate incantations, shimmering like flames. The ground bore a crack resembling a scar, with blue starlight flickering from within. They approached, clenched their right fists to their left chests, and knelt on one knee, reciting in unison. "Dark night arrives, all evils retreat. Watch over the blue moon, guard before dawn." The tip of the staff projected 2 faint blue beams, scanning the 2 of them before a mechanical voice emanated from above. "Identity confirmed. Yinhan Town Law Enforcement Bureau agent, access granted." Subsequently, a blue star gate opened at the staff's tip, and a force pulled them in, after which everything returned to its original state. The moment they were drawn in, a peculiar shadow surged amidst their own. Chapter 37. The skeletal armor, a sound pierced through the air as Hai sped through the demon sealing land, carrying Linyu on its shoulder. Numerous demon souls they encountered along the way bowed in reverence, not daring to approach even slightly. Linyu, uncertain of his destination, simply chose a direction at random, following his instincts, which assured him he would not err. That old man is truly peculiar, arranging such bizarre trials, he mused, gripping his Xinjian blade with one hand while clutching Hai's left ear with the other, voicing his discontent. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the dim sky, followed by an explosive sound that sent plumes of smoke soaring. Before them lay a sword mark stretching over 100 meters, blocking Hai's path. Hai came to an abrupt halt, almost tossing Linyu off. It slowly rose, its crimson robe billowing in the wind. 1 foot rested on Hai's head, the Xinjian blade sheathed at its waist, looking down from a vantage point at the cloud of explosion smoke. "Hai Wang, how could you betray us? We, your subordinates, serve you loyally, yet you abandon us. What a cold betrayal!" A voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed from within the smoke. "Bai Yao, you are mistaken. Do we possess hearts?" A childlike, tinkling laughter emerged from the smoke. Contrasting sharply with the earlier voice, as the smoke cleared, 2 figures stood, one tall and one short. Bai Yao donned a sleek, form-fitting black armor, with crimson lines perfectly outlining her near-perfect physique. A pair of gray, angel-like wings adorned her back, the flowing red skirt billowing behind her. However, there was a flaw. Her left eye appeared dim, evoking the impression of blindness. Beside Bai Yao stood a diminutive girl, her height reaching only half of Bai Yao's. With twin white pigtails cascading in front, adorned by a black crown, she wore a tight-fitting black leather jacket paired with a short skirt. A pair of tiny white wings sprouted from her back, and a whip-like black tail curled upwards, ending in a black heart. Why are there humans here? And in motorcycle gear? What are these two beings? Wealthy fallen angels and precocious succubi. You are the succubi. Your entire family is succubi. I am Goya, the young succubus, hands on her hips and her little wings fluttering like chicken wings, retorted indignantly. Ahem, not so. It is you who has abducted our Lord Hai Wang? Have you decided how you wish to die? Bai Yao coughed lightly, her right hand flicking to reveal a blood-red longsword. Lin Yu lightly tapped his feet, leaping onto Hai's head, the tip of the Xinjian blade pressed against Hai's crown. His gaze glinting with a cold light. If I am not mistaken, you two are the guards of this skeletal figure, correct? Your lord is no match for me. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to stop me? Goya raised a finger towards Lin Yu, turning to Bai Yao with a grin. Heh, he sure knows how to act tough, just like Lord Hai Wang. Lin Yu. Hi, do you two have any manners? I can still hear you. I do have my pride. You know. Must you speak so bluntly? Well, I suppose I am a bit pretentious. Curvature strike. Capture the thief. As Bai Yao's wings trembled behind her. Her legs bent and propelled her forward. The space before her seemed to warp, reaching an incredible speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Just as Lin Yu barely sensed a hint of danger, he felt a tightening around his neck, rendering him breathless. Bai Yao's hand had firmly grasped Lin Yu's throat, lifting him effortlessly, and in that moment, Lin Yu experienced an overwhelming sense of suffocation. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. I retract my previous statement. They truly possess such remarkable abilities. How is it that they are faster than Hai, instantly eliminating me? With such speed, why associate with this skeletal figure? Wouldn't it be more delightful to operate independently and have Hai serve as your subordinate? Lin Yu's limbs convulsed awkwardly, his eyes rolling back as a wave of asphyxiation surged within him, causing his vision to blur. Damn, am I really going to meet my end here? Walking on thin ice? My entire life has been a precarious existence, hasn't it? Cultivation? The Emperor? Arriving here without comprehension. Does it truly change anything? Within the realm of consciousness, Lin Yu's figure plummeted into the depths, accelerating as if giant hands were dragging him into this chaotic abyss. The light before him dwindled, receding further until it became merely a faint glimmer, while his eyelids grew heavier in a daze. A golden light streaked by, revealing the figure of Jin Xiu in the palm of his right hand. A faint white miraculous aura flowed like strands of hair. No. Yudakan changed and a fragment of the miracle flew into Lin Yu's left palm, connecting with one end of the puppet master technique. Hai's figure appeared beside Lin Yu. The bone armor on his chest expanding outward, revealing a crimson crystal nestled within. The crystal, entwined with miraculous energy, surged into Lin Yu's body, after which his figure dissipated, leaving Lin Yu alone. An influx of information flooded his mind as he opened his eyes again. Struggling to turn over and face the endless darkness below, whispering softly. No, I cannot perish here. I am not worthless. I am the eternal sacred body. High armor. In reality, Bai Yao gazed coldly at Lin Yu, whose body erupted with a surge of black wind. Roaring like thunder, Bai Yao was knocked back several steps by this force, causing her to release her grip on Lin Yu. The flowing black threads on her vibrant red robe swirled in the wind, lifting Lin Yu into the air. Beneath, Hai spread his arms wide, transforming into a whirlwind that enveloped Lin Yu's body. The whirlwind adhered to Lin Yu, coalescing into a stylish black light armor adorned with golden lines. A blue glow reflected from his chest, and a black skull insignia was imprinted on his forehead. What? How did you absorb the consciousness of Lord Hai? Return Lord Hai to us, Goya exclaimed in astonishment. Her small wings flapping wildly behind her, a hint of confusion flashed in Bai Yao's eyes. Lin Yu opened his eyes, his pupils a shade of grayish blue, gazing at his black armor before lightly snapping his fingers. Explode armor. With a mechanical sound, the black armor disassembled into numerous parts, floating around him like Iron Man Holy Light Qilin, manifest. A golden red holy light armor enveloped him, merging with the high armor. The color shifted from golden red to a black gold base, accented with red lines, giving the battle suit a more solid and hard appearance, even exuding a sense of advanced technology, amplifying its power. Goodness, a cyber battle suit. This is beyond expectation, Goya remarked, her mouth dripping with excitement. Wang Kai communicated with Lin Yu. Hey master, I feel significantly stronger now. I want to fight. Chapter 38 by Ho. I'm so exhausted. Lin Yu twisted his neck, feeling his immense power. With a flick of his right hand, a black gold holy light sword materialized in his palm, and with a single step, he charged at Bai Niao. His speed surged, clearly inheriting Hai's velocity enhancement. Having just consumed Hai's consciousness in the realm of awareness, he had inherited all of Hai's abilities. This meant he could now utilize the techniques Hai had previously used against him, with vast potential for development. Just before his eyes, a line of text appeared. Hai Wang's skills: Giant Penetration, Soul Sacrifice, Octagonal Cage, Derivation, Knight's Dread, Curvature of 10,000 Swords, Gatling. Bai Niao raised her hand high, her sword glowing with a red light, countless sword shadows swirling around her, shooting towards Lin Yu like bullets. At first glance, it resembled a female version of Yingzheng unleashing her ultimate move. Beside her, Goya flapped her small wings, summoning a small angelic figure the same size as the previous demonic giant. Dressed in a pure white gown beneath her golden hair, the angel wielded a pair of pure golden swords. Angelic light. Holy slash. Goya's figure floated into the angel's chest, and the angel, brandishing double swords, charged at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's speed did not diminish in the slightest. A massive battle blade materialized alongside his holy light sword, cleaving downward. Holy light. Giant Penetration. Boom. A black gold slashing sword surged forth. The penetrating force of Hai Wang's skill combined with the explosive power of the holy light Qilin, greatly enhancing their might. Although Bai Niao's Gatling-like blood-red sword shadows moved with incredible speed, they were all shattered by the penetrating force. Even the two angelic swords aimed at Lin Yu were forced back upon collision with the slash, their blades beginning to crack. Goya, seeing the imminent danger, abruptly vanished, her petite form bending backward to evade the penetrating force, yet she was still affected, tumbling to the ground. Bai Niao was not so fortunate. Mere seconds after her attack was met with the penetrating strike, the overwhelming force sent her crashing backward, her delicate hands barely holding onto the red sword. Her dim left eye suddenly glimmered with a faint light, and a male voice emanated from Bai Niao's throat. Hey, sister, I have a plan. Let me take over and show you my skills. Put away your little schemes. Who are you calling sister? You shameless being, a parasite, sister. Let me take the lead. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Bai Niao furrowed her brows slightly before slowly closing her eyes. Upon reopening them, both her eyes had turned a dull gray. Goodness. Then her entire body trembled violently and was flung back to the ground. The unstoppable penetrating slash grazed past like a thunderbolt, carving a gash in the ground behind her. Watch where you're aiming. I almost got flattened. Bai Niao's voice echoed out. Bai Ho rose from the ground, shaking the sword in his hand. I was careless. This was merely to make the opponent let their guard down. Let their guard down? Then you better watch it. That's my body you are using to lower the guard. Don't make me gouge your eyes out, Bai Niao retorted angrily. Bai Ho chuckled with his sharp, high-pitched voice. All right, watch me take that little brat down. One body, two souls? Lin Yu's figure dashed towards Bai Niao like a wraith, while Bai Ho leaped high, his sword aimed downward. Lin Yu's left hand flashed with golden light, and the Xianji knife appeared in his grasp, slashing upward. Golden ray. A beam shot upward, colliding with Bai Ho's descending sword, slicing it cleanly in half. It sent him soaring into the air like a rocket. Bai Ho, you were just asking to be sent to your doom. Accompanying Bai Niao's exclamations, Bai Ho, clutching the broken sword, was propelled upward by the golden ray, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star. Goodness. Goya looked up at Bai Niao, soaring into the heavens, hurriedly flapping her wings and conjuring two silver-white tank cannon handguns. Lin Yu turned his head, and in his astonished gaze, Goya loaded an RPG shell into the handgun, then aimed it at Lin Yu. Lin Yu. A handgun? An RPG handgun? This isn't a sealed magic realm, is it? This divine elephant star even has handguns? In Lin Yu's understanding, this environment seemed completely incongruent with high martial arts. coupled with the motorcycle attire worn by the little girl, he sensed that things were far from simple. Wait, where did you even get that handgun? Lin Yu questioned, waving his hand. Goya huffed. Mind your own business. If you dare report me, I'll report you to President Ji Kuan, and we'll both be done for. What report? Hold on, are you from Earth? Goya squinted her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Are you crazy? Aren't you human? Stop wasting time. Are you pretending to be oblivious? With that, she fired the gun, and bullets flew towards Lin Yu. Instantly, Lin Yu's feet trembled as he executed the Qilin step, suppressing Goya's body to the ground. The two bullets dropped, exploding in a flash of fire that was quickly extinguished under the powerful gravitational pull. Tell me, who are you, and where did that gun come from? Lin Yu slowly approached, playing with the handgun in his hand. If a peaceful dialogue failed, he would resort to force. Spare me, you shot too. Goya protested, flapping her little wings in exasperation. What shooting? I'm using a cheat. Cheat? What cheat? Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. My goodness, my friend. You can't be serious. Have you become this powerful in less than a week since the server opened? Goya's voice rose several octaves as he shouted. The sound echoed from afar, as if heavenly beings were descending. Enveloped in flames and surrounded by sonic shockwaves, it hurtled towards Lin Yu. Sister, watch how I capture him. Curvature impact. The speed intensified, reaching a free-fall velocity of 4 Mach. Holy moly! Stop, 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 you fool. I'm exhausted from all this. In Lin Yu's gaze, Bai Niao soared into her Qilin step confinement space at supersonic speed, her velocity multiplying tenfold. She was instantly slammed down by an overwhelming downward force, turning into chips and scattering all over, utterly lifeless, Goya. So? Not to be rude, but may I report you for giving away kills? Holy Light Demon Suppression Pillar. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly raising his right hand to press down. The shape of the confinement space morphed from a cube to a cylinder, reducing the area of force and increasing the pressure. Answer my question, or your fate will mirror hers. Goya flapped her wings, pleading, Big brother. I sincerely ask for mercy. Lin Yu's lips twitched, but he paid it no mind, redirecting the conversation back to the previous question. Crouching down to gaze at Goya within the confinement, he asked, Do you understand what I'm saying? Understood. You. Hail from Earth, Chapter 39. The Stronghold's destruction indeed, beyond doubt. I am from Earth, from the Great Xia dynasty. Goya obediently began to respond, but suddenly her body erupted, meeting her demise on the spot. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and scanned the area. He was utterly alone. The name Ji Kuan held significance only for Lin Yu. A traveler from another world. He was not a character from this earth. The chairman of the most powerful and wealthy large-scale research group in the Great Xia, Jibo Duan's father, was behind the humiliation plot against Lin Yu and Su Hongwei during their wedding. This was information exclusive to his original Earth, knowledge that should have been his alone. Doubts about the authenticity of this divine elephant star began to cloud his mind, and he slowly closed his eyes. Lord Jin Xiu, is this what I think it is? She must be joking. Do not overthink it. This is the divine elephant star, a place named for miracles, where anything can happen, including the materialization of your thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head slightly, took a moment to regroup, and then stood up once more. His right hand manifested a spectral battle knife, the immense penetrating power coursing through it growing ever more formidable. The sword's blade gathered this terrifying penetrating force, capable of shattering space with a mere swing. Lin Yu leaped high, driving his sword into the ground. It pierced the earth as easily as cutting tofu. And the overwhelming power surged into the abyss of the black, demonic land. The ground within a 100-meter radius collapsed entirely, debris blasting into the air and raining down like hailstones. A gaping pit of unknown depth emerged. And Lin Yu drove his sword into the pit's wall, delivering a colossal strike that carved a 100-meter-long trench before him. Lin Yu unleashed his fury, venting his pent-up emotions. He was engulfed in confusion, struggling to discern what was real and what was illusory. Night's dread. The skeletal armor erupted with shockwaves, transforming into a gale that swept in all directions, exuding an aura unique to the demon suppression lord. A shroud of darkness enveloped Lin Yu from behind, severing all ties to the past, as countless blood-red eyes opened, morphing into demonic souls that swirled around him. They all prostrated before Lin Yu, kneeling in reverence as piercing demonic voices resounded. Hail, our king. Divine Elephant Star, first challenge. Overthrow this star, complete. Divine Elephant Star, second challenge. Dominate, complete. Divine Elephant Star, third challenge. Return, commencing. In the dimly lit sky, a translucent light screen illuminated, revealing information, after which everything around Linyu began to warp. A wave of dizziness compelled him to shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, he was taken aback. Brother Fan. Putting this aside, there is another unreasonable matter. After saying this, Zhao Huaqin retrieved a rolled-up parchment from the side of the table, releasing it to be carried by starlight to Yun Guangfan's vicinity. The dense fog released by the infernal beast Emperor Qi Lu obstructed the monitoring power of Shadow Moon, leading to a misjudgment of the disaster level. The knight suffered significant damage. Yun Guangfan unrolled the parchment, revealing a comprehensive investigation report on the infernal beast Emperor Qi Lu. From the Shadow Moon's detection of the infernal beast's invasion to the declaration of a king-level disaster for the Night Base. And finally Qi Lu's appearance, emanating mysterious fog. The battle situation of the night was meticulously documented. What is the situation at Lingbei Islands? Break the Inferno Base. How did a 5th-tier infernal beast emperor slip in? Yun Guangfan rubbed his temples, frowning deeply. Another fierce battle erupted there yesterday, with 4 6th-tier infernal beast lords and 66 5th-tier infernal beast emperors deployed, not to mention countless below 5th tier. Although we repelled them, our casualties were considerable. It was likely during that chaos that one foul insect slipped in, Zhao Huaqin stated clearly. Yun Guangfan raised his head, gazing at the 3 emperors present. Infernal beasts, never-ending, never extinguished. Suddenly, the scroll above trembled, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Zhao Huaqin looked up, his eyes swirling with starlight, before abruptly slamming his palm on the table and standing up. His breath quickened, and his hands trembled involuntarily. Blood Sword Emperor's expression hardened. Brother Qin, what has happened? Yun Guangfan's eyes narrowed, as if perceiving everything, and he spoke harshly. The Demon Suppression Base 009 near the volcano at the collapsed ditch plain, and the Base 010 at the foot of Chihan Mountain have been destroyed. Both bases suffered total annihilation, with no survivors. What? Blood Sword Emperor and Wan Kuang's bodies trembled simultaneously, exclaiming in shock. Zhao Huaqin turned to the nearby Tianji platform. As if recalling something, Domain Lord, the Knight's Deputy Commander Yang Xian just applied for change of sky nearly 3 hours ago, yet there has been no news since, coupled with the destruction of these 2 bases at this time. I suspect things are not as simple as they seem. Where is Han Yunfei? He went to the burning demon volcano and has been unreachable ever since. Yun Guangfan's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as he slowly clenched his fists. A series of coincidences is no longer a coincidence. It resembles a premeditated scheme. And since it was premeditated, it must involve more than just the destruction of these 2 bases. Little Blood, handle this. Capture those who should be caught, and kill those who should be killed. Blood Sword Emperor's blood-red eyes narrowed. Understood. The 009 burning demon base had already become a scorched wasteland, with countless night soldiers' mangled corpses strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, the 010 Cold Sky base at the foot of Chihan Mountain faced a similar fate as the 009 base. 2 figures clad in light brown trench coats hung bound in midair, helplessly witnessing the unfolding chaos. A figure in a black robe appeared behind the 2 acting agents, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Yang Xian approached them, mockingly whispering like a devil. Thank you for bringing me into the night base. Without you, this base would not have been drenched in blood, with no survivors. You are the root cause of all this. After speaking, Yang Xian released their bindings and cast them to the ground before vanishing from sight. Hobo staggered to his feet, his trench coat soaked in blood, breathing heavily as he collapsed back down. Staring vacantly at the still warm blood on his hands, trembling all over. Nearby, Ji Zhongshi crouched, clutching his head, alternating between laughter and tears, already driven mad. Indeed, had they not come to the 009 burning demon base, such calamity would not have befallen them. The black-robed figure's intention to leave them alive and express gratitude was merely to make them believe that all of this stemmed from their actions. A swift death was less preferable than allowing them to linger, living forever in guilt and self-reproach. The infamous and brutal Luo brothers, ranked second among the demonic messengers, delighted in such torment. Just half an hour prior, the 2 of them had entered the Knight's burning demon base. This place was not comparable to the base the new recruits visited. It was merely a stronghold, smaller in scale, no larger than 3 football fields. Yet, it was constructed with meticulous precision. The buildings aligned neatly, with a slender spiral black tower at the center, shimmering with technological brilliance. At the tower's peak, resembling an observation platform, Lu Zhengdi, the head of this night stronghold, stood inside, gazing out at the world. After informing the other party of the situation, they adamantly insisted it was impossible, and no matter how much they argued, that commander remained resolute that Yang Xingang could never commit such an act, claiming it was a frame-up. Just then, a shadow darted out from behind one of them, moving with such speed that it nearly grazed the commander's throat. The commander merely blinked in confusion, and before he could utter a word, his head was severed from his body, blood spraying onto the 2 acting enforcers, staining the glass with a vivid crimson hue. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, a tremendous force seized them, shattering the glass and hurling them into the air, ensnared by a rope that suppressed their inner mental energy. Standing at the scene was a figure clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a pitch-black mask. Behind him loomed a massive, hulking golden rat. Chapter 40. Ambush. Within the main tower of the stronghold, someone had been watching the 2 acting enforcers the moment they entered. Thus, when the commander met his demise, the Dark Knight had already taken notice. Sun Tang, initiate level 1 alert. Another commander shouted at one of the men. The rest, surround him. Wait. Lao Tan, the golden rat, the black mask. He's the law enforcer, Vice Commander Yang Xingang. Sun Tang exclaimed, grasping Tan Mufan's wrist. No matter who he is, he killed Lu Zhengdi. We should encircle him first and then decide. They found themselves on the street outside the base, where hundreds of Dark Knight soldiers emerged from various buildings, surrounding the tower, while many others, equipped with skateboards and armed with long swords, took to the air. Yang Xingang stepped lightly, leaping from the shattered window into the void, his cold gaze sweeping over the encircling Dark Knight soldiers. He raised his hand, removing the black mask from his face, and grinned. Do you wish to lay hands on the law enforcer? Tan Mufan narrowed his eyes, a skateboard materializing beneath him as he ascended like an elevator. Hovering 5 meters away from Yang Xingang. Vice Commander Yang, may I ask why you killed Lu Zhengdi? Are you defying authority, Junior? The Dark Knight law enforcer, Vice Commander Yang Xingang, please answer. Why did you kill Lu Zhengdi? Tan Mufan's voice grew louder, his tone heavy. You are not Yang Xingang. You are an imposter. Yang Xingang paused, staring at Tan Mufan with a mocking smile that sent shivers down his spine. In the next instant, a lightning-fast figure burst from the tower, crashing down upon Tan Mufan's head, creating a crater on impact and obliterating Tan Mufan's skull with sheer force. Smoke billowed, and a sharp voice echoed from within. Ha ha ha. Correct, but alas, no reward. Your reward shall be death. Ah ha ha ha. Amidst the smoke, a colossal golden rat danced joyously atop Tan Mufan's decapitated body. Sun Tang dared not hesitate, activating the level 1 alert on his wrist's cursed ring, setting off red lights throughout the stronghold. Everyone, do not scatter. Activate the forbidden cannon and Chihua prison. The rest, advance together and hold them. Nearby, a massive building resembling a black cannon trembled, its dark barrel swiftly absorbing elemental energy. Glowing with a fierce red light, a crimson fist-shaped structure beside the tower also began to tremble and shift. With a command, all armed Dark Knight soldiers in the air merged with their guardian spirits, propelling themselves toward Yang Xingang in a concerted assault. Yang Xuangong's tongue flicked across his lips like a lizard, his body erupting in black light, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness. Within this black mist, a shadow swept through like a scythe in the air, moving too swiftly for anyone to react. Magical user. Shutter sword. With a crisp snap, as if a shutter had been pressed, those Dark Knight soldiers charging forward were cleaved in two. Plummeting from the sky, blood rained down like a crimson shower, mingling with the remains of the fallen. The golden rat's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as it leapt into the fray, its casual strikes capable of tearing apart a Dark Knight soldier. Sun Tang raised his arm in defense but was still sent flying, his left arm broken, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it, a 5th stage elemental emperor is truly formidable. The Dark Knight soldiers' attacks had no effect on him. Instead, they only fueled their adversary's exhilaration. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, a brutal display of power and violence, pale and staggering, Sun Tang rushed into the forbidden cannon control room. His left arm hanging uselessly as blood dripped, he pressed several buttons on the control panel etched with cursed inscriptions, locking onto Yang Xiangang, who was still engaged in combat below. Without hesitation, he fired the cannon. A blinding red beam shot forth, soaring toward Yang Xiangang like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted, the shockwave shattering half the stronghold, vaporizing many Dark Knight soldiers on the spot, leaving not even a trace of their remains. Sun Tang, are you insane? Our brothers are still down there. Another Dark Knight soldier inside the control room shouted, seizing Sun Tang by the collar. Though Sun Tang was slightly stronger, he shoved the soldier aside with one hand, his eyes bloodshot. What choice do we have? That was the best moment to fire. If we don't, we'll all die. Either they die, or we all perish. They're sacrificed, the Dark Knight will remember. Bang. A sharp sound rang out as a pristine white object shattered the control room's glass and flew in, slicing through Sun Tang's forehead before exiting. Sun Tang opened his mouth to speak but could emit no sound. In the end, his body slumped to the ground, his skull cleaved flat. Another Dark Knight soldier followed his gaze. Amidst the mushroom cloud stood a towering golden rat, holding a glowing white disc in front of Yang Xiangang. Clearly having used it to deflect the cannon's strike. Damn you! Lie! The soldier roared, brandishing two daggers and charging forward, but it was futile. He was merely courting death. The Qihua prison structure unfurled from a fist to a hand, soaring to seize Yang Xiangang. Yang Xiangang clenched his fist, launching himself to collide with the hand, which cracked audibly, followed by an explosion of flames as he pierced through it. The hand detonated, unleashing a crimson bubble that enveloped both intruders. The remaining Dark Knight soldiers, untouched by the blast, advanced, fully armed. The last commander, Zhang Guanxing, clutched a red token inscribed with the words Qihua. We've got him. Qihua prison can contain 5th stage elemental emperor-level super warriors. Everyone, prepare to defend. The red bubble encompassed an area of about 40 to 50 meters in diameter, where the two intruders stood quietly. Zhang Guanxing quickly tapped on his wrist's Dark Knight ring to report the incident, given the gravity of the situation. Inside Qihua prison, Yang Xiangang and the Golden Rat exchanged grins, the latter raising its arms high before crossing them over its chest, a reverent voice escaping its lips. Waist disc, mirror abyss. The waist disc hanging from the Golden Rat's waist floated up, one side transforming into a reflective mirror that projected an image. All that was within its gaze was drawn into the mirror abyss, while the reflected area turned into an abyss of darkness. Waist disc, protrusion. Chapter 41. The shadowy assassination. The mirror radiated a dazzling white light, akin to a searchlight. From within emanated a field of energy, enveloping the entire Dark Knight stronghold, shattering everything it touched, leaving no survivors among the remaining hundreds of Dark Knight soldiers. The energy absorbed from the region was now unleashed in full force. Initially, it lacked such potency, but the waist disc protrusion was instantaneous, compressed to the utmost before exploding outward, rendering it unstoppable. The disc returned to its original form, flying back to the Golden Rat's waist. The two acting enforcers, suspended high in the air, remained unharmed but utterly terrified, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yang Xiangang waved his hand, pulling them closer as he advanced toward the ruins of the tower. Clearing the debris, he revealed a mechanical cursed base at the bottom that had remained unaffected. Yang Xiangang pointed his wrist's chip ring at it, causing the base to emit a faint blue light. A square-shaped portal of pale blue energy rose from the base, which featured a device resembling a gyroscope atop. By sliding his hand wearing the ring, he could select the destination stronghold. 001 Dark Knight Mundane Headquarters. 002 Falling Void Stronghold. 009 Demon Burning Stronghold. 010 Cold Heaven Stronghold. 011. The default option was the headquarters. Yang Xiangang decisively swiped it aside, opting for the headquarters, unaware of the impending doom, before sliding to select the 010 Cold Heaven Stronghold. Confirming without hesitation, the portal emitted a soft sound, a ripple dancing across its surface as the two bore the two acting enforcers into the portal. Within the devastated 010 Cold Heaven Stronghold, Hobo stood with vacant eyes, slowly walking towards the blazing inferno of the buildings, muttering to himself, "It is all my fault. My wrongdoing, I'm guilty." Flames engulfed my body, igniting the coat behind me. Despite the torment, Ho Bo's eyes remain vacant as he collapses to the ground, surrendering to the inferno, occasionally emitting low growls, until he eventually falls silent. Ji Zhongshi gazes at this scene, alternating between laughter and tears. His frayed nerves finally unraveling completely, a muffled sound erupts from beneath the ruins of the tower, a shockwave dislodging the debris above, revealing a pale blue portal. Hundreds of warriors clad in black armor from Longyuan glide in on flying boards. Among them is a middle-aged man with white hair and a conical hat, stepping through the air, his gaze fixed upon the ruins of the Dark Knight stronghold, his fists clenched in response. Report to Divine Envoy Jia. We have found a survivor, suspected to be an agent of the External Law Enforcement Bureau. Furthermore, the 1945 individuals within Outpost 010, much like those at Outpost 009, have no survivors. Jia Su's gaze is piercing and terrifying as he studies Ji Zhongshi. He is mad. At any cost? Heal him? Yes. Jia Su slowly closes his eyes, a crimson aura seeping through the cracks. A dragon-like pattern gradually emerges on his face. Resembling a painted mask, Crimson Dragon's celestial retribution, Roar a Dragon's roar echoes, and a phantom of a Crimson Dragon spirals around Jia Su. He opens his eyes, his crimson pupils seemingly piercing through time and space, revealing a divine perspective of Outpost 010 before its destruction. The methods employed are as ruthless and brutal as those at 009, especially that peculiar white plate, which evokes a sense of familiarity. They have gone to Outpost 011. Let us intercept them. As the crimson aura in Jia Su's eyes dissipates, he plunges into the portal, followed by a contingent of Longyuan warriors. AT Outpost 011. Black defensive towers stand tall, their rotating black crystals firing beams that are entirely absorbed by the mirror abyss, with much of this place already reduced to rubble. Yang Xingang stands atop the shoulder of the Diamond Mouse, surrounded by heaps of corpses. Not enough, still not enough. This is dull. Suddenly, he freezes, excitement sparking as he gazes at the ruins of the shattered tower, where a shockwave bursts forth and a phantom of a crimson dragon's claw emerges. Yang Xingang and the Diamond Mouse retreat, eyeing the 6th-tier Yuan sovereign envoy, Jia Su, as he approaches with glee. Jia Su, it has been a while. Longyuan army, heed my command. Escort everyone from base 011 out. Understood. Thud, thud. Jia Su ascends to the sky with each step sending ripples beneath him, while his right hand conjures a phantom of a crimson dragon's claw. Having destroyed 2 bases, do you dare to rely on another's identity to bully the weak? Yet hide your true self? I know there are puppeteers behind you, but whoever has given you this audacity, your backer. Your time is running out. Yang Xingang chuckles coldly, leaping down from the Diamond Mouse's shoulder, giving Jia Su a thumbs down and laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, don't be in such a hurry. You shall soon know who I am. Oh, by the way, is it just you? Where are the other 4 from Shunning? How terribly dull. Jia Su's gaze turns dangerous. With just you, there's no need for Xian to intervene. 2 Yuan Emperor realms dare to provoke me? Wrath of the burning heavens. Jia Su's figure vanishes from sight, a shadow flashing past Yang Xingang, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that engulfs him head-on, sending him flying like a ball. A hearty laugh resonates from the air as Jia Su looks up to see the Diamond Mouse descending from above. Just a supporting role. Jia Su's body is enveloped in crimson flames, forming a phantom of a dragon's head that lunges upward toward the Diamond Mouse. The dragon's head snaps shut, but the Diamond Mouse explodes within, a cloud of black mist swirling down to reveal Yang Xingang and his companion. Don't be so impatient, Divine Envoy. Allow me to present you with a show. Jia Su narrows his eyes. No need for tricks. No one can save you today. If I'm not mistaken, your Dark Knight stronghold is constructed within a spatial interstice, akin to a sandwich. Caught between the illusory and the real, Tio open the entrance from the outside. Aside from your unique forbidden spell rings sensing the teleportation array, the other method is to locate the spatial nodes here and tear apart space. What are you trying to say? Jia Su's expression hardens, his brow furrowing slightly. Yang Xingang slowly raises the plate in his hand, tapping it lightly with his fingertip, producing a crisp sound. The Dark Knight has 12 strongholds in total, and my grand gift to Shining is the annihilation of all Dark Knight strongholds. As his words fall, Yang Xingang raises both hands, and the blue sky above the stronghold shatters like glass. A torrential downpour rushes and as lightning illuminates a towering giant flame demon, standing 1,000 meters high, its fiery form clawing at the gaping hole above the stronghold, its malevolent visage peering inside. Simultaneously, the other 9 strongholds across Daxia are under siege as well. The attackers are all 6th-tier Yuan Sovereign Realm giants, each towering 1,000 meters tall. Ahahaha. What a pity. It is unfortunate that this scene will not be witnessed by Shan Ying in person. But it matters not. Lumbar disc prolapse. The waist disc, having absorbed a tremendous amount of energy from the defensive towers, now possesses a power greater than when it was at Outpost 009, akin to a nuclear bomb detonating within a city. Jia Su's breath quickens as he gazes at the colossal flame demon, his body involuntarily trembling as if recalling some painful memory. Madman, madman. The dogs of Embodiment, I shall tear you apart. Chapter 42. The fallen Buddha of demons inside the Hall of Ingyue. A resounding explosion erupts from the scroll screen above, releasing a plume of white smoke that falls directly downwards. Early dust swiftly catches the scroll. His expression grave. Not good. All 12 strongholds of the Dark Knight law enforcement team have been attacked. The giant flame demon's IT is the work of those madmen from Mo Ying. Yun Guangfan clenches his fists, cracking his knuckles as he stands with arms crossed, a star gate opening behind him. All divine envoys within the continent mobilized to eliminate all giant flame demons, while Long Yuan assists in evacuating civilians from the Dark Knight. And we must also make our move. We shall not rest until Embodiment is obliterated. Understood. Wan Kuang, unable to contain his impatience any longer, shatters the rock behind him with a hammer, then disconnects the projection. At the same time, the divine envoys scattered across Daxia receive the news and rush to the nearest stronghold. Long Yuan, follow me to battle. Deputy Commander Ren Zichen of the Long Yuan law enforcement team, with silver-white hair styled in a 3/7 split and resolute blue eyes, clad in fitted black armor, dons a cape that billows in the wind, elegantly turning on his black-blue floating board behind him. 1,000 soldiers of Long Yuan in uniform follow suit. All swiftly activate their boards, transforming into streaks of blue light in the rain-soaked night, their momentum grand and spectacular. The figure of Blood Sword Emperor appears in the air, his gaze fixed upon the main city of the North Sea region, Haicheng, a coastal city built by the sea. Just outside the city, a 1,000-meter-tall giant flame demon has completely shattered the fabric of space, exposing the entire 004 ancient sea base, with casualties approaching half. Abomination, I shall cleave you in twain. The black aura surrounding Blood Sword Emperor surges into his sword, which pulses with waves of dark light. Void Load. World Burial Slash. A blood-colored phantom emerges behind him, equal in size to the giant flame demon, wielding a black sword formed from condensed dark energy, its blade shredding the very fabric of space. Go! The phantom transforms into a streak of light, charging toward the giant flame demon. Just as it is about to strike, a massive purple net suddenly unfurls, blocking the phantom's attack. 3 figures emerge from the space. Umitba, is that not our renowned Slaughter Emperor, the unrivaled Blood Sword Emperor? One of them, a scruffy man with disheveled pale hair and 6 scars on his forehead, wearing a purple robe, stands in the center. Hands clasped together, Blood Sword narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the trio. The 3 demon seers of Embodiment. Do you think you can stop me? Embodiment is divided into 3 major transmitters and 3 demon seers. The transmitter's role is, as the name suggests, to drag people into the abyss of demonic corruption, each more troublesome than the last, with the 2 mad brothers from the Luo family being the second of the 3 transmitters. Meanwhile, the demon seers are imbued with the power of the demonic gods, known as the heirs of the demon gods, 3 super-strong entities of the Yuan sovereign level. Though all 3 possess strength at the 6th-tier Yuan sovereign realm, when combined, they surpass even the typical emperor-level beings. Clad in tattered black and white robes, with iron wires around his neck, the second-ranking demon seer among them, Craig, reveals a broad smile. We may not be able to kill you, but we can certainly stop you. You had better exert all your strength. The small blood spoke no further nonsense, as shadows surged behind him, swirling around like a black tornado. The embodiment of sword intent, crown of the world tornado. For tornadoes, moving in a Z pattern, charged towards the violet net, the rotating shadows sharper than blades, instantly shredding the net into fragments. Faonlu's green eyes flickered as he glanced at the frail man beside him, who appeared quite youthful, dressed in a black and white robe adorned with golden patterns. With one hand in his pocket and disheveled hair, he was Lele, the third ranked among the demon hiders. Lele withdrew his right hand from his pocket, bringing both hands together at his chest, forcefully pulling them apart. His robe was flung to the sides, revealing not human flesh beneath, but a swirling purplish-green light. The radiance gathered at his chest, coiling and condensing, before erupting into a column of purplish-green energy aimed at the city below. He intended to massacre the city. Faon Lu smirked mockingly, producing an object resembling a cutting blade from his hand, which he hurled forward, transforming into a dazzling array of green light, spinning rapidly like cutting discs. He pointed forward, and all flew towards the 4 tornadoes. Sparks erupted in the air, resonating with crackling sounds as the tornadoes collided with the cutting discs, akin to spinning tops clashing and rebounding. Bullying the weak? How contemptible! The small blood gazed at the energy column surging towards the city, muttering a curse under his breath, and hurled a shadowy figure towards it, while he himself erupted in shadows, flashing towards the 3 opponents. The shadowy figure morphed into a shield, intercepting the energy column, which pushed the shield back slightly before halting. Yet, the energy column continued its onslaught, cracks gradually appearing on the shield. Keita removed the iron wire from around his neck, transforming it into a sword over 10 meters long, which Faon Lu slapped against the back of his head. Are you foolish? Playing with a sword against the invincible Slaughter Emperor? Use a gun. Guns counter swords, the longer the better. Keita scratched his head. I can't wield a spear. Is an RPG alright? Let's go with an RPG then. Rapid fire from 7 steps away. In an instant, 2 silver-green rocket launchers, thicker than tank barrels, materialized. The rocket launchers were fervently activated, sending silver-green projectiles flying at sharp angles towards the small blood. Their power formidable enough to reduce half a mountain below to dust. Though you understand, benefactor? The Buddha has no form, and form arises from the heart. Dioite, resemble a Buddha? Faon Lu tousled his unruly hair, revealing a gold coin in his palm, which he tossed high into the air. A bright light flashed, and behind Faon Lu, a golden phantom of a Buddha with hands clasped in prayer materialized. Before its palms struck towards Blood Sword Emperor, these 3 truly managed to momentarily restrain a formidable emperor. In the southwestern corner of the desolate ancient dragon continent, a great mountain stood 100 miles from the empty city. At the foot of the mountain, beside the climbing stone steps, a stone tablet bore the inscription Yuan Shui Mountain. Atop the mountain sat an ancient temple, nameless and devoid of monks, save for an elderly man draped in a faded cassock. Seated beneath a withered tree in the temple courtyard, he sat motionless, resembling a statue, shrouded in a thick layer of dust from an unknown duration of meditation. His eyelids trembled, gradually opening to reveal eyes that flickered with the light of Buddha. His gaze turned towards the northwestern horizon, where faint glimmers of golden and fiery light flickered, precisely in the direction of the North Sea Ocean City. His lips, parched and lifeless as wood, parted slightly, resonating with the profound sound of the Buddha echoing through the temple and atop Yuan Shui Mountain. A fallen Buddha. What right has he to be called Buddha? Chapter 43. The Third Trial. Lin Yu opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being a pane of glass. No, more accurately, the rear window of a car. Lin Yu was in an automobile. Huh? How did I end up here? The car drove along the road, under the sunlight, towering skyscrapers standing like sentinels, while traffic flowed past on the elevated highway. The interior of the car was silent, with only a driver in a suit at the front. Seated in the back, he was still clad in the noble red silk robe adorned with dragon patterns. Beside him sat a person dressed in a splendid phoenix crown and colorful attire. Her face adorned with exquisite makeup, sitting quietly like a fairy, gazing dreamily at the fleeting scenery outside the car window. Xu Hongwei. The moment Lin Yu saw her, he clenched his fists. He was all too familiar with where this was headed. This was the route they took together to their wedding at the square. Xu Hongwei seemed to sense something, turning her head, her gaze soft as water, looking tenderly at Lin Yu, with her delicate hand. She gently grasped his, playfully saying, You darling, I will soon be your wife. When we go on stage, you must look handsome, don't embarrass me, giggle hearing Xu Hongwei's tone, reminiscent of green tea. Lin Yu found it utterly laughable, even somewhat nauseating. She had said the very same words then, which had utterly enchanted him. What is happening? Is this what they call the third trial? Looking within himself, he found only emptiness. There was no spiritual space, no retirement home, no guardian spirit, no chaotic bracelet. His mind was a void. This a dream? Yet everything felt so real. Why you darling? What's wrong? Why are you silent? Aren't you usually so talkative? Su Hongwei noticed Lin Yu's prolonged silence as he closed his eyes, frowning. Tilting her head, she asked that it's nothing, just a bit of motion sickness. Hang in there, we'll be there soon. Su Hongwei smiled sweetly, turning her head away, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain passing through her eyes. Lin Yu ignored her, closing his eyes in contemplation. Minutes later, the car came to a stop. They had arrived at the small square. Su Hongwei got out first, and Lin Yu followed suit. Everything around him was just as it had been back then. The pristine outdoor white square was adorned with a backdrop quietly displaying the words "We are getting married" in large white letters. The wedding ceremony had yet to commence, yet the area was already filled with guests, predominantly Su Hongwei's relatives and friends, including the debauched young noble. His own family consisted solely of his parents. Seated in prime positions, their eyes gleaming with joy, the flower girl approached Lin Yu, handing him a bouquet, while Su Hongwei chatted and laughed with the young noble below, Lin Yu even catching sight of him handing her a piece of paper. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, he would not endure the humiliation from that time again. Mom, Dad, come with me. He strode into the throng of relatives, pulling his parents away before the eager spectators. Lin Xinghua furrowed his brow, tugging at Lin Yu's arm. Where are you going, son? The wedding is about to start. Indeed, how inappropriate. It would only embarrass Su Wei. Chu Yu added, aha, embarrassment? Soon, they will be the ones to humiliate us. This wedding is off. Nonsense, Lin Xinghua scolded softly, slapping away the hand that pulled at him. Whatever it is, we'll discuss it after the ceremony. Dante, act up now. Yes, son. What's wrong with you today? You're behaving unusually. Did you argue with Su Wei? Chu Yu grasped Lin Yu's hand. It's normal for a couple to have some disagreements. You grown-ups, don't be childish. Discuss it after the ceremony. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that he had been struck by the chaotic bracelet from the heavens, which had brought him to another parallel Earth. So, will history repeat itself? A chill ran down his spine, feeling as if he were falling into a loop. With that thought, Lin Yu released his grip on his parents' hands. Lin Xinghua and Chu Yu returned to their seats, not forgetting to smile at the young noble. GBO at that moment, a 5-ring Olympic car pulled up to the square, and a man in a suit, adorned with a large feather boutonniere on his left chest, approached with a microphone. Su Hongwei reached Lin Yu, grasping his arm and leading him onto the stage. Stop daydreaming, the host is here, come on. The crowd fell silent as Lin Yu and Su Hongwei stood on the terrace. The host cleared his throat and soon transitioned into the speech segment. Su Hongwei took the microphone, holding a folded piece of paper, smiling at Lin Yu. Darling, I'm sure you want me to live well after marriage, right? If so, I have a request. Please add an additional 2 million to the wedding fee. Lin Yu immediately responded dismissively. That's not possible. Just bring me the agreement. Su Hongwei appeared momentarily stunned, casting a stiff glance at the young noble, forcing a smile. Ah, so you can answer back now. Since you can't meet my request, then you must sign this agreement. With that, she tossed the paper at Lin Yu. He deftly caught it between 2 fingers, glancing at it, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity, his eyelids twitching, before looking at Su Hongwei. Are you serious? You want me to sign this? If you can't meet it, then sign it. All right, I'll sign it. Lin Yu scoffed, taking the pen from the host and signing without hesitation, then passing the paper back to the host. Now, may our host read aloud what I, the young master, have signed? Su Hongwei laughed mockingly, placing her hands on her waist as she pointed at Lin Yu. Why do I suddenly feel like you've become so unfamiliar? Has your brain short-circuited? Ha 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 ha. The MC glanced at the paper, then at Lin Yu, and finally at Su Hongwei, appearing quite at a loss. This? Do I really have to read this? Read it. Why wouldn't you read it? Read it aloud for me. Su Hongwei, shedding her previously feigned demureness, became extraordinarily haughty and shouted at the MC. Next up is Miss Su Hongwei's, postnatal care protocol for sows. Mr. Lin Yu will maintain Su Hongwei's hygiene, nutrition, and the cleanliness of the pigsty to promote her postpartum recovery. Buffed. The MC could no longer suppress his laughter, and the audience erupted into chaos. Even the eldest son, Ji Budwan, was rendered speechless. What? Su Hongwei's voice instantly shot up an octave as she snatched the protocol and glanced at it. The top of the document clearly stated 7 bold characters: postnatal care for Sao's, Su Hongwei. Wang Defa. ISNT this a divorce agreement. How did it turn into this nonsense? Lin Xinghua and Chu Yu were both frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening that suddenly required a wedding fee of 2 million? What was this about postnatal care for Sao's? Are young people today really this extravagant? Lin Yu, however, remained relatively calm. At this time last time, the chaotic bracelet had already descended, yet now, the absence of any movement only served to mock the divorce agreement in Su Hongwei's hand, turning it into a protocol for Sao care. The one capable of this could only be a miracle. Thus, it could be concluded that this was not a dream. This was his third trial, Chapter 44. The Liangxin Research Group silence. All of you. Get out, Ji Budwan, with a grim expression, raised his right hand, and 4 black sedans drove in from the street, halting in the square. From them emerged 16 bodyguards clad in identical suits, and the audience was promptly dispersed. He stood up, hands stuffed in his pockets, and walked onto the terrace, abruptly yanking Su Hongwei's arm and striking her face with a crisp slap. Do you think you're funny? Do you have any idea how serious the consequences are for interrupting my enjoyment of the show? Postnatal care for Sao's, huh? Then from now on, you can live in the pigsty. Su Hongwei covered her slapped face, not daring to utter a word. Her head bowed as she trembled. Ji Budwan turned to Lin Yu, stepping closer and speaking like a thug. I'm so sorry. I didn't train this woman well, and now you've become the laughingstock. Lin Xinghua stood up abruptly. Young master, what do you mean by this? Ji Budwan shot him a disdainful glance and clapped his hands twice. Oh, uncle and aunt, you two should go have some tea at my company. Someone, take them away. The dozen bodyguards immediately rushed toward his parents. Ji Budwan, what do you intend to do with my parents? Lin Yu's gaze hardened as he looked at the group of bodyguards, gradually narrowing his eyes, as if an invisible pressure descended upon the scene. Those bodyguards were all seasoned fighters, yet at that moment, they felt like they were facing an imminent, ravenous wolf. I said take them away. Didn't you hear me? Ji Budwan was unperturbed by Lin Yu's glare. Nor did he worry about any repercussions Lin Yu might impose. His voice grew louder. Whoosh! A bouquet of flowers flew out like a remnant shadow, striking one bodyguard and sending him flying. Don't touch my parents. Lin Yu grabbed Ji Budwan by the collar, gritting his teeth as he whispered, We are just ordinary people. Why treat us like toys? Are you wealthy folks that bored? Haha, exactly. You are merely clowns for our entertainment. In this world, those with money have dignity, while ordinary people like you what dignity do you even have? Ji Budwan said nonchalantly, as if he didn't regard Lin Yu at all. I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to grab my collar? His parents fell from a building, his wife and children hanged themselves at home, and he himself disappeared in shame without a trace. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Ji Budwan's face, the force of it knocking him off the terrace. He hit the ground, causing Lin Xinghua to inadvertently bump his forehead against Ji Budwan's. Ji Budwan spat out several broken teeth, clutching his swollen forehead resembling a bloated penguin, and shouted at Lin Yu. You little brat, you dare to hit me? Get him, kill him. 16 bodyguards pulled out their batons, charging at Lin Yu in Lin Yu's eyes. A small 6-pointed star symbol became increasingly prominent. The Kirin step technique transformed again, morphing into a 1-finger-thick plane placed in front of the charging bodyguards. Each guard that stepped onto it felt as if they were wearing iron shoes stuck to a magnet, firmly rooted in place, their legs bending in inertia as they knelt down. The 16 bodyguards uniformly knelt on the ground, unable to rise. Oh, it's not the new year yet. No need to bow. And you aren't worthy of bowing to me. Lin Yu smirked, then spoke in a frigid tone. What the hell are you doing? Bow to him. Ji Budwan stumbled forward, attempting to kick them, only to find himself kneeling down as well, inadvertently joining the bodyguards in mutual submission. Bodyguard, Ji Budwan. What's going on? Why can't I stand up? Lin Yu, what have you done? Lin Yu walked down and patted Ji Budwan on the back. Return the 33,000 you scammed from Su Hongwei. And we'll call it even. What do you think? The last few words were emphasized, the threat unmistakable. Call it even. I advise you to think twice. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to wish for death. Ah! Before Ji Budwan could finish, Lin Yu forcefully pressed down on his head. Still dare to be stubborn? Can't you discern the situation? Still. The green tea bitch. Give him the money. The password is my birthday. Su Hongwei covered her left cheek, trembling as she pulled out a card from her pocket and shakily handed it to Lin Yu. Chu Yu and Lin Xinghua were stunned. What on earth was happening? Where did this wedding go wrong? Dad, let us go. I'll explain everything to you later. Lin Yu accepted the card and stood up, firmly leading his parents away. As the Kirin step faded, the bodyguards helped Ji Budwan back to his feet. Ji Budwan's eyes burned with fury. He had always toyed with others, and now he was the one being played. He pulled out his phone and made a call, muttering fiercely to himself. In Ji City, I, Ji Budwan, am the law. Lin Yu. I will make you wish you were dead. Xiao Yu. What's going on? Chu Yu asked anxiously on the way. There was no wedding. Everything today was a play orchestrated by Ji Budwan and Su Hongwei. Meant to toy with us and turn us into fools for their amusement. Lin Yu spoke as he walked, handing the bank card to Lin Xinghua. Dad, take some time to transfer the money to your own card. The password is 030901. Then take Mom and leave G City. Don't come back for the time being. Xiao Yu, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? Where are you going? Lin Xinghua asked as he took the card. Lin Yu shook his head, smiling faintly. Dad, don't worry about me. There is still room for negotiation. I'm just going to pay a visit to their company. Your son has quite a knack. I can settle this matter. As he spoke with them, 2 wisps of pale white energy silently drifted into their bodies. Upon returning home, Lin Yu quickly packed a few essentials, then had Lin Xinghua drive Chu Yu out of the city. After completing all this, a cold glint resurfaced in Lin Yu's eyes. He had felt the presence of someone watching them for over an hour since they left the small square. He was not concerned about his parents being intercepted, as those 2 wisps of miraculous energy would block everything. They could not overcome the power of miracles. Lin Yu chuckled coldly, disregarding the one monitoring him, and turned to walk in a particular direction. Not far away, the person hastily followed, but suddenly lost track of him, no longer able to find any trace of Lin Yu. Damn. Does this kid have such strong counter-surveillance skills? A man dressed in tight black clothing, perfectly showcasing his chiseled physique, cursed under his breath while hiding around a corner. His fingertip brushed against his earpiece. Butcher, Vulture has lost the target. Repeat, Vulture has lost the target. After a few seconds of silence, a voice responded through the earpiece. Target reacquired. He has headed to the company. Repeat, he has headed to the company. All 6-pointed star members returned to the company immediately. Vulture paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, replying, understood. The Liangshin Research Group was not far from here. It was also quite conspicuous, located in the very center of G City, the tallest building in the city. With countless subsidiaries and a vast sphere of influence. It primarily focused on technology and gaming. One of its developed games, Shenyuan, which boasted an extraordinarily high degree of freedom, instantly became a nationwide sensation, adored by everyone from 80-year-old grandmothers to 6-year-old children, solidifying the commercial empire myth of the Great Xia. It was also the only company to have a city named after its surname. The group's chairman, Ji Kuan, was equally adept in both the legitimate and underworld, possessing immense power and influence. Lin Yu walked briskly, his bright red robe causing heads to turn on the street. Incredible. It seems that the grand crimson robe and Lin Yu are indeed a perfect match. Previously, Lin Yu had visited the Liangshin Research Group, albeit under the guise of a delivery person for Ilya. On that occasion, an elderly security guard with yellowed teeth, older than his own grandfather, had stopped him at the entrance. Were it not for Lin Yu's prior athletic background, the old man would have surely been unable to catch up with him, and he might never have gained entry. However, today, the entrance to the group appeared particularly desolate. With even the old security guard absent, a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as he strode inside. Chapter 45. The 6-pointed star. Upon entering the group's grand entrance, Lin Yu found himself facing a 13-story office building, flanked by several towering glass edifices. Passing through the revolving glass doors into the lobby, he was met with an eerie emptiness. There was not even a receptionist present. How could this be? Lin Yu pondered, for it was evident that someone was lurking in the shadows. He glanced up at the surveillance camera blinking red above, a gentle smile gracing his lips. On the pristine white walls hung photographs of their chairman, Ji Kuan, alongside various successful business magnates and influential politicians. As he took a step forward, the sudden blare of an alarm pierced through the silence. Subsequently, the main entrance and all glass doors were sealed shut by descending fire shutters. From the corridors on either side, a dozen armed security guards emerged, their weapons trained on Lin Yu. "Hey, there's no need for such hostility towards a guest. Lower your weapons," a voice boomed from behind them, and an elderly gentleman clad in a security uniform, a thermos dangling from his waist, approached with his hands clasped behind his back. He flashed a benevolent smile at Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, please do not take offense. We have someone who wishes to meet you." Lin Yu's keen gaze scrutinized the old security guard. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he sensed an aura of power emanating from him. This aura was not particularly strong, perhaps equivalent to the third or fourth level of the Yuanling realm. "Earth, the spiritual energy has awakened." This question bubbled in Lin Yu's mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to proceed. Just ahead, an elevator door stood invitingly open. Once inside, the doors slid shut, and the elevator ascended. The elderly guard, still with hands behind his back, addressed the armed guards. "If he emerges, deal with him on the spot. We cannot allow him to leave the company." "Understood." The elevator reached the 13th floor and opened its doors. Lin Yu stepped out into a pristine corridor, lined with closed doors resembling research laboratories. At the far end stood a figure clad in a loose black trench coat, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and sunglasses, standing with hands behind his back. As Lin Yu approached, the figure turned and smiled, revealing two gleaming gold teeth. "Mr. Lin, I am Mu Yu, the intelligence star of the Six-Pointed Star. I did not expect you to come seeking us, which saves us the trouble of searching for you." "You are looking for me?" Lin Yu squinted, growing cautious. He detected a similar aura from Mu Yu, one that surpassed his own, likely at the fourth level of the Yuanjin realm. Mu Yu adjusted his sunglasses with one hand, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, you are also an extraordinary martial artist. Please, follow me. Chairman Ji wishes to see you." With a sweeping gesture, Mu Yu signaled for Lin Yu to follow, leading him to the end of the corridor. There, they arrived at a conference room. Just as Mu Yu was about to push the door open, Lin Yu swiftly kicked it open first. Inside, a number of individuals were already seated, 5 of whom shared a similar appearance to Mu Yu. Ji Buduan, his forehead bandaged, was also present. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, he jumped to his feet, cursing vehemently. "Lin Yu, you see Buduan. Control yourself." Seated at the head of the conference table was a corpulent man in a magician's hat, idly spinning 2 perfectly polished walnuts in his hands. He stood up, scrutinizing Lin Yu closely before breaking into a smile. "Young friend Lin Yu, I am Ji Kuan. The 6 individuals beside me are the esteemed elders of my group, known as the Six-Pointed Star. I am quite direct and do not indulge in superfluous conversation. I believe you have already noticed that they share a unique characteristic akin to yours. Indeed, you are all extraordinary martial artists." Lin Yu's gaze scanned the room, noting that Mu Yu had taken a seat at the far end among the 6 elders. 2 individuals seated in the center, exuding a profound aura, appeared to be significantly more powerful than him. Furthermore, Ji Kuan himself seemed to possess a similar level of strength, perhaps at the 5th or 6th level of the Yuanjin realm. Buduan, however, was merely a mortal, seated beside a cheerful young man who chewed gum. Gazing at Ji Kuan's palm, the nameplate before him read Ji Baga. This name, was his father serious? "Chairman Ji, it appears you harbor some rather unique secrets here. Naturally, for our Liangxin research group is the foremost in the Great Xia. With no one daring to claim the second position. Do you think it is possible to maintain this scientific empire solely through connections and wealth? Clearly not. This is where the Six-Pointed Star comes into play. As we seek to recruit individuals with similar extraordinary traits, whom we refer to as extraordinary martial artists." Ji Kuan, donned in white gloves, paced with a cane, slamming the walnuts onto the table, signaling with a clenched fist. "Only by uniting more extraordinary martial artists can we solidify our strength. Young friend Lin Yu, you are fortunate to be an extraordinary martial artist. On behalf of the Ji family, I sincerely invite you to join the Six-Pointed Star. Together, we shall thrive and elevate ourselves above others. Work hours are flexible, with no cutthroat competition or bullying. We offer 6 insurances, 2 funds, and 13 salaries, with a base salary of 80,000. What do you say?" "Young friend Lin Yu, The benefits are quite appealing, are they not? Oh, is this not a pure dreamland? However, one must remember that unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. The group refrained from mentioning any nefarious activities. And Lin Yu had come today with the intent to pay a proper visit. Ji Kuan's mere words were insufficient to entice him into becoming their pawn. Chairman Ji, when did the spiritual energy on Earth awaken? Lin Yu flicked his sleeve, disregarding Ji Kuan's proposition, his gaze narrowing as the emblem of the six-pointed star manifested in his eyes, a faint white energy permeating the external world, before he countered with his own inquiry. About a year ago, while working on the space station outside of Earth, we were captivated by a cross-shaped light point glowing white that drifted near our spacecraft. We maneuvered closer and captured it with our robotic claw, discovering it to be a peculiar milky white stone. The leader of the six-pointed star, Qing Song Daoren, recounted at that time. Only the 6 of us were aboard the spacecraft. After I brought this stone into the cabin, a sudden burst of white light erupted, expanding like a bubble, and the entire ship exploded. Yet, we 6 survived, with no protective gear, our skin fully exposed to the vacuum of space. Yet we did not perish nor experience any discomfort. It was an extraordinary scene akin to a miracle. Subsequently, Chairman Ji sent a spacecraft to retrieve us, and upon our return to the group, a comprehensive examination revealed that aside from a 6-pointed star emblem on my chest, we were all in good health. Even Mu Yu's intestinal polyp had vanished. Since then, we discovered the ability to harness an unusual energy, reminiscent of the spiritual energy described in novels, which we now call mental power. After finishing, Qing Song Daoren promptly covered his mouth, resembling a schoolboy caught in mischief. Another miracle. Why does the world increasingly feel foreign to me? How long have I been away? Is this still the Earth I once knew? Or have I stumbled upon another parallel world? Lin Yu mused inwardly, his mind racing as he recalled a statement made by Jean Xiu. In 2 years, the spiritual energy would also awaken on Earth, ushering humanity into an era of martial excellence. AS4, the 6-pointed star. It was merely an unexpected acquisition of a stone imbued with miraculous power, which had granted them an early bridge to absorb and cultivate mental power. If the awakening of spiritual energy was indeed 2 years away, then from where did the mental power they now spoke of originate? Qing Song Daoren could not have been mistaken, for he had just compelled them to speak through miraculous power, an undeniable force. This indicated a significant truth. Jin Xiu had lied. Spiritual energy had existed since ancient times. It simply required a bridge to be accepted into the human body. But why had he lied? Lin Yu had aspired to be the first cultivator on Earth, and now that dream lay shattered. Qing Song Daoren lifted his head, fixing Lin Yu with a penetrating gaze, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Did you orchestrate this? Did you dare to manipulate me? I did not. Do not accuse me falsely. I did nothing. You were the one who rambled on. Lin Yu hastily shook his head, adamantly denying any wrongdoing. Indeed, you orchestrated this, Uncle Xinxing. Take him down. Ji Buduan seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Chapter 46. This strike pierced through the stars. Ji Kuan, observing the commotion, tapped his cane against the ground. All right. Why the hostility? After all, young friend Lin Yu is bound to join us in the 6-pointed star. We shall all be family sooner or later, so why the fuss? Buduan, if you continue to provoke, I'll have your teeth knocked out. The Qingsong Daoist stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an immense force emanating from his body, enveloping the entire conference room. Young man, I can see that you possess some talent, but it is merely a modicum. Today, out of respect for General Ji, I shall offer you 2 choices: join us or face our annihilation. Your parents have labored for much of their lives. They are on the brink of enjoying a life of comfort. How splendid that would be! Rest assured, I will ensure they receive the finest treatment, no less than you deserve. I advise you to contemplate your answer carefully. The 2 men played their roles in a theatrical display, one red-faced, the other pale. Yet, to use his parents as leverage left no room for negotiation. As Lin Yu attuned himself to the aura of the Qingsong Daoist, he realized that the pressure he exerted was less daunting than that of the Bone King. Very well, Lin Yu smirked, his gaze laced with mockery as he turned to the Qingsong Daoist. I am eager to see what you will use to extinguish me. Saint Light Demon Suppression Pillar. Lin Yu raised his hand, and the prison-like structure compressed once more, large enough to engulf the entire room. significantly amplifying the gravity within. The two young masters of the Ji family, lacking any cultivation foundation, were immediately pinned to the ground. Unconscious, Ji Kuan and the 6 members of the hexagram found themselves bent over. Unable to rise, Ji Kuan's face darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Young man, have you thought this through? For outsiders, entering the hexagram is akin to climbing to the heavens. Yet here I am, extending a hand to you. And you fail to appreciate it. In that case, you shall not leave this place." The Qingsong Taoist trembled, forcing himself to stand, albeit with evident awkwardness. Divine star domain of ascent, illusory star, wisdom star, flame star, shadow star, dark star, surround him. A counterforce surged from below. Though it did not negate the overwhelming gravity of the demon suppression pillar, it at least allowed him to rise. The remaining 5 guardians stood at the command of the Qingsong Taoist. A spectral purple aura emanated from the shortest and plumpest of them, the illusory star Wang Beijing, shrouding the area like a world tainted by poison mushrooms. Wisdom star brain of intelligence. The wisdom star Muyu supported his forehead with one hand. A phantom of a brain rotating behind him, 5 ethereal lines connecting him to the others, facilitating rapid communication and sharing optimal solutions derived from their collective intellect. The flame star Chu Xiangqian transformed into a small fire figure, condensing a fireball in his right hand, within which a crimson hue flickered. Hee. Shadow star realm of shadows descends. The shadow star Fu Gue donned a black hood, merging with the floor, casting a shadow over the entire conference room. With the prowess of a super warrior, a single strike could obliterate this place. Beside the Qingsong Taoist stood the dark star by Ao, resembling Zhao Si, extending his palms outward with 2 dark, binding daggers, his expression grotesque as he licked the blades. "Now this is more like it. Let me test what kind of super warriors this era has to offer." Lin Yu slowly raised his arm and flicked it, a dark golden Xianjin knife materializing in his hand, held defensively across his chest. "You would do well to exert your full strength, lest you accuse me of an unfair victory. As you wish. You shall wish you were never born." Wang Beijing, with a face resembling that of a toad, gathered the spectral purple aura into his palms. Illusory star illusory cannon. The purple sphere transformed into a spiraling projectile, hurtling towards Lin Yu, alongside Chu Xiangqian's fireball. Lin Yu's blade swept horizontally, cleaving through both the spiraling sphere and the fireball, the purple sphere exploding into a vast cloud of purple mist that enveloped Lin Yu, while the flames of the fireball morphed into a fiery serpent that lunged forward. By Ao, with a sinister grin, hurled 2 daggers exuding a dark, ominous aura towards the purple cloud, intending to pierce Lin Yu and seal his senses and spiritual energy. "Got him!" Wang Beijing exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands. "Let me invade your mind and glimpse your consciousness." Illusory star purple cloud invasion of the consciousness sea. Lin Yu, ensconced within the purple mist, closed his eyes tightly. Both the daggers and the fiery serpent were effortlessly dispersed by a single slash of his knife. Yet he could not open his eyes. The purple mist possessed a potent hallucinatory effect that induced slumber. Within the mist, a colossal silhouette of Wang Beijing seemed to materialize, enveloping Lin Yu with outstretched hands. He breached Lin Yu's mental space, probing into the tapestry of his life experiences. Empty. Where are this young man's experiences? This cannot be right. Wang Beijing found himself bewildered, wandering through the seemingly vacuous mental expanse. However, he soon discerned an anomaly. Beneath the apparent emptiness lay something concealed. It was as though a barrier divided the sea of consciousness into 2 realms, one filled with substance and the other void. He cautiously crouched, extending his hand to touch the depths, and suddenly, his fingertips broke through an unseen barrier. The purple light spiraled forth, shattering the partition that separated the 2 realms of consciousness like tearing wallpaper. Wang Beijing's expression turned greedy. He relished the act of invading others' consciousness, for his purple mist bore the power to alter the sea of consciousness, infusing it with illusory abilities to achieve his aims. The entire barrier that obstructed the sea of consciousness descended like a curtain. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering black-armored giant, standing behind the barrier, its crimson gaze fixed upon Wang Beijing, exuding an aura of silent authority. "What is that?" Wang Beijing gasped, collapsing to the ground in terror. Suddenly, a Qilin clad in azure and gold armor, ablaze with golden flames, stepped forth from the Source Spirit nursing home. Regarding Wang Beijing with a sideways glance, behind it, upon a golden throne, sat a golden-armored figure with bowed head and closed eyes. What in the world is this? A nursing home? How does this young man have a chimera in his mind? You are the chimera. Saint Light Qilin's step-piercing divine spear. The Qilin bared its teeth, its fiery hooves gently trembling, compressing the prison-like structure above into a slender column the width of a walnut. With gravity amplified to terrifying proportions, this strike would pierce through the stars, descend. Wang Beijing lay prostrate on the ground, staring up in horror as the divine spear descended at an imperceptible speed, effortlessly penetrating his chest and leaving a gruesome cavity in its wake. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. His vision blurred rapidly under the influence of overwhelming gravity, which drained blood from his body at an alarming rate. Rendering his escape from the invasion impossible, panic seized him. He was truly frightened in his current soul state. Dying here would leave nothing but a soulless husk behind. Outside, the Qingsong Taoist noticed the mocking expression on Wang Beijing's face vanish, replaced by a vacant, dull stare, as if he were a fool. Illusory star, what has captivated you so? What did you see in your consciousness? With a gentle touch, he nudged him, and Wang Beijing collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that he had ceased to breathe. Beijing, damn it. What has this young man done? The Qingsong Taoist furrowed his brow, gazing incredulously at the dissipating purple mist. Did he just extinguish Beijing's soul within his mind? There is something peculiar within Lin Yu's consciousness. The wisdom star Mu Yu shrugged. 3 dark figures coalesced behind by Ao, ready to act. We cannot allow him to escape. Chapter 47, Knights. Intimidation. However, none were as furious as Jikuan. For the 6 members of the hexagram were his trump card, his foundation. Their importance was self-evident, and now, before his very eyes, one had perished. He felt an overwhelming urge to flay Lin Yu alive. Gripping his staff tightly, he thrust it forcefully into the ground. Hexagram, obey my command. Leave him barely breathing. I will personally slay him and avenge the illusory star. The Qingsong Taoist raised one hand, a pale yellow aura spiraling like water around his palm. Before swiftly advancing towards Lin Yu, divine star torrential flow. The flame star Chu Shangqian's loose black cloak ignited in flames, transforming into a fiery ensemble. He gathered his hands, merging the pale yellow water flow with the Qingsong Taoists. Surging towards the dissipating purple mist, a dark cloud erupted beneath by Ao's feet, and a dagger the length of an arm materialized in his hand. Hundreds of dark shuriken manifested behind him, trailing in his wake. Within the purple mist, Lin Yu opened his eyes, witnessing the unfolding events in the sea of consciousness. A faint smile graced his lips. What a piercing through the stars. Saint Light Qilin's step abyss of the heavens. He then pressed his left hand downward, the demon suppression pillar morphing into a wall as thin as a blade, spanning across his front like a curtain. Due to the change in shape, its length and height exceeded that of the conference room. The shadow enveloping the room, upon contact with the abyss, was immediately drawn downward by an immense force, akin to a vacuum extractor siphoning away a cloud of smoke. All attacks were consumed by the overpowering gravity, shredded into fragments. Ao felt his body lighten, his speed accelerating uncontrollably, propelling him into the abyss. Upon contact, he was yanked downward, his head crashing heavily against the ground, while the hundreds of shuriken that had followed him were also drawn down, embedding themselves into Ao's body. Help, my entire skull feels as though it might split open. And I can hear my head cracking, as if a hydraulic knife is descending upon me, performing a trepanation. The force draws my brain out, mashing it into a pulp. I could not even finish my plea for help before my breath ceased. Jimin. The ethereal figure of Fugue is half outside and half within the abyss, desperately gripping the arm of the Qingsong Taoist with a look of horror. Yet they are inexorably drawn into the abyss, unable to withstand the gravitational pull magnified 100-fold. The Qilin's step is as sharp as a blade, its force terrifying, and this yawning chasm serves as the scythe of death in a mere instant. The shadowy figure of Fugue and the dark star by Ao fell, truly in the blink of an eye. Halt, do not charge forward. External attacks are futile. We must resort to mental assaults. Mu Yu quickly raised his hand and shouted, Brain. Brainstorm. The pale blue intellect behind his head transformed into a fierce azure wind that surged into the minds of Qing Song Daoist and Chu Shangqian. Ji Kuan stared wide-eyed as he witnessed the demise of two more elders. Leaving himself with only three, grabbing the eldest son Ji Buoduan and the second son Ji Bogan, he kicked them backward, shattering glass as they leapt from the 13th floor. Buoduan awoke, his first sight being the plunge from the building. "What the hell, old fool, are you trying to kill someone? Have you lost your mind?" Ji Kuan's expression shifted, momentarily disinterested in him, while Bogan remained more composed, his demeanor and speech more refined than Buoduan's. Bang! They landed heavily, cracking the ground beneath them. After tossing the two onto the ground, Ji Kuan turned toward the group building's main entrance, which was sealed by a firewall, and kicked it open. A throng of bodyguards immediately raised their weapons. But upon recognizing the chairman, they snapped to attention. The elderly security chief rushed over. "Ji Zong, what has happened? Butcher, gather everyone and surround that brat. Whoever can kill him will receive a reward of 10 million. Ji Kuan, seething with indignation, struck the ground with his cane and barked at the security chief. He then turned and exited the door, heading toward another group building nearby while simultaneously making a phone call. The butcher's eyes lit up as he ordered all bodyguards to ascend, pressing the earpiece on his ear. Hexagram. Members assemble. Target. Kill Lin Yu in the 13th floor conference room. Reward, 100,000. Inside the conference room, Lin Yu pinched his chin. He was gradually mastering an alternative approach to the Qilin step, its practicality astonishingly high. Qing Song Daoist and Chu Shangqian exchanged glances, then closed their eyes. Covering their faces, gathering the pale blue intellect storm in their minds before suddenly tearing their hands away and opening their eyes, two beams of blue light shining towards Lin Yu. Indeed, against such energy-based attacks, gravity had no effect, directly penetrating through and drifting towards Lin Yu. "Allow me to offer you something thrilling. Holy light, giant ruler penetration." Lin Yu brought his Xinjin knife down, and a massive spectral battle blade emerged, stabbing toward the floor below. Amidst Mu Yu's urgent shout to run, a wave of dark energy surged into the floor, spreading throughout the entire level, before it shattered entirely. The entire 13th floor collapsed, and Lin Yu, stepping onto a large stone, plummeted downward, executing a golden ray to create a safe route as he leaped out. Sunlight illuminated his pristine scholar's robe, and Lin Yu descended from the 13th floor like a celestial being. Meanwhile, a dozen bodyguards crammed into the elevator, which suddenly jolted and became stuck mid-ascent. The bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Then the elevator cable snapped, sending it crashing from the 9th floor to the ground amidst the horrified expressions of all the bodyguards. Divine Star, Domain of Ascendancy. A force caught the falling elevator, gently placing it on the ground. The bodyguards pried open the elevator doors, scrambling out in disarray, staring outside in shock. "Where is the building? It collapsed?" Ji Kuan emerged from the adjacent building, rushing toward the fallen structure, clutching his head. "No, that's my building." Lin Yu, Qing Song Daoist and Chu Shangqian helped the limping Mu Yu out, all three in a state of disarray. The elderly security chief butcher crawled out from the rubble, gazing at Qing Song Daoist. "Lords of Divine Star, Flame Star, and Wisdom Star. Why are three of the lords missing?" Mu Yu nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lin Yu, who held a knife not far away, his meaning unmistakable. "That brat killed 3 lords? Is he really that formidable?" Qing Song Daoist gasped for breath, frowning to signal them to cease further discussion. "Butcher, the members are assembled." "What the hell? Why did the building collapse?" A vulture clad in a tight, black outfit led a group of about 10 people rushing over. Qing Song Daoist wiped the blood trickling from a scratch on his face and said fiercely, "Lin Yu, you cannot escape today. We were careless before, but now we will not be, oh, so confident." "On what basis?" Simply because I have more people on my side." Chu Shangqian spat blood, sparks flying from his nostrils, arms outstretched. Behind him, Butcher and a dozen other hexagram members lined up, accompanied by over 20 armed bodyguards, all aiming their weapons. "So, you wish to outnumber us? Very well." Lin Yu tilted his head slightly, raising his right hand gently, snapping his fingers and softly intoning, "Night. Intimidation." The phantasm of the Bone King materialized behind Lin Yu, arms spread wide, unleashing a shockwave that burst forth in all directions. An aura unique to the master of the demon-sealing land emanated. Chapter 48. The Villain Lin Yu. Subsequently, a shroud of night enveloped Lin Yu from behind, severing ties with everything that lay behind him. Thousands of blood-red eyes opened, transforming into malevolent spirits swirling around Lin Yu in an alarming multitude. With a mocking gaze, Lin Yu spread his arms wide, the hem of his scholar's robe swaying in the wind, tilting his head to smile outward. Ladies and gentlemen, who has more numbers now? Onward, let us bring them a taste of the intimidation from the night. The malevolent spirits howled and screamed, akin to a vast pool of ink spilling into water, gradually diffusing into darkness wherever they passed. The night surged forward like a flood, racing toward Ching Song Daoist and the others. My goodness. Ching Song Daoist, as though confronted by a ghost, had never encountered such a ghastly phenomenon in his long life. His instincts warned him not to be engulfed by the darkness. Run, run, Muyu shouted in terror. The intellect predicts that if we enter that darkness, we will undoubtedly perish. Run. In an instant, chaos ensued, and Ji Kuan commanded the bodyguards to fire, but amidst the confusion, he was elbowed by someone. In the face of calamity, everyone fled, regardless of whether they were the chairman or not. Outside the group, the commotion escalated. The building's collapse had already drawn the attention of the entire G city. As the focal point of the city, reporters were constantly milling about outside. At this moment, dozens of journalists and photographers rushed over, each faster than the last, eager to report this breaking news. In the face of headline news, life itself seemed inconsequential. They pressed against the electric gate of the group, snapping photos. Will this make it to the news? If it does, the Daxia authorities will soon come knocking, demanding the surrender of super warriors and that miraculous stone. That stone is Ji Kuan's foundation. He cannot relinquish it, or how could he realize his ambition to dominate the world? He knew that this incident could not be concealed any longer. If he did not devise a plan, he would truly face a confrontation with the Daxia authorities. Damn it, the incessant clicking is driving me mad. Uncovering Ji's technique? Sage. Ji Kuan covered his bruised face from the elbow strike, venting his frustration. He tossed his cane forward, a light emanating from it, akin to a camera flash, enveloping a radius of several kilometers ahead. The journalists observing from outside briefly experienced vacant expressions before their bodies heated up. Breaths quickening, their faces flushing. Most were male journalists and photographers, all squatting in horse stance with bent waists. Seconds later, they trembled slightly and collapsed to the ground. They then stood up calmly, gazing around in confusion, wandering aimlessly. Meanwhile, the female journalists trembled and lay on the ground, their blush deepening, all sporting expressions of bliss. Observing this, Ji Kuan took another shot at them, causing the female journalists to convulse violently, their heads tilting as they fainted. Far away on a mountain road, a truck resembling a cannon rolled by, laden with large and small bundles of luggage, aimlessly moving along. The vehicle's radio broadcasted news. Let us congratulate Daxia's Northwestern Emo City forces on Ren Zichen's promotion to Vice General. We interrupt this message. Shen Yuan has become a trend in Daxia's new era. Despite its exorbitant price, it cannot dampen people's enthusiasm. As of now, the number of registered users has reached 600 million. I woke up at 5:20 and got up at 30 minutes past 4 at Xinghua. Have you noticed that Xiaoyu seems to have changed into a different person? Chuyu sat in the passenger seat, resting her arm on the side window, twisting the radio channels. Good or bad, no matter how he changes, he is still Lin Yu, our son. Lin Xinghua drove, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. Xiaoyu has his own thoughts and secrets. The child has grown up and doesn't need to be probed. You seem to have changed too. You and that boy are cut from the same cloth. Chuyu remarked with a pout. Where do you think we should go? Let's just consider it a road trip. Hey, Xinghua, look outside. Isn't that the Liangxin Research Group? The building seems to have collapsed. Chuyu turned to gaze out the window, her eyes widening in astonishment. She abruptly interrupted and tapped Lin Xinghua, who was driving. He slammed on the brakes and glanced outside. Goodness, it truly appears to be demolished, doesn't it? Exiting the car, they approached the edge of the road, staring into the distance towards the city. Though it was quite far. What a mess. What on earth happened? Is it on fire? Black flames? Subsequently, Chuyu dashed back to Lin Xinghua. Didn't Xiaoyu mention he was headed to the Liangxin Research Group? If that building has collapsed, isn't Xiaoyu in danger? Oh no, Xinghua, We must hurry back to find Xiaoyu. Lin Xinghua rummaged through the cargo in the vehicle and retrieved a military-grade telescope. Upon peering through it, he froze in place, raising a hand to interrupt Xiaoyu. Do you think there's a possibility that the building collapsed because of Xiaoyu? After saying this, he handed the telescope to Xiaoyu. As she donned it, her body trembled violently. What she beheld was none other than Lin Yu, arms wide open, his red robe billowing in the wind, wearing a lopsided grin. RSON, is he even human anymore? No, is he still Lin Yu? Lin Xinghua, hands in his pockets, gazed into the distance at the shadowy figure enveloped in darkness at the center of Jiqing. Squinting slightly, then a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Now that's my son." In contrast, Lin Yu seemed to embody the very essence of a villain. "Lin Yu, dear friend, may we have a word?" Ji Kuan, while being pulled back by Qing Song Daorun, called out, "Whatever you desire, we shall fulfill, and I can dismiss everything that has transpired today as if it never happened." How does that sound? Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. What is the matter, feeling scared? Where is the bravado you had just moments ago? Put away that hypocritical facade. I prefer the rebellious demeanor you displayed earlier, damn it. Dragging this out will only draw more attention here. Ji Kuan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, but he still forced a smile. Lin Yu, dear friend, you jest. Name your terms, and I will do my utmost to meet them. Name my terms? Very well. I'll take something and then I'll leave. Ji Kuan's eyes glimmered with hope. This could work. As he broke free from Qing Song Daoren's grasp. What do you want? I'll willingly present it with both hands. That stone. Ji Kuan paused for a moment before outright rejecting. Absolutely not. That is the very foundation of my Liangxin research group. I cannot agree to that. Could we consider an alternative? Then, there's nothing more to discuss. I'll simply envelop this place, and you can seek it out on your own. Lin Yu slowly raised his right hand, gesturing forward, as the demonic souls transformed into streams of light. Rushing ahead, he had come here for the sole purpose of acquiring that miraculous stone, and it was imperative that he secured it. Lin Yu, dear friend, it seems our Liangxin research group has not wronged you in any way. There's no need to obliterate our foundation. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yu's eyes. You haven't wronged me, but there are those who treat me and my family as mere jesters, toys for their amusement, and I find that exceedingly displeasing. Chapter 49. Acknowledgement. Ji Kuan was taken aback, immediately scanning the surroundings and asking, Who? Tell me, and I will take care of him for you. Lin Yu slightly tilted his head towards a corner, where Ji Buoduan was crouching next to some debris. Peering out, their eyes locked, and Ji Buoduan appeared to believe he was facing a fearsome specter, causing his complexion to turn ashen. Ji Kuan realized the implication and, brandishing his staff, unleashed a tirade of curses. You little brat. Do you dare to provoke Lin Yu? Are you tired of living? While scolding, he swung his staff, and Ji Buoduan, clutching his head, retorted. So what? So what? I have money. What's wrong with playing with a few commoners? Who hasn't had their moments of folly? Still daring to talk back? I'll beat you to death. Watch it. Don't break my dad. The second son, Ji Bogging, sprinted over from a nearby building, glancing at Ji Kuan and asking, Where's my dad? What do you mean, your dad? I am your dad, Ji Kuan exclaimed, striking Ji Buoduan as he shouted. Nonsense. My dad is a walnut. How could you not bring him out? I'm off to class, Ji Buoduan cursed, attempting to grab Ji Kuan, but was swiftly pulled away by Qing Song Daoren. He then forcibly broke free and dashed into the ruins in search of his father. Lin Yu observed this scene, utterly bewildered. These two, one has a staff for a father, and the other claims a walnut. Ji Kuan, perhaps you should just give it to him. As long as we have the mountains, we can still support you. Chu Xiangqian noticed Lin Yu's continued silence, while the demonic souls advanced closer. Gathering energy, he unleashed several fireballs, but they were all consumed by the demonic souls as their own energy, leaving him with a ghostly expression as he turned to Ji Kuan. I implore you to consider the greater good. Mu Yu, hiding behind Qing Song Daoren, shouted. Silence, you useless scoundrel. You should just change your name to Mu Yu. Ji Kuan shouted in anger, ceasing his assault on Ji Buoduan, then fell into a contemplative silence. After much deliberation, he realized this was the only path forward. Weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to yield. Lin Yu, dear friend, follow me. Xinqing, you and the others handle public relations. I do not wish to see our group as headline on the front page of the newspapers. Ji Kuan gripped his staff tightly, trembling slightly as he spoke. Lin Yu waved his hand, dissipating the night's dread, and followed Ji Kuan towards a nearby skyscraper. Members of the hexagram scattered, with the head security officer making a phone call. Moments later, on a certain floor of another 100-story building, dozens of employees dressed in formal attire, sporting public relations badges, hurried into their PR department's news release room to begin urgent operations. Ji Kuan led Lin Yu through multiple layers of security: card swipes, passwords, facial recognition, fingerprints, voice prints, iris scans, blood tests, and urine tests. They arrived at an elevator, stepping inside as the U-shaped doors closed, and the elevator began its rapid descent. The silence within the elevator was eerie as Ji Kuan and Lin Yu stood side by side. "You're not planning to take the opportunity to eliminate me, are you?" Ji Kuan voiced his greatest fear. Lin Yu glanced at him. "If you wish, that could certainly be arranged. No, forget I said anything." Ji Kuan wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously gripping his staff. Within a minute, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a bright, pristine room. At the center stood a cylindrical glass chamber, within which floated a cross-shaped stone radiating a pure white light. Outside the glass chamber loomed a large projection screen displaying stability of the divine stone. 99. Lin Yu, dear friend, that stone at the center is the very foundation of our group, Ji Kuan stated, pointing with his staff. The lower the stability, the more perilous that stone becomes. Thus, we installed a monitoring device to keep a constant check on it. Lin Yu approached, standing before the glass enclosure, gazing at the miracle stone. Behind him, Ji Kuan discreetly pressed an inconspicuous button beneath his staff, then swiftly dashed into the elevator. "Kid, just die here." With that, the elevator doors slammed shut, rapidly ascending. As the elevator began its ascent, alarms blared throughout the pristine room, red warning lights flashing ominously, and the projection screen began to flicker intermittently. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, acutely sensing the air being rapidly siphoned away. Ji Kuan intended to suffocate him here, 33 floors underground, making it quite challenging for Lin Yu to escape. With a flick of his right hand, the Xianjin blade materialized, and he approached the cylindrical glass chamber, wielding the blade in a swift strike. Leaving a gash on its surface, the crack then spread from the incision, gradually encompassing the entire glass chamber, which subsequently shattered into fragments. The screen displayed stability of the divine stone. 92. Stability of the divine stone. 66. Stability of the divine stone. 37. Stability of the divine stone. With each step Lin Yu took closer, the stability continued to plummet, and the nearer he drew, the faster it declined. The miracle stone began to tremble violently, releasing waves of pale energy that surged outward, accompanied by an intensely radiant white light. The force rushed towards him, whipping his red robe back like a gale. The closer he got, the more pronounced the six-pointed star symbol became in Lin Yu's eyes. "Come!" The miracle stone abruptly broke free from its pedestal, soaring towards Lin Yu, landing securely in his palm. A faint white energy flowed from his body, enveloping the miracle stone and gradually dissolving it, transforming into a large orb of pale energy. This ethereal force then morphed into two beams of light, penetrating Lin Yu's eyes. In an instant, Lin Yu felt as though his head would explode, an overwhelming pressure causing him immense discomfort. His consciousness began to sink deep within the courtyard of his spiritual sea source god retirement home. Beneath the suspended chaos bracelet, Jin Xiao sat with his eyes closed on a golden throne. As Lin Yu entered, he slowly lifted his head. Wang Kai lay beside him, playing with the flames on his hooves and tail, while the skeleton king puppet stood at the entrance of the retirement home, exuding an imposing presence. Lord Jinsi Yud, as Jin Xiao propped his arm against the throne's armrest and gestured upwards, Lin Yu raised his gaze. High above in the sea of consciousness hung the chaotic bracelet of the 13 beads. However, this time, it was not solely Jin Xiao's bead that glimmered faintly. To his left, in opposition, a new bead illuminated with a soft radiance appeared. A gray bead, encircled by a mist of pale, miraculous energy. Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and he joyously inquired, "Has another deity awakened?" Jin Xiao slowly shook his head. "Not yet. The time has not come. This is a recognition from him, none of you." Chapter 50. The Return. "What is his name?" Lin Yu asked. Jin Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the pale, miraculous energy, his golden eyes revealing a flicker of genuine emotion. Then, with deliberate clarity, he uttered, "From despair springs hope, the god of miracles." Camilla! In a moment of daze, Lin Yu's consciousness was forcibly pulled back to reality, for the room had become devoid of oxygen. A wave of suffocation surged within him, and Lin Yu shook his head, the pain from oxygen deprivation hitting him. Unconsciously, he glanced at the projection screen, which displayed Level 3 of the Divine Elephant Star, Return, Clearance. Everything around him began to ripple like waves, and Lin Yu's eyelids grew heavier. The surroundings blurred, and at last, he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the sealed land of the Divine Elephant Star. Rubbing his still aching head, Lin Yu sighed. "I thought the so-called return meant I would come back to Earth with strength. It turns out it was merely the stone returning to its rightful owner." Divine Elephant Star. Clearance. Light blue subtitles appeared in midair. Once they faded, a thumb-sized, irregular gray-blue stone slowly descended. Lin Yu opened his palm, and the stone settled into his hand. A golden light flickered behind him, and Wang Kai burst forth from Lin Yu's mind, wagging his tail eagerly at the stone in his palm. "Master, this is a spirit core, the spirit core of a 6th-tier void dragon. If I consume it, I can randomly acquire one of its abilities." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Am I finally getting a skill slot?" With that, he tossed it to Wang Kai, who swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, a terrifying gray-blue power erupted from Wang Kai's body. A pressure of 6th-tier strength radiated outward, accompanied by distant echoes of dragon roars. A being of divine caliber. This pressure posed no threat to Wang Kai, who glared defiantly. "You dare to resist? You spicy strip! Do you even know who I am?" With that, the pressure vanished instantly, and Wang Kai, with a smirk, scampered to Lin Yu's front, brimming with excitement. "Master, the skill is quite impressive, truly magnificent." "Oh? What skill?" Wang Kai's mouth moved a few times, and upon hearing it, Lin Yu's eyes brightened, a smile breaking out. Suddenly, the entire Divine Elephant Star began to tremble, and Lin Yu's body floated uncontrollably. He was propelled skyward, breaking through the clouds, enveloped in a pale aura that erupted in sonic flashes, soaring beyond the planet. The Divine Elephant Star visibly shrank, becoming a half-black, half-white light sphere the size of a ping-pong ball in mere seconds, directly shooting into Lin Yu's mind. The Divine Elephant Star had entered Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. "Goodness, my mind is quite lively now. There's all sorts of things in here." Meanwhile, the other 9 recruits also completed the planetary assessment simultaneously. Returning to the entrance of the ancient Hall of Dawn, guided by the domain power of Zhao Huachen's avatar, a few snowflakes drifted down, and Mu Rong Chinchua gracefully landed, her pristine white coat adorned with glistening ice crystals, standing with her hands on her hips. Following that, Ji Shandi descended handsomely, a long spear in hand, its tip still dripping with fresh blood, as if he had just emerged from battle. Rosen appeared, his clothes tattered, exuding the scent of gunpowder, with even his hair emitting faint white smoke, clutching a silver mechanical heart-shaped object. Suddenly, a blazing sun and a dazzling purple moon illuminated the sky as Guan Hengjie descended. Standing atop a fiery lord, alongside Fong He. "Hey, old G, where's the bounty king?" "Oh, what happened?" Guan Hengjie, ever the chatterbox, began to ramble as soon as he returned. Could it be that he suffered losses and faced the consequences? "Heh, serves you right for showing off, you chubby brat. If you can't speak properly, let me teach you." Rosen, feeling aggrieved, immediately snapped, wanting to punch Guan Hengjie, but was stopped by Ji Shandi. A sonic boom resonated as a figure descended gracefully from the sky, adorned in a pale blue-yellow hanfu skirt that flowed with the wind. Qin Wanner brushed a loose strand of hair aside, her gaze scanning the area as she rushed towards Mu Rong Chinchua. Sister Chinchua Mu Rong Chinchua reached out to steady Lin Wanner's arm, smiling and nodding. Then, a cloud of gray mist fell from the sky, dissipating to reveal Su Shasha, striking a queenly pose with one hand on her hip, stepping out to stand alone in a corner of the crowd. "I've arrived." A voice echoed from afar, as Zai Run's rune chains flowed beneath her feet, one hand behind her, the other pointing her sword at her chest. Kong Changsong quietly descended amidst the starlight, landing not far from Zai Run. "Oh, you little brat." Run, Brother Kong Chongsong responded obediently, and upon landing, he joined Ji Shandi and Guan Hongjia. Brother Run, Fong He lifted his head, eyebrows raised in ecstatic rush towards Run. Run landed, fist bumping Fong He's shoulder. "Ha ha, little brother. Here's a little something for you." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, a rune chain flowing. Coalescing into an object in an instant, it was a small wooden carving depicting a towering figure alongside a slightly shorter silhouette, with the words peace inscribed on the back. The craftsmanship was rather crude, appearing hastily made, but the figures unmistakably represented Run and Fong He. Hee, for peace, though the carving is rough, consider it a talisman for safety. Run chuckled, handing it to Fong He, who received it with uncontainable delight. "Thank you, Brother Run. I will keep it close." At the entrance of the ancient hall, Zhao Huachin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing downwards, then upwards at the swirling starry sky, letting out a long sigh. "Where is that fellow? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Qin Wanner surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Lin Yu. Murmuring to herself, Yurong Qianxue also noticed and raised her hand to inquire of Zhao Huachin. "Senior, may I ask where is Lin Yu? The person has disappeared." Zhao Huachin slightly shook his head. "What disappeared? What kind of joke is this?" Rong Qianxue's gaze sharpened, staring at the stars. Ji Shandi and the others were equally taken aback, falling silent as they turned to look at Zhao Huachin. "This is also my question. In my domain, he has inexplicably vanished." Zhao Huachin's eyes bore a hint of weariness as he slowly shook his head. "Even I did not perceive where Lin Yu went. But one thing is certain. He is still alive." Qin Wanner's gaze grew distant, frozen in place, clenched fists occasionally glancing skyward, longing for a certain figure. "Then, may I ask, Senior, you have yet to reveal who you are?" Ji Shandi gripped his spear tightly, questioning. Zhao Huachin paused momentarily before slowly speaking. "The god shadow, Zhao Huachin." Rosen's eyes widened in shock, swallowing hard as he stammered, Star Emperor." The crowd erupted in astonishment. For a being of emperor level is indeed exceedingly rare. The entire Great Xia has barely a handful of 7th-tier emperor-level experts. This is an entity that could overturn the heavens and earth with a mere flick of the wrist. The 7th tier is not merely a saying. The one who trained them was, in fact, a mighty emperor. The arrangement by the night was truly grand. Lin Yu is merely in the 2nd-tier Yuan true realm. How could he possibly vanish beneath your very nose? Qin Wanner's sharp gaze bore into Zhao Huachin's weathered starlit eyes as she continued. The Gate of Dawn may very well have flaws and instability. Perhaps he has already exited. Please allow me to leave. I must go out. I second that. Rong Qianxue raised her hand. Having cleared the planetary assessment, I cannot leave my companion behind. I must go too. Guan Hongjia asserted, hands on his hips, resolute. No matter what, we have fought side by side. How could we abandon our companions? Ji Shandi strode toward the steps leading to the Gate of Dawn. You cannot leave now. Zhao Huachin made no move, merely stating softly, the assessment period for the Gate of Dawn is 1 month. The time has not yet arrived. The dawn will not open. It is only the 3rd day. I refuse to continue this assessment. I must go out. Ji Shandi approached the Gate of Dawn, kicking it repeatedly, producing loud thuds. You cannot leave now, nor can you exit. A surge of overwhelming energy akin to a tsunami surged forth, pinning the 9 individuals in place, unable to move. Zhao Huachin pressed down with one hand, declaring, there have been some changes in the outside world. It is dangerous for you to go out. Moreover, if Lin Yu were outside, we God Shadows would have noticed immediately. Remain here in peace. As long as we are present, we will not neglect any news of him. Are just as anxious as you. But anxiety resolves nothing. Suddenly, Zhao Huachin furrowed his brow, gazing up at the starry river. Unbeknownst to anyone, a crimson streak had quietly manifested high above in the sky. Chapter 51. Forced expulsion. That blood-red hue resembled a meteor plummeting, its pale aura transforming into a sonic boom that reverberated around. The sound of rupture began faintly, gradually resonating throughout the heavens. Just as before, within the boundless domain of the Stellar Emperor, there was no forewarning of its arrival. Logically speaking, every movement within the world of the Dawn Gate should have been within the keen perception of Zhao Huachin. Yet this blood-red meteor transcended his realm, eluding his stellar vision. It was as if it belonged to the void itself. Manifesting suddenly, he reached upward, gathering starlight to rush towards the rapidly descending meteor. At the moment of contact, the starlight dissipated, and the blood-red meteor remained utterly unaffected. Drawing ever closer, Zhao Huachin narrowed his eyes and opened a blue vertical pupil on his forehead. Starlight-piercing gaze. His sight penetrated the pale sonic aura, piercing through the blood-red meteor. Inside a figure with outstretched arms, adorned in a flowing crimson robe, swayed silently. Previously, the moment the divine elephant star shrank and vanished into Lin Yu's mind, a brilliant golden dawn illuminated the spot where the divine elephant star once resided. Lin Yu reached out to touch it and was forcibly drawn inside. Within was an expanse of golden dawn, warm and comforting, and staying there even felt as though his realm was slowly ascending. At the very center floated a golden line that outlined a seal, upon which a large cluster of pale blue starlight swirled. Turning back, he noticed the entrance had vanished, as if he were trapped. "Oh no, not again. A nesting doll situation," Lin Yu muttered in disbelief. "Lin Yu, this is the core of the Dawn Gate. Absorbing that seal equates to mastering the entire Dawn realm," Jin Xiu remarked with a nod. "Is that so? This good fortune can still come my way?" Lin Yu replied incredulously. It was merely a coincidence. The miraculous divine elephant star had disappeared, and its miraculous force, which exerted a gravitational pull on the surrounding space-time, was abruptly gone, inadvertently tearing open the world barrier of the Dawn Gate. Jian Xiu stated solemnly, while Wang Kai yawned at the lengthy exposition. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as he drifted forward, arriving before the sacred and immense Dawn Seal. Reaching out to touch it, only to be interrupted by Jin Xiu's sharp reprimand. "Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to be obliterated by the power of the entire Dawn Gate? Or crushed by the starlight above? The miraculous flow would naturally draw you in." "Huh? It's already in the chaos ring. How do I summon it?" Lin Yu queried, perplexed, as he followed suit. Yet, the miraculous power encircling the chaos ring remained unchanged. Ding! In his mind, next to the chaos ring, the miraculous power coalesced into a phrase, transforming decay into the miraculous, finding life in the midst of despair. This is the aphorism of the God of Miracles. Uttering it will allow you to command it, Jin Xiu affirmed. Transforming decay into the miraculous, finding life in the midst of despair. Lin Yu chanted softly, simultaneously spreading his arms, as the pale miraculous power instantly coalesced into a stream of light. Swirling around the crimson robe, the seal trembled slightly, disassembling into countless stripes, drifting towards Lin Yu as if tattooing a celestial eye upon him. A small Dawn Gate seal manifested upon his forehead. It felt as if Lin Yu's forehead had been struck by a cannon, and he instinctively closed his eyes in daze. When he opened them again, the surrounding golden dawn rapidly shrank, transforming into a blood-red meteor that shot forth. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself hovering above the ancient Hall of Dawn. Zhao Huachin's eyes glimmered with light as he exhaled. The blood-red meteor crashed to the ground, a fierce wind swirling. Smoke billowing as the smoke dissipated. A striking figure in a crimson robe appeared before the crowd. "Wow, making a grand entrance, huh? The heir to the king of pressure is here," Guan Hengjia exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. "Rosen, this guy? Lin Yu, my brother." Ji Shandy leaped down from below, clapping a hand on Lin Yu's shoulder, while the others began to approach Lin Yu as well. Suddenly, a faint light illuminated the Dawn Gate below, and a spiral-shaped portal emerged within the golden entrance. Immediately after, a powerful repelling force enveloped everyone present, including Zhao Huachin. "How is this possible?" Zhao Huachin murmured, his hands adjusting the starlight before him. "The connection between the Dawn realm and me is severed? No. Has the Dawn Gate changed hands?" Zhao Huachin abruptly looked up, noticing the Dawn symbol on Lin Yu's forehead, his breath catching once more. "Oh no. This is bad. Huh. What's going on?" "Another assessment. Did I feel dizzy?" Big Brother Zyron. The 9 new recruits were drawn into the air, spiraling towards the Dawn Gate. Even Zhao Huachin couldn't withstand this force. The Dawn Gate functioned like a small world, generating not merely a pulling force but also a repulsion from this world, which they were unable to resist. Had Zhao Huachin's true form been present, there might have been a chance, but sadly, this was merely a fragment of his stellar soul. Lin Yu watched this scene, dumbfounded, and turned to Zhao Huachin, shouting, "That old man, what's going on? You little brat, what have you done? How did you seal the Dawn Realm within yourself?" Zhao Huachin's beard and robe were being tugged by the gravitational force as he struggled to channel starlight to protect the new recruits. Speaking in exasperation, "Huh? I don't know. It just floated over, and then when I opened my eyes, I was here." Lin Yu replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. "Can you break the seal? I can't hold on much longer. Once I leave, with your strength, you won't be able to contain whatever is inside the ancient Hall of Dawn." The powerful repulsive force emanating from the Dawn Gate intensified, as the 9 new recruits spun within the swirling vortex like clothes in a washing machine, attempting to be expelled from the Dawn Realm. Even the starlight enveloping Zhao Huachin began to wane. Simultaneously, behind him, the tightly shut door of the ancient Hall of Dawn began to flicker ominously with a blue array. Lin Yu took a deep breath, raised his fingertips, and pointed towards the Dawn Gate from afar, transforming decay into the miraculous, finding life in the midst of despair. Miraculous power, boom. A white light shot from his fingertip, penetrating the turbulent Dawn Gate. Subsequently, the entire aerial vortex was enveloped in a layer of pale aura, gradually coming to a halt. However, the powerful repulsive force generated by the Dawn Gate remained unaffected. The 9 recruits, already disoriented, fell from the vortex and were swiftly drawn out of the Dawn Realm, rendering Zhao Huachin's efforts futile. Boundless stellar river world bubble. A beam of starlight transformed into a bubble, emanating from Zhao Huachin's body, but the next moment, it was crushed by the might of the Dawn Realm, along with Zhao Huachin's own form. His body fragmented, disintegrating from the bottom up into shards of starlight, before vanishing into the void. "Lin Yu, listen to me. Whatever you do, do not enter the ancient Hall of Dawn behind me, or there will be dire consequences." Zhao Huachin poured all his remaining energy into the seal of the ancient hall, completely dissipating into the wind, leaving behind these final words. "You should exit the Dawn Realm as well. Don't wander off. Something is happening outside. Once things settle down, we will come to find you. In the meantime, be vigilant regarding the situation in the Dawn Realm." Thereafter, the entire Dawn Realm fell silent, leaving only Lin Yu alone. Lin Yu ascended the high platform of the ancient hall, where a swirling blue starlight seal was rotating, though its endurance remained uncertain. Speaking of which, could the aphorism transforming decay into the miraculous actually strengthen the seal? Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin, "No need for reinforcement. Rest assured, there is nothing in this world I cannot contain." "If there were, forget I said anything," Jian Xiu remarked, gesturing with intrigue. Lin Yu sighed. "I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. Everything in these past few days has been increasingly perplexing." Chapter 52. Outside. "They are here. A mental illness is just fine. It doesn't break any laws." Wang Kai wagged his tail, chuckling. Lin Yu scratched his head and turned to Jian Xiu, asking, "Have you ever tried braised chilen head?" "No. Want to give it a go?" "Why not?" Both Jian Xiu and Lin Yu shared a mischievous grin, causing Wang Kai's tail to droop as he scurried off behind the imposing figure of a figurine. As the sealing power began to dissipate, Lin Yu chuckled, gazing at the ancient hall. "Be brave and go for it. Surprises await you inside, though at this stage, you still cannot break through." Jian Xiu waved him off. Lin Yu's hand glowed with golden light as the Xinjin blade manifested for a sweeping strike, shaking the seal, but it did not break. "What the heck? I really can't cut through it." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Is the no object unshattered principle failing? I told you, even with a divine artifact in hand, you still cannot breach a seal set by a great emperor. If you could, that would be a catastrophe," Jian Xiu remarked, leisurely pacing within the sanctuary. "Let the Dawn Realm absorb naturally. It won't be long before it dissipates." Outside, at the Dark Night base, before the Dawn Gate, 9 figures lay scattered. Guan Hengjia hung from the divine dragon's roar, spewing rainbows everywhere, drenching the Dark Knight warriors standing guard beneath it, leaving them utterly speechless. 2 figures flew in rapidly from the distance. Lu Mingwei and Ran Ziming landed gracefully. "What's going on? How did they all fly out in just 3 days?" Ran Ziming questioned, gazing at the scene with confusion, turning to look towards the Dawn Gate. The door remained ajar, and a figure clad in a red silk robe adorned with dragon patterns emerged from within. The moment it stepped out, the Grand Dawn gate behind it suddenly slammed shut, only to dissolve into nothingness and drift into the Dawn emblem upon Lin Yu's forehead. Where is the door? Lu Mingwei gazed stiffly at Ran Ziming, and the two exchanged a glance, issuing a profound inquiry. Lin Yu pointed at his forehead, offering a benign smile. The door is here. A series of explosive sounds echoed in the air. And Bai Outyan's silhouette swiftly approached, urging, "First, go assist the major strongholds. Lin Yu, you 10 must stay here and remain unmoving. Do not venture outside, remember, absolutely do not." "Where are you all going?" Bai Outyan's figure vanished in an instant, while simultaneously, over 1,000 members of the Dark Knight Legion, gliding through the air on skateboards, soared past. Lu Mingwei whistled, summoning a crimson longsword to his feet, as a pure black mask gently settled upon his face. And he followed suit on his sword. "Are off to fulfill the duties that belong to the Dark Knight." Ran Ziming donned his mask with a flourish, brandishing the Dark Knight insignia, which resembled a shield with a figure in a black robe. Arms outstretched, standing protectively behind the masses, he then vanished from sight, amidst the Dark Knight Legion dashing overhead and the wounded being assisted back. Even Zhao Huachen earlier mentioned the need for their elite forces to quell the situation. Something significant must be transpiring outside. Observing the disarray of the 9 individuals, Lin Yu extended his finger, and a green orb of light descended, illuminating the group. The Holy Light Qian's innate skill. Holy Light Illumination. The exhausted Guan Hengjie was gently lowered to the ground by the vibrant, rainbow-clad members of the Dark Knight Legion. Ji Shandi, gripping his spear, braced himself, while the proud Rosen rejected the assistance of the Dark Knight soldiers. Insisting on standing unaided, he swayed unsteadily as if intoxicated, rising and sitting back down before ultimately settling cross-legged on the ground. Qin Wanner clutched her throbbing head, sitting up with vacant eyes, her mind nearly reeling. Zai Run sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, while Fang He and Kong Chong Song clung to each other, weeping, until Zai Run delivered a sharp reprimand that silenced them. Xu Shasha, suppressing her discomfort, leaned against the base of the divine dragon's roar, while Murong Qinxue furrowed her brows in silence, with Qin Wanner gripping her arm tightly, resting her head against her shoulder. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, settling down cross-legged, leaning against another divine dragon's roar, closing his eyes in exhaustion. "Brother, what is happening outside?" Ji Shandi inquired of the Dark Knight soldier clad in a vibrant hue, who distributed water among the 10. He replied, "The demon Abyss Domain has infiltrated our Great Xia with an organization called embodiment. These fiends launched a surprise assault on our 12 Dark Knight strongholds, annihilating 3 on the spot. Their coordinated and premeditated attack has caused us significant losses. The Divine Shadow, Divine Envoy, Dragon Abyss, and Dark Knight have all been mobilized. The situation is quite dire." After quenching their thirst, the group felt considerably better, and someone inquired, "Is there any way we can assist?" "You should refrain from involvement. Even a mere ripple from outside would be beyond your capacity to withstand. Your presence would only complicate matters. It is best that you remain here." The Dark Knight soldier waved his hand at them, gliding away on his skateboard towards the outside. Ji Shandi, watching the departing figure, forced himself to stand and salute, prompting the other 9 to follow suit in respect. Lin Yu observed this scene, his emotions unsettled for a long time. As a citizen of Great Xia on Earth, he held the utmost admiration for soldiers. Indeed, outside, they are present, protecting us. Crimson Claw, demon breaking, Jia Su affixed the red dragon claw to his right arm, diving downwards towards the grinning Yang Xingang and the Diamond Mouse. The two remained unfazed, calmly regarding the descending clod. A massive flame demon interrupted Jia Su's assault with a punch, sending him hurtling away. He quickly regained his footing in midair, his gaze penetratingly fixed on the towering flame demon. Subsequently, a blue chessboard materialized beneath him, enveloping the entire area. Jia Su's figure vanished, replaced by a similarly towering humanoid silhouette. He raised a hand, and blue light coalesced at the tip of the red dragon claw, forming the shape of a ghost stone. "Command the game. Start." His deep voice resonated as several stones plummeted onto the chessboard like meteors. The flame demon, not merely a brute, realized that the complete descent of the stones would yield dire consequences. It promptly charged forward, smashing mountains in its wake, leaving behind a trail of magma footprints as it aimed a blow at Jia Su. Yang Xingang and his brother leaped onto the flame demon's head, where the temperature soared so high that torrential rain evaporated before reaching it. Waist plate. Mirror abyss. Yang Xingang tossed the waist plate, casting a celestial eye from 1,000 meters above down towards Jia Su. The area enveloped was gradually absorbed into the mirror abyss, leaving behind patches of void that slowly began to mend. You two youngsters, even with this beast added to the mix, what can you accomplish? I can defeat you without relying on my guardian spirit. The game is set. Watch me, Jia Su, conquer 3 at once. Chapter 53, The Great War. Jia Su dropped black and white stones with his right hand, while his left arm swept forward, revealing a red dragon head pattern emerging from his palm. It unfurled behind him, forming a colossal red dragon totem, instilling fear at a mere glance. Flame seal. Red dragon totem. The moment the dragon head totem manifested, the skies erupted with countless fiery rains. Each fire rain contained a small totemic emblem burning within, continuously generating a new kill. Jia Su pointed forward with his left hand, as thousands of fire rains transformed into crimson streaks surging ahead. Despite the mirror abyss absorbing and dissipating a significant number of fire rains, the quantity remained staggering, as if the very sky from Jia Su's direction was ablaze. As long as the red dragon totem persisted, the fiery rains would not cease. Seeing this, Yang Xingang signaled the diamond mouse behind him, and his body surged, melding into a pile of gray mud that fused with him, along with the two brothers' realms. Brothers Luo Zhen and Luo Ming, both at the pinnacle of the 5th stage Yuan Emperor realm, had remained stagnant for years, their profound foundation allowing them, upon merging, to attain a semblance of the 6th stage Yuan sovereign realm. Waist plate. Erupt boom. A brilliant white light flashed, as if a highly refined supernuclear bomb had detonated at that location. A colossal fireball rapidly expanded, resembling a radiant sun in the night. A gigantic mushroom cloud ascended, dispersing the dark clouds over 100 miles, while the pure blue moonlight cascaded through the gaps. The entire 011 Dark Knight stronghold was instantly vaporized, obliterated by the intense heat into nothingness. Jia Su's humanoid silhouette flickered momentarily. The chessboard beneath him remained largely unaffected, while the black and white stones continued to descend in orderly fashion. Though many fire rains were scattered, they still coalesced, encircling them anew. A total of 133 black and white stones had fallen on the board, emanating a unique force. Damn it, there's no time to drop them all. Now this will suffice. Destined, life and death conclusion. The 133 stones shifted positions, forming the shape of an 8 trigrams diagram. As the diagram rotated, one position aligned with the descending blue moonlight, and that entire sector lifted into the air. Charging towards the red dragon totem behind him, 16 black and white stones encircled the totem, transforming the fiery rain into a pale blue flame. Destined conclusion. Red dragon Kanyu. The sky was enveloped in pale blue fire rains, akin to a vast net sealing the entire space. The force of the nuclear explosion was entirely contained within this realm. Upon contact with the pale blue flames, the nuclear fireball began to dissolve. The northern 6 waters mixed with the Yin moonlight, countering the flames. Yang Xingang intended to unleash another barrage, but was swiftly swatted down by the towering flame demon beneath him, though it could not speak. Its intention was unmistakable. Flame demon, you plan to detonate a nuclear bomb atop my head. How rude. You can't tell friend from foe, can you? You'd blow me up too. This troublesome fellow wants to fire again. Why must it be above my head? Yang Xingang steadied himself in midair, unperturbed, and shouted with enthusiasm. Jia Su gestured forward, and the pale blue fire rain surged ahead. The flame demon leaped, shifting its form high above, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long obsidian flame dragon. Breathing forth black flames, it charged directly at Jia Su, determined to weather the fire rains. Beast, even in your true form, you cannot escape death. Destined conclusion. Red flame flood dragon. The red dragon totem behind him expanded several times, revealing a sharp red dragon claw slowly materializing. Following this, a magnificent red flame flood dragon, covered in red scales and exuding immense power, emerged. Its eyes ablaze with fiery wrath opened wide, and a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled fiercely. The sharp red dragon claw gripped the void tightly as it raised its head, staring down the twisting obsidian flame dragon, exhaling bursts of dragon breath. Jiasu's Guardian Spirit, 6th stage, 2nd level, the Red Flame Flood Dragon. The Red Flame Flood Dragon roared, soaring into the air, delivering a resounding slap to the charging flame demon, sending its fangs flying. The flame demon glared, its tail whipping like a lash towards the flood dragon, but the red flame flood dragon grasped it firmly. Like a whip, the giant flame demon was swung wildly, hurtling towards Yang Xiangang, who was about to activate the disc of the waste. Ugh. The giant flame demon was almost dizzy from the relentless flailing, its black tongue flicking out, magma drool splattering everywhere, and its two crimson eyes spinning in confusion. Luo Zhan, this madman, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Wasn't this spicy stick supposed to be a sacrifice? Now it's being used as a weapon? TSK, this foolish dragon. Transmancer Shutter Sword. A black light flashed around. The Shutter Sword struck the giant flame demon, which had been turned into a weapon. It erupted with dazzling sparks comparable to iron flowers, creating an artistic beauty in the night. Jiasu's human silhouette dissipated, revealing his true form, appearing somewhat haggard. Maintaining high-intensity combat was immensely taxing. His figure vanished from sight, his arms transforming into crimson dragon claws, diving down directly towards Yang Xiangang. He needed to conclude this swiftly, for he had to rush to the next location. There, the situation was even more dire. An explosion reverberated through the night at the Cold Ice Valley, where the 010 Cold Sky stronghold had long since become ruins. A giant flame demon shattered the space here, exposing the entire ruinous base. A figure clad in a black cloak and conical hat was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the snow. Snowflakes mixed with mud stained his body. One hand clutched his chest, yet he still tightly gripped his long spear to prop himself up. Damn, the internal injuries are truly bothersome. If it weren't for this wound, I would have slain you all countless times already. Beside the towering giant flame demon stood a figure clad in silver iron armor, a black-purple cloak billowing behind. With thick eyebrows forming a single line, Skeksis, the chief transmancer of the Demon Veil organization, whose strength had also reached the 6th-tier Yuan sovereign realm, hefted his long-handled giant axe and coldly remarked, Hui Yusho, do you still think you are the great emperor of old? Now we are both at the 9th layer of the 6th-tier Yuan sovereign realm. Even though you possess the legacy of the emperor, you are still inferior to me. Just the thought of being able to slay a former emperor-level powerhouse excites me. So what if you have fallen from the imperial realm? If you wish to kill me, you are still 20,000 years too early. Hui Yusho rose to his feet, exuding an aura of dominance as he retorted, his spear vibrating. Taitsong's spear out like thunder. The Taitsong spear floated into the air, encircling Hui Yusho before merging into the night and vanishing amidst the raging snowstorm. Skeksis narrowed his eyes, peering closely yet finding nothing amiss, though his instincts told him there was a hint of danger. Sure enough, at some point, the Taitsong spear, now shrouded in night, had arrived near his head. Had he not sensed the imminent danger, raising his long axe instinctively would have prevented that spear from piercing his skull. Truly, it strikes like thunder. Not a whisper of sound, not even a glimpse. What a remarkable skill. It's a pity you aren't an old schemer. The giant flame demon roared, attempting to strike Hui Yusho, but was intercepted by Skeksis. You still dare to move? You foolish creature. He is at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, a whole realm above you. Go and lay waste to everything you see. The giant flame demon bared its massive teeth at Skeksis before turning and leaping towards the east, intending to head towards the human stronghold in Cold Ice Valley. Just as it leapt, a long spear impaled it, piercing through its chest and pinning it to the ground. Skeksis swung his long axe. A series of slashes surged forth, providing a defensive warning. Then he raised his long axe and swung it down towards Hui Yusho. Hui Yusho, meet your end. Let me show you what it means for an axe to be as mighty as a mountain. Chapter 54. Catastrophe descends as Skeksis brought his axe down. Hui Yusho deftly evaded, the ground splitting open with a chasm stretching 1,000 meters. Axe as mighty as a mountain earthquake, with swift swings of the long axe. Each strike resonated with explosive sounds. The ground crumbled like potato chips. Massive boulders were lifted into the air, accompanied by swirling shadows of long axes flying towards Hui Yusho. Hui Yusho pointed his sword to his chest. Murmuring incantations and a long spear appeared behind him, glowing brilliantly in golden hues. Yet the sense of danger from Skeksis remained unabated, indicating that the spear concealed within the knight still existed. Swift, the long spear rotated behind him, splitting into 4 identical spears that branched out in every direction. With a sudden pulse of his sword, 5 Tai Tsong spears transformed into arrows of golden light, soaring forth. The Tai Tsong spears seemed to lock onto their targets, each boulder exploding one after another upon collision with the shadows of long axes. The continuous clang of metal echoed, interspersed with stealthy strikes from the hidden spear. Diske, how shameless! 1,000 demons seal heavenly axe. Skeksis' brow furrowed slightly as a purple mark glowed on his long axe. The next moment, the axe expanded hundreds of times, easily cleaving the ground and creating deep rifts. Axe as mighty as a mountain heavenly opening. Skeksis, bracing the axe, summoned all his strength for a strike against the sky. A massive axe shadow cleaved upwards, tearing through space. The stormy heavens were suddenly rent asunder with a deep purple glowing rift. The suction generated by the shattered space resembling a black hole, voraciously consuming everything. The dark clouds within 100 miles spiraled into the rift, drawing all the blizzard into its maw. The 2 blue moons cast their radiance down. The debris and rubble on the ground spiraled skyward. Hui Yusho's body was uncontrollably drawn upward. The 2 Tai Tsong spears that surrounded him also lost control, being sucked into the spatial rift. Skeksis, with his diminutive frame, trudged towards the giant flame demon, his giant axe towering above him, and kicked the demon several hundred meters away. The massive body of the giant flame demon crashed to the ground with a dull thud, causing the earth to cave in, only to angrily rise again, glaring at Skeksis. "What are you staring at? Why aren't you off to lay waste to the city?" With that, he shook the immense axe he wielded. A symbol of truth. Furious, the giant flame demon pounded the ground, its eyes filled with rage directed at Skeksis, yet it had no means to retaliate. As the chief transmancer, it was simply outmatched. "Hurry up." With a sharp command, the giant flame demon began sprinting towards the eastern cold city. Hui Yusho furrowed his brow, glancing at the rift above, then at the rapidly retreating giant figure, extending his hand into the air. The Tai Tsong spear was firmly pulled into his grasp. Realm release ephemeral dream. A brown circular phantom appeared behind him. Its second hand began to rotate from the 12 o'clock position. Simultaneously, his aura intensified with the motion of the second hand, exuding an increasingly terrifying presence. Ephemeral bloom, eternal moment. A surge of imperial aura erupted forth, his eyes gleaming with golden light, his robes billowing in the air. 1,000 demon seal god-slaying axe. Skeksis immediately swung his giant axe down, a layer of black wind enveloping it, resembling burning black flames. Hui Yusho lightly raised his right hand, thrusting it forward, causing the 100-meter giant axe to halt mid-air. Then his figure vanished in an instant. A soft sound was heard as a penetrating wound appeared on Skeksis' chest, frozen in mid-air. Behind Skeksis, Hui Yusho's silhouette loomed, the long spear in his hand still dripping with blood. Subsequently, the giant axe disintegrated into ashes, reshaping into a long axe that fell into the snow. As Skeksis plummeted to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest wound, yet his gaze remained fixated on Hui Yusho. Then he crashed heavily onto the already ruined snow, yet let out a mocking laugh. Hui Yusho, guessed, can you kill me within a minute and stop the giant flame demon? And guess, can you save that city? Hui Yusho's eyes narrowed, his gaze flickering uncertainly, his brows knitted tightly, breathing hastening. Then, gritting his teeth, he charged towards the giant flame demon. Skeksis sprang from the ground, biting his tongue, and a surge of black light erupted from his body. A purple mark illuminating his face. 1,000 demon seal catastrophe descends. In an instant, Skeksis' aura plummeted to its lowest ebb, as if something had drained his vitality in that moment. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see black, thread-like energies swirling upwards from his body. These energies converged and mysteriously vanished above him. Beneath the night sky, a mass of black cloud materialized from the void, purple lightning flickering intermittently above it. At the moment this dark cloud appeared, the surrounding space began to tremble. Hui Yusho's long spear tore through the night sky, racing after the giant flame demon, when suddenly he felt a chilling aura that made his heart race. Abruptly halting and glancing back, a hand slowly emerged from the dark cloud. This hand, dry, grotesque, and charred, epitomized its essence. 5 fingers, long and curved, could not possibly belong to a human. It pointed at Hui Yusho, and he felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his mental energy rapidly being siphoned away. Despite the distance of over 1,000 meters and merely a simple gesture, it instantly instilled a sense of crisis in Hui Yusho, who temporarily wielded imperial power. Catastrophe Sequence 16. The Hand of the Forbidden Demon? Catastrophe, an extra-dimensional being not belonging to this realm. No object could aptly describe them, nor did anyone know their true origin, but it was universally acknowledged that their power was extraordinarily abnormal, far exceeding the comprehension of the Great Xia. The demons of the heavenly demon abyss domain had forged contracts with them, summoning catastrophes to descend, whether for a brief moment or permanently, at various costs. And this was the 16th rank in the demon catastrophe sequence, the Hand of the Forbidden Demon. It is merely a hand, yet it possesses an ominous aura. The people of Daxia are not well acquainted with this calamity, only aware that its arrival demands a hefty toll of vitality and blood, and that it can swiftly consume one's mental fortitude from a distance, disregarding any realm of power and the direction of Hanliang City. The colossal flame demon has drawn near. A squadron of fighter jets streaks across the sky, with a massive cosmic warship hovering ominously above the city, its laser weapons extending outwards, poised to unleash dazzling blue rays. Hundreds of black-armored enforcers from Longyuan, gliding on hoverboards, wield their swords as they cut through the night, charging towards the gigantic beast ablaze in darkness. Chapter 55. Devouring life in the Ink Abyss. Chaos reigns within the city, where the roads are strewn with wrecked vehicles, and panicked civilians flee in the opposite direction. The blaring alarms echo throughout the streets as the subway station has transformed into a makeshift refuge, crowded with people. Some ride their guardian spirits, others are possessed by them, while others glide just above the ground. Individuals are trampled underfoot, creating utter pandemonium. Teams of Dark Knight enforcers are here to guide and evacuate the civilians to safety. A weary Dark Knight leans against a wall, glancing up at the sky, where the night is ablaze with fiery chaos. Jets explode and fall, becoming meteors that crash to the ground. The roars of the monsters are deafening, and the Forsaken rush toward their doom like moths to a flame. Boom. Another thunderous sound reverberates as the enormous cosmic warship, towering over 100 meters, is pierced by the searing rays of the flame demon, plummeting to the ground in a cataclysmic explosion, igniting a massive fireball. Hui Yusho feels his mental strength rapidly deplete, and a wave of dizziness overwhelms him, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. He observes the turmoil within the city, yet he finds himself ensnared. Ink color, eternal illusion. An aura of ink spreads from his body, blooming into ink lotuses around him, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. A surge of vitality envelopes him, and behind him, a shadowy figure begins to materialize. An ink-hued silhouette with crimson eyes, grinning silently in a sinister manner. Ink flame ignition devouring life in the ink abyss. Crack! A wisp of ink suddenly flashes before the advancing flame demon. Looking down, he discovers a chasm of ink extending for thousands of meters, emanating a chilling energy akin to sword chi, a barrier of ink. Hui Yusho raises his arm, his fingertips still glowing with ink flames, remnants of the strike he had just unleashed. The flame demon lets out a furious roar and attempts to step over the ink chasm. But as its foot grazes the ink, it is severed by the chilling energy. The ink aura spreads from the severed limb, igniting ink flames upon the flame demon, significantly crippling its combat prowess. Skesk gazes at the half-turned dial behind Hui Yusho and the ink specter looming over him, decisively slicing off one of his own fingers. The moment the blood flows, it is drawn in by the hand of malice. The hand of malice clenches into a fist, unleashing a gray vortex that envelopes the surroundings, draining all life into a desolate gray void. Where it spreads, vitality dissipates, transforming into a lifeless wasteland. Hui Yusho, do you think that by burning your life to hinder me, you can truly stop me? Such actions merely accelerate your demise. Calamity overlay of malice. Dark clouds coil around Skesk's left arm, replacing his healthy limb with the hand of malice, which now rests upon his shoulder. The appearance is grotesque. The right arm remains normal, while the left is merely a desiccated hand, lacking an arm. Yet this hand is disproportionate. larger than Skesk's entire upper body. A bizarre abomination. At that moment, Skesk's essence vanishes, replaced by the presence of the hand of malice, which now controls his body. His eyes turn gray, and his hand flutters like a wing as he lunges toward Hui Yusho. The crimson-eyed shadow behind him bears its spear, each swing producing a sonic boom. What is there to fear in death? I am but one who should have perished in the Empire's fall, clinging to life for a few more years. If I can expend every ounce of my blood and bone in this final battle for millions. What is there to fear in death? Blood begins to seep from the corner of Hui Yusho's mouth, as the sensation of being in this vitality-draining gray bubble is incredibly painful. Bang. The spear he wielded is seized firmly by the hand of malice, which exerts pressure, causing the spear to shatter. The recoil sends Hui Yusho staggering backward, while the hand of malice tightens its grip around his neck. The dial behind him has now turned 3/4 of the way, and his essence begins to wane. Sensing this, the desiccated hand of malice grips harder, lifting Hui Yusho off the ground. The shadow behind him claps its hands, launching an attack toward the calamity, yet it is swiftly obliterated by another gray bubble emitted by the hand of malice. Crack, crack. His neck emits a series of cracking sounds as Hui Yusho's face turns red from the pressure, struggling to extend his arms and unleash the last remnants of his imperial power. Instantly, he breaks free from the restraints, plummeting downward. As the dial reaches its apex, it dissipates into the night, and Hui Yusho falls back to the pinnacle of the 6th-tier Yuan sovereign realm. Pift! The hand of malice releases Skesk's body, shooting past Hui Yusho like a bolt of lightning, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. Hui Yusho's vitality rapidly fades. The gray bubble dissipates, the dark clouds disperse, and the calamity fades. Skesk regains his composure, shaking his dazed head, realizing his left arm is now empty. He is not of the Imperial realm and cannot regenerate limbs at will, especially after being consumed by the hand of malice. Whether he can recover remains uncertain. He lands heavily, retrieving his long axe, and staggers toward Hui Yusho. Hui Yusho, you have lost. I am here to send you on your way. Hui Yusho kneels on the ground. The searing pain in his chest repeatedly jolting his nerves, he forces himself to sit up, gazing at the blue moon illuminating the heavens, weakly raising his hand in a futile wave. He then turns to face Skesk, who approaches him, seemingly resigned. Skesk looks down at Hui Yusho, slowly raising his long axe. If we were both denizens of the demon realm, perhaps we would have been great friends, but alas, at that moment. Hui Yusho's gaze sharpens, and he suddenly embraces Skesk tightly. His bleeding chest ignites with a fierce crimson light, akin to a tiger's final strike before its demise. Boom. Deafening crash ensues. Dust billowing into the air, a massive crater forms, plunging 100 meters deep, while fragments of black robes cascade from above. Skesk lies at the bottom of the pit, half-conscious, his body charred beyond recognition. The ink abyss remains, and the ink flames continue to ravage the body of the flame demon, as though Hui Yusho has left behind a final mark upon this world, and Hui Yusho truly expended every ounce of his strength. The divine envoy Hui is dead. The Long Yuan enforcers stand at the ready, all witnesses to this grim spectacle. He has not perished. He has transformed into the abyss, becoming the eternal barrier. A leader from Long Yuan gazes at the scene, momentarily stunned, before being snapped back to reality by the roar of the flame demon, which, despite the torment of the ink flames, stubbornly crawls toward the city. This pace, it will soon circumvent the vast ink chasm. It is not that the Long Yuan is weak, but rather that the flame demon is overwhelmingly powerful, with a vast disparity in realms. Even in its injured state, they cannot mount a counterattack. Suddenly, a burst of bloodlight erupts from Skesk's direction, and a massive crimson character illuminates the night sky. Chapter 56, Codename. Guzheng. A colossal blood-red symbol flashes in the heavens before plummeting rapidly downward. A surge of bloodlight erupts, momentarily illuminating the night sky, revealing a figure wielding a sword, standing suspended in midair. Who is it? An enemy or a friend? The Dark Knight's main base. Damn it, no, Zyron exclaims. His face darkened as he slams cards onto the table. 2 identical cards, displaying 3 lie scattered on the ground. And I'm done. I've lost 7 times in a row. Are you cheating? Cheating? Poker is the barbaric power in the hands of civilized gentlemen. If you're inexperienced, just practice more, my brother. Guan Hengjie chuckles as he picks up a card and skillfully sticks it onto Zai Run's face, which looks as though it's Kaz playing a mop. Fang Haipan sits beside Zai Run, enjoying a soda with great delight. Ji Shandy recounts some of his past experiences to Kong Chongsong. Luo San leans against a distant corner, seemingly holding a silver mechanical heart, his actions resembling someone preparing to replace their heart. Su Shasha sits atop her guardian spirit, a lion with golden fur, engrossed in a video game while wearing cat ear headphones. Murong Qianxue stares blankly into space, her gaze fixed on a certain point, while Qin Wanner is engaged in a video call with her brother, occasionally exchanging heated words amidst the backdrop of their father's scolding. Meanwhile, our protagonist Lin Yu remains oblivious, resting with his eyes closed against the dragon's roar as his consciousness sinks into the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a commotion disrupts the tranquility here. From the nearby third teleportation hall, numerous Dark Knight soldiers rush out, bearing stretchers upon which lie the wounded Longyuan warriors clad in black armor. Their bodies are riddled with gruesome injuries, and most are unconscious, teetering on the brink of death. Hurry, we don't have enough manpower. Move faster. The report came in. The treatment pods are insufficient. Our 5,000 treatment pods are fully occupied, yet over 1,000 severely injured Longyuan soldiers await urgent medical attention. An officer from the Knight Army saluted a middle-aged Knight commander. Commander Lei Shurgon clenched his fists tightly, resolutely making a decision. We shall temporarily extract our Knight brethren who are not critically injured from the treatment pods to prioritize the rescue of Longyuan. However, I will bear the burden of executing this order. Jishandy and others promptly stood and approached. Is there any way we can assist? New recruits? Lei Shurgon lifted the stretcher and glanced back. Continuing, please help carry the stretcher to transport the wounded. The 9 individuals said nothing, instinctively stepping forward to assist, witnessing the horrific injuries of the Longyuan soldiers up close, some even revealing the writhing of internal organs. Lin Yu held the rear end of the stretcher, gazing at the Longyuan soldier clad in black armor. A grievous wound stretched from shoulder to waist, deep enough to expose bone, the surface of which glimmered with a cold sheen. Emanating an icy aura, the freezing hemostatic agent sprayed by the Knight Army had temporarily frozen the wound. As long as they entered the treatment pod for comprehensive robotic care, their lives would surely be saved. The 4-story Knight Hospital lay less than 100 meters away, adjacent to which were 2 large elevators that could directly access the treatment pod hall on the basement level. The elevators crisscrossed to transport the injured, and as the doors opened, a vast hall unfolded before them. Transparent glass treatment pods were lined up on the floor, each containing a Longyuan soldier, while intelligent mechanical arms projected scanning beams from above. There were a total of 5,000 such treatment pods, yet they were still insufficient. Numerous Knight Army soldiers in black robes lay on stretchers, some missing arms and legs, hastily bandaged before being lifted out of treatment pods to accommodate the Longyuan soldiers. Why? Were they not equally grievously wounded? Lin Yu assisted the Knight Army soldier beside him in lifting the Longyuan soldier into the treatment pod. Perplexed, he inquired, Longyuan does not possess the vast resources of our Knight family with its 13 bases. They have only one central base. Currently, not only has their entire base been attacked, but all Longyuan soldiers on external missions are also targeted. We fought desperately to rescue these individuals. Furthermore, Longyuan, being our superior, is more capable and specialized, representing the elite special forces of the Great Xia. Thus, we must prioritize them. Upon finishing his explanation, the soldier hoisted the stretcher and hurried away. Lin Yu observed the black-robed figures bustling around and the suffering, convulsing wounded in the treatment pods, feeling a profound shock within. Regardless of the era, war has never ceased since the dawn of humanity. Despite living on the same planet, there are always factions that ignite the flames of conflict, leading to a struggle for survival. Minutes later, the group returned to the ground, and in that brief time, no fewer than 300 lives could not be saved. However, the vast majority were Longyuan soldiers, with only a few Knight soldiers succumbing to their grievous injuries. At a distance in front of the third transport hall, Lei Shurgon staggered alongside a group of Knight soldiers as they made their way inside. Lin Yu and Ji Shandy exchanged glances. Shall we go? Let us. The two walked side by side, while Guan Hengjie and others jogged to catch up. Old Ji, you're not being fair. Wait for me. No matter how you look at it, we have shared hardships. How can we hide when the Great Xia is in peril? Zirun straightened up and stepped forward as they passed a corner. Rosen slowly rose to his feet, his gray eyes gleaming with a hint of silver. He casually wiped the blood from his hands, discarding a bloodied object, and followed suit, under the rays of the crimson core fortress above. The bloody object he discarded in the corner shimmered was at a heart that had ceased to beat. Entering the third transport hall, the expansive space was now left with only the rotating transport portal in the center and a standing night soldier on guard. New recruits? What's going on? A glint of white light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. This fellow, where does this lead? Ji Shandy feigned curiosity, pointing at the third transport portal. Outside the city of Kwangkong. The site of the Longyuan Central Base's destruction was also the most severely affected area during this calamity. The demon S-Vale had summoned a 6th-tier giant flame demon, 5 5th-tier Yuan Emperor realm traders from the Great Xia, and over 600 traders who had defected due to the demon S-Vale, catching us off guard. Although the traders were swiftly annihilated, their conspiracy succeeded, resulting in the complete obliteration of the Longyuan Central Base. As Ji Shandy listened, he stepped closer, occasionally nodding, then swiftly struck the soldier's neck with a chop. The night soldier swayed slightly, not fainting, but clutching his neck. He steadied himself and looked at Ji Shandy. "What are you doing?" Ji Shandy gestured with both hands together, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, my friend, I apologize for the offense. Suddenly, the night soldier convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Guan Hengjie retracted his electric baton, blowing out a breath, and repeatedly apologized to the twitching soldier on the ground. Sorry, my bad. If you don't answer me, just consider this your forgiveness." "All right," Ji Shandy smiled faintly, and with a flick of his hand, a long spear gleamed in his palm, turning to the 9 individuals. "How about we choose a code name? Let us call it Team 10. How does that sound?" Guan Hengjie suggested, pinching his chin. Fang He shook his head at Guan Hengjie, glancing at the black robes of the night soldier. No, in my opinion, let us call it the Black Robe Patrol. The antonym of night is daylight. What do you think? Zirun interjected. What are you opposing? Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he slowly spoke, the final 2 words silencing the room. How about we call ourselves Guzheng? Ji Shandy's eyes flickered at the mention, and he gently nodded. Guzheng? The king of all music, that sounds splendid. Let us go with that. The king of all music is not the Suona. Why not call it Suona? Guan Hengjie interjected. Fang He rolled his eyes, rebutting. That's true, but Suona Squad. Don't you think it sounds odd? That does seem a bit off. Guan Hengjie had an epiphany, then gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Nicely done, you're quite cultured. Well then, let us go. Lin Yu took the lead, stepping forward, his scholar's robe billowing without wind, the Shinji knife appearing in his palm. As he murmured, then let us go forth to play the symphony from Guzheng. Chapter 57. Chaos. Outside the city of Kwangkong lay devastation, the ground riddled with wounds, flames of war raging, wreckage of aircraft ablaze, and cries of anguish echoed throughout the city. The sky was painted crimson with flames, as the torrential rain of changing weather had not ceased, but the dark clouds had already been torn asunder. Streams of light flickered in the air, as the night army and the remaining Longyuan soldiers forged a defensive line outside the city. Ren Zicheng, with his short silver hair, stood upon a skateboard stained with the blood of demons, gripping his long sword tightly, while his silver-gray cloak billowed violently behind him. Opposing him was a fearsome giant flame demon towering 1,000 meters, currently forcing back the divine envoy with its fist. Surrounding it stood the third of the 3 major demon manipulators from the demon S-Vale, also a traitor of the Great Xia, Qi Yuran, clad in white battle armor exuding black demonic energy. A blood-stained pure white cloak billowed behind him, with a black skull emitting dark mist hovering above his head. That was a 5th-tier 7-fold guardian spirit, the Phantom Demon, the mastermind behind the massacre of the entire Longyuan base. Before him stood 3 subordinates, all of whom possessed the strength of the 5th-tier Yuan Emperor realm, while the ground swarmed with demonic minions, charging forward like rabid wild dogs. Deputy Commander Ren, you and Zhao Wuzhou are among the higher realms here. The city behind it is entrusted to you, Mo Yin, a newly appointed divine envoy wearing a conical hat, said as he stood in front of Ren Zicheng, his face pale and weary, blood continuously flowing from his left arm. Yes, Mo Yin gazed at the oncoming giant flame demon, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. Yet he still steadied his halberd and swung it forward. When returns home crescent moon slash. A deep purple crescent blade of light sliced through the air, colliding with the giant flame demon's claw, but only momentarily halting its advance before it was forced back. The giant demon's claw surged with renewed strength. Shattering the blade of light, Yin quickly propelled himself, green light swirling around him as he melded with his guardian spirit, rushing forward with a blade, striving to draw the giant flame demon as far away as possible. Illusory dreams space a grand dream. Chiron, suspended in the air, pointed forward, and the black skull behind him grinned wickedly, opening its mouth to expel a cloud of black mist, which dissipated into the space around them. The foreheads of his three subordinates glowed with a black skull insignia, and then they surged forward, trailing black lightning toward the enemy ranks. Ren Zicheng squinted, soaring into the sky on his skateboard. Raising his sword high, heaven bestows great responsibility must tear the enemy apart. He dove downward, like an eagle soaring through the heavens, targeting his prey. In the blink of an eye, he zipped past the three charging figures. And then their bodies were neatly cleaved in two, blood cascading through the air. He then pointed his sword at Chiron, who squinted his light blue-brown eyes and smirked mockingly, and the next moment, the three figures emerged unscathed from the darkness before Li Yuan, charging forward once more. The ground beneath them was teeming with dark-skinned minions of the demon realm, their bodies entirely black, adorned with two short, crimson devil horns atop their heads, wielding pure black demon tridents as they recklessly surged ahead. 100-strong contingent of the Night Army, supplemented by a sparse few warriors from Longyuan, formed a defensive line on the ground. While behind them, the agents of the Law Enforcement Bureau fired their weapons in a frantic barrage, with missiles occasionally raining down from above to explode amidst the demon soldiers. Yet, these fiends seemed to have no end. Their numbers remained unyielding, emitting an incessant, bothersome chattering akin to a cacophony of yapping dogs. Zhao Wuzhou obliterated one minion with a single punch, then decapitated another with a swift stroke of his blade. It was then that he clearly discerned the skull imprint on the forehead of the fallen foe, and recalling Li Yuan's mention of the dream space, his brow furrowed with concern. Damn it. Old Ren, these demon soldiers have been branded with a magic seal by Li Yuan. They are, in essence, undead monstrosities. Ren Zicheng felled three adversaries with a single sweep of his sword, and upon hearing Zhao Wuzhou's words through the earpiece, his gaze towards Li Yuan sharpened with renewed intensity. Uncle Zhao, lend me your strength. Capture the leader first. I will find a way to break through and slay that traitor. Be careful. His realm is far superior to yours. Zhao Wuzhou nodded, leaping high into the air as a flying skateboard materialized beneath his feet, propelling him to Ren Zicheng's side. Zhou technique. Interference art. His body ignited with gray flames, and then, with a sudden burst, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was right before Li Yuan, his visage twisted into that of a grotesque, long-tongued demon, lunging forward with open arms. Son thief, I am your great-grandmother. I have come to fetch you. Li Yuan's body jolted, his eyes narrowing as he delivered a powerful kick, only to find it passing through the apparition of his great-grandmother, striking nothing but air. The apparition swiftly turned and whispered in his ear, prompting Li Yuan to glare back. Get lost, son thief. I am your great-grandfather. I am your father. Shadows suddenly emerged from the depths of night, swirling around Li Yuan's ears. Phantom demon, possess. Li Yuan's face darkened as he abruptly spread his arms wide, and the black skeleton behind him opened its maw, engulfing him whole. It then transformed into a swirling mass of black wind, dissipating into the air, revealing a legless spirit clad in purple armor, ablaze with blue and white flames, brandishing a long chain scythe that it hurled towards the repugnant minions. Spirit clashed with spirit. This time, there was no miss, as the scythe cleaved through the minions with devastating precision. Just as he retracted the chain scythe, Ren Zicheng delivered a kick to Li Yuan's lower back, sending him sprawling. Yet, in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. As Ren Zicheng began to move, an ominous sensation crept over him, compelling him to sidestep just in time to avoid a scythe that swept down beside him. Li Yuan had instantaneously teleported behind Ren Zicheng. Had he not dodged, that scythe would have cleaved straight through his skull, ending his life. One eye, supreme gaze, In the left eye of Ren Ziqing, 9 pupils emerged, whirling like a revolver, and one of them flickered with a brief crimson light. The next moment, a blood-red barrier expanded outward in a trumpet-like shape, and Li Yuan, standing closest, was hit hard, causing his protective phantom to flicker perilously, nearly collapsing. In that fleeting instant, the skull imprint on the foreheads of the demon soldiers below vanished. And under the intense firepower, they were obliterated, reducing their numbers by a fifth. Yet, despite this, thousands of demon soldiers continued to surge forth relentlessly. After harassing Li Yuan, Zhao Wuzhou engaged fiercely with his 3 top subordinates, each of their realms matching his own. One was at the 2nd level of the 5th stage Yuan Emperor, while the other 2 were at the 3rd stage Yuan Emperor, making for an equally matched confrontation. As seasoned veterans of Long Yuan, they held their ground admirably, with victory seeming merely a matter of time. However, unexpectedly, calamity struck. A piercing sound sliced through the night sky, and upon looking up, it appeared as if a burning meteor was plummeting down. No, it was not a meteor. It was a colossal flame demon, plummeting from the heights while clutching Mo Yin tightly. Boom. Dust billowed, and amidst the smoke, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed ominously. The flame demon took a step forward. Its formidable horns were sheared in half, its body marred with vicious wounds. Yet, in its grasp, it tightly clutched the bloodied and unconscious Mo Yin, on the verge of disintegration. Ren Ziqing was momentarily dazed, only to be suddenly struck by Li Yuan's scythe, which carved a bloody gash across his back. Instantly, Li Yuan seized him by the throat, speaking in a remarkably articulate dialect of the Great Xia. "Stand down, or I will kill them both." Chapter 58. From the depths of magma. The divine envoy is defeated. Zhao Wuzhou inhaled sharply at the sight. The only high-tier combatant on the field was the 6th stage Yuan sovereign. The divine envoy Mo Yin. If he fell, who could possibly withstand the equally formidable flame demon? Ren Ziqing felt a searing pain in his back, a colossal force clamping down on his throat, rendering him breathless and his face flushed. Yet, he understood the gravity of the situation, desperately maneuvering his left arm. The message was clear. Do not relent, or none of them would survive. He had no authority to dictate the fate of the divine envoy. Yet he could not simply cease his struggle over the capture of 2 individuals, thereby abandoning the city. Losing 2 was preferable to watching the entire city be left with only 2 survivors. This was the fate of the 6 law enforcement teams. They had contemplated this very moment the instant they joined Old Ren. Zhao Wuzhou gritted his teeth, murmuring under his breath. The situation, already dire, had plunged into an even more perilous state. "Did you not hear what I said?" Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip even further. "Everyone, stand down now," as he shouted the final command. His voice resonated with a ferocity that seemed otherworldly, echoing throughout the battlefield, even reaching the inner city. "Mama, what is that flying in the sky over there?" A little girl in a floral checkered dress, with twin ponytails, was cradled in her mother's arms as they followed the agents to the shelter amidst the bustling streets. Her question caught the attention of several bystanders, but all they could see was an expanse of endless night, coupled with the distant, haunting roars of demons. However, they paid little heed, for the agents had informed them that a nuclear warhead had accidentally fallen outside the city, contaminating a vast area with radiation that was still spreading, necessitating their urgent evacuation. The occasional low growls from unidentified creatures had been attributed to the suffering of beasts in the mountains, afflicted by high doses of radiation. According to the official explanation, the entire city was cloaked in the power of forbidden spells, obscuring the sky above, while outside, a maximized forbidden zone loomed, impenetrable even to 5th stage beings, let alone the average citizens of 2nd or 3rd stage. Yet that little girl was an exception. In her innocent, unblemished eyes, a faint blue shimmer flickered, and she stared intently at the scene, watching. Ren Ziqing spat out another mouthful of blood but still managed to raise his left arm in a defiant fist. Li Yuan's shout had indeed achieved its purpose, restraining many, reminiscent of the method used to obliterate the Long Yuan base. Crimson Serpent, Dragon's Descent, a red creature, half snake and half dragon, materialized behind Zhao Wuzhou, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, as if it were shattering like glass. The red light dissipated, leaving no trace of Zhao Wuzhou, his presence vanishing entirely. Li Yuan smirked mockingly, patting Ren Ziqing's face with his other hand. I thought he was going to unleash something grand, but it seems he merely held back, becoming a coward. Ha ha ha. 5 eyes. Heart-shattering, Ren Ziqing whispered fiercely, his face paling to an extreme, as blood tears streamed from his 9 swirling pupils, sending out ripples of energy from his chest. Under this force, Li Yuan's form flickered once more, along with the approaching flame demon, momentarily halted in their tracks. All present, whether foe or ally, including the 6th stage flame demon, felt a jolt of agonizing pressure upon their hearts, as if some force were beating a drum upon their very cores, exerting control over the battlefield. Even the unconscious divine envoy Mo Yin was jolted awake by the sudden pangs of pain in his chest. A blade pierced through Li Yuan's back, penetrating his chest. Zhao Wuzhou had appeared behind him without warning. Let me make this clear. I will never be a coward. Not everyone harbors the vile thoughts of betraying their own nation. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Ziqing broke free, and Mo Yin was quick to capitalize on this moment as well, his body enveloped in a green glow as he broke free from the flame demon's grasp, reuniting with his protective spirit. However, Li Yuan suddenly turned to Zhao Wuzhou with a smile. You know not what you speak. When you have witnessed the world, you too will choose this path. Trust me. You will. Phantom explosion. Li Yuan's body erupted in a blaze, engulfing Zhao Wuzhou in flames, while Ren Ziqing dispatched 3 minions with a single stroke. Realizing they did not reappear, but were utterly vanquished, he looked up to see a figure descending through the flames, and he hastily moved to catch the charred Zhao Wuzhou. Despite this, his gaze remained fixed on the dissipating flames, filled with an indescribable emotion. Uncle Zhao. Ren Ziqing transported him to the rear medical station before once again ascending into the air. For once the flames cleared, Li Yuan stood there, unscathed and whole in the realm of Mo Yin. The tide has turned unfavorably once more, as he is struck down, disintegrating under a single claw, plummeting from the heights to the ground below, only to be subsequently crushed into the earth by the colossal infernal demon. On one side of the battlefield, a black iron door frame affixed to the wall emanates a vibrant blue luminescence, and a figure clad in red, wielding a blade, is the first to emerge from within. Following closely are Ji Shan Di, Rosen, and others. No. It should beat the entire ensemble of Guzheng. Yet, scarcely have they stepped out when a gust of wind heralds the descent of a small demon soldier from the demon realm. Brandishing a steel fork, who tumbles before them in a daze, he lifts his head, bewildered. His gaze meets Lin Yu's, a visage rife with questions, before Ji Shan Di swiftly dispatches him with a single thrust of his spear. However, soon after, a veritable flood of demon soldiers descends from the sky like dumplings, with dozens of Dark Knight enforcers wielding long swords, transforming into a relentless reaping machine as they skate forth. Occasionally, bullets rain down from afar, eliminating several would-be ambushers among the demons. I ask you, have you lost your minds? What brings you here? The accusatory voice of Lei Shurgon resounds from above as he descends on his skateboard, landing at the portal before them. Extending his wrist, the device emits a beep, and the black door swings open once more. Yet, before Lei Shurgon can utter another word, the door flickers erratically before sealing shut entirely. Simultaneously, deep within the infernal volcano, a finger that had been rhythmically tapping against the armrest abruptly halts. Merlin, seated atop the towering infernal demon, raises his head, his terrifying gaze slowly opening, narrowing slightly. At last, the sacred body has arrived. Now, it is our time to make an entrance. With a powerful push from its massive feet, the infernal demon ascends rapidly, shattering the so-called 5-yang star formation that purportedly suppressed the volcano as though it were mere paper. Under immense pressure, surging magma erupts like a colossal pillar, breaching the forbidden domain at its apex. Dark clouds are shattered, the night sky is painted crimson, and fiery rain begins to fall, as the gigantic silhouette emerges from the molten rock. Outside the infernal volcano, an elderly man clad in a blue robe awaits in midair. Chapter 59. Demon Lord, Merlin. The old man, step by step, creates ripples in the air as he traverses the space, which undulates like water behind him. The head of the infernal demon aligns perfectly with Yun Guangfan, their gazes locking in a silent confrontation. Yun Guangfan, it has been a long time. Merlin's smile is devoid of warmth as he slowly rises from his crimson bone chair, tightening his grip on the dark staff. 12 years have fleetingly passed. Have you thought of me, Merlin? Do you intend to instigate the Second Imperial Cataclysm once more? As Yun Guangfan raises his hand, a unique black sword materializes in his palm, its hilt etched with the characters Han Qingzhao. But this time, it shall not unfold as you desire. I shall use this sword to slay you. Merlin gazes at the black sword, grinning widely, his smile menacing. Then let us see if you can, whether you will slay me, or I shall seize the sword from your grasp. Kill him with that. The staff lightly touches the head of the infernal demon, and within its enormous crimson right eye, a black is imprisoned. Yun Guangfan notices this but cannot reveal his trepidation, lest he fall into a passive state. He merely tightens his grip on the sword. The formidable demon lord of the Demon Vale, at the 7th tier of the Emperor realm, would lower himself to use a hostage as leverage? Or do you believe I would surrender my resistance for him? Oh? Would you truly allow Han Qingzhao's soul bloodline to be extinguished here? As the thunderous demonic voice resonates, Han Yunfei, imprisoned within the black, emits a sound of bone-crushing strain, as if something were breaking his bones from within. His chest heaves violently, the agony threatening to cause his body to tremble uncontrollably. The more he suffers, the more exhilarated Merlin becomes. The Han family, renowned for their loyalty, how could you bear to let this last scion perish? As the commander of the Dark Knight, my duty is to protect my homeland, and as the supreme commander of Great Xia, it is even more so. Yun Guangfan's gaze burns fiercely, locking onto Merlin as he speaks each word with conviction. As enforcers, we have long set aside life and death. This is the resolve of our 6 enforcement teams. We shall abandon no comrade, and we are always ready to sacrifice our lives for the prosperity of Great Xia. His death shall resonate in the hearts of the people. His demise shall ignite the flames of revolution. Then, the surrounding space begins to wail, as Yun Guangfan steps forward with his sword. With each stride, the air behind him shatters like glass, fracturing into myriad cracks. Ha ha ha. Merlin regards Yun Guangfan with a sinister grin, clapping mockingly as though applauding his impassioned speech. Naturally, I cannot bear to kill him, for I have promised to let him witness just how fragile the empire you have built over these past 12 years truly is. You alone cannot impede me. With that, the infernal demon beneath him unleashes a wave of energy, obliterating everything within a 100-mile radius, transforming all it touches into barren wasteland. This infernal demon possesses the same 7th tier emperor strength. A true infernal demon emperor, 7th tier, 2nd stage, the progenitor of all infernal demons. Who do you think you are? Even your domain Lord Zeril would not dare to act so recklessly before me, thinking that merely adding a beast would instill fear in me. Space. Devouring heaven's final slash. Yun Guangfan raises the black sword towards Merlin, a streak of blue light enveloping it. As the night sky fractures into gaping spatial rifts, the eerie blue light radiates forth. The ruptured space resembling gaping maws poised to consume all of existence. Merlin steps forth, his figure flickering to the highest heights, the overwhelming demonic aura resonating like thunder in the night, as he wields his staff with the speed of lightning. You are but a junior. If I so desire, I can become the master of the demon abyss realm at any moment. Tell me, who do you think you are? In the Biming Sea region, outside the Sea City, Fa Onlu's golden Buddha phantom clashes against the Blood Sword Emperor with a palm strike. A colossal golden swastika, imbued with black demonic energy, erupts from his palm. The small blood sword, sharp as a razor, cleaves through the air, unleashing a palm strike in retaliation against the golden Buddha's hand. With a forceful push, he repels the golden Buddha, then raises his sword to block the purplish-green energy pillars spewing from Lalai. A cannonball strikes the small blood's left arm, a faint cracking sound resonating within. Soon after, several more cannonballs come hurtling toward him, as Craig wields 2 massive RPGs like machine guns. Meanwhile, a colossal infernal demon, claws raised and fanged maw agape, descends upon him. Do you truly think I am so easily bullied? Scarlet blood demon, arise. A glimmer of crimson spreads across the small blood's red eyes, as the 1,000-meter blood shadow dissipates behind him. Instantly, a blood-colored domain erupts from within, enveloping all in its vicinity like a bubble. In that moment, It feels as if the flow of time around him has been significantly slowed. The golden Buddha, the rays, the cannonballs, the descending giant claws, all are bathed in blood, disintegrating in the wind. It is as if the very force of time itself is at play. The scarlet night reflects the crimson glow, illuminating the land, everything transforming into a deep red hue. From behind the small blood, a mist of blood coalesces, gradually forming a half-human, half-demon figure, which then devours the small blood. The blood mist cackles maniacally, emitting an eerie laughter, before rapidly contracting like a deflating balloon, completely absorbing back into the blood-sword emperor's body. His form lies still, eyes closed amidst the blood mist. His dark red cloak becomes stained crimson, intricate blood-colored patterns emerging upon his skin, resembling tattoos, gradually forming a grotesque, grinning visage. His black hair turns white, the cloak billowing behind him in an unfelt breeze, and he dons a white mask with a scarlet grinning face. The small blood slowly raises his hand, the long sword glimmering with black light flying into his palm. He turns to survey his surroundings, where the flow of time seems to have slowed to an agonizing crawl. Alternatively, it can be said that the small blood's speed has been enhanced 100-fold, rendering the world around him as if it were moving at 1/100th of its normal pace. This is akin to time being suspended. With a single slash of his sword, the surface of the infernal demon, still lunging forward, glows momentarily with a dense crimson light. In the next instant, it shatters into countless bloodied fragments, scattering across the ground. Just as he intends to advance toward the trio of demon veilers, a sudden tightening in his chest strikes him with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A sensation capable of instilling fear in a being of 7th-tier imperial strength can only emanate from another of similar might. To the northwest, where the night cloaks the horizon, towering mountains pierce the clouds like immense walls, severing the two realms. Beyond those walls lies the chaotic and bloody domain of the demon clan, the abyss of heavenly demons. In this parallel world, 4 great domains are delineated: Great Xia, the abyss of heavenly demons, the inhuman Azura, and the awakening of the demon purple domain. Tonight, the clouds obscure the brilliance of 2 blue moons, casting an oppressive pall over the night. Beneath the faint illumination of the blue moon, a towering black silhouette stands at a distance, as if keeping watch. Clutched in that shadowy figure's grasp is the tortured corpse of a divine envoy. Clad in tattered black robes, the small blood trembles, gazing at the shadow with disbelief. This aura, the master of the abyss of heavenly demons, Demon Emperor, Zeril, Chapter 60, Judgment, makes its move, the total assault of the demon realm. The shadow stands quietly amidst the night, and what it signifies, the small blood knows all too well. At this juncture, the nature of the situation has fundamentally transformed. The domain of the celestial demons has openly declared its intentions, brazenly invading the territory of the Great Xia. Previously, the attacks from the Demon Veil could be dismissed by denying involvement, asserting ignorance. Such actions could be attributed to the individual misconduct of the Demon Veil organization, leaving the Great Xia authorities with little recourse for retort. Even if retaliation were considered, it would have to be conducted covertly, mirroring the tactics of the Demon Veil. After all, the celestial demons have engaged in underhanded tactics more than once, employing deceit and playing the victim. Yet now, they stand boldly before us, unmistakably signaling their invasion. Soon after, from behind the ominous, silent figure, 4 additional shadows emerged, standing in parallel with a crack, the space beneath their feet shattered. The night wailed in anguish, and the heavens trembled. These were the 5 7th-tier emperors of the celestial demon domain, powerful demonic sovereigns of the entire demon realm. At the moment of their appearance, the forbidden spells and barriers enveloping the skies over Haicheng began to emit ominous sounds, with fine cracks sporadically fracturing the air. The urgent blare of alarms reverberated throughout Haicheng, echoing the dire circumstances, while the screens of all nearby shopping centers and mobile devices incessantly repeated a single message: external enemies are invading. All citizens are urged to cooperate with law enforcement and evacuate in an orderly manner. Please note, this is not a drill. Repeating, this is not a drill. People had not yet fully evacuated, for everything transpired far too swiftly, and the notion of order was entirely absent. All were simply striving to survive. Damn it, what kind of misfortune have I stumbled upon? In this day and age, Merely wishing to live in peace has become a luxury to a youth, around 18 or 19, found himself pressed into the innermost corner of the subway station. Surrounded by a sea of heads, the trains on both sides had been rerouted for one-way travel, endeavoring to transport as many people out of the city as possible. The moment the subway doors opened, it was instantly packed to capacity, unable to close, while law enforcers donning silver masks stood like an impassable wall before the doors, barely managing to shut them. The subway rumbled away with them, only for another empty train to be dispatched. However, Haicheng boasted a total of 13 subway stations facing similar circumstances. Fortunately, this location lay near the border between the Great Xia and the Celestial Demon Domain, with a lesser population than other cities. Otherwise, it would take an entire day to evacuate everyone. Outside the city, Xiao Shui's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he faced the five shadows, raising his arm and brandishing his blade. "Gentlemen, you have crossed the line." A streak of blue light broke through the dark clouds, coalescing into a Star Soul avatar of Zhao Huaqin, standing with arms crossed at Xiao Shui's side. "Swordmaster, your brother Wan has arrived." To Xiao Shui's left, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a figure clad in golden, spiked armor, wielding a crimson long-handled hammer. Xiao Shui glanced at the two, nodding slightly, and quipped, "Old thief Wan, just you wait. I will surely thrash you one day. 3 of the 4 divine shadows have arrived. No, it should be counted as 1.5. We come with the utmost sincerity, and this is how you treat us?" The central shadow spoke ominously, as the 5 black figures gradually retracted into themselves. Zalor, adorned in black-red light armor spiked with shoulder plates, sported a tuft of chin beard and 2 pointed fangs. With elongated black demon horns glimmering coldly, casually tossing the lifeless body of a divine envoy onto the ground, it was deftly caught by a beam of starlight. Zhao Huaqin's countenance darkened to an extreme. The divine envoy squad comprised only 28 members, and in just half a day, 2 had already perished. Adding to the losses from 3 Dark Knight strongholds and the main base in Longyuan, the casualties had reached an astonishing figure. This loss was insurmountable for them. Zalor was not mistaken. It truly was 1.5. Wan Kuang guarded the borders of the Great Xia, while Zhao Huaqin remained stationed at the blue light shadow moon. Neither could afford to personally intervene. After all, the Earth was not merely under the watchful gaze of the Celestial Demon Domain. One was Wan Kuang's 4 sacred emblems, while the other was Zhao Huaqin's Star Soul avatar. With the highest potential only capable of unleashing the power of a 7th-tier Yuan Emperor at the 3rd layer or below. In contrast, the Celestial Demon Domain boasted forces of at least the 4th layer of the 7th-tier Yuan Emperor. "Demonic Domain Lord Zalor, your brazen invasion of the Great Xia blatantly violates the mutual agreement between us. What are your intentions?" Zhao Huaqin, with starlight paving his path, questioned under the resplendent glow of the stars. Beside Zalor, a figure resembling a giant bull with dark red blood swirling around its horns cackled ominously, its deep voice resonating. "Is that so? Yet the one to first breach the agreement was clearly you." In the cold ice valley, outside of the cold city, a streak of blood red illuminated the sky, and a character resembling it appeared directly above CK Shige. It plummeted like a falling star, crashing down and obliterating CK Shige. In the air, snowflakes descended from the night sky, and a figure clad in white stood amidst the darkness, bearing a square black wooden box on its back point, one of the 6 executors of judgment. The character of execution, the Wind Decayer, wearing a pure white fox-eyed smiling mask, he turned to focus on the giant flame demon crawling on the ground, about to circumvent the ink abyss. Placing the wooden box before himself, the lid gently opened on its own, revealing an abyss of darkness within. He reached inside and withdrew a pure white, 1-foot-long scalpel. "I in the name of the one true truth of the Great Xia, I hereby pass judgment upon you with the utmost severity." In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only a phrase in the night. And a blade. The scalpel transformed into an arrow, piercing the body of the giant flame demon, causing a chaotic eruption of sword light from within. The agonized roar of the giant flame demon resonated, and in mere moments, a blood-red character emerged from its body. The blood character methodically tore apart the flesh that had been excised by the scalpel. In the span of a breath, the colossal flame demon was reduced to a mere skeletal frame of 1,000 meters. Bowing its head beside the ink abyss, It appeared as if it were paying homage. In the dark night at the 011 Yuta stronghold, Jia Su was also engaged in a fierce battle, wielding the obsidian flame dragon as a whip against the Yang brothers, who had transformed into formidable foes. Suddenly, a gray character of death illuminated the sky. Had it not been for Yang Xiangang's keen awareness in raising his waist disc and absorbing most of the force with the mirror abyss, they would have been instantaneously subdued. Jia Su stood atop the dragon's head, gently lifting his gaze, and upon recognizing the newcomer, uttered, "The executor of judgment, the character of death, Fan Mu." A man clad in a gray robe, half of his face obscured by a silver-gray mask, gazed down from the night sky. Behind him coiled a blood-eyed white dragon, and in his hand, he gripped a dagger resembling a small brass knife. "In the name of the one true truth of the great Xia, I hereby pass judgment upon you with death." Fan Mu lightly tossed the brass knife, which instantly pierced through the already dazed obsidian flame dragon's body, extinguishing its life force on the spot. Yang Xianggang smirked, "Death? By judgment? Or shall it be BYU too?" In the calamity sequence, the radiance of the waist disc glimmered. Chapter 61. That night, the surface of the disc flickered, and a dull sound of a heartbeat echoed from within. A face emerged, like a gradient effect, from the disc's surface, dark, desiccated, ancient, and etched with wrinkles. This visage could easily belong to a centenarian in modern times. As the eyelids opened, there were no eyeballs, only hollow, sunken sockets, from which a faint light began to glow, intensifying with each passing moment. A penetrating wail emanated from the face, resembling a demonic sound from beyond the world. Everything in the surroundings began to fracture uncontrollably. The already collapsed black defensive tower ruins, the debris of the stronghold, and even the very fabric of space around them shattered like glass below the disc. Yang Xianggang gaped in disbelief, frantically observing the chaos around him. Jia Su swiftly withdrew, evading the expanding force of destruction, and hurled the corpse of the obsidian flame dragon, which was instantly ground to dust by the shattering power. Unfazed, Fan Mu formed a sword finger with his right hand, gently inscribing a few strokes in the air, revealing a glowing gray character of death. Execution of death. Meteoric death. The brass knife soared back, bathing in the gray character of death, before transforming into brass powder that coated its surface. Behind the character, a massive meteorite flickered in and out of existence, resembling an enlarged brass knife, oscillating between the two forms. Jia Su had already retreated a considerable distance. As one of the 6 executors of judgment, Fan Mu's explosive power surpassed Jia Su's. He was sufficient here, capable of suppressing the false Yang Xianggang, and at the very least, ensuring his safe escape. Yet he needed to depart swiftly. The alarm on the bracelet around his wrist had gone off multiple times. Upon activating the bracelet, the first message that popped up read, "Divine Envoy Huiyu, sacrificing his life to block the chief Demon Veil Enforcer, turning his life into a battlefield spanning 10,000 meters of the ink abyss, Huigu." Jia Su's heart nearly skipped a beat upon reading this message. How much time had passed? Had he ultimately failed to arrive in time? This was the heart of the crumbling valley plains, a long distance from the cold ice valley's cold city. Another message appeared, marked with the highest red alert, and Jia Su steadied himself in the night, gently tapping the light screen. The 5 demon emperors of the demon realm have invaded the territory of the Great Xia. The Blood Sword Emperor is standing in their way. Jia Su wearily shifted his gaze from the light screen, raising his eyes to the heavens. The dark clouds within a 1,000-mile radius had dispersed, and the light of 2 blue moons shone down, illuminating the path beneath Jia Su's feet. Yet, he remained uncertain of his next course of action, continuing to peruse the series of messages displayed on the light screen. Domain Lord Yunguangfan is battling Demon Veil Lord Merlin and a giant flame emperor. Divine Envoy Mo Yin faces off against the Shadow Mage Lao San and the giant flame demon. The Dragon Abyss command base has been destroyed, and the Dragon Abyss army has suffered an ambush by the Mage Liu Eng, resulting in over 3,000 casualties. Divine Envoy Su Honggang. The team of Divine Envoys comprises a total of 28 individuals, with 10 stationed at the borders of the Great Xia and unable to be mobilized. The remaining 8 guard the 4 towers of the Divine Envoys in front of Ling Bay Island, collaborating with the Breaking Nether Squad to resist the invasion of the Nether Beast clan. From 28, only 18 remain, and the number of mobilizable 6-tier Yuanzun Divine Envoys is a mere 10. Even if the 5 6-tier executioners of judgment join forces, their total combat strength amounts to only 15 6-tier warriors, and with 2 fallen, there are only 13 left, 2 7-tier emperors, 2 emperor holy images, and avatars, along with 13 6-tier Yuan Zun, while the 5-tier combatants are merely 3, with the rest being below the 4th tier. Unfortunately, the commander of the Dragon Abyss is leading 70% of their strength outside the Great Xia on a mission and cannot return in time. This is the extent of the combat power the Great Xia can muster while maintaining stability. In stark contrast, the Demon Abyss domain deploys only the pinnacle of combat strength, with all 6 emperors of the Demon domain directly involved. 6 7-tier Demon Emperors, a 7-tier Giant Flame Demon Emperor, 10 6-tier Giant Flame Demons, 3 6-tier Hidden Mages, and a peak 6-tier Chief Mage, along with tens of thousands of Demon Soldiers, in terms of both numbers and elite combat strength. The Demon domain holds a slight advantage over the Great Xia. Clearly, on this night, the Demon domain is relentless in its pursuit of victory, even disregarding the consequences. They show no concern that once they leave the Demon domain, the non-heavenly Azura and awakening Demon Purple domain might seize the opportunity to invade their territory. Merely relying on a single remaining 7-tier Demon Dragon is insufficient to hold the line. What, then, compels the Demon domain to invade the Great Xia tonight, igniting the Second Imperial Fall incident? One cannot help but recall the Emperor's gaze from the Demon domain just days prior. It was the divine shadow that detected the emergence of the Holy Scripture's aura, prompting them to send someone to retrieve its master. Their target is Lin Yu. Upon this realization, Jia Su seems to clarify that their aim is the future of the Great Xia. Lin Yu is not merely the master of the Holy Scripture. He is also a rare eternal holy body. If he does not perish prematurely, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the original eternal holy body. 300 years ago, that was the zenith of the Great Xia. The original eternal holy body, Huang Daochen, established a complete 8-tier cultivation system, illuminating the path forward for humanity. The king of Lingjin sect, Emperor Zun, stood at the 7th tier, reigning over the world, while the 8th tier was supreme across the heavens. This brief statement provided a sense of reassurance as the path of super martial arts began to revive, a sentiment that has persisted to this day. However, since Huang Daochen's departure, the pillars of humanity have begun to lean, with Yun Guangfan taking the helm. Yet he is ultimately not Huang Daochen and cannot claim the legacy of the eternal holy body. Humanity has since been on a trajectory of decline. Particularly, 12 years ago, they plummeted into despair during the Imperial Fall incident instigated by the Demon Abyss domain, resulting in the Great Xia losing 2 7-tier Emperor-level powerhouses. Almost half of the Bingo Plain was reduced to ruins, with towns and cities demolished. Since then, the Great Xia has been recuperating and has yet to recover fully. Fortunately, that battle also forcibly eliminated 3 7-tier Demon Emperors from the Demon Abyss domain, which compelled their retreat, leading both sides to sign a non-aggression treaty regarding 7-tier Emperors. The Divine Shadow subsequently initiated the Gardenia Plan. The theme of the Gardenia Plan is forbearance. As long as the opponent does not deploy 7-tier combatants, they will refrain from taking action, prioritizing the peace and stability of the Great Xia, for war, regardless of victory or defeat, will result in casualties. Boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed from the horizon behind Jia Su. Turning to look, the entire sky was painted red, with a towering column reaching towards the heavens. Vaguely, beneath the crimson sky, 3 colossal figures could be seen moving. That was the direction of the burning demon volcano. Across the Great Xia, battle erupts. Earth, in a certain location in the western part of the Great Xia Point, 700 meters underground. A neutrino laboratory, towering over 10 stories high, housed thousands of photomultiplier tubes resembling human eyeballs, quietly observing within a liquid scintillator. Inside the laboratory, numerous researchers clad in white lab coats gathered before a large screen, their expressions almost incredulous as they gazed at the data being displayed. This neutrino energy does not correspond with any known material. No, this is neutrinos from beyond the universe. This is a significant discovery. Once deciphered, it could upend humanity's understanding. But what could such immense energy be? Chapter 62. The One True Truth. Yin Wushuang behind Xiao Shui, Wan Kuang, and the Emperor's statue. A blood-red halo expanded like a bubble, forming the 2 blood characters' truth. A flash of blood-white light streaked across, revealing a figure clad in black and gold armor. with golden hair and an unshaven face, wielding a sword. His gaze was piercing and powerful, akin to an eagle fixated on its prey. "Zalor, what are you up to?" The transcendent bubble-like voice emanated from his mouth. As Zalor's lips curled into a sardonic smile, the universally acknowledged strongest warrior of the Great Xia, yet unrecognized by divine shadow, Yin Wushuang. "It has been a while. Within the territory of the Great Xia. All demons are prohibited." Yin Wushuang did not hold back, immediately interrupting, his golden brown eyes narrowing, speaking with a tone full of contempt. "Get lost, or shall I send you flying?" Zhao Huaqin turned to Yin Wushuang, a hint of concern flickering in his starry eyes. This moment, Xiao Shui's anxious heart eased slightly. The sole truth of judgment, Yin Wushuang, who was nearly invincible at the 8th level of the 7-tier Yuan Emperor realm, had arrived, decisive and unyielding. The judgment organization, while rigid, lacks no merit. Zalor surveyed the surroundings, his companions Kaidir, Lingsha, Saada, and Habing San stepping forward, causing the space around them to begin collapsing once more. Zalor then sighed softly, and the 5 demon emperors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The sonic boom reverberated through the heavens, the space shattered, and as Yin Wushuang's sword quivered in his grasp, a golden aura erupted from the blade. "Truth, I am the only one." Yin Wushuang's eyes radiated golden light as he swept his sword horizontally, releasing a beam of sword light that shot forth like a flash. Zalor rolled sideways to evade, but the sword light struck directly at the demon emperor Lingsha, cleaving him downward. Xiao Shui activated his blood demon form, maximizing his speed, the blood light in his hand shimmering as he charged towards the nearest demon emperor. Saada, dressed in red ceremonial armor, Saada's claws glittered fiercely as they reached for Xiao Shui, accompanied by the sound of shattering space. Lingsha, having just emerged from the ground, found himself enveloped in a pale blue starlight, the power of the stars compressing and preventing him from activating the blood water above his head. Behind him, Habing San, with his massive bat wings unfurled, raised his great axe high, aiming to cleave Zhao Huaqin, but was intercepted by a crimson long-handled giant hammer that struck him away. Wan Kuang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Habing San's back, then called back the giant hammer, leaping high to bring it down upon Habing San. Raining hammers from the heavens, disaster sequence 003, Titan. Kaidir's body became enveloped in a yellow-brown liquid, taking on the form of a small golden figure. A long sword emerged in his hand, and he declared, "I am the General Titan, capable of slaying gods." He swung his sword through the air, a tremendous force colliding with Wan Kuang's descending hammer, pushing it back and causing several cracks to appear on the Golden Emperor's image. Yin Wushuang kicked Zalor away 100 meters, then flashed forward, grabbing Titan by the forehead and slamming him into the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, smoke billowing in the night as a 100-meter-deep pit formed at the impact site. Another dull thud resounded as Titan was propelled upward. Yin Wushuang's golden sword poised to stab him. Disaster sequence 001. No form. Zalor's body was sent flying, enveloped by a grayish aura. His pale blue face transformed into a mask, falling away to reveal a faceless gray visage. As the no-form face appeared, the night above seemed to be obscured by an unknown object resembling a curtain. In that instant, the faces of Yin Wushuang and the others stiffened in horror, followed by a wave of excruciating pain, as if something were slicing at their faces. General. Sword rained to the death. Yin Wushuang's movements were forcibly interrupted, and Kaidir's Titan form seized the chance, pointing his sword skyward, unleashing a myriad of black-gold sword shadows. The sky filled with these sword shadows, crackling with black-red lightning, surged towards Yin Wushuang like a massive dragon. "In the name of the only truth of the Great Xia, I shall pass judgment upon you." Yin Wushuang raised his sword to his chest, reciting incantations, his fingertips tracing along the sword's blade, a drop of blood adhering to it as he slowly uttered the final 2 words, "Death." He then swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a colossal sword light that cleaved through the air with overwhelming force. 3 thousands. In less than a second, the sword light multiplied into thousands, crashing against Titan's sword rain and judgment strikes. Despite the tens of thousands of deathly sword rains, not a single judgment strike from Yin Wushuang was consumed. Disaster sequence 014. Soul Knocker. Habing's sand soared up from the ground once more. And as his words fell, his form began to change, his body wrapping around in layers like silk. In the blink of an eye, a protein-white humanoid bat cocoon took form, resembling a boneless, soft-bodied creature with two slender, feeble arms dangling helplessly in front. It swayed and leaped within the ever-collapsing space, kneeling towards Yin Wushuang as if beseeching the heavens. A bow, 3 souls extinguished, stellar carrier, gravitational transformation. The pale blue starlight flickering on the surface of Zhao Huachen's body dazzled for an instant, forcibly swapping positions with Yin Wushuang, while his star soul avatar suffered the calamity of the soul striker. Zhao Huachen's form instantly began to ripple like jelly, subsequently dissolving uncontrollably. Beware of this new year's fellow. Do not let it bow before you, for your fates cannot withstand it. Zhao Huachen transmitted a message to Xiao Shui and the others, the starlight once again shining brilliantly, his star soul avatar solidifying anew, only to be instantly shattered by the blood energy swirling above Ling Sha's head. The formless Zeril erupted into a cloud of purple mist, peculiar purple runes materializing upon his featureless visage. Formless, purple demon record. His hands transformed, morphing into scythe-like energy blades reminiscent of a mantis, each scythe reaching an astonishing length of 10,000 meters. Not merely entity, but surpassing entity, striking not at matter but at energy. Zeril wielded his glowing purple blades, sweeping through the battlefield. Wan Kuang raised his colossal hammer in defense, only to be pierced through. The moment the imperial image contacted the purple scythe, he felt his energy being rapidly siphoned away. Many of Yin Wushuang's myriad judgment strikes turned purple upon touching the blade, subsequently dissolving into the night. With each consumption, the vision of those present blurred, as if beneath the shroud of an unknown entity. Something lurked, starlight fell, yet the consumption rate was astonishingly swift, Zhao Huachen's star soul avatar reappearing. The formless can absorb our powers and transfer them to them. Yin Wushuang, sever his formless visage. Xiao Shui, find a way to halt their continued release of the calamity sequence. Yin Wushuang's eyes narrowed as he and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, nodding in unison, their forms transforming into streaks of gold and red. Ling Sha, gripping the surging blood energy atop his head, suddenly crushed it, sending a dark castle-like object flying towards Zeril as they both spoke once more. Calamity Sequence 015, Bloodwater, Calamity Sequence 010, Haunted Amusement Park, Ding Dong. Welcome to the Death-Haunted Amusement Park, is the realm of the underworld. Chapter 63, The Land of Calamity. Instantly, the entire night trembled violently, the ground beneath vanishing, replaced by an abyss of darkness lit by greenish-blue lanterns. The Haunted Amusement Park, towering black demon Ferris wheels, undulating overkill cars. Eerie, haunting music echoing from spinning magical horses, and numerous figures clad in green paper garments wandering within. The silhouettes of the 5 demon emperors vanished the moment the haunted amusement park materialized, leaving only the energy-consuming Zhao Huachen and Wan Kuang, along with the thwarted Yin Wushuang and Xiao Shui. We're doomed. We've entered the land of calamity. Zhao Huachen stood above the night, gazing down at the bizarre facility. Speaking up, what shall we do, Brother Qin? The imperial image of Wan Kuang began to flicker erratically, wielding the colossal hammer as he scanned the surroundings. The calamity of the heavenly demon abyss, like the underworld beasts, is an unknown from beyond the world. The Calamity Sequence 010, Haunted Amusement Park, briefly connects the two realms. The strange paradise beneath our feet is the underworld from the realm of calamity, where our mental energy will be consumed exponentially. The Formless, the Titans, the Haunted Amusement Park, the Soul Striker, the Bloodwater. 17 types of calamity sequences, and they've utilized 5. Everyone, be cautious. Xiao Shui raised an eyebrow, unleashing a surge of blood magic energy, the black sword in hand flickering with crimson lightning as he slashed towards the darkness behind him. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing rang out as the titan-like Kaidel emerged from the void, his golden sword colliding with Xiao Shui's, unleashing a tsunami of energy that surged outward. Suddenly, blood water flowed from the surface of the golden sword, entwining around Xiao Shui's blade like a small serpent before vanishing. Stand aside. Yin Wushuang's eyes glowed with golden light as he swept Kaidel aside with a kick, pushing Xiao Shui to the side. He witnessed a torrent of energy shatter the void, grazing Xiao Shui's clothing, creating a long fissure in the night. TSK. This new year's fellow loves to ambush. Zhao Huachin glanced at a certain spot, hurling forth a massive cloud of blue starlight, sending that old six, Hei Bing San, plummeting into the haunted amusement park. A multitude of stiff, green paper figures instantly surrounded him, akin to sugar cubes dropped into an ant's nest. These paper figures seemed endless, quickly enveloping him to form a colossal paper sphere of over 100 meters in diameter. Wouldn't this just crush him? Ling Tian's hammer. A direct strike. Wan Kuang manifested a colossal red shadow of a 1,000-meter hammer. The hammerhead thundering towards the ground. Crack, crack. Wan Kuang's body suddenly froze in midair. The hammer resonated a few times before it appeared as though it had been smoothly sliced away by some unseen force. Along with Wan Kuang's imperial image, Wan Kuang was immediately rendered motionless, his avatar's energy swiftly dissolving, akin to a small cup of milk tea being rapidly consumed through a straw. Judgment Realms, reversal. Yin Wushuang's form expanded into a bubble several meters wide, enveloping Xiao Shui and Zhao Huachin within. The inner walls of the bubble began to rotate in reverse, merging the disintegrated Wan Kuang into one, gradually restoring him to the moment before being struck by the formless. Xiao Shui felt a few pulses within his body as a surge of blood energy swelled, yet was forcibly suppressed, as if something sought to escape from within, but was thwarted from doing so. What is this? The energy of Calamity Sequence 015, Blood Water. Ling Sha intends to use it against me, yet is unaware that the crimson blood magic contained within me suppresses it. Xiao Shui raised an eyebrow, spreading his palm, a small mass of dark red blood water swirling in his palm. Crackle, the night sky transformed into a blood-red hue, black clouds like ink, a shadow of a massive hand illuminating behind the blood-colored clouds. 5 fingers flicking downward, 5 shadows broke through the clouds, encircling Yin Wushuang and the others outside the luminous sphere. These shadows, clad in uniform red ceremonial armor, bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon Emperor Sada. All raising their right arms in unison, suspended in the air. Gravitational high bounce, fall, from their right palms, rays shot forth, connecting together from above, aiming to strike the luminous sphere down into the realm of the haunted amusement park. Yin Wushuang's eyes widened, the golden sword in hand spinning rapidly before his chest, a chilling whirlwind of sword energy erupting outward in a 360 arc, unleashing innumerable sword energies. 10,000 sword energy, devastation. Like lightning, the sword energies surged forth, obliterating the 5 Sadas, yet their expressions remained eerily unified in a smile. Following this, red light surged within them, bursting forth in an explosion. The kinetic energy from the self-detonation of the 5 7th-tier Emperor avatars was directly absorbed by the 5 rays connecting above, then erupted downward like a propulsion device. The luminous sphere plummeted like a cannonball, and Yin Wushuang's spiraling golden sword thrust upward, shattering the 5 rays above. Formless. All beings. Zeral's voice echoed throughout the space. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound of countless frictions erupted, sparking a deluge from the luminous sphere's exterior, as if innumerable grinders were polishing it. The judgment realm was visibly dimming, and Yin Wushuang furrowed his brow. Xiao Shui gently snapped his fingers, a 1,000-meter-tall blood magic apparition manifesting behind him, single-handedly holding up the descending luminous sphere. Yet the moment the blood magic apparition appeared, it too was met with the sound of countless grinders, its energy rapidly depleting, soon flickering erratically. Zhao Huachin was also busy, the starlight in his eyes swirling like a galaxy, pointing one hand to the sky. Above the blood-red heavens, stars were swiftly ignited. With each star that lit up, Zhao Huachin's form grew increasingly formidable. Stellar force, heavenly strike. The luminous sphere was firmly stabilized in midair, while beneath, the endless paper figures glimmered with green light, raising their arms in silent motion towards the sphere. Zhao Huachin gathered a high-compression, radiant starlight in his hand, launching it like a pulse ray towards the ground. The starlight ray surged into the crowd of paper figures, yet the anticipated spectacle failed to materialize. It was as if nothing had happened, or perhaps the paper figures were immune to the attack. The starlight met the paper figures with no response. They continued to raise their arms, striving to drag the luminous sphere down. Within a large paper sphere, a surge of power emanated forth. Second strike. 7 souls scattered, boom. The 100-meter-thick paper sphere exploded outward, the overwhelming power of fate churning them into fragments. The Soul Striker form of He Bing-sen slowly lifted his head from his bow. His entire body wrapped in bandages, now riddled with wounds from the paper figures. I understand now. Our power is immune to the existence of this world. Only calamity can harm calamity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's eyes brightened. Chapter 64. This strike is impressive. Outside the fallen city, the roar of the giant flame demon echoed across the skies. Damn it, why has it malfunctioned at this moment? Lei Shigan struck the forbidden spell ring on his wrist with frustration, cursing as he realized, after several attempts, that it was futile. He then turned to Lin Yu and the others behind him, saying, "You all come with me. We will first head to the temporary stronghold at the airport. This teleportation point has already fallen. We can lend a hand." Jishan Di and his companions briefly explained their desire to join the fray, hoping to alleviate some of the pressure they faced. At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, the six-pointed star shimmering in his pupils as he peered into the dark expanse behind him. There, in the direction of the giant flame demon, a massive claw struck down, forcefully embedding a figure into the ground. Subsequently, a torrent of searing energy rays erupted towards the figure, fracturing the earth and sending debris flying. The body of the divine envoy, Emo Yin, was propelled into the air. His entire form charred and blackened, half of his face obliterated. As his life force swiftly dwindled away, Emo Wenguchi, no way back. He desperately roared amidst the rays, his arm laboriously raised to give the giant flame demon the middle finger. Soon after, his body disintegrated into dust, while behind him, a brownish stone path leading into the void materialized. An ethereal figure of Emo Yin emerged, bound by chains that connected to the void behind him. In his hand, he wielded a crescent blade, crackling with lightning, its tip scraping against the stone path, as he slowly advanced from the abyss. This spectral Emo Yin bore a stoic expression, his pallid visage taut against the tight chains extending from the void behind him. Yet, the aura he radiated far surpassed that of the previous Emo Yin. With a frigid gaze, this spectral Emo Yin regarded the giant flame demon, swinging the crescent blade behind him in a diagonal slash toward the beast. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding strike cleaved through the ethereal stone path, slicing the searing rays emitted by the giant flame demon in two, and delivering a vicious wound to its abdomen. The blow nearly pierced the giant flame demon entirely. Molten blood spewing forth onto the ground, scorching the already ravaged terrain into deep craters. The giant flame demon, in agony, toppled backward, causing the earth to tremble and a massive pit to form. The spectral Emo Yin then turned, dragging the crescent blade as he retreated into the void. Just as he was about to vanish completely, he glanced back. The nearly dissipated Emo Yin, now left with only his upper body, seemed to sense something and simultaneously turned to meet the gaze of the ethereal Emo Yin. The two exchanged a look that felt as if it spanned an eternity. The spectral Emo Yin gave a subtle nod, and then both he and Emo Yin dissolved into the fabric of existence. The divine envoy Emo Yin was no more. Emo Shenshi Renzicheng felt a jolt run through him, as if struck by lightning. Memories of Emo Yin rapidly faded from his mind, all recollections connected to him being swiftly erased. The crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, as if they had forgotten something crucial, yet could not recall what it was. Only a vague silhouette lingered in their minds, with no clear attributes, name, or appearance. It was as if everything pertaining to Emo Yin in this world had been wiped clean. Just a moment prior, the name echoed in his thoughts, yet now he struggled to remember it, gazing in bewilderment at the giant flame demon writhing on the ground. Looking around, he found no one capable of harming a sixth-tier giant flame demon. Who could have inflicted such wounds upon it? A sense of sorrow still enveloped Renzicheng, while Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the giant flame demon. Who attacked my giant flame demon? Is there a master among us? Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, momentarily lost in thought, muttering, Emo Yin. With the connections of causality between himself and the world, he implored his future self to deliver a blow, at the cost of the world utterly forgetting his existence. As he would dissolve into eternal void, Jin Xiu tightened his fist slightly, his golden eyes fixed in that direction, speaking in a low voice. That strike was magnificent. Lin Yu, what are you looking at? Morong Chinxue inquired, also gazing toward that direction. Witnessing the divine envoy Mo Yin's last magnificent strike, Lin Yu sighed softly, expressing his admiration, and then nodded slightly toward that direction. Brother Lei, the demonic soldiers are charging toward us. A streak of light cut through the air as a knight army soldier landed near Lei Shurgan. Under the glow of the blue moon, a multitude of demonic soldiers with bared fangs rushed forth. Damn it! Where did all these demon clan members come from in the Great Xia territory? Guan Hengjie trembled as he spoke. Retreat. This place is too perilous. We lack personnel. Focus on defense, Lei Shurgan shouted, his hoverboard emerging beneath him as he ascended into the air. With a powerful clap of his hands, a gust of wind enveloped Lin Yu and the others, propelling them toward the temporary stronghold outside the city. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as she hurled her chain scythe, ignited with green flames, toward Ren Zicheng, only for him to extinguish it with a fierce glare. Two pupil soul shock. Waves of energy erupted from Ren Zicheng's eyes, dispersing outward like a trumpet, shattering a vast expanse of space. Li Yuan's expression returned to playful mockery as a colossal figure rose behind her. Its chest still oozing with molten blood. The giant flame demon released a magma-like wave from its crimson eyes, colliding with Ren Zicheng's soul shock. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding earth trembled incessantly, as if an earthquake had struck. Intensifying with each moment, the shockwaves generated by the two forces caused a seismic disturbance of 6 or 7 degrees across several miles. Enveloped by the winds, Lin Yu and the others remained unaffected by the tremors. As they were led by Lei Shurgan to the temporary base established by the Night Army in Longyuan. It was a civilian airport, now commandeered, with sleek black warplanes taking off from the runway. While others plummeted, trailing black smoke, squadrons of Night Army soldiers soared into the sky on hoverboards, their black cloaks billowing in the wind, resonating with the sounds of the night. The hangars, once storing aircraft, had become temporary quarters and command posts for the Night Army. Upon landing, Lei Shurgan released Lin Yu and the others, instructing, "You stay here for now. We will handle the outside at no need for you rookies, who have never seen battle, to intervene." With that, Lei Shurgan donned his silver mask, flinging his black cloak as he soared into the sky. However, just as he ascended, a chilling aura akin to an icy abyss enveloped him. A flash of crimson flickering in the night. As Lei Shurgan turned back, a blood-red thread swiftly sliced across his neck, and his form abruptly halted midair. His eyes bulged, the darkness rapidly consumed by crimson. As a decapitated corpse plummeted from the sky, alongside it, dozens of black warplanes and countless Night Army soldiers, all neatly severed in twain. In the dark sky, a massive shadow with a dark red blood aura, grotesquely bloated, silently manifested in place. Chapter 65. A long, lightless night. The wreckage of warplanes plummeted to the ground, igniting a fire that briefly illuminated this long, lightless night. Lin Yu and the others turned their gaze toward the explosion, witnessing mushroom clouds rising into the air. Suddenly, the entire airport erupted with urgent alarms, the radar systems of the Night Army stationed in the control tower flickering erratically, as if affected by a signal disruption. Soon after, the computer screens went dark, replaced by a chilling message displayed in crimson letters. "I, the Demon Abyss, demand the death of the Holy Scripture Lord Lin Yu. If he perishes, we shall retreat. Otherwise, even if we must perish in the struggle, we will turn the entire Great Xia into a river of blood." Simultaneously, in the city of Loku, wherever screens existed, and on the phones of those sheltering in subways and bomb shelters, this sentence manifested uniformly: "Demon Abyss, retreat. Is there a battle outside? What nuclear fallout? I saw many warplanes flying overhead when I entered. Who is this Holy Scripture Lord Lin Yu? Where is he? Who the hell is Lin Yu? I am Lin Yu, but I have no idea what this Holy Scripture Lord means." A bespectacled man in his 30s squatted on the ground, bewildered. "It might just be you. Stay away from us. Get out, go outside." Someone shouted in terror at the blood-soaked words on their phone. "Yes, where is the enforcer? Get him out of here. Don't let him cause trouble for us. Get out." The bespectacled man stood frozen, clutching his briefcase, glancing around nervously. Someone behind him suddenly shoved him, sending him sprawling to the ground, and several people grabbed his legs, dragging him outward. "Not me, no. I really don't know anything. I am just a fortune teller," he pleaded desperately, but to no avail, as the crowd forcefully pulled him out of the subway station. The bespectacled man scrambled to his feet, just as the night above cracked ominously. Shattering like glass, and a splash of blood cascaded down. It gradually coalesced in midair into a grotesque, crimson demonic visage, its mouth filled with fangs slowly descending. A horrific, soul-chilling voice emanated from its maw. Closing in on the bespectacled man. "You are Lin Yu. Ah, I know. No, no. I'm not. The bespectacled man trembled uncontrollably, gasping as he spoke incoherently. Suddenly, the blood-red demonic face opened its gaping maw, devouring the bespectacled man whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed echoed from its mouth, blood oozing from the corners and pooling onto the ground. Those watching from the subway station's descending staircase were left in a state of shock, paralyzed in place, their teeth chattering in fear. Suddenly, the grotesque, blood-red visage of the demon turned sharply, casting its gaze towards the subway station. The 7 or 8 individuals who had been peeking out immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Their breaths caught in their throats, mouths agape and faces pale. "He is not Lin Yu. If you dare deceive me, then you shall become my sustenance." With that, he dashed towards the subway entrance, trailing a stream of crimson light. At that moment, a cluster of starlight descended from the heavens, directly obstructing the blood-red face. The starlight coalesced, revealing the avatar of Zhao Huaqin, standing with arms crossed, fixated upon the bloodied visage. "Ling Sha, do you truly believe that by trapping us in this land of calamity, no one can thwart you?" The bloodied face writhed in the air, stabilizing itself before meeting Zhao Huaqin's gaze with a scornful smile. "Ha ha ha. Do you think a mere avatar can stand in my way? Or do you dare descend from the blue moon? You believed you had constructed a surveillance device encircling Daxia, but little did you know. You merely built a prison for yourself. Ah ha ha ha." Zhao Huaqin paused, raising his gaze to the interminably dark night, activating star-piercing eyes, locking onto Ling Sha's true position above. "And so what? What of the avatar? Even if I cannot stop you, what of it? Do not forget, this is Daxia." Atop the peak of Yuan Shui Mountain, the dilapidated temple door creaked open, revealing a cool old man clad in a black and white casual jacket. Donning sunglasses and carrying a long wooden box on his back, he carelessly surveyed his surroundings before turning to shout at the old monk beneath the withered tree. "Master Guang, at this juncture, do you still intend to remain hidden?" The old monk remained motionless, as if lost in meditation. "I shall ask you once more, will you emerge from your retreat?" The cool old man's voice rose a few octaves. Yet the old monk remained as silent as before, resembling a mere statue. "I am merely wasting my time. I should not have sought you out," the cool old man muttered, preparing to leave. "Truly, it echoes that saying, in troubled times, the Buddhist realm saves no one." Just as he stepped out of the temple, a resounding Buddhist chant erupted from within. "Jiang Chuan, you must think carefully. If you go, all of Shan Ying's efforts will be in vain. So you expect me to just stand by and watch?" Jiang Chuan's figure instantaneously descended before the old monk, blue currents crackling around him like serpents. His eyes glowing with azure electricity behind his sunglasses. The roar reverberated above the old temple as the old monk opened his bright eyes, his parched lips moving. "I did not see, but I certainly moved my lips, Jiang Chuan." "What do you mean?" Master Guang tilted his head towards the north and spoke. "I must uphold the image of the Buddhist realm. What nonsense about the Buddhist realm not saving anyone. Let the bullets fly for a moment." With that, his bright eyes fixated on Jiang Chuan, and of course, action shall be taken when necessary, but it must be reasonable. Since Yun Guangfan has tasked us with this, there must be a rationale behind it. Among the 3 of us, you possess the most volatile temper. Why not learn a thing or two from Qian Yiqing? As blue currents surged from the wooden box behind Jiang Chuan, it shattered into fragments, revealing a long sword shimmering with blue electricity, which he thrust downward, illuminating the entire old temple. "Spare me your words. Currently, 6 7th-tier demon emperors have invaded Daxia, and the damage and casualties are escalating exponentially. I care not for what is reasonable or unreasonable. To endure this to such an extent is an affront to the citizens of Daxia. I have but one statement. I cannot stand idly by while Daxia is in peril." With that, Jiang Chuan vanished from sight, only to reappear as if by magic before the old monk, landing with a thud. Emerging from the dilapidated temple was a middle-aged man with curly hair. donning a magician's hat, a black suit, and 3 playing cards pinned to his chest, one of which was the diamond 3. Jiang Chuan. I understand your sentiments. I, like Guang Hai, feel the same. However, the greater good must prevail. Without an order from Brother Yun, we cannot act, even at the cost of our lives. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to erupt, Qin Yiqing raised a hand to interrupt him. Yet we certainly cannot remain passive. You mentioned the 6 demon emperors of the demon abyss have mobilized, but who remains in their stronghold? Chapter 66. I am about to show off. The 6 emperors of the demon realm have arrived, leaving only a guardian serpent at home. Yun Guangfan forbids us from acting in Daxia, yet he said nothing about acting within the demon realm. They have invaded Daxia. Thus, we shall allow them to taste such a flavor. As Chen Yiqing concluded, a stack of playing cards appeared in his hand, which he flung into the sky. The cards scattered across the heavens, shimmering under the moonlight. Jiang Chuan watched the cascade of playing cards. A faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. He exchanged a glance with Guang Hai, who then radiated a Buddhist light, brushing off the dust from his body. Slowly, he stood and approached Jiang Chuan, patting him on the shoulder. Subsequently, the 3 stood shoulder to shoulder, as the playing cards rained down like a waterfall. By the time all the cards settled, the trio had vanished from sight. At the airport stronghold outside of Empty City, 9 individuals stared in disbelief at the vibrating notifications on their phones, their eyes wide as they turned to Lin Yu, leaving the child quite unsettled. There's something on my face? Lin Yu glanced left and right, inquiring, while Guan Hongjie swallowed hard and said, didn't your phone receive anything? Lin Yu paused, rummaging through his phone, and replied, Received what? There's nothing at all. Received a message about killing you, Ji Shandy remarked, then illuminated his phone screen for Lin Yu to see. Upon reading the message, Lin Yu froze, his breath quickening involuntarily. Rosen gazed at the blood-soaked words on his phone, slowly raising his head to fixate on Lin Yu, his grip on the black sword tightening before he relaxed it again. Lin Yu turned to see a number of law enforcers soaring into the sky on skateboards, nearly every one of them casting a glance in his direction. Lord Jinxiu, what is happening? Jinxiu slowly raised his head, his golden eyes glinting with cold light. Naturally, it is to kill you. The demon realm will not allow a variable to grow. They sensed you had left the Dark Knight base and intend to do everything in their power to eliminate you tonight. That message, it hasn't spread across all of Daxia, has it? I swear. Am I now an enemy of the world? Not quite. The scope is limited to the entirety of Empty City, perhaps tens of millions. Lin Yu. Isn't that almost the same as being an enemy of the world? Every individual now feels dangerous to me. So, can I use the power of miracles to reverse this? Lin Yu spoke somewhat sheepishly. Jian Xiu shook his head, gazing at the chaotic ring. You cannot achieve that. Even if you attempted, it would only squander your precious miracle power, altering nothing. Why? Transforming decay into wonders is not the very essence of miracle power. Miracle power is finite. Even if you expended all your miracles, it could not encompass an entire city of millions. Furthermore, should you do so, it would plunge him into eternal slumber. Jin Xiu reassured him. Do not worry. No one wishes to kill you because they cannot allow you to die in the air. A ray of starlight descended, and the figure of Zhao Huaqin materialized beside Lin Yu, raising a hand to gather a sphere of starlight that fell to the ground, transforming into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. On everyone's phones, the alluring message on the radar computers was replaced. I am Zhao Huaqin. Do not heed false information. The Daxia authorities will resolve this crisis. Lin Yu, do not fear. We are still by your side. Even if it comes to that, Shan Ying will remain your staunchest support. With that, he stepped forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Striding towards Ling Sha, Lin Yu, I find you increasingly inscrutable, Ji Shandy remarked, punching Lin Yu lightly on the shoulder before continuing. However, we have faced life and death together. We are comrades, so when danger arises, we shall bear it together. Agreed. I am not the kind to turn against my brothers over a word from the demon clan. Guan Hongjie patted his chest, declaring, You wouldn't think our Gu Zheng is merely for show? Would you? We 10 must remain united. Boom boom. The distant night was illuminated as Zhao Huaqin's star soul avatar struck the plump, towering Ling Sha to the ground with a resounding slap, sending him tumbling like a ping-pong ball, forcibly removing him from the scene. Witnessing this, Lin Yu clenched his fists. By the way, you all obtained some fortune at the Gate of Dawn, right? I now long to engage fiercely with those invaders. Ji Shandy chuckled, shaking the long spear in his hand. Naturally. What of a rookie who has never seen battle? If one does not participate, how would one know our capabilities? To be honest, I feel that the fortune I received at the Gate of Dawn seems tailor-made for this battlefield. Rosen, rarely cold and composed, added, I alone am an entire legion. Then follow me, and let it be I in the spirit of the divine envoy Mo Yin. Lin Yu, shouldering the Xinjin blade, donned his bright red robes. Retracing their steps, Murong Qinchue jogged up to Lin Yu, asking as she walked, I just heard you mention the divine envoy Mo Yin. He is a hero who should never be forgotten by the world. One who perished on the battlefield. Lin Yu articulated each word with conviction, declaring his name. Mo Yin. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a helicopter pierced the air, the whirring of its blades nearly slicing through a few startled individuals. Where did that helicopter come from? Rosen muttered in a fluster, and only then did the helicopter cease its rotations and automatically open its doors. It was his first time utilizing this power, and he felt somewhat unpracticed. Lin Yu turned to gaze at the sleek, black helicopter, growing increasingly familiar with its form. Could it be? It resembles the armed helicopters from Red Alert. This is my ability, Legion, which allows me to construct an array of defensive artillery, tanks, and fighter jets at will, Rosen explained as he squeezed into the helicopter. All 9 of them followed suit, and the doors closed automatically. With the helicopter soaring back to the place from which they had emerged, the speed was remarkable. In just a few breaths, they arrived. Below them, the law enforcers were engaged in a fierce battle against an endless tide of demon soldiers. The helicopter landed and dissipated, with the 10 of them standing side by side. Rosen casually strolled forward, one hand in his pocket, and remarked, My friends, it is time for me to flaunt my prowess. Legion. Building .is the words fell from his lips, a spark ignited in Rosen's silver-gray eyes. With a lift of both hands, dozens of colossal blue cannons, towering 30 meters high, erupted from the ground, forming an imposing wall. Behind this line of artillery, 30 armored vehicles of a deep blue hue materialized amidst the azure glow. The tops of these vehicles bore no cannons. Instead, they featured large, spotlight-like luminescent structures. Gripping his black sword, Rosen exerted force, causing a luminous tower to rise beneath him as he stood aloft, pointing his sword ahead, attacking. In the next moment, the massive barrels of the blue cannons automatically aimed, unleashing a torrent of power from within. Boom! The cannon's mouth detonated, wreaking havoc among the throngs of demon soldiers, with each shot claiming the lives of dozens of demon warriors, obliterating them into fragments. The lights atop the luminescent armored vehicles shone with blinding intensity, merging seamlessly with the surrounding brilliance, delivering a force that rivaled that of the colossal cannons. A law enforcer turned in bewilderment. A rookie? Is this a second-tier rookie? Is this truly second-tier? This level of damage? Surely you jest. What an overpowered ability! Lin Yu and the others simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Colossal cannons, luminescent tanks. Now they truly understood what Rosen meant when he said a single person equates to an entire legion. A slight smile crept across Rosen's lips as he muttered, This is merely the beginning. Legion, Giraffe report. Behind him, a fleet of red airships, resembling missile airships, ascended gracefully into the sky, with the words Kirov emblazoned on their sides. The rocket boosters at the rear of the airships expelled blue flames, propelling them at remarkable speed. The remaining injured law enforcers retreated, gazing in awe at this overwhelming spectacle brought forth by a mere rookie. So, Red Alert truly exists, Lin Yu murmured, while Guan Hongjia, with reddened eyes, proclaimed, truly deserving of the title king of show-offs. He has solidified his reputation. If you possess the Legion ability, you could do the same. No, no, no. Showing off is a matter of temperament. Look at Rosen's every word and action. Even the slightest gesture seems divinely crafted for the purpose of ostentation. Guan Hongjia clenched his fist and struck his palm, while Ji Shandy rubbed his hands together. Everyone, let's move. Once we've dealt with these minions, we shall advance to support the main battlefield. With that, he gripped his spear tightly, his eyes lighting up with 2 lines of pale blue energy, and charged into the throngs of countless demon soldiers. He focused on a particular demon soldier wielding a spear, and above that soldier's head, a series of characters illuminated. Demon Soldier, Realm, 2nd tier Yuanjin 4th level. Talent, E, bottom tier. Attributes, Fearless in Death, Master S Control, Fission. Ji Shandy was immediately captivated by the last attribute. Plunder attribute, Fission. A single-use attribute, upon death, splits into two identical selves with the same realm, dead. Does it mean I have to die once? No, I can't entertain such thoughts. Ji Shandy darkened at the sight of the Fission attribute hovering above him, plunging his spear into the demon soldier. The demon's corpse collapsed to the ground, instantaneously dissipating like snow upon the earth, which explained why there were no demon corpses visible on the battlefield despite the ongoing conflict. Wait! Ji Shandy suddenly jolted, a bold thought springing to mind. The number of demons from the demon realm is vast. And this is the heartland of Daxia. Where does such a colossal cluster of demons originate? Observing the attributes above each demon soldier, he noted their uncanny uniformity, recalling the Master S control, and he began to grasp how these demons came to be here. Swiftly maneuvering through the battlefield, he soon reached the law enforcers who were briefly resting behind the colossal cannons. Is there a central entity summoning and controlling these demons? Moreover, every demon that perishes splits once more, re-emerging as two identical selves, Ji Shandy remarked, glancing at the attributes above their heads. The demon's core entity? Precisely, we are aware, but we lack the capability to eliminate it. One of the law enforcers, while bandaging his leg wound, replied. He then pulled Ji Shandy up onto the top of the colossal cannon, pointing towards a massive figure looming in the night sky 1,000 meters away. That giant flame demon is the source of this army of demon soldiers. Ji Shandy gazed at the colossal, surging giant flame demon several kilometers away, gripping his spear tightly, his two blue energy lines intensifying. The law enforcer, still in astonishment, patted Ji Shandy on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. We never anticipated that the reinforcements would be you rookies. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, we would have perished on the battlefield. Haha, with fresh blood like yours in Daxia, how could we not thrive? Ji Shandy barely registered the words, his focus laser-like on the distant giant flame demon, where several strings of characters began to materialize above its head. Giant flame demon. Realm, 6th tier Yuanzun 4th level. Talent, S, advanced. Attributes, gigantification. Only gigantification could be plundered. He could not see the others, as the giant flame demon S realm was far too elevated. Ji Shandy considered it a miracle to plunder from a being of such stature at his 2nd tier level. He turned to give a thumbs up to the law enforcer, who was still praising him. Senior, please remember our code name. We are called Gu Zheng. With that, he propelled himself into the air, stretching his arms wide. Plunder attribute, gigantification, activate. Buzzed. Ji Shandy's body rapidly expanded at a visible rate, soon reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters, inheriting the physical prowess of the giant flame demon. Is this a rookie? Who is the rookie here, you or I? The law enforcer gazed up in awe at Ji Shandy. Is this size the limit of what I can endure? Feeling the tremendous power surging within him, Ji Shandy clenched his fist and struck the ground with a punch. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, leaving a deep black crater in its wake. Dragon, Lion, Swan, and Eye manifest. Behind Ji Shandy, a complex array of azure and gold runes illuminated, revealing a divine beast with a dragon's head and a mane resembling that of a lion. Appearing in the air behind him, Ji Shandy's guardian spirit, Dragon, Lion, Swan, and Eye, 2nd tier 5th level, fused with him, adorning his form with armor crafted from the confluence of azure and gold. His black hair billowed in the wind, transforming into a pure azure hue, while the spear in his hand spiraled with dragon lion symbols. Plunder attribute, spiral slash, activate. The spear sliced through the night, unleashing a whirlwind from its tip, the gale sharp enough to rival a guillotine. Countless demon soldiers were shredded into pieces in its wake, showcasing the capability of the attribute he had just plundered from the law enforcer. With a single sweep, he could clear vast areas, and combined with Rosen's legion attacks, the two of them pushed the front line of the battlefield forward by several dozen miles. In the span of a moment, the number of demons slain by their hands reached into the thousands. This was sheer slaughter. The might of the giant flame demon was simply beyond what those demon soldiers could withstand. The only drawback was the rapid depletion of mental energy. Guanhongjia, wielding two blades of flame, fought fiercely on the battlefield, while Ji Shandy communicated the information regarding the demon soldiers' fission abilities. If they can split into two upon death, doesn't that mean we have to kill them twice? Damn it! Chapter 68. Flame Lord, Crematorium. Regardless of whether they fission or not, if they turn into two, then we shall slay them twice. Su Shasha, behind her, summoned a flurry of forbidden spells, devouring flame kill, her knives dancing as they mercilessly sliced through everything in their vicinity. Subsequently, a dense cloud of black mist gathered behind her, forming the visage of a lion-headed demon king, which opened its gaping maw and consumed dozens of demon soldiers in a single gulp. Holy King Lion, devour, endlessly. A majestic lion, its golden mane glistening, appeared before Su Shasha. It moved through the void, exuding an aura of dark mist, and opened its cavernous maw with ferocity. Su Shasha's guardian spirit, a second-tier 8th-level Saint King Lion, unleashed a powerful suction from its mouth, drawing numerous demonic soldiers into its gaping belly, causing its form to swell. The more it consumed, the larger it grew, with no apparent limit. This was the boon Su Shasha had attained at the Gate of Dawn. The ability to devour in the hands of Guan Hongjia, a colossal fireball gathered, hurled into the throng of demonic soldiers. Although the explosion obliterated many, the flames proved ineffective against them. Their progenitor was the giant flame demon, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures of 1,000 degrees. Your flames lack intensity, Guan. Morong Chinchue snapped her fingers midair, freezing everything around her. Many demonic soldiers were turned into ice sculptures, and she spoke to Guan Hongjia. Not enough temperature? That is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. Merely 1,000 degrees. Let us see who is superior. Guan Hongjia snorted disdainfully, raising his hands as red light surged from behind him. Engulfed in flames, he coldly declared, "Fire Lord, come forth to assist." From the inferno behind him emerged a being with a head ablaze in blue and white flames, its arms a terrifying blaze, its body tapering into a triangular shape. This was the Fire Lord. Lacking legs, it instead bore a mass of black and white flames, its form exuding unparalleled might, instilling a sense of dread at a mere glance. Originally, 7 obsidian soul-restraining blades protruded from its back. Now only 3 remained, glowing ominously red. Guan Hongjia's guardian spirit, a first-tier 3rd-level Fire Lord. Yet, even as a lowly flame-born giant flame demon unleashed its demonic soldiers, we shall exploit its advantages, to defeat it. Affinity. The Fire Lord enveloped Guan Hongjia, igniting his pale red robes. His chiseled muscles glistened in the light of the flames. His short black hair ignited in blue and white flames, flowing like long hair in the wind. A flame mark in the shape of an inverted triangle illuminated his forehead, and a massive V-shaped magma armor adhered to his chest, his arms brimming with black-red flame spikes, radiating an intense heat. At that moment, the surrounding night was illuminated, and the temperature surged over 100 degrees, rising rapidly as if boundless. Waves of scorching heat radiated outward like halos, and the nearby demonic soldiers, initially unfazed, were vaporized in an instant. Behold my new skill. Crematorium, activate. In an instant, the ground beneath him shattered, melting into boiling lava. His gaze burned like fire, blindingly radiant as he locked onto a demonic soldier, which was then incinerated. The space rippled uncontrollably, dissolving in concentric circles, as he transformed into a sun fallen to the mortal realm. From above, centered on Guan Hongjia, everything around him melted into lava. He stepped forward, shaking the ground, cloaking the entire battlefield. Thousands of demonic soldiers were reduced to fiery ash. The scorching heat enveloped the area, and Rosen's giant cannon began to glow red, ultimately melting into molten iron. You think you can't tell the difference between friend and foe? Rosen landed atop a Kirov, addressing the airship above him. Morong Chinchua's frigid domain ignited unexpectedly, scorching and vaporizing, forcing her to retreat hastily. Such an intense temperature, my absolute zero has melted instantly. The blue and white flames have surpassed 10,000 degrees. Indeed, the plump ones are hidden gems, Linyu muttered, then pointed forward. Holy light Qilan step, abyss. The prison-like barrier formed like a shield before Linyu, turning crimson upon contact with the extreme heat. The ground below was scorched, magma glowing blue and white. The overwhelming heat obliterated everything into fine ash. And the barrier cracked like glass before erupting. Lin Yu and the others quickly withdrew, while Murong Qinshue re-established a frigid domain at the battlefield's edge as a safety zone. Zai Run, transformed into the Flame Commander, tumbled from the sea of fire, patting out the flames atop his head while cursing. What the hell? Are you a solar deity descended to Earth? Is this really damage that can be dealt by a second tier? Feng He flickered through space, leaving trails of purple light, dragging Zai Run to safety. Jishandi, Ainguan Hengjia, seized his crematorium ability momentarily before vanishing to the rear safety zone. Sweat drenched his body, and even within the chilling cold of the frigid domain, he could not escape the relentless heat. The sky illuminated, attracting everyone's gaze. Soon, as the heat receded, the Fire Lord dissipated, leaving Guan Hengjia, his upper body radiating intense heat. Weakened and lying amidst the bubbling lava, observing the battlefield, spanning 1,000 meters, it had turned to molten rock, with not a trace of a demonic soldier remaining. An utter cleansing, thunder rumbled. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the night sky, unleashing a torrential downpour across the battlefield, the steam rising like thick smoke, only to be dispersed by the rain. The lava cooled, transforming into a charred expanse of obsidian. Above, a disintegrated clone raised its hand, dissipating the clouds, and Guan Hengjia was transported to Murong Qinshue's frigid domain, his eyes betraying his exhaustion, leaving no time for words before he resumed fighting with the spirit sand. Though Guan Hengjia had fainted, his body remained a furnace, roasting Lin Yu and the others. Murong Qinshu summoned icy winds to cool him down. This fellow is akin to a nuclear bomb, so formidable, Lin Yu exclaimed with a dazed expression, conjuring a holy light to envelop Guan Hengjia, who then opened his weary eyes. Hey, gas canister, wake up, Kong Chongsong shouted, his head adorned with a black mushroom. How about it? Am I impressive? Guan Hengjia propped himself up, giving a thumbs up to the others, albeit with a feeble demeanor. Impressive indeed, but you can't tell friend from foe. You nearly incinerated me on the spot. Zai Run, covered in soot, with wisps of white smoke rising from his head, indignantly retorted. Perhaps you should change your name to Guan Gas Canister Human Nuclear Bomb Hengjia. That works, ha 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 ha. Nearby, the law enforcers were left utterly flabbergasted, completely at a loss. Is this really a new recruit? Chapter 69. The death of Zai Run suddenly. The giant flame demon behind Li Yuran pounded its chest, unleashing a thunderous roar. The magma-like blood streaming from its chest erupted like a small volcano, scattering to the ground like petals from a celestial maiden. Each drop giving rise to a demonic soldier. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demonic soldiers stood before the giant flame demon. Then, with a flick of its fearsome claws, the thousands of demonic soldiers sprouted black bat-like wings, their forms significantly more robust than before. The aura they exuded was extraordinarily perilous, far surpassing the previous cannon fodder, having been enhanced from second tier to third tier. This group of demonic soldiers has been empowered. Li Yuran's gaze momentarily lost focus as information flooded her mind, and she turned her attention towards Lin Yu. The target has appeared. It seems I shall be the one to take down Lin Yu. Go, kill him, roared the giant flame demon, turning to stride towards Lin Yu, its 1,000-strong army of enhanced demonic soldiers soaring forward like demons. Ren Ziqing naturally took notice, yet he was obstructed by Li Yuran. And even without the blockade, it would be difficult for him to halt a 6th-tier giant flame demon. Beneath Murong Qinshue's extreme cold domain, the ground trembled as the colossal figure of the giant flame demon advanced rapidly. Lin Yu turned to face it, locking eyes with its fiery, colossal crimson gaze. Heavens, a 6th tier! Kong Chongsong gasped in shock. The enhanced demonic soldiers surged forward, surrounding the party in mid-air. The dozens of law enforcers stood in formation, positioning themselves ahead of the 10. You all must flee. We will hold it off. The giant flame demon is not something you can handle. Go now. You have done enough. Though we may not be as dazzling as your seniors, we still possess some hidden talents. Little ones, run with that. They sprouted hoverboards beneath their feet and soared upward, engaging in battle with the vast assemblage of third-tier enhanced demonic soldiers. Suddenly, a torrent of searing energy erupted from the maw of the towering shadow. A beam several meters wide, explosively obliterating everything in its path. Forbidden domain. One law enforcer immediately activated the forbidden domain in a desperate attempt to resist, but it shattered like glass upon impact. Obliterated by the beam, Lin Yu deployed a suppression cage, forcefully pushing the remaining 18 law enforcers downward several meters, barely evading the beam. Had they been a moment late, they would have been obliterated completely. Night's dread. From the darkness behind Lin Yu surged a multitude of demonic souls, some enveloping the 18 law enforcers, swiftly pulling them back, while the remainder engaged in fierce combat with the airborne demonic soldiers. Seniors, do not overexert yourselves in this situation. Dying at the hands of such a beast is utterly tragic. As Lin Yu sprinted forward, he shouted to the enforcers being dragged back by the demonic souls behind him. Hurry, get into the helicopter. With a snap of his fingers, Rosen summoned an armed helicopter that materialized before them. Ji Shandi and Zairuan hoisted Guan Hongjia onto their shoulders and, alongside the others, leaped into Rosen's helicopter. As the rotor blades began to whirl in preparation for takeoff, the colossal flame demon clapped its hands together, unleashing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. A crimson sound wave erupted, causing sparks to fly from the helicopter's control panel, which was soon enveloped in billowing black smoke. Damn it, the entire control panel circuits have been fried. This beast actually has the sense to emit a disruption wave. Rosen cursed under his breath. Even devoid of intellect, it was far beyond their ability to contend with. This was a 6th-tier Yuan sovereign-level flame demon, a major general in the demon realm. While the group fought back, they found themselves unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the flame demon, the distance between them rapidly narrowing, for with each step, that beast covered hundreds of meters. Kong Changsong's black mushroom cap flared up like a parachute, a furious expression appearing on the stalk. You bastard, destruction charm squash mushroom. With a pop, the black mushroom shot off Kong Changsong's head, landing at the feet of the flame demon, only to be squashed flat beneath its massive foot. Yet the next moment, as the demon lifted its foot, a thunderous sound erupted, and a large purple mushroom cloud erupted beneath it, coiling upwards like an angry squash, spinning to deliver a resounding slap to the flame demon. In an instant, the demon was covered in a layer of purplish red, staggering in the opposite direction. However, just 3 seconds later, the purplish red hue faded, and the flame demon regained its composure, charging towards the group with a ferocious determination. Kid, it seems you've really provoked it, Guan Hongjia remarked, glancing back. Fong He, panting heavily, added, who could withstand such an insulting mushroom attack? A perfectly fine 6th-tier flame demon nearly turned into a giant zombie because of you. Just as Zairuan was about to respond, the ground trembled violently, and a chilling wind howled down from above as a gigantic hand descended from the sky. With all his might, Zairuan propelled himself forward, dragging Guan Hongjia and Ji Shandi along. Just as he caught his breath, he turned to see Fong He being tackled to the ground by a demon soldier from the sky. Witnessing the massive hand descending like a mountain, Zairuan executed a sliding kick, launching the demon soldier away from Fong He, pulling him to safety just as he was struck down by the enormous hand. A gigantic palm imprint appeared on the ground, the shockwave sending the others flying. The flame demon raised its sharp claws and let out a deafening roar, preparing to strike again. Vile creature. A thunderous shout echoed from above, as a rotund figure with large horns collided with the flame demon, sending it sprawling backward. The early dissipated Star Soul clone was battered and bruised, covered in bloodstains left by the Bloodwater attacks. It then transformed into a streak of blue starlight, rushing towards the flame demon and obliterating it into fragments, before exhausting its energy and dissipating with the wind. Fong He, clutching his arm, propped himself up, staring at a small piece talisman that had fallen from his possession, now cracked into 2 pieces. Gripping the talisman tightly, he gazed at the enormous handprint in the ground, feeling a jolt of dread. He rolled and crawled down, only to behold a shapeless corpse beneath the weight. His eyes widened in shock as he crumpled to the ground, helplessly staring at the scene, his lips trembling. Zairuan, brother Zairuan. Ji Shandi and the others stood frozen in place, their newly formed Gujing team having already lost one member so soon. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Fong He's eyes as he repeatedly called out for his brother Zairuan. Hoping for a miracle, Ji Shandi, pulling Fong He back, was overwhelmed with grief but knew they had to assess the situation. The flame demon was dead, but there was still a 7th-tier demon emperor looming nearby. The fallen spiritual sand began to rise again, a massive cluster of starlight swirling above, continuously pouring down azure star power. The spiritual sand clutched its chest, clearly in poor condition. The early dissipated star soul had exhausted all its strength, temporarily suppressing its realm below the 7th tier. Damn that early dissipated star soul. I can only imagine how badly it's faring now. I wonder who can stop me from killing Lin Yu. Chapter 70. Catastrophic Technique. Black hole. As the spiritual sand uttered these words, the starlight above intensified, causing it to stagger momentarily. Nevertheless, it lifted its head and began to cackle maniacally at the blue moon that resembled a giant eye. Your great Xia has reached its end. You cannot protect him. Turning its gaze toward Lin Yu, the latter felt a chilling sensation wash over him, as if a blade were poised at his back. With Ji Shandi's right arm pinning Feng He, the latter grit his teeth, fixating on the spiritual sand. In the next moment, a violet light emanated from his forehead, and cold, merciless words spilled forth. Brother Ji? Let me go. I will make him pay. That's a demon emperor, a 7th tier Yuan sovereign level powerhouse, even stronger than the flame demon. Ji Shandi scolded Feng He, lowering his voice. Ziruan risked his life to save you, not to send you to your death. Get a grip. Don't let vengeance blind your eyes. If you wish to avenge him, you must first survive. One day, you will slay him and eradicate the root of all evil. Buzz, boom. A tremendous pressure radiated outward, shattering the surrounding environment. Had Lin Yu not sensed the countless demonic souls being crushed behind him, he would have become a lifeless body on the ground by now. The others seemed unaffected by the pressure, as if it were directed solely at Lin Yu. Thud. A massive, rotund shadow plummeted from the sky and unleashed a palm blast towards Lin Yu. Damn it. Come on. You've pushed me too far. Lin Yu abruptly halted, refusing to dodge as he collided head-on, exclaiming, Holy Light Qilin, manifest. A golden red radiance enveloped Lin Yu, shattering the lethal beam with the power of his guardian spirit. This audacious move came with risks, for that moment of invincibility was not without its flaws. It could not block mental attacks or withstand enormous discrepancies in realm strength. Fortunately, the guardian spirit Lin Yu had contracted was the divine beast Qilin, and he had just received the recognition of the god of miracles, allowing him to channel the miracle power flowing within him to withstand that blow. But it wasn't over. As Lin Yu roared once more, the ethereal figure of the unyielding authority figurine manifested behind him, showering him in countless fragments. Divine beast guardian spirit, heir of the holy scripture, the legendary second eternal sacred body. Any one of these would be sufficient to vanquish you. Who would have thought you'd embody all three? No wonder that old fool, Zhao Huachin, is so protective of you. The spiritual sand pondered. What, do you intend to challenge me? What is your name? Lin Yu tightened his grip on the golden-red longsword imbued with the shadow of a colossal black ruler. A tense standoff mounting. Suddenly, he shouted behind him, Zhao, Senior. The spiritual sand jolted, turning abruptly, and Lin Yu pointed at him, intoning incantations. Holy light. Black hole eruption. Instantly, a minuscule black dot, no larger than a speck of dust, materialized at the tip of Lin Yu's right index finger. This dot was the epitome of darkness, a pure void blacker than the night itself. The moment this black dot came into existence, an overwhelming gravitational force emanated from it, causing the entire space to hum ominously and the earth to tremble violently. Escalating in intensity, Lin Yu felt his mental energy drain instantaneously and had no choice but to channel the miracle power to envelop the black. The earth cracked open, massive stones levitated, and distant mountains surged upwards, disintegrating into powder beneath the overwhelming force of the black hole, spiraling downwards into the void. Ji Shandi and the others clung tightly together, desperately grasping onto anything stable. But the tremors intensified, the ground tearing apart as colossal boulders were drawn into the black dot. Spiritual fool, here is a little gift for you. Receive my black hole eruption. As he spoke, Lin Yu flicked his fingertip, and the black dot vanished, replaced by a torrent of black-red energy gushing from his fingertip. This was the spiritual core he had obtained from the god of miracles in the constellation of Xiangxing. The first skill slot ability acquired after being devoured by Wang Kai. Black hole, a bug-level skill, initially inflicting 1% of the true power of a black hole, absorbing all matter and immaterial entities to convert them into personal energy. The spiritual sand sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, only to be violently propelled away by the star soul clone above, taking the full brunt of the eruption. The black hole's torrent effortlessly penetrated the spiritual sand's form, causing excruciating pain within as its body rapidly shrank, growing thinner by the moment. Furthermore, the suction generated by the black even drew in the night sky above, stripping it away like clothing. The earth trembled violently, as if the very planet were shifting beneath their feet. Simultaneously, within the subterranean neutrino laboratory of the northwest region of Earth, the monitoring screens displayed data alerts, indicating an unprecedented surge in neutrino activity. As the 4 or 5 researchers gazed at the screen, a momentary daze swept over them, and their minds were flooded with memories that seemed foreign to this place. Concurrently, a remarkably massive celestial body was detected for the first time entering the vicinity of the galaxy cluster. Through orbital calculations, it was inferred that its final trajectory would lead it here. Yun Guangfan struck the shoulder of the giant flame demon emperor with a sword, cleaving down decisively, then swiftly pivoted to deliver a palm strike toward Merlin, who synchronized his movement, creating a thunderous clash that resonated throughout the arena. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently and began to collapse. Even those suspended in midair felt the tremors, as if the very fabric of space were quaking. Seizing the moment, Yun Guangfan reached out with a mighty hand, extracting the giant flame demon emperor's eye from his prone form. Han Yunfei's figure re-emerged as a blue portal opened behind Yun Guangfan, transporting the unconscious Han Yunfei within Yun Guangfan. The two of them transformed into 2 streaks of light, colliding with each other in the air, creating a cacophony akin to thunder. The giant flame demon emperor flailed about blindly, and by sheer misfortune, struck Merlin on the back of his collar, sending him stumbling forward. Get lost? Merlin summoned all his strength to deliver a kick to that squanderous beast, sending it flying who knows where. With a sword in each hand, Yun Guangfan unleashed spatial kaleidoscope, spin dry. The 2 swords levitated from his palms, rapidly rotating in unison like a spin dryer in a washing machine. The swords intertwined and collided with Merlin's staff. A resounding boom echoed. The sky trembled and the earth quaked violently. Chapter 71. Crisis moment. The jets of the black hole gradually weakened, and Ling Sha felt excruciating pain radiating within him. This minuscule black hole, with an immense mass equivalent to that of a small asteroid compressed into such a size, had been thrust into his body. He felt a deep sense of humiliation. Here he was, a dignified 7th-tier demon emperor of the demon realm, toyed with by a mere 2nd-tier, Lin Yu. Jump! The sound of a helicopter echoed through the air, and a rope was cast toward Lin Yu. The helicopter cannot approach you. The surging radiation energy on your side is far more potent than the interference spells of the giant flame demon that damaged our instruments. Lin Yu clutched the rope firmly as the helicopter sped away into the distance. Ling Sha propped himself up, his chest marred by a large, black, crack-like wound, from which energy continued to ooze forth, albeit at a greatly diminished rate. No one can save you. His form surged forward like a high-speed locomotive. Arms outstretched to grasp Lin Yu. Star naming technique. Neutron star. Suddenly, a dazzling blue-white orb materialized before Ling Sha, catching him off guard as he lunged to grab it. His claw exploded upon impact, shattering into fragments. Ling Sha's expression darkened, and he cursed, "Damn it, is this never-ending? The demon realm, enough already, it's time to stop." Clad in a white wizard's robe, Xian manifested in midair, gazing at Ling Sha with his hands behind his back. Dian Star Palace? What do you mean? Ling Sha retorted, his face grim. What do you think it means? Don't forget that my Star Palace is also part of the Great Xia. Do not overstep your bounds. Upon finishing this statement, the space beside Xian rippled once more, and the figure of Gao Yiba appeared next to him, silently cracking his knuckles. Damn it. Wasn't it said that the Dian Star Palace feared chaos and refrained from meddling in Great Xia's affairs? What's happening now? Ling Sha glared at the two, grudgingly nodded, as a blood-red vortex opened behind him, allowing him to depart from this place. Xia and Gao Yiba exchanged a subtle glance, barely perceptible, before Gao Yiba vanished from sight. Xia cheerfully teleported in front of the descending helicopter, smiling as he said, "Everyone, the outside is perilous. Why not take a moment to rest at my Dian Star Palace? The crimson sky bore no semblance of day or night, nor distinction between fair weather and rain. Only endless dark clouds roiling above in the blood-soaked heavens. Black crows with blood-red eyes soared through the air, their mournful cries echoing. The earth was littered with the remnants of dilapidated black buildings, with the native inhabitants of the demon realm wandering about like puppets. At the edge of this area, bordering a pitch-black sea, a playing card fell from the sky. Following this, thousands of cards spiraled down like a tornado, and as they disappeared, 3 figures emerged: a magician, a cool old Taoist, and an elderly monk. The instant these 3 appeared, within a vast, shadowy church, a pair of exceedingly malevolent scarlet eyes slowly opened. Magician, it seems we are of one mind. Jiang Chuan turned to glance at the tumultuous black sea behind him. This perfectly erases our identities. Qin Yiqing flipped her palm, a white handkerchief appearing, which she gently flicked at the 2, wrapping them like bandages. In an instant, they transformed into mummies, while the playing card in front of Qin Yiqing shimmered, transforming her into a psychiatric patient garb. Boom. In the blood-soaked heavens, a massive shadow roamed among the dark clouds, a mountainous dragon head slowly peering down, its evil eyes fixated on the trio. Qin Yiqing smiled slightly, arms outstretched, declaring, "Next up, it's magic time. I shall repay them in their own coin." Jiang Chuan gripped his sword, blue electricity crackling. Guang Hai pressed his palms together, reciting, "Umitba, cursed dragon, this monk does come to deliver you." The 3 then soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying kinetic force upon the demon dragon, with Jiang Chuan delivering a powerful kick that sent the dragon plummeting, executing a ground-shattering blow. At this moment, outside the church, a figure clad in black with a white conical hat emerged, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the representative structure of the heavenly demon abyss domain, the stronghold of the 7th-tier demon emperor. Gradually raising a hand, in his palm, a white chess piece spun, then flew into the church, vanishing from sight. After completing this act, he cast a glance at Guang Hai, who was still wrestling with the dragon's tail, lowered his hat, and disappeared from the spot. The tip of the small blood knife shimmered with a crimson glow, threads of blood swirling upon its surface. So, it seems that only I can harm this group of paper figures below. Zhao Hua Qin's soul clone half opened its eyes, appearing fatigued, and nodded. Indeed, we 3 lack the power of catastrophe. We must be cautious, for the Yule Playhouse holds facilities that are not mere decorations. The burden of our escape now rests solely on your shoulders. Wang Kuang, keen-eyed, noticed Zhao Hua Qin's unusual state. "Chenggu, something's off with you. Are you all right?" "No worries, do not underestimate an old man, young one. You are simultaneously maintaining 2 clones while guarding the entire blue moon. The pressure on you is immense." Yin Wushuang interjected, then shouted, "We are about to crash. Everyone be careful." Boom. The Judgment True Realm bubble crashed into the crowd of paper figures below, creating no ripple of disturbance, followed by a crimson slash that cleaved hundreds of paper figures in half. In that instant, the 3 major facilities within the Yule Playhouse simultaneously creaked to life. The spinning demon horse seemed to come alive. Charging swiftly at Yin Wushuang, the overkill car traveled along its track, then derailed into the void, a phantom track appearing directly beneath Wan Kuang, with no means to evade. The slowly rotating demon Ferris wheel at that moment released its observation seats like hooks, the top dragging chains towards Zhao Hua Qin. Seeing this, Xiao Shui attempted to slash at these 3 bizarre facilities, when from above, a booming voice echoed, "Disaster Sequence 005, Chilling Mist, activate." Before the 4, a scarlet mist erupted from below, rolling forth like dense smoke, shrouding everything. This blood mist was peculiar, impervious to dispersal, much like the paper figures, rendering them immune to attack. Moments later, 3 shadowy figures plummeted into the blood mist of the Yule Playhouse. In Titan form, Kaidir wielded his sword, concealing himself entirely within the chilling mist. Their vision remained unaffected. The relentless paper figures surged toward the 3 facilities and the 4 demon emperors, turning the Yule Playhouse into a grand hunting ground. Chapter 72. Oddities of the Yule Playhouse. Supplemental update. Xiao Shui continued to slice through the surrounding paper figures, the 4 standing back to back. Yin Wushuang was abruptly collided by a pitch-black demon horse that emerged from the chilling mist. In the next moment, he found himself uncontrollably seated upon the horse's back, as the spinning demon horse reappeared in its designated spot. Subsequently, the neon lights on the sign outside the facility flickered to life. An ear-piercing sound akin to nails scraping a blackboard accompanied the spinning of the horse, and no matter how Yin Wushuang attempted to maneuver, it was futile. It felt like a forced skill. This facility posed no lethal threat. Its sole effect was to hoist individuals onto the horse's back, compelling them to ride the carousel, with no means of escape. Ashamed, he found it humiliating to be a grown man, the Lord of Judgment. One of the most powerful in the Great Xia, forced to sit on a carousel. Thankfully, no acquaintances were present to witness this, as the blood mist concealed everything. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his face, as if something were sawing at it. The silhouette of Zayler appeared outside the spinning carousel, gazing at the magical horses whirling to the music, and at Yin Wushuang, who sat upon one with a bewildered expression. Her sword drawn and her gaze darting about, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Yin Wushuang, how does it feel? Is it entertaining? Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament today? With a snap, a camera materialized in Zayler's hand, capturing several close-up shots of Yin Wushuang. Yin Wushuang exclaimed, "Wait, this is not... A soldier may be killed but must not be humiliated, as the esteemed lord of the demon realm. What are you doing taking pictures?" Yet, her voice failed to escape her lips, as if she had temporarily lost control over her own body, leaving only her consciousness active. Soon, the camera vanished, replaced by a thick stack of photographs. Satisfied, Zayler nodded and resumed his aloof demeanor. With a mocking gesture, Yin Wushuang felt the force of the formless pressing against her face intensify several-fold. Fortunately, her physical strength was formidable, and the spinning carousel possessed an untouchable quality that prevented Zayler from approaching. Otherwise, they would have been caught in a picturesque scene of sharing the carousel ride together. Damn it, that cursed imagery. Yin Wushuang's expression darkened as she mused. At that moment, a swarm of paper figures rushed from the blood mist, colliding with Zayler and causing him to stumble forward, his fingers accidentally brushing against the railing outside the spinning carousel. Zayler scowled. Crap. Just then, a pitch-black magical horse flashed before him, and in the next instant, he found himself seated upon the spinning carousel, unable to move. Yin Wushuang looked at Zayler, who was now on the magical horse in front of her, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief mingled with schadenfreude. The two of them were now seated one after the other on the spinning carousel, and no one knew how long this state would last. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Wan Kuang was anything but serene. He had just been ambushed from behind by the Titan, Kaidel, who struck him with a blade, followed by a blaring horn echoing ahead. Advance 6, collision imminent. The emotionless mechanical horn grew louder. Wan Kuang realized his movements had slowed, and the illusory track beneath his feet became increasingly pronounced. General Titan, prepare to meet your end. Kaidel charged forth once again from the chilling mist, his arms and legs adorned with numerous paper figures, one of which covered his head, momentarily blinding him. After tearing away the paper figures, he slashed Wan Kuang down to the ground at an angle, only to see a massive bulldozer barreling toward him. Though his brain registered the danger, his body failed to halt in time. Toot! The horn of the killing machine blared as Wan Kuang managed to change direction at the last moment. Narrowly avoiding the speeding vehicle, Kaidel, however, was struck by the bulldozer's front, flung into the chilling mist, nearly torn asunder, and perfectly landed within the spinning carousel. In an instant, he was ensnared and began to ride the carousel. Zayler. Yin Wushuang. Kaidel. Second strike. 7 souls dispersed. He Bing San leaped high, spinning and rolling through the air, and with a single sword strike, obliterated countless paper figures, kneeling before the blood-sword emperor, whose overwhelming fate power surged like a spiraling tornado. Little Blood adjusted the scarlet laughing mask on his face and instantly appeared behind He Bing San. He stomped down on the back of the kneeling figure's head, preventing him from lifting it. If you prefer to kneel, then kneel to your heart's content. Little Blood's hands crackled with blood-red lightning as he seized He Bing San's legs, lifting him upside down, and with immense strength, he ripped his legs apart. Then, aiming at a spot, he hurled the legless He Bing San, who wailed in agony, forcefully into the ground. Casually discarding the severed limbs, a multitude of paper figures swarmed to devour the remains. Blood Demon. Catastrophe Control. He then positioned his sword horizontally across his chest, channeling the minuscule blood-water energy he had absorbed, forcefully striking it into the ground, dispersing the chilling mist that enveloped half of the Yule Park. Just in time, he spotted Wan Kuang's statue tumbling to the ground, while Yu Zhang and the demon Emperor Sade were engaged in a fierce battle. Before he could utter a warning, a room resembling a giant mouth. The demon Ferris wheel enveloped Zhao Huachan, pulling him atop it, creak, creak, creak. The slowly revolving demon Ferris wheel suddenly accelerated, as if someone had installed a similarly sized electric fan at its center. What was once a benign demon Ferris wheel transformed into a windmill spinning at breakneck speeds. Howling as it whirled uncontrollably. The roaring wind echoed throughout the Yule Park, interspersed with the sounds of Zhao Huachan's retching wails. Little Blood's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden burst of movement, he delivered a kick, sending Sade hurtling toward the demon Ferris wheel, where he too was captured, joining in the chorus of Zhao Huachan's screams. This scene was vividly witnessed by the three seated on the spinning carousel. Though their bodies were immobilized, their consciousnesses remained keenly aware. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over them. Sitting on the carousel in such a leisurely manner was actually quite delightful. Wan Kuang swayed as he stood, and Little Blood landed beside him, shattering the endless stream of paper figures that emerged around them. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" Wan Kuang posed a soulful inquiry. Little Blood stared at the demon Ferris wheel, which was now producing sonic booms, scratching his head, somewhat sheepishly replying, "It's not the main body, so it shouldn't have too much impact, right? What about Yin Wushuang? I don't know." Everyone vanished the moment the blood mist appeared. Little Blood shook his head. "Let's search ahead. I sensed some unknown energy fluctuations earlier." After walking a short distance, they stumbled upon the leisurely spinning carousel. "Well, found her. Yin Wushuang is playing on the carousel?" Wan Kuang gaped. Hurrying to the railing, Yin Wushuang, Zailer, and Kaidel were indeed enjoying a ride on the carousel? Little Blood tilted his head in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Subsequently, he and Wan Kuang casually leaned against the railing. Yin Wushuang's inner world was in turmoil. "Hey, hey, hey! Don't come over here." Chapter 73. Retreat. Little Blood sat bewildered on the spinning carousel, lost in thought. Once, there was a thinker upon a toilet. Now, there was a thinker upon a carousel. What in the world is this cursed domain? The five seated here were all of the 7th-tier Emperor realm, beings of the highest caliber, with Yin Wushuang renowned as the foremost warrior of the Great Xia. Yet now, a mere spinning carousel had instantaneously confined all 5 of these 7th-tier entities. At that moment, Zailer's expression shifted abruptly. He sensed that the magical dragon guarding his demon abyss had perished. His territory had been invaded. The audacity of his decision that night had been monumental, believing he could achieve his desires, yet it had all gone awry. In just a single night, someone had seized the opportunity while his demon abyss's top-tier power was absent, invading the demon realm and slaying the guardian beast, the magical dragon. That too was a being of the 7th-tier Emperor realm, damn it. Even though this Yule Park was unleashed by him, he did not possess complete control over its capabilities and could not manipulate any of its inhabitants at will. Otherwise, the confusion among the paper figures and the 3 major calamity facilities would not have occurred. Now, attempting to break free from the spinning carousel's restraints was nearly impossible. They could only wait until it consumed its energy and exhausted itself to escape. In contrast, Yun Guangfan and Merlin soared through the high skies, colliding like 2 shooting stars. Merlin, furious and wild, battled fiercely against Yun Guangfan. As the two vanished into the horizon, a figure clad in white robes materialized at the base of the burning demon volcano. He raised a hand toward the towering volcano, sending a head-sized purple diamond crystal soaring within. Then, he lightly touched his earpiece. "Star Master, the plan is complete." As soon as he spoke, another voice crackled through the earpiece. "Star Master, my plan is also complete. I have taken them all away, and no one is the wiser." After a brief silence, a voice replied, "Remain vigilant and prepare for everything. This will serve as a significant bargaining chip in our negotiations with Shadow God." "Understood, Your Excellency, the Star Master." The figure pulled up his hood, gradually fading into the night, disappearing without a trace. Law Enru and his companions awoke among the ruins, gazing around at the silent, tranquil night. The earlier presence of seven-tier entities had nearly claimed their lives merely through the pressure of their battle fluctuations. Before they could rise, a multitude of iron chains surged from the ground, tightening around them and binding them securely. A figure clad in black, entwined with numerous black chains, with white hair parted down the middle, emerged from the ground atop a massive stone pillar, gazing down upon them. Then, another flash appeared beside him, and three more figures descended slowly to the stone pillar. Clad in white, the conspicuous figure of the Wind Decayer was among them, while the other three were Judgment, Yin Luo, Capture, Tianqian, and the one binding law on Ru and his companions, Prison, Mo Lao. A flash illuminated the sky once more, as the character for Kill manifested beneath the feet of a silver-gray dragon. While observing the three fallen figures of Fa on Ru on the ground, with resolute intent, he launched a brass dagger straight towards them. In the name of judgment and equitable trial, I hereby decree your demise. The dagger transformed mid-air into a colossal meteorite, crashing down and obliterating the trio in an instant. Subsequently, the five of them gazed skyward, where the night concealed certain secrets. Tianqian stepped forward, his eyes spinning like a kaleidoscope. Scanning the obscured shadows of the night, there, he found it. His silhouette appeared in the high altitudes, where the details differed slightly from the surrounding darkness. A pitch-black stone, seamlessly blending with the night, hovered silently in place. Had it not been for the Capture executioner, adept at tracking, the others would have found it far from easy to discover. The remaining four ascended into the air, positioning themselves in a pentagonal formation around the black stone. Channeling their collective mental energy into it, the stone trembled slightly, then abruptly unfurled like a sheet of paper, revealing a miniature model of the Yule field the size of a capsule. This model descended automatically to the ground, opening a dark rift in space. The moment this rift tore open, everyone within the Yule field felt a shiver run through them. Upon inspecting their bodies, they found themselves restored to normalcy, while the three Calamity facilities ceased their operations. Casting Zhao Huachin and Sade out from the Demon Ferris wheel, as Zhao Huachin emerged, his star soul avatar disintegrated into scattered starlight, raining down across the night sky. Within the blue moon, a spurt of blood erupted from the utterly fatigued Zhao Huachin's mouth, as he stumbled and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, after regaining their freedom, Zeril and the others swiftly led the remaining three demon emperors out of the Yule field, issuing a command. Retreat, our home has been invaded. In mere 6 words, all invading forces engaged in combat immediately withdrew, without a hint of hesitation. Merlin forcefully repelled Yun Guangfan with a single palm, his gaze icy with murderous intent. As his form erupted in gray mist, vanishing from sight, Yun Guangfan, consider this a victory for you. Await my return. Yun Guangfan meticulously sensed his surroundings, ensuring their departure was genuine, and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, his plan had remained intact, and they had efficiently accomplished their objectives. Otherwise, at this juncture, how could the Tianma Abyss possibly consent to retreat? By the way, Chun Yiqing, are you certain that the non-human Azuras are truly this monstrous? Jiang Chuan twirled 2 compressed dragon eye orbs in his hand, while the dragon's carcass behind him lay severed into pieces, utterly lifeless. Naturally, this was to instill doubt about the involvement of non-human Azuras. For they are indeed a group of lunatics, madmen. Chun Yiqing chuckled, then threw a playing card forward, which landed at the edge of the Black Sea. A thread of mental energy enveloped it, transforming into a strip of mummy bandages that fell to the ground. Well then, it's time for us to depart. Next up, homeward bound. The three took flight towards the Black Sea, boldly entering the realm of the non-human Azuras. The playing card transformed into a whirlwind, enveloping them once more. Vanishing from sight, just as Jiang Chuan and his companions departed, Merlin and the other demon emperors appeared by the seaside, gazing at the severed dragon pieces, with Merlin seething in rage. Not to mention the 7th-tier Yuan Emperor-level guardian beasts. It was also his adopted son. Over the years, he had only 2 biological sons and 1 adopted son. Now, they were all gone. Zeril, investigate thoroughly for me, my adopted son. I shall avenge you. Chapter 74, Battle Report. Outside the Sea City, Yin Wushuang, Xiao Shui, and Wan Kuang flickered through the rift, as 5 executioners lined up before Yin Wushuang to eye in the air. A spiral-shaped spatial door opened, and Yun Guangfan stepped through. "Brother Fan!" Xiao Shui and Wan Kuang exclaimed in unison, as Yun Guangfan nodded upon landing, glancing at Yin Wushuang without a word. Yin Wushuang also remained silent, not even sparing him a glance, and simply addressed the 5 executioners. "Let us depart." The 6 ascended into the sky, transforming into 6 streaks of light racing towards the horizon. Tio Inue. A spatial star gate opened behind Yun Guangfan, and the 3 entered before it closed, restoring tranquility to their surroundings. Within Inue, the 3 appeared in the hall, where Zhao Huaqin was seated at the conference table, relentlessly tapping away at several screens before him. "Brother Chen, are you well?" Wan Kuang asked as he sat beside him. "Me? I'm as sturdy as ever. Don't underestimate this old man." Zhao Huaqin paused his typing, smiling to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. Yun Guangfan took a seat, concern flashing in his eyes as he asked, "How is the battle report coming along?" "Almost ready." As Zhao Huaqin pressed the spacebar, the wristbands on the 3 of them emitted a unified beep. They activated their wristbands, projecting a screen above them, and upon seeing the contents, each was taken aback. Zhao Huaqin's expression grew grave as he recounted the information displayed on the computer screen. In this imperial disaster, 3 out of the 12 Dark Knight strongholds scattered across Daxia were annihilated. With 0 survivors, the remaining 9 suffered varying degrees of casualties, totaling 6,198 lives lost. The sole central base of Longyuan was destroyed, with 3,939 casualties, including 2,024 new recruits and 719 injured. Fortunately, the main forces were on a mission outside Daxia. Otherwise, the toll would have been even higher. The total casualties among the Law Enforcement Bureau and civilians in various regions amounted to 417, while the Divine Envoy squad lost 3 members and had 1 missing. Dark Knight saw 1 new recruit die, with the other 9 missing. This night's assault resulted in a total of 10,557 casualties, primarily targeting new recruits, especially Lin Yu. Henceforth, this calamity shall be dubbed Magic Night and recorded in history. Xiao Shui dispelled his blood demon form, his weakened fists clenched as he said, "Brother Fan, the Tianma Abyss has inflicted immeasurable losses upon our Daxia. This scene is reminiscent of the Imperial Fall incident 12 years ago. I cannot endure this grudge." Yun Guangfan gazed intently at Zhao Huaqin, and after a moment, spoke. "Their objective is our future. This night has directly caused a rift among the enforcers. Naturally, I cannot tolerate it. For us, the blade will meet the blade. Everything that has been inflicted upon Daxia shall be repaid 100-fold. Noticing the time, it was 4:46 a.m. With one hand in his pocket, he stood up. "Immediately convene a press conference to reassure the citizens of Daxia. Wait for us to return. Xiao Shui, let us vanquish the demons." Inside the spacious and comfortable tea room of the Dian Star Palace's Lotus Building, Guan Hongjia, exhausted of mental energy, slept soundly on the sofa, while the others sat in silence. Feng He sat in a daze, holding a broken peace talisman in 2 hands, staring blankly at it. Lin Yu felt particularly weak at this moment. His eyelids heavy. The black hole technique had thoroughly drained his mental energy. It was also because he was only at the 2nd tier, with insufficient mental energy, that the true power of that skill had only been unleashed to about half. Yet, even that diminished power briefly matched against a 7th tier adversary. And this was merely the first skill slot of the Little Qilin. It could absorb 7 more. Could this really be the skill granted by the 6th tier Void Dragon Spirit Core acquired on the Xinshang Star? A 6th tier Yuanzun Spirit Core can injure a 7th tier Demon Emperor. Furthermore, is there truly the existence that can transform such a terrifying entity like the Black Hole into a skill? How monstrous must that power be? Was it the Void Dragon that was too strong? Or was that Spirit Sand too lacking? Or perhaps it was the miraculous power that stealthily altered the original skill of this Spirit Core. Just as it had recently transformed the divorce agreement in Su Hongwei's hand into postpartum care for a sow at the wedding scene, creak. The tea room door swung open, and a figure wearing a cheap plastic husky mask entered. Flanked by 2 individuals clad in white wizard robes. "Hello to everyone. Are you comfortable here?" Ji Shandy immediately stood up in response. Ji Shandy, thank you all for saving me." The masked figure remained silent, scanning the entire room. Rosen sat motionless on the sofa like a child caught misbehaving. Upon spotting Lin Yu, he approached, pinching his chin as if pondering. "Are you Lin Yu? Lin Yu? Who are you?" The masked man promptly stood upright. Chuckling, "I, the leader of Dian Star Palace. As for my name, call me Rinzi Sanmin Wang." "What name?" "That's the username of our palace master on social media," Xian interjected. "I'm socially anxious, so I won't reveal my true face for now. I wish you all a pleasant time here. Rest assured, it is absolutely safe here." Rinzi Sanmin Wang adjusted his mask, then turned to scrutinize Lin Yu once more. "Hey, Lin Yu, I recall that you are quite fond of donning a bright red robe. Why, then, are you not adorned in it today?" Perhaps it was misplaced during the heat of battle, master of the palace. The broadcast has begun." Xian whispered softly in the ear of the palace master. "Ah, ha ha. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to rest here. I must attend to some matters." With that, he led the two individuals out of the tea room. Upon exiting, the contrasting personality of Sanmin could be heard cursing. "Have you lost your mind? Call me Star Master." "What nonsense is this about being a princess?" Xian, appearing indifferent, replied. "It's merely a matter of adding master to the last word. So the palace master is indeed correct. Then let it be changed to Dian Palace Star. That way, you may call me Star Master." Xian, Gaoi Ba, all right, I shall take my leave. If anything unusual arises, do not hesitate to me. The figure of the masked man vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a rolling husky mask that tumbled to the ground. In the grand capital of Daxia, beneath the brightly lit television tower of the bustling metropolis. A convoy of stretched Lincolns surrounded the parking lot, creating an impenetrable barrier. Inside the broadcasting studio, Zhao Huachin stood before the microphone, gazing at the multitude of reporters filling the room, and uttered, "Ladies and gentlemen, this night, the Demon Realm has launched a surprise attack on Daxia, leaving an indelible scar upon our nation." Upon the conclusion of Zhao Huachin's statement, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of camera shutters clicking. "They believe they can come and go as they please in Daxia. You think we can tolerate this?" Chapter 75. A swift execution? No, we in Daxia are not mere soft persimmons to be bullied at will. Tonight, we shall repay their transgressions 100-fold. A reporter raised a hand and inquired, "Mr. Zhao, what is their purpose in invading Daxia this evening?" Zhao Huachin nodded and replied, "To shatter the prosperity of Daxia. To ambush the new enforcers, creating a void in our enforcement as retribution for the grievances of 12 years past. But these matters concern your enforcers. We are merely civilians. We do not desire war. We only wish for a peaceful existence. What good will it do to retaliate? Can my father come back to life? My wife is in labor, and she suffered severe hemorrhaging from the blast of a falling plane. My child could not be saved. As enforcers, as the protectors of Daxia, have you truly fulfilled your duty to safeguard us?" "I second that." The throng of reporters erupted with questions, their voices rising in a tumult of anger. Zhao Huachin stood frozen. At a loss for words, public relations were not his forte. Xiao Shui was not eloquent, and Wan Kuang was too brutish to manage such a situation. Only Yun Guangfan could handle matters with such poise amidst adversity. Yet, how fortuitous that all the reporters present were those who lost loved ones to the war tonight. The Demon Realm directly targeted the enforcers. Civilian casualties were minimal, aside from the 396 losses from the Enforcement Bureau. The number of civilian casualties stood at 21, and there were precisely 21 reporters present. What a coincidence. All the deceased were related to the reporters. Rest assured, I extend my sincerest apologies for tonight's events. It is we who have failed in our duty to protect. From one side of the assembly, a man clad in an elegant black suit, exuding an air of authority, emerged from behind the scenes. His face obscured by a ram's head mask. "It is we who have not fulfilled our duty to protect, and for this, I, on behalf of the enforcers, offer my apologies. I am truly sorry." The ram-headed man ascended the stage, standing beside Zhao Huachin, and slightly bowed to the crowd below. Zhao Huachin squinted, surprised. His star-piercing eyes, designed to see through deception, could not penetrate the guise of this masked figure. An anomaly indeed, however, with the myriad cameras recording and flashes illuminating the room for the entire nation of Daxia. He had no choice but to suppress his doubts for the time being. The ram-headed man straightened himself and addressed the multitude of cameras. Our Daxia spans a vast territory, with 6 enforcement teams each fulfilling their respective duties. Though the enforcers may be numerous, they cannot oversee every corner of the realm. Therefore, to avert such incidents in the future, I propose the establishment of a new enforcement team for diversified management. Otherwise, can we expect our vast populace to rely solely on 6 enforcement teams for protection? How long can your so-called prosperity endure? To completely eradicate such occurrences, we must arm every citizen. For the sake of the present. Zhao Huachen's heart raced. Was he targeting the 6 enforcement teams? This was merely a casual remark. I primarily sought the opinions of the esteemed Mr. Zhao and Jiang. What you propose will be taken into consideration. We shall discuss further after the press conference. Zhao Huachen nodded. Esteemed guests, the sorrow you feel mirrors our own. Daxia spans 46 million square kilometers, and in places unseen by you, our warriors have been silently safeguarding you all. War is brutal, and it is the last thing we wish to witness. Like you, I long for peace across the realm. I even dream of one day retiring and enjoying my twilight years. Yet, there are those who do not desire peace. They thrive on chaos, as we speak. Far away in the southwest, on the 2 continents occupied by Ming beasts, countless warriors are laying down their lives on the battlefield. The world is merciless, and our enforcement teams can only do their utmost to protect you, to guard each and every one of your homes. However, the deed has been done. The dead cannot be resurrected. I extend my condolences to all the departed. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. The demon realm shall pay a heavy price for this. They harm one of us, and we shall annihilate their entire clan. The time is now 5 o'clock, before dawn. We shall let their blood flow like rivers, so that those who dare to invade Daxia's territory shall learn of our nation's ferocity. Yun Guangfan and Blood Sword Emperor soared through the skies at breakneck speed. During their flight, Xiao Shui inquired, Brother Fan, the recent battle report stated that 9 new recruits are missing. I am aware. I am not blind. I have already dispatched personnel to search for them. TSK, these youngsters are truly remarkable. The Dawn Gate plan seems quite successful, indicating that this endeavor is indeed feasible. IT allows for rapid training while also providing opportunities. It's tempting enough that I wish to partake. As Yun Guangfan spoke, a point of light coalesced between his hands, with surrounding spiritual energy compressing into it. Who knows to what extent it has condensed? The item acquired from beyond the realms, Long Yuan, is indeed quite impressive. Once we return, I shall have an send groups in for training and advancement. As they conversed, the duo arrived near the border, where a golden armored figure leaped from the mountain peak at the border, an avatar of Wan Kuang. Brother Fan, what shall we do? Yun Guangfan gathered the light point into his fingertips, gazing toward the blood-red heavens beyond the mountain peak, and spoke coldly, without hesitation, let us execute swiftly. I want to see their blood flow like rivers and their corpses strewn across the land. Onward, the 3 figures surged forth at incredible speed, crossing the border and plunging into the domain of the demon realm. Decompose infinite nuclear fusion. Yun Guangfan gazed down at the expanse of cities below, directing his arm downward, flicking the light point from his fingertips, which transformed into a beam of light that instantly penetrated the earth. Then, the ground trembled, and a colossal fireball erupted from below like a sun, sending shockwaves rolling across the land, instantly reducing a 100-mile radius to dust. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and with a powerful sweep of his leg, Yun Guangfan sent the internal giant fireball soaring, which then detonated again in the distance. The territory of the demon realm is smaller than Daxia, resembling a worm. It is an island nation. These 2 nuclear detonations obliterated nearly a quarter of the demon realm's territory. Midair above the Black Sea, Malin, Zayler, and Kaidel halted abruptly. Damn it. It's that vengeful Yun Guangfan, arriving so swiftly. Kaidel cursed inwardly. Malin, furious, slammed a fist upon the surface of the Black Sea, stirring up tumultuous waves. Damn it. I've sensed a loss of over 1 million in the faith power of the demon realm. Yun Guangfan has slaughtered our 100,000. Let us retreat. We shall settle accounts with that inhuman Azura another day. And once again, someone has invaded our domain. As the 3 turned to leave, a towering black wave surged before them, obstructing their path. The 3 demon lords truly believe that Mayan human Azura can be entered and exited at will? Do you underestimate me? Chapter 76. 1 million demons slaughtered, blood flowing like rivers. Above the Black Sea, a figure enveloped in tattered, moldy white bandages, draped in seaweed, emerged as if it had been submerged for eons before being dragged back to the surface, an ancient mummy. Azura lunatic, Yun Zayler conjured a massive blade in his palm, ready to strike him down, Yet 7 peculiar Azura figures surged forth from the black sea. One of them, with a head tapering at both ends, sported a hairstyle resembling a mound of excrement, riding an orange-yellow cart that emerged from the waves. The cart carried 2 large, pebble-like objects stained with a reddish hue, as if they had not been properly cleaned after some endeavor. The remaining 6 wore matching purple and yellow armor, their bald heads resembling those of donkeys, short in stature, with 2 chainsaws spinning rapidly attached to their arms. A fierce wind howled over the inhuman Azura Black Sea, churning the waters into a tempest. Uni, how come you haven't settled the score with us, the Azura, for the slaughter in my demon domain? Now that we are about to depart, do you dare to obstruct us? Merlin's nose was so twisted with rage that he glared fiercely at Uni. Uni, momentarily taken aback with his mummified head tilted, turned to transmit a message to the Azura riding the small cart. Makabaka, have you been mischievous again? Huh? Makabaka denies it. I haven't done anything, Makabaka retorted, exasperated, kicking the cart in frustration. Are those 6 of you brothers? Uni directed his attention to the 6 large bald-headed men nearby. We cannot defeat that damn dragon, the 6 echoed in unison. The Sponge King, Starfish King, Aminos, and Dwanmu had no recorded appearances either. Are you claiming that I, the Azura, am responsible for your demon domain's troubles? Has the demon domain's slander reached such an unconscionable level? With a swift motion of his right arm, a gleaming golden trident shot up from the depths of the sea, firmly grasped in his hand. As he ominously declared, Azura, these skin fragments were discovered within my territory. How will you refute this? Merlin, raising his staff, summoned a fragment of bandage identical to Uni's, which floated before him. Uni paused, but then coldly snorted. I have no desire to reason with you. You are unworthy to hear. Makabaka, strike. Makabaka disembarked, retrieving 2 pebbles from the cart. His previously endearing expression now appeared terrifying. The 6 men moved in perfect unison, spinning in the air before landing, cutting towards Merlin and the others. Merlin raised his staff high, unleashing a beam of purple light that repelled them. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden thud echoed at the back of his head. Stumbling, Merlin felt black blood trickle down his forehead, turning to find Makabaka had somehow appeared behind him, delivering a blow with a brick, and crucially, the stone had penetrated his defenses. The blade from Zeril pierced Makabaka from behind. Yet his form dissolved, followed by a wail as Kater was struck, a fountain of blood erupting from his head. He stabbed you, and you smashed me with a feather. Makabaka, now bloodied, glanced back at Zeril with an unsettling expression. Disaster Sequence 001. Node, a slap from Makabaka left Zeril dazed, interrupting his use of the disaster sequence. Uni stood before Zeril, shaking his hand. Don't use your underhanded disaster sequence on my territory. Makabaka, keep him in check. With a flick of his hand, the cart flew to Makabaka's side, who then delivered a powerful kick, sending the cart flying. Merlin attempted to intervene, but 12 chainsaws suddenly sprang to life on his arm. Sparking furiously, the cart darted towards Zeril like lightning, and the moment it made contact, Zeril uncontrollably grabbed the handlebars, mounting it. His massive frame on the tiny tricycle was a comical sight. How do I get off this thing? No matter how Zeril struggled, he could only wobble left and right, akin to a drunken man on a unicycle. Is this a carousel for children? After completing his antics, Makabaka turned and embraced Kater's head. His figure flickering in the opposite direction, Kater flitted back and forth like a ping-pong ball. Uni transformed, wielding the trident like a spear aimed at Merlin. Merlin unleashed 2 palms, causing the earth to tremble, as brilliant purple light erupted from the heavens, as if something was about to be summoned. How bothersome you are, Thousand Demon Seal. Purple Realm descends. In an instant, the skies transformed, casting everything in purple, as an inverted purple demonic city descended from above. One could even see countless demons within that mirrored city, brandishing their claws menacingly. Uni snorted, on my territory. I won't let you steal the spotlight. The dark clouds loomed over the city. Violent waves surged skyward, obscuring the purple light-filled heavens, as the black sea churned like storm clouds. With a simple snap of his fingers, the dark clouds enveloped the inverted purple city, crushing it to shards. Uni seized Merlin by the collar, his bandages unfurling, revealing a large black hand that delivered resounding slaps. Feeling brave, are we? Fresh from invading Dian, in a half-dead state, "You dare to wreak havoc in my Azura? Today, I shall show you what the Black Hand truly means." Merlin struggled to break free, but each slap rendered his body momentarily frozen, as if caught in a stuttering animation. With a single punch, Merlin's head snapped back, his two front teeth flying out. "Is your demon domain truly so arrogant? Do you think you reign supreme on Earth? Stop, 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 wait." Upon hearing this, Uni intensified his assault. "Now you're afraid? Where was this fear before? Strike him hard. Without feeling the pain, you won't learn your lesson." The demon domain, Sade and Lingsha were knocked to the ground, while Wan Kuang and Xiao Shui, filled with pent-up fury, attacked without restraint. With Yun Guangfan present, they didn't even have the opportunity to use the disaster sequence. Below, massive inferno demons roared as they charged forward, but they were merely moths to a flame, disintegrating into fragments in an instant. The charred earth soaked in blood, and from above, one could see a landscape littered with bones. The three killing gods swept through 19 continents, obliterating countless demons, rivers of blood flowing in their wake. During this time, Sade was slain by Xiao Shui twice and, now utterly weakened, dared not emerge from the resurrection blood pool steeped in the essence of the demon domain. Lingsha had his large horns severed by Xiao Shui and Wan Kuang, as Yun Guangfan lifted him into the air to be used as a punching bag. Far, far away, outside the demon domain chapel, a hooded figure clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. During this, a demon attempted a sneak attack, only to be crushed by his claw. Behind him, mountains of corpses had already piled up. Under the blood-red illumination of the sky, beneath the hood, Jisoo, splattered with blood, was consumed with rage. Chapter 77. The schemes of the Dian Star Palace on the horizon. A ray of dawn pierced through the lengthy night like a sword. On the large screen behind Zhao Huachin, a progress bar tracked the demon-slaying endeavors of Yun Guangfan and his companions. A rapid succession of growing numbers rendering the venue silent. Suddenly, the numbers ceased their ascent, the time reading 5:42 in the morning. Gazing at the figures on the screen, Zhao Huachin sighed, 379,000. This is the amount of demons Shan Ying has eliminated since 5 o'clock, making it abundantly clear to the demon domain. The wrath from Idaean buzz. Behind the scenes of the press conference, a figure suddenly stepped forth from the void, revealing a formally dressed Yun Guangfan. He walked around the screen towards the stage, and Zhao Huachin sighed in relief as if seeing a savior. The goat-headed man was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled from the demon domain to the bustling city's press conference, truly deserving of the title Emperor of Space. Yun Guangfan merely glanced at the crowd below and quickly recognized the situation. With a gentle wave, a sound of snapping threads echoed, and all the reporters fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Huachin stood frozen, suddenly connecting the dots, turning to glare at the goat-headed man. "You're behind this." The goat-headed man chuckled, clapping his hands mockingly. "Zhao Huachin, how easily I have blinded your eyes. You're getting old? Nonsense. Who are you?" Upon hearing the last remark, Zhao Huachin's veins bulged, ready to fight. If he could blind his eyes, that meant the opponent was undoubtedly a 7-stage emperor. Yun Guangfan stopped Zhao Huachin, motioning him to wait. Narrowing his eyes as he spoke, "Master of the Dian Star Palace, what do you intend?" The goat-headed man flattered. "You can call me Star Master or Domain Lord. It matters not, I merely wish to have a chat." "Are you plotting rebellion?" The goat-headed man adjusted his mask, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, enunciating each word. "My Star Palace has saved Lin Yu and the others. If you don't thank us, that's one thing. But to slander my Star Palace as rebels is quite another." Upon hearing Lin Yu's name, Yun Guangfan and Zhao Huachin exchanged a solemn glance. "What do you wish to discuss?" "Very simple. The Blood Sword Emperor severed my Star Palace's 2 arms, and I want him to experience that pain." Zhao Huachin's feet formed a magnificent path of starlight, and with a flicker of starlight in his palm, he immobilized the goat-headed man. "You think you can threaten me, Shan Ying? What are you?" "Because I have leverage." The goat-headed man chuckled nonchalantly, unfazed by the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huachin halted, speaking coldly. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Of course, I know very well. After all, I'm a benevolent Star Master who cares for my subordinates." The goat-headed man crossed his arms. "Indifferent, I want to make things difficult for you." I'll give you 2 hours to think it over. If you don't comply with my demands by then, I will execute your 9 new recruits. I advise you, to consider wisely. Should there be any mischief, the calamities caused by Amoin can easily be repeated. Upon uttering his words, the man adorned with a ram's head gestured towards the 2 individuals before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind his heavy mask, which crashed onto the ground. Sighing, Zhao Huachin retracted the starlight path and, appearing somewhat fatigued, remarked, "Fangu, what shall we do?" Yun Guangfan took a deep breath and cast a sweeping glance over the scene. The 21 reporters below had now dissipated with the wind, an illusion crafted by the ram-headed man. "I will finish the press conference first. You have already exhausted yourself. Please return and rest. Fear not, I will handle everything, understand." Zhao Huachin intended to say more, but upon meeting Yun Guangfan's gaze, the words stuck in his throat, and he could only utter the phrase "I understand." He exited the building and stood by the roadside, which was gradually regaining its order, gazing at the wreckage of planes that had fallen due to the war. Along with the bodies of enforcers, a chill crept into his heart. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked towards the brightening sky, where a blood-red shadow swiftly streaked across the horizon, racing towards the distance. Under Zhao Huachin's stargazing eye, he discerned that it was a piece of clothing, a crimson robe. With a loud thud, Lin Yu was pushed back by the recoil, and Ji Shandy steadied him, gazing towards the reddish-brown wooden door as he spoke. "They have imprisoned us. What is the Dian Star Palace?" Lin Yu inquired, voicing his curiosity. It is an entity rooted within the Great Xia, with its roots sprawling across the nation, boasting 3 7th-tier imperial-level powerhouses. However, their relationship with us enforcers seems rather strained. I once heard my father mention that the supreme commander of Great Xia, the head of the 6 enforcement teams, the chief of Divine Shadow, the Space Emperor Yun Guangfan, was initially the leader of the Dian Star Palace, but then something occurred that led to a complete rift between Yun Guangfan and the Dian Star Palace, resulting in his departure from the palace and the subsequent establishment of the 6 enforcement teams. Lin Yu nodded, gaining a rough understanding of the Dian Star Palace. At that moment, the entire room began to shake violently. Books from the shelves and teacups from the table crashing to the floor. Guan Hengjia tumbled off the sofa with a loud wail. Suddenly, the ground was pierced from below by a claw emanating an inky purple aura, followed by several other claws bursting forth, creating gaping holes reminiscent of uncovered sewers in the street. A wolf howl resonated from beneath, emerging from the dark, cavernous opening. A creature, radiating a bizarre dark blue glow, materialized. A strange wolfman, clad in black armor, its center adorned with a purple crystal, a black-purple helmet mask covering its face, and a pair of razor-sharp purple wolf claws on its forearms. The more Lin Yu beheld it, the more familiar it appeared, as if he had encountered this wolfman before. Just as he pondered, several more wolfmen crawled out of the opening, but then the doors swung open, and these 3 or 4 wolfmen were instantly obliterated. Xian strode in, holding a purple crystal that fell into the pit, which vanished in an instant, restoring the surroundings as if nothing had ever occurred. Why is it becoming increasingly unstable? If this continues, it will affect the plan, he muttered to himself, then addressed the group before departing. "It's nothing serious. Just a pet of mine ran out." "Lin Yu, does this wolfman resemble the assassin Kuei Jian sent by the Jiang family back then?" Jin Xiu's words struck a chord, and he suddenly realized why the wolfman seemed so familiar. The assassin Kuei Jian that they had let escape, after merging with a guardian spirit, bore an identical appearance. Is there a connection between the Jiang family and the Dian Star Palace? How could such a minor family be worthy? The Dian Star Palace is no trivial matter. Beneath this lotus platform, I sense an overwhelming multitude, no less than 1,000,000 wolfmen. Moreover, there are several such lotus platforms throughout the Great Xia. If this pack of wolfmen were to run rampant, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic disaster. "Lin Yu, we cannot remain here. We must find a way to relay this information to Divine Shadow." Chapter 78. Not the end? Exiting? Let us hope the champion's robe proves useful. Lin Yu's thoughts drifted back to that moment when Xian intervened to save them and invited them to the Star Palace. He sensed an inexplicable sense of urgency towards Xian, prompting him to discreetly remove the champion's robe and toss it aside, leaving it as a clue. This was to guard against any unforeseen calamities. The robe could merge with him during times of emotional upheaval, serving as a guiding beacon for the enforcers. Meanwhile, in a two-story building located elsewhere, the 6 members of Judgment resided there. Yin Wushuang, having shed his armor, donned a casual jacket adorned with a crayon Shin-chan image, stifled a yawn as he prepared to lie down and sleep. Fan Mu knocked and entered, holding a white porcelain plate. Brother Yin, this was retrieved from that imitator of Demon Veil, Disaster Sequence 017, waist plate. Yin Wushuang's eyes sharpened like a blade as he accepted the plate, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work. Fan Mu nodded and exited the room, but a strange smile crept onto his lips. Yin Wushuang gazed at the waist plate, now bearing 2 cracks, and with a flick of his hand, a bloodied shadow escaped from within. The already unconscious Yang Xiangang tumbled to the ground, staring at the penetrating wound on his chest. Yin Wushuang pinched a glowing point the size of a popcorn kernel between his fingers, which floated towards the wound, connecting with numerous threads that gradually mended the injury. However, he remained in a faint, utterly motionless, as if lifeless, having lost too much blood. Poor lad, Yin Wushuang mused, lifting Yang Xiangang and vanishing from sight. Just as he stepped outside, a blood-red shadow streaked across the sky, followed closely by a figure moving with the grace of starlight. Zhao Huachen? Yin Wushuang's form glimmered with golden light as armor reappeared upon him. Fan Mu, take this lad to the Dark Knight base. Understood. Fan Mu's figure materialized behind him, grasping the unconscious Yang Xiangang, while Yin Wushuang transformed into a streak of light, following closely. Fan Mu seized Yang Xiangang and soared into the air, executing a rough and straightforward motion. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, he aimed towards a river and discarded him, sending Yang Xiangang crashing into the water. The rush of the current jolted him awake, and he instinctively gasped, choking on a mouthful of water. His body helplessly sank, limbs weakly thrashing to that moment. A strong hand pulled him out and tossed him onto the bank. Yang Xiangang coughed violently, expelling large amounts of water from his mouth. Shaking his aching head, his vision blurred as he gazed at Fan Mu, stammering, Demon Veil invasion. Hurry, take me to the Enforcement Bureau. Yang Xiangang, guessed who I am. A peculiar smile spread across Fan Mu's face as he tilted his head towards Yang Xiangang. His visage began to contort and, astonishingly, transformed into Luo Zhan's likeness. Yang Xuanggang's pupils dilated in shock, his head tilting as he fainted from weakness, while Fan Mu's face reverted, sneering down at him, squatting beside Yang Xiangang. A brass dagger materialized in his hand, aimed directly at his heart. The Dark Knight headquarters. Outside the Dark Knight hospital, in a secluded corner, a patrolling member of the Dark Knight army was suddenly ensnared by a writhing mass of yellow threads. Dragged in without uttering a sound, a muscular man with a yellow square head stood up in the corner, licking a drop of blood from his lips, adjusting the long hat atop his head. Morphing into the appearance of the Dark Knight soldier, he then strode directly into the underground treatment chamber hall of the Dark Knight Hospital, where several doctors clad in pristine white lab coats were observing the bodily data of the injured displayed on the treatment chamber screens. The man approached one of the doctors, speaking in a childlike voice tinged with a lisp. Doctor, I've got something extra in my body. What is it? A tumor? No. The man shook his head, unbuttoning a few buttons on his chest to reveal flesh devoid of skin. Pointing to the right side of his chest, I have an extra heart. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the Dark Knight treatment chamber hall, red lights flashing as the monitors displayed a figure moving like the wind, swiftly decapitating all the doctors present. Immediately, all the surveillance cameras began to flicker, then transformed into a screen of static, indicating a loss of signal. Just as Bai Outyin returned to the Dark Knight base. Smoking a cigarette, he was followed by Lu Mingwei and Ran Ziming, both dragging their weary bodies forward, their dark robes soaked in deep crimson. Suddenly, the wristband on Bai Outyin's arm emitted an alarm. His expression turned serious as he extinguished the cigarette and checked the notification, revealing the surveillance footage from the treatment chamber hall. The duo of Mingwei and Ziming immediately shed their lethargy, donning expressions of utmost seriousness. Has someone infiltrated the headquarters? Ran Ziming exclaimed in disbelief. Let us swiftly eliminate the intruder. No sooner had Bai Outyin spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted at the distant Dark Knight hospital, reducing the entire floor to ruins. The ground collapsed, the underground treatment chamber hall caving in, destroying 5,000 treatment chambers and leaving 5,000 injured without a single survivor. An enormous fireball surged skyward, transforming into a mushroom cloud that billowed into the heavens. The three were incensed as they charged into the smoke-filled ruins. However, after countless searches, they found no trace of the mysterious figure, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Leaving no evidence behind in the dimly lit hall, upon the bed, Han Yunfei lay bare-chested, bandages tightly wound around his form, still in a state of slumber, utterly unaware. Zhao Huachin stood at the bedside, 2 orbs of starlight cradled in his hands, diligently tending to Han Yunfei's wounds with exquisite precision. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui sat at a large table, poring over knowledge pertaining to the calamity sequence of the demon realm. Emperor Wangquang was seated on the ground, eyes closed and motionless, surrounded by swirling tendrils of pale golden mental energy, fierce and potent. Ding-dong, a sound reminiscent of droplets and bubbles echoed from the overhead map screen. Zhao Huachin adjusted the settings, revealing the mysterious process of the enigmatic figure's obliteration of the Dark Knight Hospital, culminating in a bizarre disappearance. TSK. Alas, it seems one wave has not yet settled before another arises, an endless cycle indeed. Zhao Huachin murmured, as Xiao Shui rose and made her way outside. Could it be the remnants of the demon realm? Were their intentions to annihilate the entire Dark Knight Hospital? What could they possibly gain from such an endeavor? Was it merely a grand performance orchestrated to deliver a crushing blow to Longyuan? As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight cascaded onto the ground, and Xiao Shui floated in the vast sky. The warm sunlight bathing her in its glow, she spread her arms and plummeted freely, her black windbreaker billowing in the wind, vanishing in an instant amidst the air. Chapter 79. The reshuffle plan of the Star Palace. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here. Dante, you find it strange? Lin Yu inquired, glancing back at his companions. What does it matter if you feel it? This is the Dian Star Palace. Do you still think you can escape? Su Shasha leaned against the wall, arms crossed, wearing headphones, a miniature tablet in hand, her fingers deftly tapping as she focused intently on the screen. The tablet's camera captured the grand door opposite, projecting a 9-square grid on it. The display revealed real-time surveillance footage of the 9-room areas within the Dian Star Palace. Not a single guard was visible, and the coordinates of the palace's IP address proved elusive. Are you a hacker? Yes, and I also have the support of my guardian spirit's skill SET. Su Shasha removed her cat ear headphones, and a golden radiance flickered behind her, from which emerged a majestic golden lion. Exuding an imposing presence, the second-tier skill of the Saint King Lion, Heavenly Eye, connected to any location within a 200-meter radius to form an auditory visual monitoring image, with each frame lasting 9 minutes. And a maximum of 9 frames persisting for 1 minute. At that moment, one of the surveillance images shifted, revealing 2 figures clad in white wizard robes in the frame. Upon closer inspection, they were the very same Xia and Gao Yiba. Gao Yiba continued, his lips pursed. Recently, not only have peculiar spiritual energies from beyond the realm vanished, but the forbidden wolf guard suppressed beneath the lotus platform has also begun to stir restlessly, which is quite unusual. Though we cannot capture new peculiar spiritual energies, the number of forbidden wolf guards formed is entirely sufficient to prepare for our palace's thorough independence once we sever ties with the great Xia. Xia nodded, cracking his knuckles. I can hardly wait to witness Shan Ying pleading for our mercy, especially that blood emperor. I intend to torment him thoroughly. No sooner had he spoken than Xian's body stiffened, turning to the air behind him, narrowing his eyes and shouting, "Who's eavesdropping?" The image abruptly vanished, causing Su Shasha to stumble, her head tilting back as blood droplets streamed from her eyes. Murong Qinshuo supported her back, helping her regain her footing. Su Shasha leaned against the Saint King Lion, her breaths weak and fragile. She then uttered, "This is not a good place. They are not good people. They intend to betray the great Xia." Boom! An explosion erupted at the door. The deep brown wooden entrance shattered into splinters, which scattered like bullets, sharp as blades, blasting outward like a shotgun. Jishandi shouted a warning, pressing his hand against Kong Changsong's forehead while bringing Guan Hengjie down to the floor. Lin Yu, positioned nearby, retaliated with a holy light Qilin, Tinyuan, sweeping all the jagged wooden fragments into the confinement cage. Xialan appeared outside like a specter, gazing at the barrier before him. Effortlessly passing through as if in an uninhabited realm, shattering the Tianyuan like glass. You're quite young. Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Tell me, what have you overheard? Xian spoke in a chilling tone, concluding with a laugh. So, it turns out you are the precious daughter of Shunshi, Team Commander Su Honggang. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Ahahahada. Ji Shandi and Lin Yu stood before the day's Su Shasha, while Murong Qianxue, Qin Wanner, and others unitedly positioned themselves behind the two. Lin Yu clenched his fists, the Xinjin blade materializing in his hand, his gaze narrowing. Truly, a twofold gain. Xian chuckled. You truly possess courage. Do you know who I am? The seventh-tier emperor of the Star Palace, Xian, the true form of Emperor Xia, who has granted you the audacity to show disrespect to this emperor. Suddenly, a crimson hue descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Yu. The blood-like essence flowed like water over him, and a splendid red silk robe adorned with dragon patterns manifested upon his form. Alongside this arrival were Yin Wushuang and Zhao Huaqin. Xian scratched the back of his head, clicking his tongue in frustration. Damn, Yin Wushuang? How did he manage to pinpoint the constantly shifting coordinates of our palace? A beam of starlight shattered the tea room's wall as Yin Wushuang charged in, brandishing a massive golden sword, pointing it at Xian. Don't move, behave yourself, or I'll cleave you in two. Zhao Huaqin extended his right palm, 9 orbs of starlight merging into the 9 individuals, then vanished, absorbed into the starlight, gathered within Zhao Huaqin's grasp. Xian swallowed nervously, seeking help, yet the voice of Gao Yiba echoed in his ears. Not, why has the living King Yin personally come? Don't bother seeking aid. Even if the Star Master were here, he would not stand a chance against him, especially with Zhao Huaqin, the melee mage, on his side. At this moment, Yin Wushuang brandished the great golden sword, pointing it at Xian, who dared not move, forcibly leading the 9 away. Phew. Xian finally exhaled the breath he had been holding, gingerly feeling his neck. A figure wearing a husky mask appeared at the door, looking unfazed by the chaos, showing no reaction whatsoever. Star Master, Xian murmured under his breath. The Star Master chuckled lightly, raising his left arm to reveal a timer on his wrist. 152. 59. Heh, it seems the great Xia officials are quite efficient, finding this place and extracting people in under 8 minutes. So, is that Blood Emperor still coming? What is the point? With everyone extracted, what else is there? The Star Master lightly tapped Xian on the forehead, causing it to feel as if struck by a hammer. But fear not, this will not hinder the smooth progress of the reshuffle plan. We can always move the timeline up a bit. Move it up a bit. For what? A resonant voice echoed through the skies, resonating throughout the entire Dian Star Palace. An elderly gentleman, dressed impeccably, stood in the heavens, addressing them from above. Star Palace, do not court disaster. Regardless of your intentions, given that you inadvertently saved a recruit, consider this your final warning from the great Xia. With that, his figure faded, vanishing from the realm. The Star Master nodded, laughing maniacally as he clapped his hands, then approached Xian, delivering a harsh pat on his right shoulder, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Then, with a sudden shift to seriousness, a cold and merciless voice emerged from his throat. Xian? My Star Palace has always traversed through spatial fissures, with coordinates constantly changing, rendering it invisible in reality. Tell me that you require a reminder of how we exposed ourselves, leading to the arrival of Yin Wushuang and Zhao Huaqin, prompting Yun Guangfan to issue a warning. You two incompetent fools. Chapter 80. Lin Yu is Iron Man. Gao Yiba, looking rather dejected, joined Xian's side. His slightly hunched figure bowed low. Returning to the Star Master. The 17 purple crystals have been deployed, and we are ready to. Shut it. Don't attempt to distract me. The Star Master interrupted Gao Yiba, channeling the power of the stars for divination. It matters not if others flee. Lin Yu must be captured. He harbors secrets. Moreover, you two seasoned veterans, being 7th-tier emperors, were outmaneuvered by a mere 2nd-tier. Xian, bewildered, lifted his head, struggling to comprehend the Star Master's words. Are you suffering from brain atrophy? What difference is there between bringing Lin Yu here and being inside the room? The red robe he wore is peculiar. This young lad is cunning. Before arriving, he removed the red robe and through some method, summoned it back remotely, bringing along Yin Wushuang and the others. Ah, I see it now. Lin Yu is Iron Man. Xian suddenly wore a look of epiphany, slamming his fist into his palm, eyes wide in realization. Boom! Xian's body flew sideways through the gaping hole in the tea room, leaving behind an enormous shoe print on his face. The Star Master retracted his kicked foot, wearing an expression of exasperation. 1,000 words lingered at his lips, ultimately condensing into a single phrase. What an idiot! Upon finishing his words, he shot a glance filled with wisdom at the imposing Gao Yiba, shook his head, and departed. The brass dagger plunged downward, aiming to Indyang Shuanggong's life. Clanged, a small bone-cleaving knife flew in from the side, its blade intercepting the brass dagger and halting Fan Mu's movement. Fan Mu. Oh no, perhaps you should be called the Demon Veil, Messenger of the Abyss. Your schemes have already failed. Do you still harbor hope? Dressed in white, with white hair, a figure adorned with a pure white fox-eye smiling mask. One of the 6 executioners of Judgment, the Wind Decayer, descended slowly from the air. A black wooden box floating behind. Wind Decayer, how did you discover me? Fan Mu forced a smile as he rose. Discover? You are mistaken. From the very beginning, we have known who you are. We were merely curious about your intentions. Fan Mu narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, 3 figures descended from the surrounding 3 directions. The Executioner of Grasp, carrying a crescent blade, Tianqian. The Executioner of Judgment, wielding a long sword and carrying a massive brush on his back, Yin Luo. The Executioner of Prison, with countless iron chains coiling around him. Mo Lao, do you truly believe we of Judgment are mere playthings? Mo Lao flicked his hand, and a multitude of iron chains appeared around Fan Mu, binding him tightly. Then, his body wriggled, transforming into 2 figures, one fat and one thin. Just a mere demon veil messenger. Do you think you are so formidable, capable of manipulating everyone at will? Mo Lao, do not kill him. Bring him back for Brother Yin to deal with. Tianqian intervened, stopping the idea of using chains to strangle the 2. Himph. You shall suffer. Tianqian, Mo Lao, and Yin Luo escorted the 2 crafty elders back, while Wind Decayer landed, helping Yang Xiangang to his feet, before striding towards the shadowy moon above the firmament. Outside the shadowy moon, several starlights flickered, and the figures of Lin Yu and others tumbled out. Guan Hengjia, still lacking spirit, simply lay down and fell asleep on the ground, enveloped by a constellation of starlight that carried him to a sofa. The others stood in confusion, and upon seeing a figure, Rosen instantly jumped back as if he had encountered a cat. Where am I? This place looks so luxurious. Greetings, everyone. This, indeed, is the interior of the artificial blue moon that usually hovers above you, and we are the Divine Shadows. A figure clad in heavy golden armor. The Emperor Wan Kuang waved amicably at them. Zhao Huaqin, appearing somewhat fatigued, stood beside Han Yunfei, tending to his injuries, while Xiao Shui glanced at them before returning to his tasks. Young Guangfan, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, approached from behind, exclaiming, What battlefield are you all heading to? It's too dangerous, and it's reckless. Who are you? Lin Yu. He is the captain of the Divine Shadows, team that repelled the large-eyed villainous Spectre. The commander of the 6 law enforcement teams of the Great Xia, Young Guangfan. Jin Xiu teased Wang Kai with a frisbee. Young Guangfan recognized Lin Yu at once, as the bright red scholar's robe was too conspicuous. I am Young Guangfan, the captain of the Divine Shadows. Pleased to meet you, Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Huh? You know me? Of course. Lin Yu stood in bewilderment, as did the others, while young Guangfan waved to them. So much has happened tonight. Things are still somewhat chaotic outside. You should all rest here for now. In the afternoon, a memorial service will be held, and I will lead you to the cemetery. After speaking, young Guangfan turned to leave, and Zhao Huaqin approached the group, displaying a kind and gentle demeanor. Come, follow me to the room and take a good rest to ease your tense nerves. A sphere of starlight appeared beneath each person's feet. Carrying them forward, the 9 of them walked in the starlight, trailing behind the Star Emperor Zhao Huaqin. Wan Kuang, feeling bored, propped his head up and observed this scene, inexplicably reminded of a mother duck leading a gaggle of ducklings. Exiting the shadowy moon hall, they encountered a long corridor with a dazzling starry sky overhead, evoking the sensation of gazing up at a Rolls-Royce's starry ceiling. Grandpa Zhao loves the luxurious Rolls-Royce style. Huh? Lin Yu muttered, gazing up. Hearing this, Zhao Huaqin halted, turned around, and pointed to himself, asking, Am I old? Not old. Not old. Not old is for the old crow. right? Zhao Huaqin shot Lin Yu a glance, then turned back and continued walking, soon leading everyone to the end of the corridor. Upon pushing open the door, they found a room resembling an apartment. A living room greeted them, followed by a row of 9 doors. Go in. I just crafted this for you 9. A 9-room 1-hall setup. It should be more than enough. After the group entered, Zhao Huaqin turned to leave, saying, your belongings have been placed in your respective rooms. We shall meet in the afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Grandpa Chicken Feather. Zhao Huaqin. He glanced back with a hint of melancholy and continued on. Under the starlight, Zhao Huaqin's upright figure appeared somewhat solitary and desolate. Each of the 9 doors bore a name. Guan Hongjia, snoring, was gently carried in by the starlight as the door opened automatically. Lin Yu found his room, bid farewell to the others, and stepped inside. The interior was simply furnished with a minimalist bed, a desk, and a computer chair. On the table lay a long black briefcase, atop which rested a meal of 3 dishes, a soup, rice, and some fruit. Lin Yu sat down in the chair, noticing a square window with a theft-proof screen made of condensed starlight outside. After finishing his meal, the starlight automatically wrapped the dishes and floated them out the window. Lin Yu burped. The meal was delightful, and his gaze fell upon the black briefcase on the table. He placed his hands on either side of the case and opened it, revealing a pure black robe. Beside it lay a black and white sheathed sword. Next to the robe was a small dark brown wooden plaque, engraved with 2 gilded characters, Dark Night, Chapter 81. The Mandate of Heaven. Lin Yu gently picked up the plaque. Examining it closely, it was identical to the one Han Yunfei had held. The plaque was dark brown, with the gilded characters Dark Night inscribed vertically on the front and blood-red crescent patterns etched along the edges. The back featured a shield shape, with an image of a figure in a black robe, arms outstretched, standing in protection of all beings. Gazing at the small plaque, Lin Yu smiled gently and tucked it into his pocket. He picked up the black robe. Beneath it lay a pure silver mask, next to a red-labeled file folder marked confidential. The texture was delicate and soft, making it comfortable to wear, and he could even faintly sense a boost to his defenses. He then retrieved the black and white sheathed sword, which bore his name, Lin Yu, engraved on the hilt. He slung it onto his waist, instantly elevating his presence. Wearing the bright red scholar's robe inside the black robe created a seamless blend of colors. And donning the silver matte mask added an air of mystery. He picked up the file folder, untied the string, revealing 2 sheets of paper. The first sheet bore a red header. Official notification for Dark Knight Enforcers. Dear Lin Yu, after review by the higher-ups in the Dark Knight Enforcement team, you have officially passed the assessment and become a member of the Dark Knight Enforcers. Please report to any Dark Knight outpost within 3 days of receiving this notice. Dark Knight arrives, vanquishing evil, watching over the blue moon, guarding before dawn. The second sheet was a letter, and upon unfolding it, Lin Yu found it filled with densely packed text. Lin Yu, this is young Guangfond. I know you have many questions, the most significant of which is undoubtedly regarding the so-called eternal holy body. Why are you the holy body, and what does it signify? You must surely be pondering these thoughts. Allow me to clarify. The eternal holy body dates back over 300 years. At that time, the great Xia had yet to awaken the concept of spiritual power. There were no super martial artists, nor was there the cultivation system of spirit true sect kings, emperor saints, 7-stage suppressors, 8-stage overlords that exists today. Beyond Great Xia, many entities coveted our territory. Their incessant provocations initially met with our conventional weaponry, but as their actions escalated, our casualties mounted, and the efficacy of our firearms diminished, we realized we could not continue this way. We needed to change. Yet, looking around, the night was long and the heart was lost. If we wished to change, where lay the path? At this juncture, someone proposed conducting research by fusing the genes of those entities, and 13 pioneers volunteered for the experiment. After injecting them with genetic blood extracts, 12 perished due to rejection, leaving only one who successfully and perfectly fused with the genetic blood. That individual became the first generation of the eternal holy body, the creator of the Great Xia's super martial cultivation system. Huang Daochen. We extracted his blood sample for research and discovered his values were extraordinary. Even perusing millennia of records yielded nothing like him. Tio illustrate. A normal person's values range between 8 and 12. While his varied dramatically. One test might yield 2, and the next soared to 1008611.as. There had been no precedent. The experimental code was tentatively named Eternal. Subsequently, Huang Daochen discovered he could sense a unique force in the air. Attempting to absorb it into his body, however, excessive use would weaken his mental state to the extreme. Thus he named this force spiritual power. Subsequently, the aura of spiritual power emanating from him grew stronger with each passing day. In a mere 2 years, he achieved the realm of commanding mountains and rivers, becoming universally acknowledged as the foremost on earth. With the strength of a single individual, he overturned the entire situation of the Great Xia, firmly repelling those who coveted its territory and expanding our dominion to an expansive area of 46 million square kilometers. Furthermore, he bequeathed his meticulously honed cultivation system, thoroughly paving the way for the extraordinary martial path of the Great Xia. He stood as a beacon of hope amidst the endless darkness, almost transcending into a sage-like figure, single-handedly supporting the heavens of the Great Xia. I once inquired whether, upon reaching such heights, he comprehended the meaning of eternity. He responded that he glimpsed the endpoint of humanity and sought to forge a path for us. Then, with a single step, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only his hearty laughter and a declaration. He proclaimed it was destiny. In light of all this, I named this extraordinary physique the sacred body, christening it the eternal sacred body. You, in the past 3 years, are the second rare individual possessing a constitution akin to the Huang Daochens. For now, it remains uncertain whether it is the influence of the scriptures within you, or if it is the sacred body that has enabled your absorption of the scriptures. Regardless, from you, I discern the shadow of him. 3 centuries have passed, and the world has changed dramatically. Tears well up at the thought of speaking, as if the torch of time has been passed into your hands. Your emergence shines even brighter than his, with the scriptures, divine beasts, and the sacred body entwined within you. Your destiny is bound to be extraordinary. However, from this moment forth, you can no longer return to an ordinary life. For your path lies solely ahead with no retreat. For this, I must first apologize. I am truly sorry. If there were a way, we, the old bones, would willingly bear the burden of the eternal sacred body, never allowing a child to shoulder such undue pressure. Perhaps one day, when you stand at heights we cannot fathom, you will understand the meaning of destiny as Huang Daochen once articulated. Or perhaps one day, if you too depart, I implore you to leave behind a flickering ember for the Great Xia, just as he did. Yun Guangfan, Huang Daochen. Lin Yu tucked the paper away into his pocket, and a golden light flickered as Wang Kai leapt out. Master Wang Kai nuzzled Lin Yu's arm, who inquired, "What brings you out?" "He truly thinks of me as a dog. I could endure the frisbee, but when he insisted on knowing my gender, I could no longer tolerate it. So here I am. So, are you male or female?" Wang Kai replied. "Is that truly so significant? Why do you share the same temperament as Lord Jinxiu?" Wang Kai huffed, lay down, and buried its head to sleep. Lin Yu chuckled at the sight of his large pet, stretched lazily, and flung himself onto the bed. His mind weary from the exhaustion of spiritual energy, he decided a nap was in order. Outside the shadow moon, a figure soared to the top deck, where Yun Guangfan had long awaited. Brother Fan, as expected, that Fan Mu's mind was affected by the disaster sequence and was possessed by those 2 demon-hidden transmigrators. Feng Xiu placed the unconscious Yang Xinggang on the deck, stating this, before retrieving a white porcelain plate from a wooden box behind him. "This is the disaster sequence 017. Lumbar disc. I attempted to launch a covert attack on Yen, but he sensed it and sealed it." Yun Guangfan took the plate, stowed it away, and expressed gratitude to Feng Xiu, saying, "You've worked hard." Chapter 82. The Steel. Casting a glance at the swiftly vanishing Feng Xiu, Yun Guangfan carried Yang Xinggang back to the hall. Just then, Han Yunfei stirred awake, standing by the bed with Zhao Huachen, who stood with arms crossed. Han Yunfei propped himself up and spoke, "Demon hidden." Zhao Huachen nodded, interrupting him, "They have retreated. Focus on your recovery." Han Yunfei exhaled deeply, his taut nerves gradually unwinding. "What are the next plans?" "This afternoon, we hold a memorial for the fallen enforcers, and simultaneously, we shall have your 9 new recruits swear allegiance beneath the Great Xia National Steel. Before the Martyrs' Monument, there are 10 new." Han Yunfei blurted out, only to stop as he caught the glimmering eyes of Zhao Huachen, understanding something, and solemnly nodded. 9.9. Yun Guangfan approached, and Wan Kuang took Yang Shuangang's body. Immediately beginning to tend to his injuries alongside Zhao Huaqin, Han Yunfei sat up, draping a coat over himself that had been tossed onto a nearby chair. "Brother Fan, stay with me outside for a while." The scene shifted as the two sat atop the Shadow Moon's deck, where beneath Han Yunfei's feet lay a dozen cigarette butts. Lighting another, he gazed out at the boundless beauty of the high sky. Releasing a long breath, "Have the objectives been clarified?" Han Yunfei looked at the reports displayed on his wristband, his lips trembling silently. One of the objectives was directed at Lin Yu, while the reason for the annihilation of the entire Longyuan base remained unclear. Additionally, a suspicious point had emerged during this incident: the recent earthquakes, increasing in frequency and intensity. Yun Guangfan shook his head, remarking, "Earthquakes?" Han Yunfei turned in surprise. "Yes, I had the Geological Disaster Department and the observatory investigate, and everything appeared normal, which is precisely what makes it suspicious." Yunfei. This sword, after consideration, I believe it would be best to return it to its rightful owner." A space shimmered behind Yun Guangfan, revealing a sheathed black sword grasped in his hand, which he offered to Han Yunfei. "Initially, I intended to wield this sword left by your father to one day sever Mei Lin's head in vengeance. However, after this night, I reconsidered. It is better suited for you. Han Qingzhao embodies a spirit. I have grown old, and perhaps only you young ones can perfectly bear this spirit." Han Yunfei accepted the black sword, gently caressing the sheath and gripping the hilt. His gaze drawn to the three characters engraved at the base. Han Qingzhao. In the afternoon, Lin Yu stretched widely, glancing up to see Wang Kai sleeping soundly, bubbles forming at its nostrils. Noticing the time, which had reached 3:30 in the afternoon, he rose to tidy his attire. His gaze fell on the enforcer's formal wear, and he swiftly donned it, adjusting himself neatly in front of the mirror. Then, he looked at the peacefully sleeping Wang Kai and crouched down to peer closely. In a little chirps. Pop! The bubble burst, and Wang Kai opened its drowsy eyes, lifting its head just in time to see Lin Yu crouching. It immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "Ah, master!" Lin Yu hurriedly stood, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly as Wang Kai bounded towards him. "Oh, ah!" Lin Yu chuckled, opened the door, and stepped outside, feeling invigorated and refreshed. After this brief rest, he had unknowingly ascended to the third layer of the second stage of Yuanzhan. Upon entering the hall, Ji Shandi, Luo Xin, Murong Qianxue, and Qin Wan'er were already awake, all donned in dark night uniforms and seated on the hall sofa. Listening to Wan Kuang's boasting, "Good afternoon, Grandpa Chicken Feather," Lin Yu greeted Zhao Huaqin, who sat nearby sipping tea, his face drooping in response. All right. At this moment, Su Shasha, Fang He, and Guan Hengjie emerged successively, evidently just awakened. Guan Hengjie had fully recovered, striding with an air of vigor, while Fang He remained ensnared in sorrow. Just then, Han Yunfei and Yun Guangfan entered the hall side by side. "New recruits, prepare yourselves. We are departing." The 9 stood up in a line, checking the time, as Yun Guangfan and Han Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yun Guangfan snapped his fingers, and before the group manifested a four-sided black-framed portal adorned with purple patterns, resembling a gateway to the underworld. With a forward wave, the portal glimmered, and in an instant, everyone vanished from their spot, leaving only Yun Guangfan lounging in the rocking chair atop the Shadow Moon. Solitude, on the outskirts of the bustling city of Bingo Plain, a fortified steel wall encircled the area, where a towering monument loomed hundreds of meters high at its center. A flash of purple light flickered as Yun Guangfan and the others, accompanied by the 9 new recruits, stepped through the grand entrance, confronting the imposing stone stele. Countless golden inscriptions etched names upon it, each representing a fallen enforcer. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could never fathom the overwhelming impact of this scene. Before the stele stood neatly lined formations, predominantly composed of Dark Knight troops, numbering in the thousands. Lin Yu and the others were brought to the edge of one formation, where Han Yunfei donned a black gold mask. Standing at the forefront, Ren Ziqing turned and met Lin Yu's gaze. Xiao Shui and Wan Kuang stood on either side of a raised platform, their backs to the crowd, silently gazing at the stele. Yun Guangfan ascended the platform, his heart heavy as he began to speak. "Esteemed enforcers, we have just endured a great battle. The demon realm sought to shatter our great Xia's prosperous peace, to plunge our people into despair, and to instigate a second cataclysmic event. Although we emerged victorious, the cost was equally harrowing. In just one night, We lost 10,557 brothers, an unbearable and intolerable toll. We, the great Xia, shall not be mere sheep for slaughter. Against those who wield blades, we shall respond in kind. However, even if I have slain 3 cities in the realm of demons and vanquished countless foes, those heroes who fell fighting to protect our great Xia shall never return. Tears glistened in Yun Guangfan's eyes as he held a stack of paper, shaking it towards the assembled crowd below. The dead cannot be resurrected, but their sacrifices shall not be in vain. Heroes should not remain nameless. With that, he scattered the papers into the sky, which drifted down like petals released by a celestial maiden. A flicker of blue light emanated from Yun Guangfan's hands as he pushed upward, transforming over 10,000 sheets of paper into golden dust that floated toward the monument. Names began to materialize upon the stone, nearly filling its surface. We can take pride in fulfilling our duties as enforcers. I once proclaimed that their deaths would ignite a wildfire. Now, everyone, gather beneath the great Xia monument and take our oath together. Upon hearing these words, all present stood at attention, right fists resting upon their left shoulders. The impassioned vows flowed from Yun Guangfan's lips, echoed by the enforcers below, their voices resonating like thunder. Fang He gazed upon the great Xia monument, reciting the oath while searching for a name. When his eyes fell upon the characters for Zirun, he could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed from the slits of his silver mask, his voice cracking as he called out. As the final words concluded, it was not only Fang He who had tears welling in his eyes. Among the over 10,000 names now etched into the monument, how many belonged to their friends, those who, just a moment ago, had been laughing and boasting together, only to meet a gruesome end? Yun Guangfan slowly lowered his arms, exhaling deeply. After everyone had removed their hats and observed 3 minutes of silence in memory of the fallen, the memorial service drew to a close. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Shui approached Yun Guangfan, exchanged a few words, and then vanished alongside Wang Kuang. Inside the shadow moon, Zhao Huachin sat on a chair, frowning at the intelligence transmitted to him, utterly perplexed. What information has Long Yuan sent back? Yun Guangfan inquired as he took a seat. Zhao Huachin projected the display in front of Yun Guangfan, revealing a photograph. The top of the image was labeled, "The Vanished Demon Purple Domain." A group of soldiers clad in black armor from Long Yuan stood atop a low hill, their surroundings obscured by thick, swirling mist. A dimly lit area beyond. As he scrolled through the photo, a video began to play, showing a Long Yuan warrior wielding a large detection device scanning the area, with the instrument indicating no signs of life. Suddenly, the video jolted, and a middle-aged man with a handsome visage, wearing a gas mask, spoke, his voice intermittent as the footage wobbled and flickered with static, clearly suffering from signal interference. Report, this is Shanning. I am Lu Xiaoyao. We died on a mission to the Demon Purple Domain. It has vanished. Repeat, the Demon Purple Domain has disappeared. The mist is peculiar. It cannot be dispersed, and all who enter have gone missing. The screen abruptly cut out, indicating a loss of signal. The Demon Purple Domain might be scheming something significant. Recently, the border enforcers have been urged to increase their patrols. Wang Kuang, deploy another Imperial statue to oversee the direction of the Demon Purple Domain. Understood. Wang Kuang nodded. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia border, a towering man with a bare back wielding a war hammer flashed forward, summoning an Imperial statue before him. The statue leaped into the air, vanishing from sight. At that moment, outside the shadow moon, a starry light descended upon the hall, revealing Zhao Huachin's astral projection alongside Lin Yu. Everyone, before we proceed, there is another pressing matter to address, Zhao Huachin exclaimed. What is it about Lin Yu? Zhao Huachin stood, gesturing for Lin Yu to approach, who scratched his head and complied. A starlight enveloped Lin Yu's forehead. A peculiar mark manifested. This lad has absorbed the Dawn Gate. What? The Dawn Gate? Absorbed? Wang Kuang exclaimed. His gaze fixated on the emblem upon Lin Yu's forehead as if witnessing a ghost. Wang Defa. Yun Guangfan furrowed his brow and questioned Lin Yu. How did you manage to absorb the Dawn Gate? Given your strength, it should have been beyond your capacity to withstand its energy, Brother Fan. He is a sacred body, a being of extraordinary nature, Wang Kuang quietly noted. I don't know. After the assessment, I was ejected. And my assessment planet vanished, leaving a gaping hole that sucked me in. Inside was a glowing entity. When I touched it, It merged with my body, Lin Yu explained, shaking his red robe and shrugging. Is it really that convoluted? Yun Guangfan pressed his finger against Lin Yu's forehead, a flash of light enveloping them as all five vanished from the spot, entering the Dawn Gate. Yet, almost instantaneously, the four from Shan-Ing were expelled. No way, we can't get in? Wang Kuang uttered in disbelief. If we can't enter, then who in Great Xia can? When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back within the Dawn Gate. He looked up to see that the starlight seal over the ancient Dawn Temple had vanished. Ah, the seal has been absorbed. He sprinted up to the entrance, confirming it had completely dissipated. Just then, a voice spoke in his ear. Lin Yu, that entity inside is also a pitiful being. What do you mean? Is the entity alive? Lin Yu asked. The voice nodded. Open it. Gripping his Xinjin blade in his right hand, and adorned with the holy light qilin and skeletal armor, Lin Yu slowly placed his hand against the door, then exerted force. The door swung open. Inside, visibility was obscured by monotonous purple light, and at the moment the door opened, a strong gust of wind surged forth. The force was so great that had Lin Yu not been previously empowered, he might have been swept into the air. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and in the next moment, a long leg stepped out from the purple light. A woman with flowing hair and clad in crimson emerged, her head adorned with two gray, furry wolf ears, a purple sun emblem on her forehead. Her gaze cold and unfeeling, a large gray tail trailing behind her. Lin Yu was momentarily dumbfounded, blood trickling from his nose. What the hell? The woman placed one hand on her hip, her attire shimmering as a sleek black and purple armor enveloped her. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Yu as if she did not see him, her voice slow and deliberate. You are the one who has harmed my people so grievously. How dare you show your face before me now? Since you have delivered yourself to me, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Then, from behind Lin Yu, an ancient, powerful force surged forth, coalescing into a colossal golden figure. So it is you. Rest assured, your people are still alive, and your demon purple domain is well protected. Who do you think you are, to speak on behalf of Kumya? The golden figure erupted with a forceful wind, sending the woman staggering back several paces, forcing her to retreat into the ancient Dawn Temple. Know your place, understand whom you are addressing, unless you wish to remain sealed away. I've already said, the demon purple domain is well guarded by its power. If you dare utter another word, the miracle shielding your domain will vanish. Let us strike a deal. I am drained of energy, and you shall help protect this lad. The woman glanced at the endless purple behind her, nodded slightly, and stepped forward, her form shimmering and shrinking into a single strand of hair that entwined itself with Lin Yu's head. Very well, young one, you are in grave trouble. I shall assist you 3 times, after which I will depart. Chapter 84. The Sealed Emperor Lord Jin Xiu. Lin Yu turned, gazing at the colossal golden figure with delight. You can emerge from within? Jin Xiu chuckled lightly and shook his head. Naturally. I cannot, for I am confined within the sealed Dawn realm, where energy loss is less than in the outside world. Supplemented by some miracle power, it becomes feasible. Who is that big sister? The mistress of the demon purple domain. Yao Baikan can't understand. Why is she in this Dawn Gate, and sealed in here by Old Man Chicken Feather? Lin Yu scratched his head, still perplexed by the concept of the demon purple domain. Zhao Huachin interjected achoo, sniffing. At that moment, the tuft of hair atop Lin Yu's head began to sway and speak. I have lost my memory. All I know is that my domain faced a crisis. Put to sleep by a being named Kumya with his power, I too fell into slumber, and upon awakening, I found myself within this ancient Dawn Temple. I wished to escape only to discover I was sealed away. I have been trapped inside for 12 years, and only now have I managed to break free. 12 years. Did you not go insane from being cooped up? Lin Yu remarked, rubbing his nose. Yao Baikan was left speechless by this comment. Ignoring Lin Yu thereafter, if you can speak, then speak. If you cannot, no one will regard you as mute. The golden figure began to dissipate into the air, and Wang Kai darted out from Lin Yu's body. Curiously looking around, two Navi yet wise gazes resembled those of a husky. Yao Baikan abruptly freed himself from Lin Yu's forehead, transforming into his previous half-human form. Holy Light Demon Ancestor, the younger generation. The great tale, Ian the third tone, wolf, pays homage to the holy light demon ancestor. Wang Kai glared. Who are you? Do you know me? Yao Baikan, with utmost reverence, replied. I ask, throughout the entire demon realm. Who does not know the progenitor of all demons, the holy light Qilin? Though you are not the original holy light demon ancestor, the blood coursing through your veins is akin to that of the one before. Thus, you are also our demon ancestor. Wang Kai stood there, stunned, his eyes widening. In this world, the holy light Qilin clan only has my father and me left. Does that mean my father has been here? He hesitated. So, what was that Bai Kai here for in your demon realm? Yao Baitsan's wolf ears perked up. Kai. In response to the young demon ancestor, the ancestor created the entire demon realm. Wang Kai's eyes sparkled. My dad must have been up to no good while carrying me, the holy light Qilin's father, Achu. Shaking his head and sniffing, strange, who is mentioning me? Yao Baikan turned to look at Lin Yu, pointing at him and saying, young demon ancestor, is this human your slave? Wang Kai, cough, what are you talking about? This is my master Lin Yu. Damn, by the way, what is the strength of the great tail wolf? What kind of power do you think is needed to firmly hold the position of the demon realm's ruler for decades? Yao Baikan raised his head proudly, his large wolf tail wagging like a dog. I am a 7th-tier emperor, capable of exchanging blows with Yin Wushuang. Wow. A 7th-tier emperor is protecting me. Lin Yu's expression was one of astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could fit an apple. Yao Baikan vanished, returning to Lin Yu's forehead as a tuft of fluff. Speaking of which, why did Grandpa Chicken Feather seal her? A golden rectangular portal opened beside the 4 divine shadows, a black, thread-like teleportation portal emerging at its center, through which Lin Yu stepped out. Zhao Huachin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Yun Guangfan, with keen insight, immediately sensed something amiss and became vigilant. Lin Yu, why do you carry the aura of a 7th-tier emperor? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huachin's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something and spoke. The seal of the Dawn Ancient Hall has been broken, and the ruler of the demon realm has emerged? Lin Yu, that woman is extremely dangerous. Did she do anything to you? Lin Yu pointed at the tuft of fluff atop his head and said, she said she would be my bodyguard. Bodyguard? The guardian spirit within me, the holy light Qilin, is the creator of the demon realm, so the demon ancestor said she would be my bodyguard from now on. Yao Baikan? I never said that oh blood-mouth spraying wolf. As night fell, 2 radiant blue moons once again hung in the sky. Within the Dark Knight base, the Dark Knight Hospital was currently surrounded by isolation barriers, and the enforcement team was still investigating inside. Qin Wanner yawned and returned to the enforcer's dormitory, reminiscent of a university dormitory environment, with beds above desks. There were 4 bed spaces in one dormitory, but since only 3 girls resided there, it was occupied by just the 3 of them. At this moment, Murong Qianxue had changed into a white bunny pajama, lounging on her bed with her little feet kicked up, holding a bottle of AD calcium milk. Before her lay a thick manual titled Enforcer's Precautions. Su Shasha was in the corner of the opposite bed, pulling the curtains and playing games. After experiencing some events together, they had all changed to some extent. At the very least, Su Shasha no longer acted spoiled in the dormitory. In contrast, in the boys' dormitory, Ji Shandi, Luo Sun, Kong Chongsong, and Guan Hengjie shared one room, while Lin Yu and Fong He shared another, feeling quite comfortable. At this moment, Lin Yu had just returned from the Shadow Moon, and the 4 had exhausted all means to remove the Dawn Gate from Lin Yu, but eventually accepted it as his own fortune. As he approached the dormitory building, the tuft of fluff on his head suddenly swayed. Wait, what's wrong? You're not female, so entering the boys' dormitory should be fine. After all, you're a great tail wolf, not a human. Get lost, I sense an overwhelming essence of the demon realm's primal power. What on earth? A thumb-sized, miniature version of Yao Baitsan's head popped out from the tuft, sniffing left and right. It can't be wrong. I'm too familiar with this scent. It's something I have protected for over a decade. What have you guys done to my demon realm? The tuft detached from his head, and Yao Baitsan's figure appeared high above the Dark Knight, her 7th-tier emperor aura sweeping outward like a flood. In an instant, the energy pillars of the Scarlet Core Fortress turned blood red, directly bending 90 degrees in the air towards Yao Baikan. 2 dragon heads of the divine dragon Xiaoxiao twisted their bodies, opening their maws, launching fireballs like a barrage towards Yao Baikan. In the distance, 17 dark light magnetic storm towers connected in the air to form a massive purple net, swooping toward Yao Baikan like a birdcatcher. The space around Yao Baikan crackled, swirling like a kaleidoscope, mesmerizing all who beheld it. All these defensive countermeasures surged toward her within a single second of Yao Baisan's appearance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wang Kai burst from Lin Yu's mind, frowning and shouting. Yao Baikan braced herself against all attacks, gritting her teeth as she said, "Demon Ancestor, do not interfere. There is the essence of my demon realm's primal power within the dark night, and I must uncover the truth. No one can stop me." Chapter 85. Demon Ancestor Baikan, I command you to cease. Wang Kai's right hoof trembled, the bloodline suppression power erupting from his toes, causing Yao Baikan to shudder. Feeling her forehead swell, almost plummeting from the sky. "I apologize, young demon ancestor, but I cannot allow anyone to intervene in this matter. Whoever dares to touch my demon realm's primal power, I will fight to the death." Her body was engulfed in a violent wind, the Emperor's might pressing down, causing Wang Kai to be pinned to the ground. Lin Yu's scarlet robe rustled, a faint white aura surrounding his legs, preventing him from being flattened to the ground. Han Yunfei, Bai Outyan, Ran Ziming, and Lu Mingwei, 3 vice commanders, flew in from a distance, and the Dark Knight soldiers, fully armed, emerged from the dormitory. Several black fighter jets activated their fire control radars, targeting Yao Baikan, while the laser energy cannons on the sides of the giant cosmic warships lit up, beginning to charge. "Your presence in my Dark Knight base, may I ask what brings you here?" Han Yunfei, surrounded by flowing white electricity to resist the Emperor's might, once again manifested as a white warrior amidst the night. "Hand over my demon realm's primal power, or I will raise your entire base. I am unaware of what you refer to as the essence of the demon realm, but your audacity to act recklessly in my great Xia is an affront." Han Yunfei's pristine spear shimmered behind him, the power of lightning erupting outward, standing firm against a 7th-tier emperor with a 5th-tier realm, undeterred and brimming with confidence. "You were the ones who first tampered with my demon realm's primal power. Yet now you play the role of the thief shouting to catch the thief. It is utterly laughable." Yao Baikan scoffed, stepping forward into the void, repelling all defenses of the base. "Even if your divine shadows and judgment are present, my stance remains unchanged." A beam of starlight descended from the heavens, within which the figure of Zhao Huachan reflected. He raised a hand, severing the Emperor's might released by Yao Baikan, allowing those below a moment to breathe. "Demon Ancestor, I do not know from what angle you deduce that there is the essence of your demon realm within the Dark Knight base. Old Zhao, as the ruler of the demon realm, safeguarding the primal power is my duty. I am more familiar with its aura than anyone. As soon as I arrived, I detected an aura identical to my demon realm's primal power. What further excuses do you have?" Upon hearing Yao Baisan's words, Zhao Huachan felt a flicker of doubt within him. As a 7th-tier Yuan emperor, he was inherently sensitive to such auras, with an almost negligible chance of error, making him ponder. Gaze into the star eye opened, scanning the entire base while sensing the primal power she spoke of, but oddly, he found nothing at the same time. Yao Baisan's eyes narrowed. "Gone? Well, you are here to restrain me, allowing them to transfer the primal power, right? Indeed, one cannot trust a human's words." Yao Baikan closed her eyes, gathering all her aura, then suddenly opened her blue, watery eyes, which visibly transformed into blood red. A more formidable emperor's might erupted, surpassing the previous level. Those so-called base defenses crumbled like bubbles under the wrath of an enraged emperor. Zhao Huachan's star soul avatar flickered upon contact with this emperor's might, nearly dissipating, showcasing its overwhelming strength. "Great Tail Wolf, you must cease. Let us speak properly." Wang Kai strained to stand, shouting in anger at Yao Baikan, "Young demon ancestor, there is absolutely no room for negotiation. Those who touch my demon realm's primal power shall be executed without mercy. No one is exempt, regardless of who it is, even at the cost of my life. I will ensure they pay the price." Demon Moon Purple Lightning. With that, her momentum surged even further, raising a hand as a purple light sphere the size of a car coalesced at her fingertips. Ready to descend, Yun Guangfan and Xiao Shui's figures flickered, materializing before Zhao Huachan. One was tasked with controlling the luminous orb while the other shielded the crowd below. Subsequently, Yun Guangfan's fury erupted, his body surrounded by flickering blue lightning. Resembling a grand display of power, wolf demon, have I given you too much space, grasp of annihilation. A colossal blue hand outline formed in the space behind Yun Guangfan, grasping the area surrounding Yao Baikan from below. The surroundings crackled ominously, the space shattering like glass. Yao Baikan remained unperturbed, her jade hand clenched tightly, delivering a downward punch from which a phantom wolf claw erupted, shattering Yun Guangfan's hand illusion. Have I truly given you too much face? Or has the world forgotten my title as the demon sovereign Baikan, leading others to dare to infringe upon my domain's essence? If it were you, if someone were to encroach upon the essence of your great Xia, would you claim you could remain calm? I can stake my life on the fact that Great Xia has no intentions of coveting your domain's essence, nor would we ever do so. Zhao Huaqin swore upon his life, a unique force enveloping him. This was a vow from a seventh-tier emperor, not something uttered lightly. If he were to betray this vow, the cosmic forces of karma would surely punish him. The absence of any repercussions now indicated the truth of Zhao Huaqin's words. Demon Baikan, do not heed the winds as if they were rain. You will not resolve anything this way. It will only escalate tensions. Wang Kai bared his teeth, standing firm under the miraculous power of Lin Yu, shielding himself from her imperial might. Yao Baikan narrowed her eyes, locking her gaze with Zhao Huaqin for a moment. Then, with a long sigh, her imperial might dissipated, the purple lightning and demon moon vanishing, while all defense mechanisms of the night base returned to normal, allowing Yao Baikan to descend to the ground. The oppressive feeling that had weighed upon everyone lifted instantly, and Yun Guangfan and the others also landed, bowing respectfully to Yao Baikan. Demon Sovereign, please. Yao Baisan's expression remained unfriendly as she followed Yun Guangfan and the others into the top-floor conference room of a large office building located at the center. Han Yunfei and the guardian spirit had dispersed, clutching their chests and furrowing their brows, while Bai Outyin stood nearby, saying, Brother Han, you still have injuries. Should we go to the hospital? I'm fine. Where would we even find a hospital? Aren't they all blown up? Han Yunfei frowned, clenching his fists as he walked alongside Bai Outyin. Bai Outyin crossed his arms and thought, that ambusher at the hospital, the yellow square figure, looked like someone from the demon domain. But the conflict is that Long Yuan claims the demon domain has vanished. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfei slightly shook his head, keep investigating quietly. We cannot rule out the possibility of internal treachery. Liu Mingwei and Ran Ziming had gone to inspect the base's defense systems and the extent of the damage. While the others gradually relaxed their vigilance and returned to their tasks, Ji Shandi removed his mask and approached Lin Yu, gazing in awe at the magnificent and intimidating sacred light Qilin that struck fear into the hearts of the guardians. Exclaiming, Wow, Lin Yu, your dog looks quite impressive. Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Do you have any manners? Chapter 86. The dim-witted Merlin Fong He gazed at the sacred light Qilin with admiration, his eyes filled with reverence. Lin Yu chuckled, introducing, This is my guardian spirit, the sacred light Qilin. Qilin? What tier? Kong Chongsong stared wide-eyed at Wang Kai. The divine beast, divine tier. Guan Hengjie gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, explaining to Kong Chongsong. Rosen twitched his lips slightly, muttering to himself, Monster. Wang Kai's figure vanished, returning to the nursing home, where Jin Xiujing sat on the golden chair beneath the chaotic bracelet, cultivating. Observing his state, it was evident that his current condition had taken a toll on him, and leaving his body had adverse effects. Wang Kai chose not to disturb him, curling up behind a figurine to rest. Unbeknownst to him, in the small two-story building within the nursing home, a figure observed him from a window. Is this your justification for assuming the night base possesses your domain's essence and thus taking action? Xiao Shui leaned against the wall, arms crossed, speaking ly. Indeed. How do you explain this? Yao Baikan lounged on a black leather sofa. Her impossibly long, beautiful legs crossed atop the table, speaking irritably, Oh, not be so irate. We are here to resolve your issue. Zhao Huaqin cleared his throat, diverting his gaze and shaking his head. I ask you. Has the essence of your domain taken form? How would I know? I spent 12 years in the Dawn Ancient Hall and only just emerged today. Yao Baikan pouted, sounding disgruntled. What I mean is, does the essence of the possess the ability to take form, such as into human shape, demon form, or objects, etc.? Yao Baikan pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, the essence of my domain is unlike that of Great Xia. The demon domain, or the Shura, It is alive. And how does this relate to my inquiry? Yun Guangfan crossed his legs, deep in thought, seemingly struck by a revelation, directing a peculiar gaze at Yao Baikan. Their eyes locked, and Yao Baikan appeared to grasp something. Why, Long Yuan? Enforcement team discovered that your entire demon domain is shrouded in a pale white mist. We lost several personnel and were unable to contend with that mist. Do you know the cause? 12 years ago, a disturbance occurred in my domain, and then a being named Kamiya released mist that enveloped my entire domain, causing all demons to fall into a deep slumber. Myself included. I only awoke in the dawn ancient hall. Yao Baikan recounted, counting on her fingers, each word precise. As for what transpired, I cannot recall, only that before I fell asleep, I sensed a fluctuation of the essence taking form. Then felt the essence leave. That so. Is it possible that the essence of the demon domain has transformed into human form and is hiding somewhere in Great Xia? Yun Guangfan tapped his fingers on the table. Impossible! If it truly chose to hide in Great Xia, as the demon's sovereign, why wouldn't it contact me? You must have imprisoned it. Upon concluding, Yao Baikan slammed her fist on the table, glaring menacingly at the three of them. Do not flatter yourselves. Our Great Xia is vast and rich in resources. A mere essence from a small demon domain is inconsequential to us. If we had the time, we would have already resolved our internal issues rather than waste time on your essence. If it has taken form and has not contacted you, it speaks volumes. Perhaps it is engaged in something that prevents it from reaching out to you. Above the black sea of the non-human Shura, three shadowy figures soared swiftly through the AI. Eye in the center, Merlin, donned in a purple-robed hood, kept his head lowered, flanked on either side by Zalor and Kaidel. His entire body bore the marks of a merciless beating. Unrecognizable even to his own mother, Kaidel caught sight of the horizon of his Tianma abyss. His swollen face resembling that of a beaten dog finally cracked a smile. His teeth resembled gears, with gaps here and there, allowing the wind to whistle through as he spoke. The moment they stepped into the demon domain, Kaidel felt tears welling up. They had finally made it home, after such arduous trials. Zalor sniffled, his head covered in lumps resembling a Buddha, glancing at the silently seated Merlin beside him, giving him a nudge. Elder Merlin, are you all right? Why so silent? Hey, Uncle Merlin! Merlin suddenly looked up, startling the two demons. His eyes, each reflecting a different thought, one gazing left and the other upward, bore swollen cheeks akin to a rear end, each adorned with a prominent black handprint. His nose was flattened, pointing upwards, with mucus streaming down, coiling into his mouth like a strand of dried noodles, and bits of snacks and blood crusted within his nostrils. His hands oscillated between picking his nose and patting his cheeks, grinning foolishly. Drool dripping everywhere. Goosebox. What the heck? Uncle Merlin has been beaten silly. Zalor, disregarding the pain in his body, vigorously shook Merlin, making his eyes spin like glass orbs. Don't scare me. Uncle, please, don't scare me. What the heck? Has he truly been turned into a dimwit? Kaidel touched his own face, secretly relieved. The master of the non-human Shura, Yun Yi, indeed defied the heavens, capable of reducing one of the demon domain's top-tier powers. A seventh-tier demon emperor, into a fool, however. Anyone enduring countless slaps would hardly emerge unscathed. Zalor hoisted Merlin and leapt into the air, heading straight for the blood pool of the demon domain's essence located within the church. No matter how one viewed it, Merlin was regarded as one of the pinnacle powers of the demon domain. If he were to remain a fool, the Tianma abyss would be doomed. Uncle Merlin. Behave yourself. Don't urinate on my neck. Oh no, you're farting. Kaidel trailed behind, abandoning Merlin, both of them nursing significant injuries. Zalor had been relentlessly controlled by Makabaka's little cart, pedaling for hours without respite. Like a living target, enduring unrelenting blows. Kaidel's situation was no better. He had been assaulted by 6 glowing figures in a chaotic mix of attacks, enduring a whirlwind of slaps, chainsaws, and the occasional rock from Makabaka. Those who knew believed they had gone to the non-human Shura to seek justice, while those unaware might think they had merely gone to suffer. However, the distinction between seeking justice and suffering had become negligible. The so-called non-human Azura, to say nothing of shedding blood, has not even lost a single piece of callous skin. It's beyond description in its monstrosity. Truly, the Azura clan, known for their bloodthirsty nature and a penchant for combat, lives up to its reputation. Is this truly our home? Kaidir trailed behind Zaylor, gazing down from the blood-red sky, where enormous pits still emitted smoke, leaving not a single patch of decent ground intact. Zaylor, using both hands and feet, yanked Merlin off his neck, disdainfully flicking away the nose booger that clung to him. Looking down with a grim expression, he exclaimed, "Damn it! How could this be? The Daxia has raided our home. And Sada and Lingsha are nothing but fools. They're all bloody useless." Chapter 87. Stellar Divination. Yao Baikan let out a few cold laughs, clapping his hands as he spoke. "If the essence of my demon realm truly infiltrated Daxia, I refuse to believe you would stand idly by. Humans are the most untrustworthy." Xiao Shui, somewhat impatient, clicked her tongue, stepped forward, and pointed a finger at Yao Baisan's nose, saying, "Yao Baikan, I warn you to behave yourself. We have already shown the utmost sincerity. Should you continue to disregard this goodwill?" She paused, the threat implicit in her words. "I do not require your goodwill. I have but one statement. If I find any connection between the essence of the demon realm and you, I will ensure you learn how to write the 4 characters of Demon Lord Baikan." With that, she stood up, dusting off her claws, her form dissipating into the air, transforming into a tuft of hair that flew out of the office building. Returning to rest atop Lin Yu's head, "Brother Fan, this is truly excessive, isn't it? Such arrogance." Xiao Shui pointed in the direction where Yao Baikan had vanished, addressing Yun Guangfan. Yet, she indeed possessed the capital for such arrogance, being a pinnacle existence at the 9th level of the 7th tier, at the zenith of imperial power. Zhao Huachin stroked his beard and remarked, while Xiao Shui frowned, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that vanished at the spot. "I'm fed up, Brother Fan. I'm going out for a stroll." Outside the cold ice valley, before the abyss where dark mist continuously billowed upwards, Xiao Shui's figure appeared in midair. She landed on the ground, 100 meters away from the ink abyss, and walked towards it step by step, her blood-red hand flashing as she held a large bouquet of vibrant yellow chrysanthemums, while her right hand cradled a vat of wine. Mumbling to herself, "Master, Xiao Shui has come to see you, and I've brought your favorite tribute wine. Forgive me, Master, for being too busy, which led to my late visit." Reaching the edge of the ink abyss, she gazed at the wisps of dark wind and directly sat down on the ground. Taking out 2 small glass cups, she filled one with wine for Huiyu Shou and, while spilling some along the edge of the ink abyss, said, "Cheers, Master." Unbeknownst to her, half an hour had passed, and the wine was nearly finished, as the liquor flowed down. Xiao Shui's face began to flush, her gaze turning increasingly hazy. "Master, my temper remains as poor as ever. Without your constant urging by my side, my heart feels stifled and distressed. I still remember when I first came to you as a disciple. You adamantly refused to accept me, claiming I was too young. Yet, after your fall from the imperial realm, you appeared even younger, like a child. But what does it matter if you have fallen to the 7th tier? Even if you were an ordinary person? What of it? I only know that you are my blood sword emperor's master. Regardless of how outsiders perceive you or what they say, I, your disciple, will always stand in solidarity with you." A tear slipped from the corner of the blood sword emperor's eye, cascading into the unfathomable depths of the ink abyss. "Master, I miss you." Suddenly, the ground trembled, quaking. "Master, have you been resurrected?" Xiao Shui stumbled, nearly falling into the ink abyss, uttering instinctively. But soon, a puff of white smoke evaporated from the top of her head, expelling the intoxication of the alcohol, and she returned to her original form, floating upwards. After wiping away the tear stains from her eyes, she scanned her surroundings. The earthquake had yet to cease, the ground still subtly shaking. Such a peculiar earthquake, boom, boom, boom. Zhao Huachin abruptly exited the conference room, his hands circling the nebula as he calculated. Then, as if he had discovered a clue, his form vanished into the night base. Outside the bustling city of Bengu Plain, Zhao Huachin looked up at the sky, where a luminous blue star shone amidst the night. This star, why does it instill such a sense of crisis within me? The earthquake subsided, leaving minimal damage. With no civilian casualties, Yun Guangfan appeared, asking, "Have you deduced anything?" Zhao Huachin sighed, his brow furrowed, his expression grave, as his hands continued to calculate, starlight swirling around them like a star map. "No, it cannot be. How could this be?" So abrupt. A great calamity approaches, the dual stars converge. This was the warning bestowed upon me by the stellar divination. I have calculated it a dozen times, and the result is uniformly this phrase. Dual stars converge. Upon hearing this, Yun Guangfan looked up at the striking blue star amidst the vast starry expanse. At that one. What does convergence entail? Collision and destruction. Or fusion? Then Yun Guangfan observed the surrounding starry sky and noticed something amiss. Hastily stopping Zhao Huachen, who was still interpreting the divination. Old Chun, look at the arrangement of the stars in the sky. Zhao Huachen looked up and, upon further calculation, gasped in astonishment. The arrangement of the stars was no longer the same. Rather than being disrupted, it seemed to consist of entirely new constellations. Coupled with the incessant earthquakes, I suspect that it is not the blue star that is approaching us, but rather our very Earth is heading towards that star. The Earth has detached from its original orbit, steering towards an entirely new cosmos. Given this trajectory, how many days do we have left? Yun Guangfan sighed, rubbing his temples. Zhao Huachen calculated with his fingers. His complexion serious. No more than 3 days. In 3 days, our Earth will collide with that blue star, and I cannot predict the outcome. The divination remains murky. Yun Guangfan clenched his fists, making a resolute decision. This matter must be kept confidential. Not a word should leak out. Summon Yin Wushuang to Inuit and convene the highest level meeting, disaster level imperial. Are you certain you want to summon Yin Wushuang? The greater good comes first. Yun Guangfan's expression was resolute as he nodded to Zhao Huachen, and his form vanished from the spot. Zhao Huachen nodded in response, his figure also disappearing at the same time. Xiao Shui, who was in the ink abyss, and Wang Kuang, stationed at the border, received the highest level red alert order. They dared not delay for even a moment and hurried back to Inuit at the fastest possible speed. Yun Guangfan appeared on a mountain, making his way towards an ancient temple atop the peak. Upon entering, he found the three already waiting for him. Yun Guangfan got straight to the point, expressing the situation in the most succinct manner before departing. Back at Inuit, Xiao Shui and the others were already seated at the conference table. Yin Wushuang lounged with one leg crossed, tilting her head, wearing casual flip-flops, her attire relaxed, with the crayon Shin-chan graphic on her tank top standing out conspicuously. Behind the conference table, Dark Knight, Commander Han Yunfei, and Long Yuan, Acting Commander Ren Zichen were engaged in hushed discussions. The messenger, Supreme Officer Su Honggang, clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat, sat upright. Beside him was an unfamiliar face, donned in armor reminiscent of Iron Man, with a silver-black mechanical modification below the right side of his face. And his right arm entirely mechanical, glowing red in his eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. He was Steel Bone, the commander of the Breaking Abyss, squad stationed in the Abyssal Beast battlefield, who had fought repeatedly against the Abyssal Beast clan that had overrun 2 provinces of Daxia, enduring grievous injuries that had led to his transformation into this half-mechanical body. The Breaking Abyss was Daxia's only squad that fused humans with machinery. Upon seeing Yun Guangfan's arrival, everyone stood to pay their respects. Chapter 88. 1 million. Haunted? Yun Guangfan took his seat at the head of the table, waving his hand and saying, "Sit down. Time is of the essence, and we must get straight to the point." Everyone settled into their seats, and Yun Guangfan took a moment to compose himself before stating, "In recent days, earthquakes have been occurring frequently, and their frequency is increasing. I trust you are all aware of this. Investigations have revealed that these are not geological disasters caused by conventional tectonic movements, but rather our very Earth is in motion. For reasons unknown, it has autonomously detached from its original planetary orbit, heading towards an unfamiliar universe, and the destination is that blue planet above us. A great calamity is imminent, the dual stars will converge, and the merging of 2 planets will bring catastrophic consequences for Earth." Upon hearing this, few remained composed. Yin Wushuang rested her chin on her hand and spoke, "From your investigations, how did you ascertain this? Did you fly into space to witness it firsthand?" "It is my stellar divination." "I knew it." Yin Wushuang sneered, interrupting directly, rising to her feet. "What you so-called shadowy studies consider as investigations are merely calculations and divination. Are you a prophet? Is your prophecy infallible? As a 7th-tier individual, you should lead by example, not rely on divination to stir up panic. Such a grand spectacle, and you resort to alarmism." Zhao Huachen fell silent, unable to retort, while Yun Guangfan also slammed the table. both standing face to face, unwilling to yield. Yin Wushuang, do not lecture us on how to conduct our affairs. What of the stellar divination? If it is accurate, that suffices. There is no need for your superfluous words. We are merely stating facts. Do not forget that you are the Supreme Commander of Daxia. Oh, you still recognize me as the Supreme Commander. What on earth are you doing, shouting at everyone? Yun Guangfan. I extend to you the courtesy of addressing you as Commander-in-Chief. Should I withhold such respect, you would merely be a doormat. After Yin Wushuang delivered her retort, she casually tucked her hands into her pockets and made to exit. If you truly continue to excessively rely on that so-called divination, then what purpose does the existence of your divine shadows serve? You might as well disband. Yin Wushuang strode out of the hall and onto the top deck of the Yingyue, standing with her hands in her pockets, gazing skyward. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a subtle bend of her legs, she propelled herself skyward like an arrow piercing through the clouds, soaring towards the stars that shimmered with a cerulean glow. However, this outburst left Yun Guangfan feeling quite awkward, and the atmosphere in the hall abruptly turned cold. Stubborn fool, Chao Hua murmured with a slight shake of her head. Steel Bone raised his hand, his half-human, half-machine voice resonating. Commander-in-Chief, if that is the case, how much time do we have left? About 3 days. So soon? Han Yunfei leaned back in his chair, deep in thought, as Ren Ziqing gasped. Does that mean we can do nothing? Just wait for death, Steel Bone remarked. Yun Guangfan tapped his fingertips on the table. We can act in 2 ways. First, gather all 7th-tier power and reverse the Earth's trajectory. Second, if that fails, convert all crewed spacecraft and fighter jets into transport vessels. Preserving the seeds of humanity and evacuating the planet, Su Honggang inquired with confusion. Our Earth is vast beyond measure. Can we truly move it with just 7th-tier power? What can withstand the force of an emperor's push? Even a 100-meter thick steel plate would be inadequate. Your push would cause the ground to collapse, lacking any reasonable points of force. Yun Guangfan rubbed his temples, deeply troubled. Then we are left with only the second option. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. After a moment, Han Yunfei spoke first. How many can we preserve as seeds? About 1 million, with our Great Xia's population of 1.5 billion. That means we must abandon nearly 1,499,000,000 people, Han Yunfei stated. Steelbone immediately added, I, as Peming, will abandon everyone. The battlefield is our ultimate sanctuary. Gathering everyone here is to designate this seed. And time is of the essence. Everyone must act immediately. Remember, do not disclose this event. Otherwise, order will completely collapse, and the world will become a hellscape. After delivering these words, Yun Guangfan assigned everyone to take responsibility for selecting the corresponding seeds. The group silently exited the hall, standing on the deck, gazing at the magnificent landscapes of Great Xia below, their spirits weighed down by a shared heaviness. 1 million. How do we choose? In the dormitory of the Dark Knight, Lin Yu sat in a daze, leaning against the bed like a wooden carving, while Feng He had already tucked himself under a small quilt, sound asleep, even pulling the quilt a bit closer. Lost in a deep slumber, his consciousness had long since submerged within the ethereal realm of the spiritual sea. At this moment, chaos erupted within. Wang Kai trembled as he clung to Lin Yu's leg, tremblingly pleading, Master Silver, there are ghosts in the building. He is pale as a sheet and frightens me to death. Lin Yu tilted his head, scratching the back of his neck. Huh? What are you joking about? This is my spiritual sea. Where are the ghosts? Besides, you, a divine beast, should be the one that ghosts fear. What kind of ghost could scare you so? The king of hell. It's different, completely different. I can't suppress him. I intended to enter the building to see for myself, but as soon as I stepped through the door, I was thrown back. Lord Jinxiu is here. What are you afraid of? Wang Kai, still trembling, peeked towards a certain spot. Lord Jinxiu, he is even more frightened than I am. Following Wang Kai's gaze, Lin Yu observed a golden figure squatting by the viewing lake, clutching its head and remaining motionless. Lin Yu, what even is this? You, with such high status, are afraid of what? He then looked towards the small 2-story building before him. Curiosity piqued. He had yet to enter it. Could it be that there were indeed lonely, elderly residents inside? Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, flicking his right hand, summoning the Xianjin blade to his palm, and ascended the steps to the front door, pushing it open. The entrance led into a dimly lit hall, devoid of light, save for a glowing green emergency exit sign, and it was eerily quiet. He stepped inside, with Wang Kai trailing closely at his side. The moment they entered, Jinxiu, still crouched by the lake, lifted his head and gave a thumbs up towards a window on the second floor. The curtain at that window fluttered slightly, as if someone had just been peering through it. Lin Yu brandished his golden blade, performing a reconnaissance maneuver, scanning left, right, and above. The doors of the various elderly dormitory rooms lining the hallway were ajar, revealing emptiness, truly vacant, devoid of any furniture or belongings. Where are the ghosts? Are there any ghosts? Just scaring myself. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, patting Wang Kai's furry head. Suddenly, a sigh echoed, as if something had sighed right in his ear. Lin Yu's nerves instantly tightened, and he spun around. Chapter 89. They call me Kamiya. Lin Yu whipped around, and in the once empty room of the elderly care facility, a door had inexplicably appeared before him. Turning back, he found Wang Kai had vanished, and the entrance he had come through had disappeared. Replaced by a wall, Lin Yu's grip on his blade tightened, and he steeled himself. I must see what kind of spirit is causing this uproar in my mind. Classic door-kicking visit activated once more. Lin Yu kicked the door, a bit embarrassed when it didn't budge. After several more kicks yielded no results, he finally realized the door swung outward. Upon opening it, he was met with a staircase that felt familiar, reminiscent of the one leading to the second floor of the care facility. Is it on the second floor? Lin Yu muttered, stepping inside and ascending the stairs. As he entered, the door behind him vanished, transforming into a wall. There was no turning back. It felt as if he were being compelled to ascend. To be honest, Lin Yu was beginning to feel a bit frightened, standing alone in the pitch-black stairwell. Calling for Wang Kai with no response, he attempted to awaken himself, but found he could not escape the spiritual sea, as if he were truly trapped here. Ah, Lin Yu shouted, trying to bolster his courage, singing the hero's song as loudly as he could. The great river flows east, and the stars above align with the Big Dipper. After singing just a line, he felt himself being uncontrollably drawn upward, as if a hand were guiding him. Lin Yu was startled and sang even louder, his vision momentarily blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the second-floor corridor, facing a closed door. With nothing else in sight, he swallowed hard, turning and delivering a golden mystical slash towards the door. The golden slash scraped against the corridor walls, sending sparks flying. A voice from within exclaimed, and the door burst open. A blinding white light spilling forth, swallowing the mystical slash within, causing it to vanish without a trace. The white light illuminated the entire corridor, casting a radiant glow that brightened the previously dim space. Behind Lin Yu, a force propelled him forward, akin to the sensation of being pushed back during an airplane takeoff, and he was drawn into the white light. Lin Yu felt as if he were gazing directly at the sun, instantly blinded by the brilliance, covering his eyes and exclaiming. Then a gentle sensation enveloped his entire being, a feeling he was all too familiar with. The miraculous power swirling around him, as his eyes gradually opened. His surroundings came into focus, revealing a high-tech, pitch-black chamber. Before him stood a console akin to a command center, adorned with glowing blue screens. Each screen displayed scenes from various moments in Lin Yu's life. From being challenged by Su Hongwei over exorbitant wedding costs at his wedding, to his first battle against Wu Tao and company in the thatched HU Teep, to his initial display of power as the true Chi Chilin, to the Dark Night where he was assessed against monsters at the new recruit's base. Each scene replayed memories of his past, culminating in the moment he first used the black hole skill on the battlefield. Lin Yu stood in shock, cold sweat trickling down as his grip on the blade trembled uncontrollably. His growth had been under surveillance all along. You have arrived. A voice, laden with weariness, resonated behind him, startling Lin Yu into a high-pitched yelp as he instinctively swung his blade backward. Shouting, "Golden mystical slash!" Suddenly, he felt his blade halted mid-swing, and upon cautiously opening his eyes, he saw a figure clad in platinum armor standing before him, the moment seemingly having slipped by unnoticed. The figure's shoulder armor bore several golden stripes, and a light golden cape draped over his back, while a six-pointed star emblem, reminiscent of Ultraman's timer, adorned his chest, gleaming with golden light. A ring of golden radiance swirled behind him, and his entire form was enveloped in a thin, misty white aura, exuding a presence akin to the miraculous power Lin Yu absorbed. Upon seeing him, all the tumultuous emotions within Lin Yu evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable thought that surged forth. Handsome. This individual is extraordinarily handsome. Lin Yu, what is this? Why can't I control my thoughts? I clearly wasn't thinking of this. No. Hey there. Hey there. All right. The man chuckled heartily and released his grip on the knife. Lin Yu retracted the knife, stepping back 5 paces to maintain a safe distance, mustering his courage to inquire, "Are you a ghost?" The man shook his head. "Are you a solitary old man?" The man paused momentarily, shook his head again, and before Lin Yu could utter another word, he took the initiative to speak. "Are you sick?" Lin Yu nodded vigorously. "Yes, I have mental illness, depression, anxiety, irritability, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, high blood sugar, and colon nodules." "Are you listing off a menu?" the man said, covering his face, speechless. "You asked, so I answered," Lin Yu replied with the innocence of a freshly graduated student. "So, who are you?" He paced the room, looking up at Lin Yu as he spoke. "They all call me Kamiya, the god of miracles, Kamiya." Lin Yu's voice elevated by 8 notes as he exclaimed, "Is it the god of miracles who transforms decay into the miraculous? Who finds life in desperate situations?" Kamiya covered his ears and nodded. "Lower your voice. I'm not deaf." You have awakened?" Kamiya gently nodded. "To be precise, I awakened long ago when the entire miracle god star transformed back into the chaos bracelet. I have merely been waiting for you in this building." "What the heck? Lord Jin Xiu deceived me. He clearly said you had not awakened. Only that you acknowledged me. Then, Lord Kamiya, why have you been waiting for me in this building?" Kamiya hesitated for a moment and awkwardly said, "Can I say I was bored and sought some amusement?" Lin Yu. "All right, so you're a god of amusement." Kamiya continued, "In fact, there is a major event about to unfold. Since I have awakened, it is only right for me to witness it alongside you, isn't it?" "Duh. Witness what event? Why does everyone enjoy being cryptic?" Kamiya walked with his hands behind his back to the various screens, contemplating each image for a moment before slowly speaking. "To witness an epic grand play. And you are the protagonist of this grand play, the one and only protagonist." Chapter 90. The God of Miracles, Kamiya, awakens. Lin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? I am the protagonist?" Kamiya lightly nodded. "Yes, Lin Yu. Everything depends on you." As he spoke, everything around began to fade, and Lin Yu's body floated upward, uncontrollably soaring outward. Hey, clarify things. For goodness sake. That figure had already sensed the existence of the anchor point, and this bridge was forcibly closed. The remainder survive. Subsequently, Kamiya and the entire room completely faded from existence, and Lin Yu, momentarily dazed, found himself back in that room downstairs. Master Silver, what are you daydreaming about?" Wang Kai nudged Lin Yu's thigh. Lin Yu abruptly turned, brandishing his knife and scanning the area, startling Wang Kai into jumping up in fright. "Are you looking for ghosts?"